the 1400s. There's a reason, I think, for that. Nothing to do with Islam being, anything more than a cultural thing. But I think a lot of history got wiped out, and the order had to go. I feel like the order of the day was
There's
heading
a lot of
towards
interesting shit happening with all this, yeah. From the formation of the Persian Empire, the Islamic Golden Age, not just there, but like north of Iran. You got the Scythians or Scythians, and then Sassanids.
Yep.
Very, very
Yep.
interesting. You might even say that possibly Game of Thrones is hinting at some of this shit. I'm not sure. It's a terrible show. However, yeah, the dragon stuff is not like, it's not purely Chinese, like to where like every time you go into a Chinese restaurant, you're just like, oh wow, man, there's a lot of dragons up in this place. They must be from China. But what were they doing all the way above Iran? You know what I mean? These were dragon people for sure. They were all about them, and they had something to do with how this. They played a part in this, but that's why it's like so hard to figure out. Because it's like there's some missing info here, like some kind of crazy war or something like that. What if like all the people didn't die from bubonic plague? Maybe they were all like, maybe fucking some people just took over and they're like, hey, let's like slaughter all these people. Yeah, that's a good idea. Because they certainly did it. If you go back,
of the events after, the thing is, after these events happen, such radical change comes in, and stuff that you would never imagine them getting away with without a massive crisis. Like after the plague, they brought in the Sesquive Act, didn't they? Where everybody's now under admiralty law, and every time big events happen, is an opportunity for them to reorder things. Which is ultimately what I think coronavirus is about. We are in the middle of a big reset in some way, because that Sesquive Act is 360 years. It's now, it's run its course. In a sense, they need to renew their ownership over us, because everything has a time limit. We're probably going on a bit too deep.
War has always been about this too, though. This is why every time there's war, something's shifting, something's changing. They get more control. They get what they want. There's no point in even having war. I don't even know if the stories in the past are real. I don't even know if I believe in the Vikings and all the shit that really fucking happened. We were not there. I can only go back personally myself, feel like to the 1800s, and I feel like something's happened. Something massively has happened, and a massive reset then. And I don't know if I can believe the shit that we've been told. Any of it. The Egyptians, all of it. You look at the pyramids. They took over. Who the hell came in and just decided, hey, we're going to say this happened and this happened? You see it. I don't know when the divide happened.
There's bigger pyramids in South America, and there are loads of pyramids across the whole world. Who built them,
Exactly. The stories don't add up. None of it does. The buildings, you look at them, don't make any sense from the stuff we've been told. So it's like what I believe, anything in my history book at this point then? Anything that you fucking tell me, unless I've witnessed it, experienced it, how do I know it's real? It's getting to the point now, if you look at history, you cannot believe any of it all. It's manipulation the whole way.
Agreed. Not only because history is written by the victor, but there has been clear and obvious resets that have completely changed the order, and then all of the scriptures and information gets burnt. There is the Fire of London, happened to burn a lot of records. The Fire of Alexandria basically burnt all the original sources to all of the books, the religious books we have today. But if that never happened, we would still be able to trace back the original Septuagint Bible was put together by scriptures held in the Library of Alexandria. And a lot of this stuff has sources. They then tell us that they're now divine sources, and I'm not picking on any religious people here. I'm just saying there is traceable, sources to all of these scriptures, but they keep burning them and they keep wiping them and reinventing and synchronizing two religions together and creating something new so you can't go back. It's fucking disgusting, really, but it's been going on since over a couple of 100 years. I mean, I don't know if you've heard of the sea people.
It does matter because it's involved in all this and all the lies and everything. But for me, when you start going deeper down this rabbit hole, like we're talking about right now in history, being absolutely just manipulated to no end. And where did it all begin? That fucking rabbit hole is deeper for me than flat Earth can ever be. Ever be. That's where it all started in the control. How do we get there and stop that shit and figure it out? Because then it changes everything.
It really does, yeah. It's interesting that every single society began with a cataclysm. Every single culture we have, their history began with a tribe resettling, moving, landing ashore after a cataclysm.
Lots of storytelling I feel like we've been given. I mean, if they're going to lie about your history, every single thing, where you come from, how it all began, of course they're lying about the shape of the earth. That just fits right in. Anything at that point fits in. How would you believe anything that comes out of these people's mouths that are given the narrative anymore? History's a lie. What do you know?
The fact that all of the ancient cultures believed in a flat earth, it almost, the fact that it makes us discredit them, if you believe in a globe, obviously. But it discredits what they knew. So I feel like it also plays into, flat earth also plays into the fact that everybody before they knew about the globe clearly didn't know everything or didn't know enough or as much as we did. I think there's a sleight of hand there, but I think it's quite important.
I think if we went back in time truly, and we could and seen it, they were way smarter and more in touch with nature and the whatever we're on, they probably understand it way more than we do. I'm pretty sure. I think we are peons compared to these ancient people. And it's sad that we're representing them nowadays, to be honest. But I'm sure they would understand because somehow their shit got taken over and we become something else based on this control. These people, whatever the hell it is doing it. Yeah, this is not what we should be.
Well, whatever's doing it's got to be bigger than a man or a group of men, right?
I mean, it has to be, right? There has to be some kind of power then, because if you're one man doing this, eventually you're going to get taken out. Somebody knows about you because you have to have a bigger plan and involve the people. So how would one man be able to do this? And how would even a military group be able to do it? No, it's some kind of higher control. Don't even know what it is. And I don't think anyone knows. It's not about the money, really. That's just an illusion. And those people don't really matter either, even though they seem like they do. Who's really actually doing something about this? Who's actually really the one controlling the puppet with the strings? I don't know. Is it even a who? Like is he human?
Artificial?
Right. What is it?
Either way,
sound crazy.
we're being no, we don't, because you can't deny that there hasn't been multiple resets. Now we have the ability to compile all these different cataclysms and restarts and then the changes that happen afterwards and the history, that gets told. If you go to another country and look at it from another perspective, is a different story being told. This is all a repeat of the same thing. Reset. It's no coincidence that we've had a little pandemic and now we're at a war that I don't think will ever end, until this reset happens. But I just feel like we're at that cusp again of a proper reset where enough people have to go to the point where in 100 years' time or 50 years' time, this will be seen as the biggest terrible year of, or couple of years of human history, you know, when in reality, nothing really happened. They'll think all sorts in 100 years. They'll think Michael Jackson's white, you know, always was. They'll think the pandemic killed millions of people and that the vaccine stopped the pandemic. Sorry if I'm bumming everybody out. Someone else jump in.
Just shoot the shit.
Yeah, just think about it. What if today was your birthday and you were going to get presents? Maybe you're going to get a puppy or a pony or just something. Sorry.
Any snacks?
Or a dose of reality.
Cheers.
Happy birthday, kid.
I went too positive. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, listen, I don't fight on here anymore. Even if you don't believe it, I believe it. It doesn't fucking matter to me. I'm over that shit, guys. I'm not gonna go out here trying to make people believe something they don't want to. I'll talk to you about it, but there is no argument. If there's an argument or a negative feeling that comes within my body anymore, I just try to exit out of that shit quick. There's no point. You're only hurting yourself with that.
Yeah, do it for yourself, man. People don't appreciate it anyway.
Oh, well, we're all focused, and I get it, on other things. The world, other people, what the fuck they're doing. And I know that there's a lot of shit that I can still fix in my life. I'm probably going to be saying that for the rest of my life. I am not perfect at all, and I'm trying to be a better human being. If I can continue to do that, let me tell you, it's a lot of work. I ain't got time to focus on you. And that's not being selfish. It's me trying to do the right thing so that I represent myself as a good human being to you, too. Everybody benefits from that. But nobody's really focusing on their own shit.
Yeah. Definitely preach, man. I think that's so important, to try and be a good person. It has such an effect on other people, right?
Absolutely. I do it every damn day at my job. No matter how I'm feeling, it's how you doing, love? How you doing, sweetheart? And I even have people tell me, oh, I'm on a scratch off ticket now because of your job. I could feel it. And you have to do that. Let that negativity out. It starts coming in. Music is in my ears. Gotta get away. It's gonna keep happening. It seems like there's this light and dark in this world. And if you are shining bright and you're feeling great, the dark tries to bombard you. And you have to learn how to not let it to be happy. Whatever that is, evil, good, God, all these things that people talk about, it does definitely feel like there's something higher, like a spiritual war going on. I don't know what it is.
Me and Snacks were loosely touching on this earlier. Do you think it takes faith or discipline? Which one do you think's most important to be a good person?
Damn, that's a good question, actually. Because you got to have the faith in the first place and hope to even want to do the discipline, or you're not going to do it. At the same time, the discipline is so needed, or you're not going to ever succeed. So it's a balance of both. This whole world is a balance and trying to create it within everything. They work hand in hand.
Yeah. I feel like your faith can be shaken, whereas discipline is something you can build and then can't really be taken from you, you know?
Yep.
Faith is always based on some sort of belief, right?
Exactly. We all have beliefs. I can't show anybody God. I can talk to you all day about a book. I don't even know if these books are real. I've been lied to so much with all these books that I'm like, I don't know. But there's definitely something here. And within and higher than me, and I
You
mean
said
to
it,
a point that
within.
dropped to my knees. You're amazing.
Yeah, you said it, within. Within is where you see God, isn't it? That's where you see the real spark of God's creation, real creation, in my opinion. It's always been hinted and explained that God is within, right?
Have you guys heard that like you have your, I don't know what you guys think about DNA, but that you have your like DNA, and then you have ATCG, and you have it every 10, 5, 6, and 5 nucleic acids. And if you look at like the numerical equivalent in Hebrew alphabet, you get like the Yod Hey Vav Hey, like the structure of our DNA is Yod Hey Vav Hey. And then if you look at the jab in their paperwork and what they added to it, they add 2 C's. So you get ATCCG, and it makes it a triple helix structure. And then you get 10, 5, 6, 6, 6, 5. You guys heard of that?
No.
Believe that. Yeah.
What does that mean, though? What are you saying?
So you have a like DNA helix structure, and then you have like the binds, like the sulfuric bridges, the nucleic binds with sulfuric bridges in your DNA, and it binds together every 10th nucleic acid, 5th, 6th, 5th, and then it repeats. So it's like 10, every 10 it's binding together, every 5 it's binding together. So it's 10, 5, 6, 5, 10, 5, 6, 5. And if you look at those numbers in the Hebrew Aleph Bet, the 10th character, the 5th character, the 6th character, the 5th character, you get Yod Hey Vav Hey. But anyway, if you look at the jab and what they put in their paperwork, they add a helix structure, and then you get, instead of 10, 5, 6, 5, you get 10, 5, 6, 6, 6, 5.
Do you think then, because of this, that they're trying to take our DNA of God, right, that's given us, and code it to be something that is not godly?
Yeah, maybe. I'm
Right.
really like, I try to be really cautious with it though, because that's so heavy, you know?
Isn't it? Absolutely.
So could this block part of our pathways? Like, is this going to change? Are you talking about the fact that it's an RNA vaccine and that it could change our DNA?
We can't. I don't think we can really get into. No, it would never do that. They would never do that. But
In other words, I don't think we can have this deeper conversation as we would like to on this server. However, they would never do that. Why would they lie?
My bad.
yeah,
My bad.
no, you're good. You just can't be real specific about that.
It sucks, but I understand, and I got what you meant with it.
Like, okay, because it's
And
really weird, bro. I saw a video of the Queen before she died, like right before she died, and they were doing this ceremony where they have this huge like string of like lights in a way or whatever, but she lights them up, you know? So it's like it makes a helix structure through the whole front yard of their little castle or whatever. It was a ceremony. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the queen walks out with her little torch thing. And it's not actual fire, it's just like a light show, but she puts her little torch symbolically down to the helix structure, and it lights up a third strand that runs through the helix structure.
Oh no, I
So
haven't
it's like,
seen that. I know what you
it's
mean
crazy.
though. Yeah.
Like if you look at that picture I posted where you have the double, single, triple, it's like they did this weird ceremony with the queen where she like lights up in this triple strand that like runs through the helix structure. I mean, it could be a coincidence, I guess, you know, but I just think it's weird. I don't know.
They, though, talking about the third strand back about 4 to 5 years ago. Yeah. at least.
Yeah, well, there's lots of esoteric talks about creating a new, I think not gender, but a new human, a new man.
Listen, you know the thing that they're using, I can't think of the name of it right now, and I know it. How they're coding our DNA now. I remember reading something back, man, it was like 2014 or something like that, 13. I can't even remember. It's been a while. And it was talking about how they were trying to get this DNA coding in, and the university didn't accept it, but it could change our world. It could change, our health and all these different things. And then finally it got in, I guess, because now we're using it for the coding for these new vaccines and shit. So I don't know if you know the name of the company, but that was talked about 10 fucking years ago. And trying to get into this stuff. And now it's being used against us. I mean, it's a bigger plan that people just don't even realize. It goes back really far.
There's a video if anyone wants to check it out. It's got the helix structure. She touches that little ball inside the crown, and then it lights it up, and then it leads into the tree of life. It's kind of crazy, man.
Yeah. I'll have to find that.
Just preparation for Neuralink, yeah?
And sorry, Gio. I get into my talk. You know me. Freaking crap. As soon as what I said a second ago. My apologies. It was not on purpose. You'll find it's hard to censor yourself when you get to a point that you've been doing this for so many years and you're free in your life at your job and everything that you do, that you just talk so freely about everything and you don't give a shit, that it's hard to come on these servers sometimes, especially when you're not on here very often, and not just do the same thing. It's like I hate censoring myself. At the same time, I know everybody does, but I have a hard time censoring myself.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it?
I think we flirted with the idea of making it where you don't have to censor yourself in here. You wouldn't be able to say stuff in chat, but you could talk in voice and then just run it on Rumble, and I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not dogging anything. I understand the situation. I do. I really do. It just sucks because I don't live that way anymore. I really stand in what I do. I mean, I remember actually this was like 2 weeks ago. I was at my job and I'm on the line cooking, and this dude named Ken, he's a 65-year-old man. He's super sweet and he's gay, but all that, you don't even tell. He's such a good soul, a theater guy and stuff. We have a good time. Next thing I know, he says to someone like a customer, "Oh, you must be a flat earther," like in a derogatory, like joking, sarcastic way. Did you just call somebody a flat earther? Like it was something wrong? He said, "Well, of course I did." I said, "Well, honey, I'm a flat earther." And the look that he gave me was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Stop, Stacey, joking with me right now. It's not funny." I was like, "Oh, no, I love science. Want to talk about science or not science and mathematics?" And his eyes lit up. I love science. We start going this conversation. Then I realize I can't continue because I have orders in front of me and I'm not paying attention anymore. And all these customers are hearing us talk about this, standing here watching us cook their food. But now we're going to have this conversation later. This is the point. We can do this all the time. But people are looking at us. I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people, like, we're crazy still. What? They're using it as like we're dumb kind of response. But also then you can show them that you're freaking not. So I can't wait to sit down and have these wonderful conversations of science for the science he thinks he has and the mathematics behind it, because I don't think he even knows. And then he's also respecting me, and he's not a person who will bash you. But then you can change someone's perspective who thinks it's ridiculous. A lot of people won't do that in their lives because they're too scared. I don't care. If you look at me crazy, that's on you. Because I know my life. And I know what I believe in is not what they do. And that's okay. But I hope a lot of you are out here, because this server stuff is, it's going to censor you. And it's not going to be genuine. You're not going to feel that vibe standing like Witsit does. I'm guaranteeing you knows too. Out here with people when you're having those conversations. It's way different. And I'm sure Witsit, you've probably run into quite a few that will almost their eyes light up. They're very curious. I mean, it was so stupid that when I went through my disability hearing, and I'm not on it anymore. I'm working and taking care of myself. But they were asking me stupid ass questions. I swear they were watching my site. You know where Brazil is, and do you know what the sun is made of? Asked me that. I said, no, I do not. I am a flat earther, and I did not believe what I am told. And we went through this whole conversation. I said, I'm sorry, but I wonder why people are so ashamed sometimes that I meet as truthers too. I've met a couple to be that. Why do we feel like we have to hide of what we feel? And
I don't think there's shame, you know. I think a lot of, from me speaking to flat earthers on here and in 24/7, I think a lot of them are very strategic with how they present themselves, you know, and they want to gather information and figure out who they're talking to. Because some people, there's not many people who will be switched. If people are either switched on from the beginning of the conversation or they're not. I was speaking to someone earlier. I don't think people wake up if they've got the wrong attitude at the beginning. There's not very many people who go, okay, that's interesting, and then switch their energy. People have already made that decision. You know what I mean? So I just find a lot of people are not worth. You can tell within the first 5 minutes whether someone's playing a game or someone's actually genuinely interested in the truth.
and that's in real life too. Like, don't waste your time. You can already tell, oh, you're not ready. You're just not ready. And that's okay though, because I wasn't ready apparently either until what, 35 or something. So how am I going to
Yeah,
judge? I
yeah,
know someone who's almost what, 48 before he really kind of got it and woke up to the reality he was in. Hmm. It's all timing. They're all in their own timing, and that's why it's kind of spiritual too. Yeah.
yeah. Like I'm really conscious sometimes if people are they have preconceptions on flat Earth, for example, because then I'm like, right, okay, I don't want to buy into or feed into their original ideas that flat earthers bullshit or are pseudoscience, for example. So I'll definitely be very cautious with somebody who I feel is trying to ridicule or is very, very much stuck in their ways. You know, it's a bit strategic. Why does it need to be like that? I know, but just sort of experience has taught me that you've got to get people really gently and slowly and let them think of it up themselves.
Their own discernment on that, and really, they have to actually try and care about it. I remember when I heard about this stuff, it was a soul search. It was like, bam, I couldn't help myself, right? I continued, and I think a lot of us did. That's why we're still here. But these people are going to hear it, a lot of them, and walk away. And it doesn't really apply to their life like that. It was a soul hit for us. Different.
Yeah. The gateway to a lot of new subjects as well. Genuine interest in education.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you though, too, I didn't really care about science. I didn't really care about history. I didn't really care about any of this shit until I came to this conclusion. And then I was like, well, wait a minute. Now I really care about science and I really care about history and what's
Yeah.
going on in this world. Because school made me hate it. I thought it was the most boring shit ever, and it already seemed like a big story. Can we move on now? How does it apply to my life, kind of thing. So nobody's really caring about it, even though it's programmed into them. Yeah, it's whatever. But when you act, and it hits you, and you hear the information. For me, it was just a circumference. And I was like, "What'd you just say to me?" Because I've seen things in my life, and I applied it, and those experiences, it didn't match up. And then I had to know the answer. For some reason, I had to know if that was right or wrong. Some don't care.
I find those ones always ask about the motive before the evidence, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Why would they lie? Why does that matter?
It doesn't matter at first, but I think eventually it does matter, because eventually you're me, and you're like, oh wow, they're lying because they don't want any religion to have favor over anything. They just want to scrum scrum the whole thing, so to put the brakes on religion, I guess. What it seems like.
Yeah, but that's the next step, right? That's the next
Good
step after you've
Christ.
established
Right.
whether it's a lie or not, you know.
I
But you
think,
don't need
yeah,
to know the motive to figure
no.
out whether it's a crime, you know.
Well, I guess, right, but the other thing too is that whatever this topic is, because it's so big time, we're talking about the entire world, it is a religion, no matter what. It's like so profound that whatever we're looking at is at the footsteps of religion, if it's not a religion, which I don't think it is, but it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you're eventually going to come back to the why of it. Even though at the first bit you shouldn't even pay attention to why. Why is not important. It's how and where and when, and those kinds of things are important. But I didn't think that it would lead me back to that, because like I didn't start off with any sort of spiritual presumption of anything. I still don't really, but it's just like I didn't expect that to be what I kind of understood at the end, is that this entire topic, subject matter, is really just about these impossibly big concepts like God uh, and stuff. What do you guys think?
Go back and forth on that one, because I know quite a few people who can still come to the conclusion of being lied to, and it's ridiculous, and they have meaning to it, right? But they don't believe or have to believe in a higher power of God. But I mean, they don't believe in the books, at least, put it that way. They believe in kind of something, but that doesn't have to be put together. That's based on the person and their soul search when they find this information out, what they're going to do with it and how they're going to go, what path. Because some people don't go down that path. They might lead to it later, but they sometimes don't, or they may never. But the point is you can still realize that you're being lied to and not have to bring that in, because the facts are the facts. The evidence provides itself without having God involved. But usually once you find that information, you start turning to, what is this place? What created it? I'm contained.
I guess
What
I
the
guess
point
what
is.
it is, I'm trying to say, like, I was like agnostic. I didn't even really know the difference or care about the difference at all. Whatever. It's just, it wasn't part of my thing, and it still isn't. But I attack this from it's a purely scientific problem, where it's just a problem like any other problem. It doesn't involve any of this other stuff. I didn't think
Yeah.
that. So that was a surprise to me. I was like, oh wow, it's like no matter where you fucking go in this thing, you're just talking about everything. So you are talking about religion. Even though I was like, in the beginning, and even when I was running like hangouts to talk about it, it's like I was like, I prefer it not to be religious, because that's not important right now. Like right now we're just trying to figure out these like academic questions or whatever, so I even kind of put it that way. But it's something you eventually like will like have to look at and just be like, oh wow, all this stuff, because you start comparing the history, you start comparing all this stuff. It eventually leads back there.
But taking flat Earth back to basics, like I think the majority of flat earthers who didn't believe in a creator, after finding out about flat Earth, came to the logical conclusion that there must be some sort of creator. So I think, in its rawest form, flat Earth is the biggest eye opener to God and a creator, and the knock on effects of flat Earth is to start questioning God and the creator. Would you agree?
Yes, I actually do. I think it will lead people back to that question. It did my mother, because I was doing this for quite a while before she fell ill. And right before that, she goes, what is, if the earth is fat, what does that mean? And I started explaining it to her and being contained and all this stuff. She's like, but then it's like a Truman Show. I'm like, Mom, no, it's not. It's no different than what you believe already in that book. What are you talking about? But it can scare people. What is this place? But it makes you question, is the biggest key. And then it's going to make you question a lot of things internal and all that. And eventually that person will hopefully find God, whatever that is, higher power. But it doesn't have to be that. We can guide people who don't believe, because if you start involving it has to be, then you'll pull people away, push people away. You can talk about this factually, scientifically, mathematically, and it be okay. And let them find God and that creator, because usually, like you just said, all these people have found it on their own. Because you have to question logically then, what is this place and how was it created? Something out of nothing? Doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yep. Exactly. And I think that's the biggest eye opener for flat Earth, is because once you open that door, you now need to open the door of scripture and history.
And the rabbit
If
hole
you
begins.
want to continue. Yeah, if you want to continue.
Yep.
Or you can just put your drink down there and say, I'm done, bro. Cool glasses on. And
You can, it's a choice. Absolutely.
but I think, like with flat Earth, you get the arguments, you understand, you start putting everything in your head, you know, okay, I understand why the Earth is flat. But then you want to ask those same questions, well, why and how is there a creator? I mean, we know there has to be with a flat Earth, but you know, where is he? And all these questions now all of a sudden become important. These questions would never have come into my head before. I was thinking about aliens and all sorts before flat Earth. So I feel like it's the crux of awakening. And if you don't accept flat Earth, then you're not going to be able to take the next step to really scrutinize history and culture and all that stuff.
Yeah, when you realize that we have to be the aliens to save our own planet, which is not a planet because we come from a flat Earth. Do you get it? Just joking, but I'm serious.
Explain it.
Explain it. Well, you see, it started out flat.
Because I felt so liberated finding the information. And I thank the person who was part of the Globe Light Tour who gave me the information and really opened up my eyes. I was already on a path of research and all this stuff, but hitting this one opened up my life. Me, internally. I did not understand life or myself. I thought I did until this came to my life. So I couldn't be more grateful for that person, and I always will be. And I'll talk highly of that person, that's Sven Pillay, who was part of the tour. And I gave everything to be part of that as well because of how important it was and the message that was getting out. And a lot of people from all over the world were hearing it, and it didn't matter about religion. In fact, we had to leave it out because we wanted you to. And it was a beautiful thing, actually. And I hope that we can continue this more because it's kind of died down. And a lot of people are fighting behind the scenes because there's so much shit going on. Let's be real. I'm not going to say anything. But in reality, it ain't worth it. The information and helping others and helping ourselves and remembering how you came to this and that feeling, put our differences aside, content creators and all. And we need to work together and put that information out there. Because when this last one happened and people were getting, traveling and, Jason Disbury was out there, all that, it didn't get publicized because problems, right? Just leave it there. We've got to care about this message as much as we're speaking about it right now. It's good to preach about it. You got to live it, guys. And I don't know if there's somebody in here who understands what I'm talking about, but I do understand what's happening behind the scenes. And I talk to a lot of people that are involved in this activist work and stuff for these content creators. I think we're losing the plot, y'all, because we're not coming together and we're fighting a lot. This internet shit somehow is accepted into our environment right now, and we've allowed it to come in, the negativity. There shouldn't be any hate. This should be about the information and caring about one another and getting it out there. Because it used to be, remember that fucking feeling? It was there 2 years ago. It needs to come back. I'm going to leave it there and I'm going to let nothing else be said about it.
No, but just to
I'll say
touch on
something
that.
else about it. People like
Okay.
all the truthers, like a lot of truthers think they're the super truther, like the
Right.
super troopers, but in the form of truthers. And It's like, yeah, instead of being like, look, there's all these different personalities within True Earth that spread the truth in their own way, and it's like it makes it a beautiful like team, like that. There's diversity of opinion and the way that people do it. Usually, people are like they find one thing that they disagree with the person on, or disagree with how they say something, and and then they're like a CIA agent. So that's the real problem, is that like flat earthers have allowed the truth to backfire, where they're like paranoid and don't trust anyone to such an extent they can't even trust the people on their team.
Correct. And I mean, we're talking about people that you're involved with too, and I'm not saying names, that I have to feel that way too. That's insanity. Right? I'm not even talking about the people in this chat right now. I'm talking about content creators. You guys are going through a lot of shit right now. I'm aware of it. But we don't need to go against each other. Somehow that needs to stop, and we need to work together, because we're all beautiful, and that message can get the fuck out there. We're losing that a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? We're losing that strive and that thing that we had, that sparkle.
The
We don't need to be
conversation
involved
has
in this
moved
internet
forward, though.
fighting either. Fuck that internet fighting. We need to let it go, and don't even publicize that shit. Let's focus on the positivity of this.
But Stacey, don't you
This
think
is
things have changed now a little bit from 2014?
Oh, I know they have. And the last 2 years has been a massive change within everybody that's involved in this, and we need to come together.
Yeah, like this is the thing, right? So really, the true nature of the earth has never had a better opportunity to reach the masses, because tons of people woke up because of the last few years. Like that's how Kai woke up. Kai woke up and it had nothing to do with flat earth at all. It was about the pandemic. And there are all these people that are waking up like that, and what they do is they realize, I've been tricked with like everything, and pharmakia, and the climate and the food, and they start falling down the hole, and then you always find yourself in flat earth. You can't really investigate any of the major truth subjects without running across flat earth. And so this is like the opportunity that everyone's kind of been waiting for. And it's crazy, because like it's probably like the greatest lack of cohesion that I've seen. So I don't, like, for example, I'm supposed to go on the SGT report today at like 3 or something, and that's like a really big platform that's been exposing the pandemic and stuff. The SGT report, and I've had so many truthers already just like call me a shill. I'm like, well, then you're really gonna call me a shill when I'm on Eddie Bravo's show, or Tinfoil podcast and stuff like that. And I just don't understand that. I don't know. I think it's super weird. I don't like. Yeah, I don't know. It's just frustrating, because I can understand content producer's position, because I am one, and it just kind of sucks. Frankly, it sucks in lots of ways, and um, I guess if you really try to put yourself in their shoes, you can understand it. Like, but you can't fully understand it if you don't do it, maybe, because I didn't fully understand it when I first found out about flat earth. I probably was somewhat similar, like, wait, who's this guy talking about flat earth, and why is he making us look bad, and da 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 da. But when you go and do it, you realize that you can't be perfect, man, and you can't never mess up, and you can't be on camera for hundreds of hours and never say something that's going to upset someone else. Just like, we're just people, man. We should like all accept we're all people.
Okay. You guys are human beings. You are not a celebrity. You are not an idol. You're not an icon. I respect you because you're a human being out here giving a message. You need to stop this stuff. I'm not putting you on a pedestal with it, or anyone in this community. Nobody should be for your truth or your awake. But we should have some decency and respect for one another. That's where I want everybody to start getting back to. And trust me, honey, I do know what you're going through. I hear a lot of things. And there's nothing negative that I'm trying to ever send you. I'm actually very grateful that you're speaking out about it right now, because that's what needs to happen, and the way you're speaking about it. if it's going to change at all, it's going to take this conversation, and not just with me, with your people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think something
Yeah,
else. Like I'm not complaining. Like I have, I'm very grateful for my life, and like I get to right now. Like my job is like making content about truth, and like launching NASA audits. I'll try to make a little bit of money or whatever, where I can like pay my bills and speak truth. I'm super blessed. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that we should be happy when people can reach that level, and we should find a way to bring other people with us. Like you can do it too. You can actually run a YouTube channel where no one ever sees your face. If you don't like to be on camera and you don't like to talk, that's okay. You can still make a YouTube channel. I can actually show people how they can use the new AI programs to launch a YouTube, to skirt the algorithms, to build it up, and then once you get a following, start disseminating truth. And we should just kind of like all help each other, I think. And it's like I don't know why I would even have to say that. It seems kind of like it's self-explanatory. Because like when I was on tour, I met people that disagree with me on all kinds of things, but they were true earthers and they just wanted people to wake up. You know what I'm saying? Like we all hung out. We went out to eat. I hung out with everyone in every city. It didn't matter if we agreed on everything. You know what I mean? I don't know. It seems like stuff that shouldn't even have to be said. It seems like very common sense stuff.
I've also found that sometimes we all end up meeting up and we get involved with one another, each other's lives, and sometimes people talk too much on the internet, honey. That's an issue too. Not everybody's on the same woke level, whatever you want to call that. I hate the word now almost because of it. There's some people who believe in politics, right? Don't believe the shape of the earth that is told, and that's okay. But we don't need to divide because of those things. We need to come together because of those things, because we're questioning. And we were doing that quite well for a while. And you're right. This is the moment that we have nurses, doctors, people that we did not have on our side standing up for once and believing something different than they're told, right? And getting the message out. This is our opportunity, yet we're almost wasting it within what we're doing. We're focusing on
Stacey, you'd be amazed. I launched auditnasa.com, and I have this thing where we're gonna we're gonna audit NASA, whatever. And I'm getting these applications. And dude, I have like someone that's in the Japanese Space Agency. And they're sending me the resumes, and I'm actually verifying them in real life. So it's not. There's 0% chance someone's like control me and get away with it. And I have engineers, professors, physicists, doctors, lawyers, like incredibly professional people, and they all know, and they're all kind of ready. They're getting to where they're ready to kind of just publicly announce it. And I think another thing that's holding us back is the lack of people saying it in their real life. Even if you don't want to connect your life to Discord, I get that. Trust me, I get that. But it's like you should say it to your friends and family. And
can you start real quick? Can you repeat that? You went completely robotic for that moment. Can you say one other thing you wanted to change? Yeah, I wanted to hear it. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm saying that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can beautifully.
So like people, I'm just saying that it's kind of like all these professional people are on the brink of wanting to come out with it, and they're reaching out to me and they're wanting to help with the NASA thing. And I think that one of the things that we're doing wrong as a community is people aren't publicly saying it. So like even if you don't connect Discord and the internet life to your real life, because I get that, it's like you should say it in your real life. You should tell people around you. You should tell your family and friends, because they know you. They know that like you have founded positions and you're a smart person and you research things. And so you need to tell them that what you think about the earth. You don't need to shove it down their throat, but they need to know. And then they know someone that knows someone that knows someone. And like that's I think a lot of people on here don't do that. I think they come here because they don't do that. And if everyone did that and just said it in their own personal life, that alone would make flat Earth like explode, right? Where it's like you kind of it's just past that point. Another thing I think we do wrong, and I'll stop ranting, is like we have to understand that anybody alive that is a truther at all, that genuinely cares about truth, and they're willing to like humble themselves and be like, oh, I was tricked about this, oh, I was wrong about this, wow, and they're like passionate about truth. Like when you tell them something and they didn't know, they're like they're gonna obsessively look into it. Anyone that's like that is on our team. Whether they know the earth is flat right now or not, they're still on our team. Like we have to like unify even with those people, like the people that saw through the pandemic but haven't fully been able to accept flat earth yet. They're not our enemy, they're truthers. You know what I'm saying? We have to come together even on that front. So the fact that we're not coming together within ourselves is like many steps away from where we need to be, in my opinion.
Literally, sweetheart, you just spoke everything that I've been speaking on my show and stuff lately that people need to understand, I feel like. So I'm right there with you, 100%. But we also have reached a point of liberation in our life where we walk, live, and breathe this shit. We can't help it. It comes out of our pores. Some people may have not reached that that stance yet. But the ones that have, we need to use that. It is given to us for a reason, I feel like, it's higher. But yeah, some people are wasting it. You know, and I know you feel it too, but this is our opportunity. Like you said, people need to start getting that fire under our, our asses again, and realize this is not me against you or them against us. This is about a spread of information. That's it.
Yeah, and it's us as people against whoever it is that's pulling these strings. You know, this is something that I also messed up on for a long time, and I'm still working on. Where it's like okay, like if Kai tells me about someone, like, did you see about this person that's doing all this against the company that released the jab or whatever, right? And I'm like, I'm like listening to them or watching them, and then they say planet or globe or something, you know, and I'm like, oh man, or I'm like, but do they know the Earth is like that's so lame though. Like the fact that I do that is lame because, dude, flat Earth is super heavy, bro.
Yeah.
You know, when it's super heavy and people have to like go through it in their own time because it's heavy and it's not easy to accept. And it's one of those truths where you don't want to accept it until you think you're sure because it's just such an intellectual risk, you know, to say it's flat. So yeah, like I'm not really saying that I do it perfect or anything because I'm trying to work on it right now. But I think that we need to realize that anyone that was able to make it through those 2 years and not muzzle themselves and not comply, like they're on our team.
Look at honey,
Even some of the people
out
that
there
messed
on
up,
our team, though. Yeah.
so even some of the people that messed up and took the jab are on our team. Like if
Exactly.
they realize they were wrong, they're on our team. You know, the people that are not on our team are the people running around still promoting it and ridiculing people that didn't do it. But outside of that, we should try to find a commonality with all these people, which is why I think we need to also branch out from just flat Earth, which is why I did the NASA audits thing, right? It's like everyone should be able to agree that a government agency that's gotten $700 billion should be accountable and transparent and show us all the stuff that verifies they're telling the truth. That's something that we should be able to all come together on without flat Earth. So I think that's kind of the simple overarching thing that we're missing.
Yeah, dude, but you're nailing it with NASA audits for sure.
Me the way you are right now when I was 32. I probably would have responded in different ways that maybe other ones are doing right now. I can't tell you for a fact, but I wasn't where I am. But then again, you would have lost me. I wouldn't have been on your team. So for me, the divide of hearing even that there's teams where we're singling people out who have not understood the message for whatever reason because they have been brainwashed. Is it fair? Even the ones yelling and screaming and don't fucking get it. I'm hoping one day something hits you and you do. So is this a team thing or is this a humankind talking to one another and understanding one another that they're not there yet? I'm not going to hate on you because the more I hate on you, you're never going to listen to me.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, though, I think that if someone's making it their like mission to shut this down, they are kind of forcing themselves into a position where we have to treat them as like the other team, you know, like I don't know, like if yeah, like if someone was running around and like uh attacking people that were standing up for children during the pandemic, like you kind of forced the situation where like you're against me. So I don't know. There's this weird. Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
There's always a couple bad apples, but those bad apples don't have to spoil the bunch, man. I'll tell you what.
I tell you what.
The media has a play in that 100%. They have made them believe things, and they've made them go against us and with lies, right? They've been told lies and lies and lies and all this confusion. So of course they're out there saying some stupid ass shit because that's what they're being told. Some people just don't get it. They still fall for that. That media is real to them, right? That's information to them.
Well, and it's tough because like it's so ingrained in culture. I mean, I remember growing up, and you know the one thing that had to be going, and not had to, it was just always going before you knew anything. Before I even saw my mom go into a different room, headline news was on every TV. It's like, okay, but that's what we grew up with. Um, and so while everybody's doing their morning normal, you know, I'm going to brush my teeth, I'm going to eat my da-da-da, I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, subliminally, they're being told about their world. And if you don't have that in the back of their head, you know, helping them out through that morning routine, they might not have as good a day as they could have because they didn't have their headline news telling them about the world. And they won't even know why, subliminally, they didn't get their news this morning. And so I'm going to be cranky at Karen later. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit is such a staple. You're right. The mainstream is such a staple that it even took me a second to like wake up to all the stuff that I was like, wow, I don't care about that anymore. I don't care about that anymore. Right. But God forbid you take away somebody's headline news, and they don't have headline news anymore, but it's, you know, same thing as every other news channel. And lastly, when I was working in the long-term care facility with a bunch of old people, when the C word thing had just come out, and it was China and all this, that, and I was looking at the TV screen changing someone's diaper, and I was like, oh shit, they're planning something. I said something like that, and the lady, if I told the lady, I'm never going to wear a mask and I'm not going to get the jab and everything right then and there in that moment, that kind of thing. Like, this is fake, lady, and this is all fake. Instead of saying that to her right there, I looked up and I said, oh man, well, let's hope they can keep it contained over there in China. 14 months later, I'm wearing a mask, helping the same person. And God forbid I tell them that it's all fake, right? It's the news that the smartest people in your family, you know what? I'll leave it here. I recently had a person in my family just tell me that they've been having nerve issues and chest issues and such like this. And, I'm not thinking much of it because people have health problems as they get older and this, that, and the other, right? So I'm kind of just go along to get along through that and my beliefs, when all of a sudden this person tells me they've been looking into it and going to the doctor and talking to the doctor about this and so forth and so on and so forth. Well, it turns out that this person is experiencing these symptoms specifically because it's one of the side effects for the jab that they got. And they got the jab and the booster. And they're calling me to tell me about it. And I'm saying, remember fucking 2 years ago when I'm sitting in that diner yelling at you from across the table, getting in a fight with you because I told you not to get the fucking jab. And now 2 years later, you're complaining to me about some nerve shit in your chest that you have to go get an MRI for. Anyway, I think you guys see the picture. The news does that to society.
But then I had to remember my mother. And then I go, damn, you were confused. You were just trying to do what you thought inside was right because of all these fucking lies. And half the time, my mom doesn't listen to me because I'm her child. She's the elder. That was
Exactly.
how that generation was brought up, right? So, yeah, they're not listening to us the proper way, a lot of them. They care. They're still you're putting that seed there. It's there. But it doesn't
Right.
really hit them until it's on the news. Mom. But if she had fallen ill even if she took the job, I would still feel sorry, not hateful, but yes, I understand. You're like, why didn't you listen to me? But then it needs to go back to shit. Now you get it though. I
Well,
remember when
yeah,
I woke up
yeah,
and got it. Shit. Now it's kind of too late for you on that, but I'll be here for you because you
right.
weren't there yet, and now you are.
Yep, totally, totally right.
I'm hearing so many things like this. Yeah. Beyond that job thing, I don't care about that. Put that out of the situation right now. I want everybody to start focusing on everybody's situation around them. The people that you're at your work, people of your family, right? Anyone that's on the street. If you start hearing seriously that people are falling ill, hearing it a lot, and I'm not talking about flu. I actually mean like serious issues. Hearing it more and more and more and more loss. Our families are losing their loved ones right now. I think we really need to focus on that because I don't think it has anything to do necessarily with what we're talking about right now. I think there's a lot of hidden things that are happening that we're not even focusing on because we're on shiny objects. They're doing other shit too. And I believe right now something is happening because I know people that have nothing to do with this shit and they're starting to have physical issues as well. More and more. Need to see a doctor. What's happening? So please, if you guys can, I'm not saying it is or telling you to, to worry about it, but I'm saying, can you just keep an eye out, be aware. I gotta go meet my new crew. And I'm basically gonna be managing and stuff in a second. I want to say one thing if you guys don't mind too is my mother has fallen with dementia. I'm hearing more and more cases of that too. I looked into it a lot and been doing some research, and the increase of dementia is out of control. I don't know if anybody's focused on. I looked at the numbers. I don't necessarily believe the numbers because yeah, but at the same time, um, like it's normal if you get older or population growth is what there is reasoning of dementia is. It's insanity. There's something else going on here.
Dude, these people are so weird, dude. Like I was like, we were talking to MC2 last night about this geodetic survey, right? The famous one they say shows spherical excess. And MC Toon has just created this narrative that they go out and take observed angles, just raw data, and they take the average of the angles and it just shows spherical excess. And when you read the document, it says specifically that they have to assume spherical coordinate latitude systems and all this different stuff and factor that into the adjusted angle. So the adjusted angle isn't just like, oh, look, here are observed angles and here's the data. They literally have to put it through a formula that assumes a sphere and then take the average of that to get the excess. And he's in here talking about how I got eviscerated and demolished. And what really happened was MC Toon, I asked him that question at the beginning, and for 2.5 hours, he couldn't answer the question. And then he just ran away as I'm like asking him the question. I don't know. I just think it's crazy. It's like, yeah, like this is kind of going into what we were talking about, Stacey. Like, it's like we can say we're all on the same quote unquote team or whatever, but it's like this space pope dude right here, right? I mean, like people, like, I have to disagree, right? Like I was saying, like he kind of forces,
space pope, yeah.
yeah, he kind of forces the paradigm where he's like kind of considered like the opposition.
He trolls. Let's just get real. He trolls as well for fun, whatever his excitement, his entertainment. Some people use this as entertainment instead of actually really truly caring with it, like me and you. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well, like those people for sure watch MC Toon with like bated breath, and when he says it, they're like, "Oh, okay, that's what I believe," you know. So it's like a mixed bag. The MC Toon was spiraling so hard he had to stream for like another hour after he ran away, and then he's like all in our DMs and like spiraling, and it's so funny, man. Because MC Toon's had this on as his go-to proof Dircerball for years and had it on his website this whole time. And I looked through it for 30 minutes and found where it says they have to make spherical assumptions within the observed angles before they even record the observed angles. They have to assume the sphere model, and that when they do the adjusted correction, because what it shows before the correction is that the angles are right at 180 or less than 180, which is what you get on a flat Earth, that they have to actually put it into this formula for the globe to make the corrected numbers look like it works. And they're literally running around like invoking this as proof. It's so crazy. It's like, this is really, if you ever ask them to show you proof that they measured the Earth as a ball, they always bring this one up. This is like their go-to, and it literally shows flat Earth measurements. So pretty funny.
Of course it does. They have to change things. So, you know, for the audience listening that we also share with McToon or Fight the Flat Earth or whatever, they have to lie about what they're saying. It doesn't matter how confident they are, right? They get paid to sound confident. They're not right. You're just fooled by their demeanor, their gait, the way they carry themselves conversationally, the way they put people down as if, how could anyone ever think the Earth is flat? But that doesn't mean he's right.
Yeah, it's a pretty effective tactic.
Yeah,
what is their rebuttal to your finding this?
Oh, they just lied. He said that the observed angles are just the raw data, and that the correction is just they average out the observed angles. So they just lie. They just, because like the idea is that you just go take raw data with no assumption, and then you just take a bunch of measurements, then you average it to get because no measurements are perfect, so you just find the average to get the most accurate, and the average shows spherical excess, which is just a lie. They just made that up, right? Like in reality, they go make observed angles. It shows like less than 180 or right at 180 most of the time. And then they put it through a formula that transforms it into spherical coordinates with the correction, and then they make it have spherical excess.
Can you post that that information about how they make these corrections and stuff?
Well, all I have is the PDF, right? So it's like I'll have to actually. That's the whole thing, is that I have to go through all of it and map it all out. And it's hundreds of pages, like they just post a PDF, they go to the chart, they look at the final product, and then they just lie about how they get it. And then they have thousands of people, thousands of anti-flat earthers hear MC Toon lie and say it with confidence. So they just repeat it like ad nauseum. So like to actually, I can't send it to you specifically other than the PDF. I mean, I can tell you the pages that it explains the formula and stuff, but I have to do something right now. I'm like trying to pack. But I will fully break it down soon. Yeah, MC Toon said he was going to take it off his website. I said, so if I prove that it actually does have spherical assumptions baked into the corrections and into the data, then you will take it off your website and admit it's not proof, right?
Did he agree to that?
So some say he agreed at first, but out of the 10 times I kept asking him, he just refused to answer. So,
Yeah, that's generally how it goes. I got you.
Yeah. He would just respond with stuff like, just show it. I'm like, okay, look, man, yeah, I have to look into all this, but if I show that, if that is the case, then you admit that it'd be dishonest to keep it on your website, right? He's like, what an answer.
Yeah, this is such a, it is such a weighty thing.
I don't know how you debate these disingenuous guys so much and still stay so calm and positive about people.
Yeah, just you just kind of get used to it.
I think a lot of us like wits that have been through the fucking ringer through these servers and debates and Jim Panda shit and start realizing you put people in categories. You're over here, you're over there, and I'm here. You have to. And then you just don't really care about some of these people that are out here for whatever reason doing the same shit every day. You'll talk to them. But what you really want is the ones that are out there possibly going to listen who've never even saw your channel.
Yeah, that's right. And people that find out about it, they will come across MC Toon for sure. That's the best they have. That is their best one. For sure, he's the best, right? He actually is the best. He's the best at debating. He's the best at trying to spin it. he's their god. Yeah. But anyway, he lies a lot and stuff. But the point is that he's their best. So you have to attack that, right? Because that's. Yeah, people knew the subject. They hear that, and he pretends to be so confident that it can be convincing if you don't actually know what he's lying about. So I think that we kind of some of us have an obligation to kind of suck it up and deal with it to try to expose that.
Yeah. It's always seen through. No matter who wins the argument, everybody can see through the bullshit. And McToon has a level of confidence that is just complete arrogance. Everybody can see that. Even the Globers must know.
This is the thing, though. We have a huge advantage in this regard the globe anyone defending the globe has to portray this whole like flat earth is so stupid, it's so easily disproven, the globe, so they have to be arrogant like that. They have to pretend, whereas we're like, what's Venus, and a flat earther's like, I have no idea. We don't really have that pressure to pretend that it's that we're like, it's so open and closed and stuff like that. Like any of the big ones, like they all do that. Sorry, guys.
No, I was just saying it's just pure arrogance, though, and to be a flat earther, I think the proper flat earthers don't have that arrogance. I mean, there is one or two naming no names, but in general, the idea is we don't know the shape, we don't know everything. I think that's the difference. We're coming from a whole different energy.
Yeah, exactly. So it actually makes sense for us to be like kind of obsessed with it, and it literally doesn't make sense for them. It doesn't make any sense for them to do that. It's weird. We're like, oh, we don't know, and we just want to figure it out. So it makes sense that we're all trying to constantly figure it out and work together to figure it out. But like if they know exactly what it is, and we were told exactly what it is at age 5, then it makes no sense at all, right? For them to be so obsessively stalking the conversation for years. Like, that is objectively weird.
It's suspect. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm convinced there are shills out there. I wouldn't want to make any claims, but it doesn't make sense that people are so committed to being anti-flat earthers when they've been destroyed in so many debates. All of these people have been destroyed multiple times, but claim victory. It's crazy.
Dude, they claim victory every time. That's like, if you watch my modern day debates, so many of those anti-flat earthers have just gotten destroyed live. And if you ask an anti-flat earther, they'll say that I lost every single one of the debates. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, like
but they
said,
say
like,
you've lost based on, he said compass means this and it actually means that, so you lose, when it has nothing to do with the actual argument or the debate. They'll beat you on, not you, but they think they'll beat their opponent on silly things that are not actually to do with the subject. But that's just disingenuous from the start.
But because they're going to give you evidence every time, right? Their evidence, their meaning of evidence, and then you go, no, that's not evidence, and you do something else, and then they won because I provided you evidence and you didn't take it on. Bullshit.
Yeah, and then they'll also just say that you didn't provide any evidence. So no matter what you show, they'll just say flat earthers never bring any evidence, because they have a script, right? It doesn't matter what happens in the debate. They're going to say their script after the debate. There's nothing that could happen during the debate that would change what they're going to say. But literally, it doesn't matter. You could pay a flat earther to go undercover as a globe earther and intentionally say everything wrong and lose the entire debate on purpose. And at the end of it, they will say, Witsit got destroyed, word salad, flat earthers bring no evidence again. Like, they're like, no matter what happens, So.
Don't you think it's just identity politics now? It's not even about the shape of the earth.
What do you mean?
They just, it's the age of identity politics. Like, even with flat earthers, I see some of us doing that where, like you said earlier, they'll reject the new stuff. Like, things have moved forward in the last few years, right? And some of the arguments are developing in some areas, but some people are really resistant to taking things forward, So it's almost like it's the same with the Globers. They're not actually listening. They're not actually in the debate. They're just playing the game of red versus blue, the identity politics, protecting their group, It's
because it kind of relates to something that I've been talking to with people of other content creators behind the scenes. Listen, I totally understand the stuff that you do. and you want to go down electric and electromagnetism and all this stuff, right? And ether and all these things that we talk about. The problem lies is when I first came into this community, and a lot of us, it was always about validation, always about the evidence to prove it is real in existence. Some things we cannot validate that we're speaking of, and I think that's where there's a divide that is happening within our own groups that should not happen, because people are allowed to speculate, and it needs to be said, I'm speculating, because how are you ever going to
We have
find out
to.
what the hell's going on unless you speculate, right?
Yeah,
But
we
it
have
needs
to.
to be divided of facts and speculation. And as long as we go down those paths, all right, to find truth, then we're good. We're golden. But we need to quit hating each other. And that was what I was talking about earlier, kind of what's it with yeah, people are thinking that when you speak that you're speaking totally on factual evidence that you can provide. And then sometimes you guys speak about books that you go back to, but we got to remember we also say that these books are written by man, and we've been lied to and manipulated, almost all of them. So we can't use these books as evidence when we go back to history or any of this stuff that you're saying in front of your face. However, there is evidence in this world, factual stuff that we can provide. But we can definitely look into stuff, speculate. But people need to start, I think, this is my personal opinion, making sure we validate what is speculation and what is not. That's it. Because Go
Yeah,
Buster should be able to talk about any fucking thing he wants to and look for stuff that is not out there yet, and let's talk about it. Should be nothing wrong with that. But somehow people are seeing that there is.
But it's necessary, right? How are we going to move
Correct.
forward? You know, we've been discussing the same points for many years, and it's getting legs, it's gaining legs, and it's going into places beyond the scientific method. But if we're just going to talk about scientific method for the rest of however long this movement goes for, then we're not going to make many strides. We're not going to attract different types of people. It's just going to get stuck.
Suck, right? Never trying to find the actual information that is of this world that may be right in front of our face. So is there anything wrong with Witsit and Globusters and all these people trying to find something that is not factual evidence that they can provide right now? They might end up finding it. If you go down that path and you speculate enough, this is where science is really happening right now because you're trying to find it. If you find it, then we've reached a point of what? An amazing and no return, and this world might change a little bit. So I'm grateful that Wits is going down this path, looking into these books, talking about these things, getting others to think about it too. But I can't wait for the day that we find the facts. That's it.
You know, I think once we get past that whole, proof, scientific method, that Nathan Oakley style of approach, I think there's only so far you can go with that. And me as a 10-year, flat earther who's not involved in the community, I just follow everybody. And I do follow Witsit, and I actually find more value in the stuff that I hate talking about you, Witsit, while you're here, but the stuff you've been doing recently has been some of the most honest shit I've seen from a truther. And some of the way that you've admitted that you're willing to question everything you've said before. And, I just find this really appealing. I just find it really, I feel like eventually once you get through all of this is the kind of thing you're going to recognize as truthful and as the right path, rather than just building a robust show with a bunch of questions that we ask and a bunch of this, and you do things this way and it's got to be done this way. You know what I mean? It's not really developing anything that way, when in reality we're just human beings changing, learning. So I do appreciate I don't know what feedback you've been getting with it, but I think the new stuff you've been doing is really appealing.
Oh, thank you, man. A lot of people are super triggered.
I can
That's the
see in the
feedback.
comments.
Yeah.
Remember, what's it? Expected, right? It's okay. Don't fucking
This
worry
is-
about them, hun. At all.
That's
Any
what
of
a
your
leader
people
has
your
to do.
comments on your shit. I don't care how many views you're getting. That shit's being manipulated. Just care about what you're putting out. Because when you do that, and I'm seeing you do it more, like he's saying as well, when you're starting to realize, you've been talking about you and Kai, you know what I mean? You're realizing your own accountabilities, what you want to change, and you're going through this. Like, we've been through this for a minute, right? We're just trying to do something different every day. I can feel it. So stick where you're at and don't worry about anyone, not even another content creator, honey. But I remember you when you first came into this, right? At least on the Discord servers, okay? I'm not talking anywhere else because I didn't know you, honey. But when you did, I remember that guy. And you were still looking and researching, and you have come so far. It's unreal. And I'm not talking about content creation. I'm talking about your growth as an individual. I've seen that. I know. I've been here with you. Don't worry about anybody else around you because you're going to grow and shine no matter freaking what, hon. And if you focus on what you're doing right now, it's brilliant. Right? That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, the growth is evident, man, and it makes it exciting, you know, every video you're creating. Whereas some of the creators out there, I kind of know what I'm going to hear. I kind of know what I'm going to see. Yeah, it's tight. Yeah, it's sharp. It's on point. It's correct. But at 4 or 5 years of that, it gets a bit boring. You know, this is really where we've got to go. You're leading the way, man.
I don't know about that, but thank you. Yeah, I think that like with Flat Earth, what happens is you get reset in a way, and you're just kind of, it's just a realization of what you don't know more than what you do know. And so then obvious to me that the next step is to try to figure out more, you know? So, I don't know. I think that's what makes us truthers, you know, is we always want to find the truth.
We're seeking for that information. What's next? What's next? What about this? What do I do after this? It's like, we don't stop now.
Exactly.
How can you be a good truther with secrets?
But here's the best part in a way, though, too. Actually, there's such a rabbit hole that I probably don't even have enough of life, you know what I mean, and time on this earth to actually figure out everything that I could try to speculate in my head and stuff. There's so much to think about. So the next topic, the next one. I mean, think about all the conspiracies, quotation, conspiracies that we have, let alone the ones we don't know of. That rabbit hole is deep.
The next step is going within, though, isn't it? I mean, once you've figured out, okay, everything's an illusion. Most things are a lie in it to a degree. The only place to go then is within. So this is where the truth is going to lie, isn't it?
Seems like you could tell when a lot of people have gone within too, because they end up living it, breathing it every day. They can't help it. It's just, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the only problem you have with the world or other people is something you haven't yet addressed in yourself.
Yes.
I like that.
Such a mind fuck as well, isn't it?
It's a psyche war here, man. It's a psyche war.
I was so militant with truth, and then I realized, oh my God, the fact that I'm extreme and militant means there's a weakness in me. This is too much, you know? I should take the middle path, be a bit more, enjoy the moment, the experience, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't matter who's right and wrong. We just want to know what the truth is.
But sometimes when you start figuring out the truth beyond what all of us talking about, like you guys don't matter, no offense, because the people that are lying to us start mattering, and you're like, oh no, now I'm angry. A little bit angry here. This isn't cool, you know. But you have to still find some kind of some balance, some humbleness in this world. Because what are you gonna do about it? I mean, we're so deep in the bullshit. We have a long way out. I don't even know if there is an actual out besides something higher and more powerful we can understand. I don't get angry as much anymore, though. I start laughing at the world. Like, it's fucking funny, y'all. If you just go outside and look at the theater and realize that you actually are in a theater around you. And everybody's involved in it playing along. It's like, what do y'all do? I start laughing. I can't help it. I laugh about the stuff that I talk about with people. And because of that, I'm not taking shit so serious and angry. I think it works better.
It does work better. You know, I was really embarrassed one day because I pulled up next to somebody at a stoplight and I saw them wearing a double mask with the windows rolled up by themselves in their car. And my knee-jerk reaction was to laugh my ass off, look at them, and I wanted to make sure, right, I'm such a dickhead, I wanted to make sure they made eye contact, and then I pointed and laughed. Yes, I did, folks. I did it. And that's fucked up, right? I shouldn't have done that. So, anyway, I just thought I'd share that.
You say that's fucked up, but why I find that so hilarious, though. Like, why is it fucked up?
Well, because, listen, they don't have the wherewithal and opportunities and such and whatever that brought me to have this critical thinking mindset. So it's unfair for me to be like, you're a fucking moron. They've been living their life the way they've been living their life, and they probably haven't had too many opportunities to branch out with their thinking and such. So they got the double mask. They're doing what they're told. They're kind of going with the flow. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, I can't blame them. Maybe I can. In fact, like, you can't really blame anybody. It's just the system we're born into, right? That's all it is. So that person, like I said, may not have been given the opportunities to see something that I've seen in my life that helps me wake up a little quicker or whatever, right? For whatever reason, that person was just afraid of things, and they've been taught to be, and their families taught them to be, and then there they are. But like I said, I just don't think it's fair for someone to come up and start making fun of them. I don't think that's right.
Agreed upon. Listen, think about it as your child or something that is 20 years old and has been lied to their whole life. And even like, you can almost take it down abuse, because we've been abused. Let's get real here. Our psyche's been taken over, controlled. We've been manipulated. We have been abused. We've been traumatized. Now, if your child is traumatized or abused, you wouldn't be like, it's your fault. It's your fault. No.
Yeah.
So I can't blame the people that they have literally accepted the shit and they're taking the abuse because they don't even realize that they're being abused. They're that deep into it.
Yep.
But on the flip side,
yeah, it's a hard perspective to gain, though. It is.
Well, on the flip side, Sensei,
on the flip side, it is funny. That's, I guess, I'll finish here because I gotta go. But
go for it.
I know. I hope I know what you're gonna say. It is funny on the flip side because my knee-jerk reaction was just back in my mind was, holy shit, double mask. You're by yourself in your car, windows rolled up.
Every time you say it, I'm laughing.
Exactly, but see, I feel like this is just my advice. Take it or leave it, but I feel like we should be a little bit better than that. That's all. Can
I just flip? No, the flip side I was going to say, Sensei, was yes, you might feel like, okay, that was a terrible thing you did, but I mean, bullying works. You know, a lot of kids figure out a lot about life because other kids laughed at them and realized you don't do that shit. You know. So you may have had a positive effect on this guy, and this guy might be never ever wear the double mask again because he's sick of getting laughed at. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I think it's a fine line to dance between embarrassing somebody into the truth and easing them into it. But I mean, no, I hear you.
But like you said, go ahead.
Person with the double mask, probably, you know, in their minds, they're thinking, I want to help. They think that, you know, by wearing that mask, they're not going to infect someone. They're probably the truest person that you would see. You know, they're really into it. They're like, I want to help. I want to help the human race.
Well,
you know, I'm not going to spread this disease. So, you know what I mean? They're devoted to it. It's not like they're trying to be dicks or something. They're trying to help. I think they think they're really helping.
That's why it's sad to me. That's why, to me, it warrants less mocking and more like just empathy. Just for that reason.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You don't know that they don't.
Which is also true. Yeah, I agree with both.
For example, anti-flat earthers double down on their belief in the earth, even though they know shit, this is not robust. But they double down with confidence. So maybe the double mask is just a symbol of doubling down and virtue signaling, you know? It could be the worst kind that actually need a bit of a shake up or a wake up.
A kick to the ass. No, I hear you.
The more people that comply and people see that people do things, it's like a trend. That's how things happen. So the more that do it, the more we'll continue to do it. It's how we work. But there has to be at one point where we say, this is not right, this is wrong, but you can do it in a very compassionate way, and they can take it however they want. But you have to still spread the information that what you're doing is probably incorrect, because what they are doing is incorrect. And you're right. They may not do it to help others. Honestly, they're just trying to do the right thing because what they think was what they're being told. I don't want to get anyone sick. I don't want to get sick. It's fear that they've created in these people. Fear. So they're doing it because of that. Whether it's helping someone or not, they're worried.
But their ignorance is the cause, isn't it?
Well, part of it. The other part is God forbid I don't fit in. God forbid I'm not listening to the news. God forbid I'm the one at the party that doesn't necessarily believe that the jab may be as healthy as we all think it is. And Nobody wants to be that person.
Not very admirable reason, though, you know?
No, I hear you. I agree with that. But she's right. It's just fear. It's fear of not being accepted, fear of getting sick, fear of getting other people sick, fear. And if you just quote unquote do your part, then all of a sudden you've got nothing to fear.
Yeah, I hear you. I do hear you.
It's been a mind game since the beginning. And it's going to continue to be.
There does need to be a healthy mocking of the ignorant, though. And I know that's probably what the globers feel they're doing to the flat earthers, but that's fine, you know. I just think it's part and important because we have a force field around us, you know. They're the ones who are at risk, not us. It's that the mocking is what, you know, the peer pressure is what changes people, isn't it? Changes things. In communities, the elders will come down and they'll kick the shit out of the kids if they're misbehaving or if they're doing dumb stuff, you know? We're just the elders now.
Problem started, honestly, I feel like it started really strongly in my grandmother's generation. I mean, if you think about school education, people weren't even really getting an education supposedly to like the 1900s. So like 1937. So my grandmother, when she used to say, you're lucky that, you know, you have this in school and you get all this, she didn't understand that because it was totally different back then. I mean, massively different, supposedly, when you look at history, supposedly it's written down. So if you go from that perspective alone, how much has changed? I mean, think about it. Our food. We don't grow it anymore. We haven't been taught how to grow it. That was something that was instilled in every single family in my grandma's generation. They had farms. They knew what they were doing. They told information. It was spread through your family. It wasn't reliant upon a TV. So when that TV came about and the whole moon landing, it seems like all of a sudden, oh, look, space. We can trust this damn thing. This box, this black magic. And they've listened to it ever since. Quite sick when you think about the plan and the timing and the dates. It's very important. The stuff that we do know, at least. I can only probably somehow verify a little bit of 200 years. After that, it starts getting quite tricky. But the manipulation in those 200 years is so in your face that that's why some of us get mad, because we're being mocked. At this point, they're mocking us on our TV. They're mocking us on the movies. They're mocking us in daily life. And so are the people around us now, because they're the ones spreading the nonsense narrative because of that TV. Every day. The only way this is ever going to truly stop is to, honestly, I feel like that media has to be shut down. Has to be shown that they've been manipulating us the whole fucking time. Everyone believes it. That is
Well, they've been
not on this
hiding
side.
it. They've been hiding everything in plain sight, so they're kind of playing by the rules. You know, the pandemic was all voluntary. A lot of this shit is voluntary, with strong, confident language. That's why I don't think there'll be a big revealing of you know, like they're not going to get shut down, because in essence they're playing the game of hiding things in plain sight. They're not actually lying. They're just sleight of hand, really. Do you get what I mean?
Just, even during the whole beginning of this stuff, when they faked the footage from New York, from Italy, I mean, they've been lying. Then they said, "Oh, excuse me, we're sorry, we didn't mean to do that," and then did it again. I mean, they are viciously doing what they're doing on purpose. This is definitely something that they do not give a shit about you, and they're being lied. You're being lied to all the time. They're using stuff that was from years ago for Ukraine, even on TV. Lies. Nobody even cares. It's even talked about, and nobody still believes it. These people walk on these streets now are almost honestly like zombies, to be honest.
Yeah, I think there is some barefaced lying, but there's lots of truth being told between the lines. It's only those who are kind of got the eyes to see it can pick it up.
Absolutely. And then it gets to a point you have to turn it off completely, because you actually feel the subliminal messaging being done to you in your subconscious, even as you're cooking or whatever you're doing. You're like, turn that shit up. I've heard that probably 6 or 7 times that you keep repeating every 20 minutes. Right? It's brainwashing. If you actually pay attention to it, it's almost like we are living in that movie They Live. Spot on. Take the glasses off. Everything is advertisement. Everything is on your phone showing you something. They're literally bombarding you with advertisements and messages of what you should be thinking or doing.
Affecting our free will.
Affecting us daily. And this is why we have to fight the spiritual war, because if we don't keep ourselves strong, and if we don't gather together and have these conversations and keep ourselves focused and in line, we are going to fall back to that as well. It's everywhere. This is why we're doing what we're doing. I'm pretty sure of it. So we keep having the urge to come back and talk, because for heaven's sakes, you're going to lose yourself back to that place again. You don't want to go back there. Look at it. This place is a struggle. It's a learning lesson, that's for sure. Then it's almost like heartbreaking, sad, gut just feels like it's been torn out. And then you have to go, I guess I have to have some compassion. I guess I have to want to care. But somehow you do.
And I challenge you a bit on that.
I feel like that's not me, because the real me right here sitting here wants to go, fuck you all. You all deserve to burn in your bullshit, because you are actually evil. Some of these people are sick. But at the same time, part of me goes, no, not my place. And I'm going to care anyway. And that's not coming from scripture. That's not coming from a book. That's coming from something within our souls that says we need to somehow care and spread the information and care about these people out here. Let's don't forget that.
Do you not think a lot of this is choice, and that we all play a part in it? Because I do feel that at the moment, this is the best life has ever been, to be a human being. You know, like back in the day, you would get your head chopped off. You know, many people didn't live longer than a certain, 40 years or so. And the comforts and benefits we have now is unbelievable, So there's an argument to say this is the best time.
I think that's the illusion that they're creating. The plagues, you chop your heads off, the Vikings, we lived horrible back in the day. We didn't know how to survive as a society, right? We were so evil to one another. So we're lucky you have what you have right now. That's why history's been hidden in a lie. Because if they show you how powerful and amazing that life could have been before this that you are unaware of, then you ain't gonna be very happy. They're trying to keep us in control, so the history has to be hidden and lied to about, and resets have to take place, and you're gonna have dementia and lose your mind so you don't remember. And then we take over. We divide you, and you don't know the truth. We keep lying to all of you. This has been done so many times. It feels like if you look back, because it's done where they're mocking us now. They get it, and it's so easy. So how many times I don't know, but all this history that we're talking about, chopping our heads off and all that, I think that was a scare tactic to make you believe that it wasn't actually quite beautiful before they took over. That's right. I'm very skeptical, hon. I've looked at so much research and history that I just felt like, you know what? Shove it all up your asses, guys. Not you, but these fucking books. They're all full of shit.
No, I agree with you. I agree. I do think, you're exactly right. I'm just challenging you because I do think that it's a lot of it is by choice, and a lot of subconsciously, a lot of people want to be looked after, and there's a lot of responsibility needed in the other path.
Yeah, they're trying to create this image that you need them because look how evil it was in the past. I get that feeling too, that without them we just revert to these like almost cannibals, killing each other, and yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like people do actually need the comfort now and love it and don't want to go back to self-reliance, self-responsibility. Holding the government to account could involve war, could involve high risk and stuff, and people are just not interested in any of that anymore, to the point where they're like, right, I want to be in this society, I want to go digital, I want to be owned by a barcode.
Yeah, as we're all inside, though, having anxiety. Every person I talk to when I walk out, and I traveled a lot, and everybody feels that, and they know something's wrong, but somehow they just keep providing all these, gas station by gas stations or convenience shops every fucking where, and we want it. I guess they do, but they don't have a choice. How are you going to provide for your family? You have to do the 9 to 5 or whatever you want to call it. You have to survive somehow in this world. And you don't even have the time to even think about what your grandparents did. 50 years, 60 years, so much shit has changed. That's quick. So how easy is it to change history then?
Yeah,
Very.
I mean, it was only like 100 years ago that in the UK, in England, they had full child slavery, and most Brits don't know that. Most kids grew up in the workhouse, and that was the kind of life for children back then. And now the kids are just completely running the show. It's crazy.
Truly is. Yeah, this whole thing that's happened recently in the last 2 years has also completely affected our children's mindset to no end. 2 years is all it took to change them. 2. Damn. Well, sincerely, I've had an amazing time talking to y'all. These intellectual conversations need to take place and question pretty much everything. And there was no arguing today. Quite beautiful. This is the kind of conversations that I come here for, and this is why I'm not around that often because they don't stay this way. So I'm quite blessed this morning to have this opportunity. And what's it, please, if you're listening, Han, thank you for opening up, having that conversation with me because I know you didn't have to. And you're the first person that's actually spoke out, and I respect that. And I don't have any bad wishes or ill towards you now. Never did. And but I'm just glad somebody fucking finally said something. Yeah, so I have a lot of damn support for you now. But I already had a lot. So thank you for all the stuff that you've done, the work. I truly appreciate it. And I hope to God that we start doing it more. And I don't care what people say about you. I don't care what other people say about any of these people in the community or content creators. And I hope nobody starts focusing on that anymore. I'm going to start doing something. Because you did say something very important. This is the time, the most important time and opportunity that we have, and we could be wasting it. So I'm just looking forward to what's going to happen. And I'll share the information out as much as I can. If you need any help, please let me know. Sincerely. But I love you all, and I hope you have a brilliant day.
Have a good day, man.
Have a good day. Thank you. Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather.
Where's that quote from? I've heard that before.
Bill Hicks, comedian Bill Hicks.
Yes. Oh, yes, yes. Great quote.
Yep. One of a kind, that guy.
We do need more comedian truthers, but they just keep getting killed and shut down.
What's that?
I said the comedian truther is the most dangerous truther.
Yep. That's right. That's why people are like, oh, well, that's why they turned him into Alex Jones. I was like, man, listen, if he actually turned into Alex Jones, he did that shit by choice.
What, people think that Bill Hicks is Alex Jones now?
Yeah, they do. Yep.
Wow, that's a hard one to see.
I don't care. I couldn't care less about any of that shit, to be honest. But it is funny when you hear both of them yell, because they yell in the exact same manner on stage and then on Infowars.com. But you know what? I don't care about any of it, because the stuff that Bill Hicks said is timeless, is going to resonate through time as some of the smartest stuff that's been said. And the blessing and curse is that he's a comedian. So he's a comedian, so he's going to reach a lot of people, but he's not, a published Rhodes Scholar, author, fucking Nobel Prize winner because of the word gravity, right? So he's not going to be taken as seriously as someone else, even though he's probably saying shit 10 times as real as any Nobel Prize winner. It's like it's just the comedian aspect of it. The comedian vacillates between being seen as a god and being seen as a leper.
Somewhere between them two, yeah?
Yep, for sure.
I don't see the connection, though. I don't see the Bill Hicks in Alex Jones. One, Alex Jones is not very funny at all. And two, his mannerisms just don't match up at all.
I agree. And the height issue, Alex Jones is shorter than Bill was. There's all kinds of stuff.
Hell yeah. I love this song.
Barrel Rider,
I
bro.
love Wisconsin.
You're hot like it.
Sorry about that.
You're good, buddy. You're good.
While we're talking about people turning into other people, has anybody heard that Adolf Hitler became Walt Disney?
Yeah, I heard that. I heard all that. I think I've heard all of them. But yeah, that's a popular one for sure.
I'm not gonna lie, I love that one. I want it to be true, but I don't know if I believe it yet.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Masters of propaganda, right? Both of them.
Yeah, and there is similarities in their face and shape and stuff. It's not even worth the time
I'll
talking
put it
about.
to you this way: there was probably enough Nazi influence in Walt Disney's comics in the first place that he didn't need to be Adolf Hitler for it to do what it did. But it also wouldn't surprise me, you know.
He was already embodied.
Yep. Well, and then they try to really make, you know, like in Family Guy, there's an episode in Family Guy where Walt Disney's rolling over in his grave. For some reason, he pops up out of the casket and he goes, "Are the Jews gone yet?" Someone says no, and he goes, "Damn it, put me back in." But problem with that is, while it's funny, some people are going to be going, "Oh shit, that's right." You know, they didn't like the da 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 da, and there's all this symbolism, and then it leads down the road of, well, is Walt Disney Adolf Hitler? Oh my God, it could be. So it's like they keep planting these like, you know, ooh, we might know something seeds in the back of people's head, and it's false, it's empty. You know what I'm trying to say? Like all the false flag stuff and all that stuff. They just want to make it like so that you and I sit around and talk about Judaism, talk about cartoons and Hitler and all this. They want us to sit here and waste time talking about it.
Yeah, that's why I said it's probably not worth talking about, because I feel like it is a bit of a psyop, bit of bullshit to discredit, you know, to discredit a lot of people. A lot of people could get sucked into that one.
Hey, man, I got sucked into all of them. I'll be honest, everything. What got me interested in the Flat Earth topic was I was sick of researching like aliens and deep underground military bases and all that stuff, right? All the conspiracies. I was sick of JFK, sick of all that stuff. Didn't care. I was like, I want real truth. I want the big bad boy, you know? Oh, okay, you know, Kennedy wasn't that. He wasn't that word. I don't know if I can say it, but yeah, he wasn't taken out, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, great. Well, what happens to Bruder film? You get lost in all that stuff when the truth are the tiny little gold nuggets that you probably didn't even notice when you were running down the road of speculation towards what you thought was true.
Well said, yeah. I've had a similar experience, yeah. I used to be into UFOs and all that kind of stuff, and I saw Flat Earth videos and I was like, nah, come on, that's a psyop. That's a psyop. You know, and I was believing the actual. Now it's changed. It's the opposite. The stuff that I used to think was psyops, I am now drawn to, and the stuff that I used to believe, I've realized mainly were psyops. It's crazy.
Think about how they push it. Think about how they push it on everyone with everything, right? Movies, TV, commercials. That's the psyop. The globe is the psyop.
Yeah, they just call it culture, but cult is the main word in culture.
They have all the magic, you know, whatever they want to call it, the assumptions. It's just basically magic happening with these magical forces they don't know the cause of. That's sorcery, right? That's cultish, like you said. That is the psyop. You don't need it. Take your kitchen table, get some clay, dirt, sand, water, a little pump, something to cover it with made out of glass or crystal. Get you some heat sources, and voila, you got yourself a model.
I like that. At the same time, they convinced us that the magic that they use against us is sinful and shouldn't be investigated. You shouldn't use this magic. Only we can. Where the magic is we use it against ourselves. Spelling is a form of magic, you know, the spell.
What's happening?
Not much.
I was gonna say today looks more interesting than yesterday, but then I came in here, nobody's talking. Yesterday we talked about some dumb shit.
What do you consider dumb shit?
Let's see. We argued whether or not if a laser was touching something, if it was really touching it. We argued if you put Jeremy upside down in a pool, if you use a laser pointer to blind his good eye, would it really blind it? And we argued that for 4 hours.
Sounds leading edge.
Yeah. If no one's gonna say anything, I guess I'll say it. I think my girlfriend killed her cat, man.
Is that the girlfriend you used to send in to troll 24/7?
No. You remember that? No,
You got a different girlfriend now, huh?
that was a long time ago. Yeah. We used to have a code name for if she was in the room.
Why did she kill a cat?
I don't know. I can't find it. And she's been wanting, because we have another cat. She's been wanting to get rid of this one. But now I can't find
Oh
it.
my god. If she did, mate, that's sadistic.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Like, you need to question if she did that. Yeah, you need to question if you know her, because that's something else.
Bro, get out. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, wow. So you can't find the cat, right?
She's been talking about getting rid of it.
Oh boy. Well, could it have just gotten outside?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. She purposely let both the cats out a couple nights ago.
Ah. Huh.
I'll do a search.
You need to conduct an investigation.
Yeah.
She sounds like a cat killer.
I know it sounds like a. What if there was like a cat burglar? Someone taking cats.
Well, I wouldn't put it past her, man. She's hired private investigators to track me. Yeah, I wasn't sure who hired them, and then she admitted it was her. But I was sure I was being followed for like 2 weeks.
Bro, you can do better.
Jesus.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, man, you definitely can. She sounds crazy, bro. No offense.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she is, but I love her.
Yeah. Well, I always go for the crazy ones.
She sounds hot because the crazy ones are always quite hot.
Yeah, she's good. But I'll worry about these cats. Yeah, it was quiet in here. Somebody posted these pictures of the Earth. What are these pictures?
Of the Earth. Kosho, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Only on leap day. Yeah, I'm a baller. Shot call.
Yeah, I think twice a year, Coach
You're a
is like,
baller.
it might be flat, and then he wakes up.
Yeah, it's on leap day only.
Is it not? Is it more than twice a year now?
Oh, you're a confident baller.
Yeah, I mean, when I first got this community, it was because I was actually kind of curious to see if it was possible that, like, because I believe in conspiracies and stuff, and so I remember I saw it on the nightly show. I heard about it before, but I saw the nightly show when what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson was on there. It's talking about B.O.B. And I was just sitting in the kitchen. I was thinking, I was like, what if, is it possible that I could have been lied to about this? And so I was just trying to see if there was any way that I could know it for myself, or if I had to only trust on, somebody who could be lying to me.
Yes, we know. You love balls. We get it. However, there's been some new information gleaned from this arena recently, and we now have direct measurements, angle measurements from the globers of concave Earth.
Is that right?
What do you think under 180 is? What are plumb lines doing if it's under 180?
Are you talking about in the case of spherical axis?
The spherical excess, which ironically are less than 180 degrees, yes.
Well, I tried to tell you about that guy called, what's his name? Robert Kelman? I think his name is. Anyways, he came up with the Kalman filter. I would say that you'd have to know a little bit more about things like that before you could make an assessment about this. Just because, yeah. And I'll be honest, I don't even know how to do a Kalman filter. I just know that it's a part of a statistical analysis. You know what Jace told me one time last week? He was being serious too, but he told me he did a statistical analysis of his statistical analysis. I was like, oh, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty excessive.
Yeah, that's neat. But in the meantime, you guys.
Yeah.
Kosho, I know a lot of flat earthers come in this room, some streamers and stuff like that. Have you ever actually fully debated anyone? I'm probably late. I don't know if you have. But
I've debated Witcher before on his show. I've debated.
And you're still a baller?
Yeah, still a baller. I've debated a few people, but not like official debates.
Ever shown your face?
Show my face. I got my underwear and I took a video of an observation Travis asked me to make.
You debated QE before, remember that?
Hey, what?
If that's what you want to call that.
What?
The QE debate.
QE debate? Yeah, we've debated QE a few times, but like I said, I don't know if I'd call any of those like official debates or anything. Nothing like modern day debates or anything. But yeah, I mean,
in the meantime, we have you guys measured the concave Earth.
Yeah, and I've heard. I'm looking right now because I told Witcher last night I would because remember yesterday was his name Left Lane had said, maybe Left Lane's here right now. He said that the corrections were on page 58.
Well, I'm not worried about the corrections. We have the most accurate angle measurements they could get. The measurement. We have that. It's less than 180. I don't care what kind of bullshit corrections you guys did to try to fix it. Not worried about that. I'm worried about the actual angle measurement.
You're so comical,
you think
dude.
This is a fucking game, bro. This ain't no game.
Dude, you're like, I don't care about the corrections, man. I don't care about none of that shit. I just care about Like here, but it says it's below 180. He's like, well, don't you think that maybe the proof is in the pudding? It's probably in between, read between the lines, sort of thing.
The angle measurements. Concerned with measurements.
All right, man. Well, let me look at this page 58 thing the left line told me about.
It ain't gonna save you, bro. It ain't gonna save you. Go ahead. Look at page 58, 57, 59.
All right, hold on.
Wait, Left Lane's got some good information? Get out.
I mean, I hope so, because he's the one who told me about page 58, and I've already been telling people about it, so. Left Lane's probably like, damn, I hope that was a page.
Yeah, Left Lane's like, fuck that snack. Always got some smart shit to say to me.
Why you sound like you're trying to have sex with a teapot?
David
direct
says this.
Measurements, Kosho. Direct measurements.
Okay, remember the story I told you about my friend P-Link?
Remember the story I told you about the angle measurements we have of concave Earth?
Yeah, you just said that. But last night I was telling you, and you're like, were you talking to me the whole time? Were you really not listening to me, dude? Because I told you a story about P-Link and myself. We wanted to do a rotation of the Earth measurement, and we're using our cell phones. And we were playing around with it for a long time, and we were noting the noise, basically the variance above and below, an actual measurement. And it turns out the noise is too great in your cell phone to make the sort of analysis. But we also came across a paper where this college professor used something similar to the gyroscope in your phone, and he made a measurement of the rotation of the Earth, but he had to use a Kalman filter on his analysis. And a Kalman filter is it's a way to what do you say this? It's like a function you apply to your analysis, your statistical analysis, and it helps to weed out the noise. Like I said, I'd have to go and look back at more more closely and see exactly how it does that. But it basically uses weighted averages and takes out anomalous data. But if for instance,
that's awesome. That's a cool story.
Yeah, it's a really cool story.
Yeah, it's a cool story. But in the meantime, you guys made angle measurements of concave Earth.
Okay, so what is the measurement? Like, what's the how many arc seconds? Is it arc seconds, arc minutes? Is it degrees difference for the
anything less than 180? What do you think that means?
No, it's not anything less than 180. Not anything less than 180. If there's anything less than 180 and the noise is greater than the actual measurement, it turns out that the noise can cause the measurement to be below or above 180.
But it's funny, Jeremy, they didn't say that for the last 5 years, did they?
Me and P-Link did the that measurement with the Kalman filter 5 years ago. So
no, when it comes to this like survey, everything above, they're all above 180. It proves the Earth's a globe. Now we care about. So I'll give you the T, Jeremy. Okay. So just like you said, they made measurements below 180, right at 180, and MC Tune, which means every anti-flat earther, right? Because he speaks for them all and they follow him. What they're trying to say is that they make like 5 measurements at that one place, and then they take an average, and the average always is greater than 180. But come to find out, I know this may come as a shocker, that's not anywhere in the entire document. They literally just made it up. So what they actually do is they factor in a spherical coordinate system with longitude and latitude, which of course with the R value, they then correct for sea level within that coordinate system and to get their height, right? And then they make their measurements and run it through spherical computation with an assumptive formula. This is all laid out in the PDF. And then they have another assumptive formula that's quote unquote heavy computations that require assumptions. And then they apply that to get the adjusted angle, i.e. the correction, to make it be more than 180.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about that correction bullshit. I'm just worried about direct angle measurements. So they could have all that.
Hey, Jeremy, how about that map they used that pilots plotted out from airport to airport? That was a triangle that was more than 180 degrees. They used it for years, and it ended up being 4 points instead of 3. Do you have that?
I don't have that. But this survey thing, what's it? They actually, I don't even think there are any actual measurements in there. Like even the things that add up to 180, I'm not so sure those are actual measurements, because I used to fuck with these guys so bad because they showed me the measurements one day, well, supposed measurements, and then come to find out they were 3 digits past the arc second. So that's not even humanly possible to measure that.
Really?
I'm like, these aren't even measurements. They're like, well, it's an average. And I'm like, yeah, but where's the measurements? They're like, well, those are the measurements. I'm like, no. I'm like, that's an average. Where's the actual measure? They don't even have the actual measurements. So I'm not even sure this is an actual measurement.
Wait, so like it gets so much worse. So there's like, I was just giving you a summary of the correction thing, right? Like just so you know. But yeah, it's all calculation, bro. But they do make observed angles, but they run it through a spherical computation before they even log the observed angle. So what and look, dude, I just started looking at this thing because I always just knew it was a spherical assumption, and you can just look into the Odysee, and if you have brain cells, you know that's what it is. And they use something called an ellipsoid consideration. So considering that the Earth is an ellipsoid, we take the data and try to interpret it. But I got MC Toon to agree that if I come back and show him where they integrate a spherical assumption into the data, that he'll take it off his website and admit that he was wrong, which is hilarious because I already knew that we have it because I've talked to Indio. So anyway, we have to get to the bottom of it, but yeah, it's pretty funny, man. It's pretty funny. Even with brain cells knows that's what they're doing, right? It's like, they're like, okay, well, we assume the Earth's a sphere, we have an ellipsoid. They're trying to like perfect it, right? And they're trying to take the data from the Earth and put it into a globe model. And they're trying to work out the problems and make it fit within the globe model within an accepted range of error or accuracy, you know? That's all it is. It's not like a complicated thing. This is why flat earthers have just been ignoring it this whole time, because it's just affirming the consequence. But it's funny that when you look into it, they have basically what his response, Jeremy, when we brought up that some of them are less than 180, is, yeah, but when you take the average, it's greater than 180.
Yeah, but
and
hold on, I haven't ignored this shit. I was on this shit for 3 days. I went over this very intimately in Gems one weekend. And then I've been grilling them and hassling them for the past 2 years because they don't have measurements. Like, I'll go in there right now and ask them guys if they have measurements. They'll give me that average number. Like, I've been on this, bro. They don't, up until now, I didn't think they have measurements. I still don't think they could have got to 2 digits past the arc second, but it's whatever. I mean,
well, they have to be doing something, right? Like what they do is they make an observed angle and they run it through a spherical computation. That means that, and from my understanding right now, I said I have to look more into it, that means before they even write down the observed angle, they've run it through you have to take in your spherical coordinate system and latitude into consideration to actually jot down the angle, which seems weird to me. I didn't know that, but if that's true, that's super bad. So if that's the case, that would explain why it's like many more decimal places than you could even physically measure with the equipment, because you ran it through a calculation. If you run it through a calculation, you can get however many decimal places you want, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, they said it was an average. They had 3 digits past the decimal place. They said it was an average. I'm like, well, that's not a measurement. Where the fucking measurements at? They're like, we don't have the notes. You can go ask anyone like that I was talking to. They will tell you they don't have the measurements. They just have the average, and then they'll tell you an average is a measurement. But I don't know why they didn't know what McToon and everyone, all these other guys knew that they actually had measurements on a different page because this is the same survey.
Well, they don't actually have measurements on different pages. I haven't seen it. Like, so they say what
that number that added up to less than 180. Are those not the actual measurements?
So those are observed angles. They're written down as observed angles.
Measurement.
Right. Yeah, you could say it, yeah. So that's what they're claiming. But what I'm saying is that's the whole, I don't know who you talked to, but that's like the whole survey. If you go through it, you just see charts of different locations and observed angles in spherical correction, basically.
Yeah, but some of them have 3 digits past the arc second. Or recently, in this new thing, I've seen 2 digits past the arc second. So maybe they didn't look at this other page you have. I don't know.
I don't know about that. But what their talking point is, they just have scripts, so they all say the same thing. They're saying all they did was just give the raw data. You can look at the raw data yourself if you want it, right? I'm like, what? Like I was already I'm busy right now. Like I'm about to leave to Florida and stuff. I don't have time to just obsessively look at that PDF right now. But I don't know what they're talking about. I don't see any raw data. They're like, oh, they just took the average. That's what the correction is. I'm like, really? So where's all the raw data of the different measurements they made to take their average? Where does it say they took an average? Crickets. McToon literally got off the stream refusing to answer. The first question I asked him was about the heavy computation assumptive formula. First question I asked him, we're talking to him for 2-3 hours. He never answers the question the whole time. I got Globers coming up to me today talking about how I got destroyed. I'm like, are you retarded? I think you may be retarded. Like,
yeah, I might go back and listen to it. Yeah, I got to make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Well, we'll figure it out. I went to page 58, Kosho, and it doesn't show it. It does have like adjustments on there, but it doesn't show the formula that they use. It just shows the final adjustment product.
Yeah, it shows how they calculate the probable error.
Yeah, well, it just shows what their like for each different location, what their adjustment was for each aspect, like the base net adjustment. I forgot what the other one is, but the question is like, okay, if the narrative is that they look at one place and they take 5 different observed angles, then they average it out. Where are those 5 angles, and where does it say that they just average it out? It doesn't say that. It says that they have a specific computation, and we have to figure out what the formula is and what all goes into that formula, right? That's what we need to figure out.
Well, I would look at the Kalman filter. I don't know if that's what they use, but that's usually what's used in statistical analysis. But depending on what, cause like I said, I was reading a minute ago. I don't have it up right now, but I was reading about just to see if it was on page 58, and it did say something about the error, but yeah, it didn't really say. It said what went into it, but it didn't really say how they. Well, I guess I just add that to each measurement because it's plus or minus. I think it was like 0.06 or something.
Yeah, but we're trying to figure out like how do they get that number, right? Like that's what we need to know. Like the Globers are saying that the number comes from just taking the observed angles, taking the raw data, and then averaging it out.
Well, I wouldn't say
that sounds good.
I don't know. I mean, that could be just people speaking, vaguely about it, because I know, like, for instance, a Kalman filter is more than just averaging it out. It'll use weighted averages and things like that. Like I said, I haven't done a Kalman filter in a long time, so I forget what exactly goes into it. But it's supposed to weed out the statistical noise. But I'll look in that and see if that's even what they used. I'm assuming that's what they use because that's the only filter I know of that does that. But they possibly use something else. I don't know.
You see, what they've done is they've created this like little graphic that has a bunch of points on it, and then they have these intersections drawn all over it, and so you have like 5 different intersections, and you can tell when MC2 has no idea what he's talking about because he's like, so they may just pick a point, but normally they do averages. So what they just pick a point, or normally they do averages. They just average it. That makes no sense. There isn't just pick the point or average it, right? There's a specific formula that the survey is using.
I can only assume that he was speaking, from an assumption, because I mean, every time I've looked at this, I always looked at it like you said, like these. I never understood half of it, and there was a dude though that did, and I forgot what his name was, but he did. He was very familiar with these. He was the one that Jeremy taught to back in the day, but yeah, I when they say averages, I can only assume that they're saying that because they're being general and maybe don't know the exact details, but they would have needed to use something similar to a Kalman filter, which, like I said, weeds out the statistical data.
Right, but you agree that the important part here, regardless of the details, is the correction actually factoring in a spherical assumption with the R value or not? Right, like that's the real question here. Because if they're doing that, it's not proof of anything. You know what I'm saying? And it seems really difficult to get to the bottom of it. But if it's going to be on your website and your number one proof invoked for 5 years, and you have entire Excel, yeah, exactly. It's like seems kind of dishonest, especially when you're saying like every single one of them is over 180, and then we start looking at them and they're like a ton of them under 180, and actually quite a bit of them exactly equal 180, which is insane. You know, the fact that one equals exactly 180 is pretty crazy, because there's like a arc second error at least. So that for it to be like exactly 180 is wild.
Where do you see that data? Because I know there's data all over it, but where's around what part of the document do you see like the around 180 data? Well, because there's data all over it, but I don't see any that are even close to 180.
Yeah, there is. Just a sec, I'll find it. It's like maybe page 60. 61. I don't know. I have like a meme I made that's kind of mocking, but I know that it's on there. I'll just drop that because I'm kind of packing right now. So
the problem also is this thing's so huge, 900 pages. So it's like that's why whenever Jeremy was talking about this years ago, there was a dude who was actually familiar with it. I just let him deal with it. Oh yeah, you got this meme. Okay, let me see.
Okay, so it turns out that top one right there is actually 180. Let me see. I think
you got this from adding them together then. Okay.
Yeah. I think I just don't remember what page it is.
It looks like that's around that page 50, 60, that kind of stuff. I'll find it.
All right.
Okay, so it doesn't explicitly say it, but because that's probably why I wasn't seeing it, because you added them together. Okay.
Yeah. You just add them together.
What's equaling 180? I'm late to the convo.
So you have the degree measurements on the left column. Are you looking at it, or are you just like completely?
I'm just listening.
Okay. So these are supposedly spherical excess measurements. So they're azimuth measurements. So they go from a mountain to a mountain, and then they take an angle measurement with line of sight. So two lines meeting to give you the angle, and then they're measuring the azimuth to see if the internal angles add up to greater than 180.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, cool.
So like, you just add the degrees here, then you have the minutes in the second column. Of course, you get 60 minutes for a degree, and then 3,600 arc seconds is going to be a degree, right? Because you have 60 times 60. So you add the degrees, and then you add the minutes to get more degrees. Normally the left is going to equal 178, sometimes it equals 179. And you add the second column up, and then you take the arc seconds, you add them up, and then add them, of course, to the minutes.
So is this are these columns multiple measurements from 3 different places?
Well, that's the good question we're actually trying to figure out, right? But it's just showing you one measurement from place to place, and then this place to this place, and this place to this place. Because each column is 3 locations. It's angles back and forth amongst the three.
I can give you the document eggshells, but if you go to page 57, it'll have.
Oh God, no! I'm listening.
Okay. So there's a weird shaped object. It's not even just a triangle; it's like a bunch of triangles. But it's got the points expressed on there, and I think this looks like it'll correspond to that chart.
Yeah,
Cool.
I mean, eggshells. The history is this is like been the number one thing that ballers have invoked as physical measurement of curvature for like many years now. Spherical excess. You've never heard of spherical?
Oh yeah, I've heard of spherical excess, but I wouldn't say it's number one. Would you?
I know.
Well, what's the number one
for me is
physical
number one.
measurement? What's the number one physical measurement of curvature then?
Spherical excess is still optical.
Okay, so what's the? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we've been saying that for years.
There's no refraction in the spherical excess one, right?
Well, that's what they say. That's what they say. But yeah, with the azimuth, you don't have refraction so much, right? Because like refraction is not going to displace things left and right. But
correct. Okay. I see. I beg your pardon. Yeah, that makes sense now.
Yeah, but when you look at the document, it does account for refraction, but specifically with the zenith and the height, establishing the height above sea level, they have to account for refraction relative to altitude difference.
I'll say this is definitely more engaging than fucking the dumb shit we were talking about yesterday.
What were we talking about yesterday?
God damn it, dude. We were talking about lasers. I don't even want to talk about it, dude. We were talking about if lasers could fucking... If I was shining a laser on Jeremy's eyeball from a pool, if it looked like it was on his eyeball, was it actually going to blind him? Or was it... And, people were arguing that it would be 5 feet above his head, even though it appeared it was on his eyeball.
Man. Hold on. You were talking about acquiring targets that are not actually there. Let's say it like it is, Kosho. Don't change it.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it, dude, because this is actually more engaging.
That are not there, guys. That's
more
engaging. I just want to remind you that you brought it up.
I know, exactly. I didn't know SC was here, though.
And he knew I was here, and he knew.
So, I have a question. Does Flat Earth have any positive claim that is testable that differentiates between either system that it can claim it wins? Essentially, is there something that Flat Earth wins, that an objective measurement that Flat Earth wins that Globe loses? Globe doesn't have a valid retort to.
Well, there you go. So you use the subjective word valid retort. So this is the truth of reality. If you are good enough at debating, you can come up with an excuse for anything. I think that I can debate just about anything. I'm just being honest, right? So like, that's a subjective thing. Well, I actually am pretty good at debating, though. I've like studied the art of it.
We wouldn't know, would we? I've written a book on talking. Would you say I'm the best talker?
You're Australian, dude.
Right?
We all think we're good. I never use the word best or anything like that.
I think you are pretty darn good at speaking. I think you're very conversationally swift. I would agree with that.
Yeah, and all I'm trying to say is that like you can technically find a way, right, to try to explain anything away. And when it comes to the globe conversation, you guys have one word, and it's refraction. And refraction is a real thing. Light does do really does change and stuff. So you have like a real phenomena that you stand on,
right? And
you can just kind of run around with it because refraction is not fully understood. Light's not fully understood. Also it gets even trickier within that because like the conditions are so hard to actually get. Like to get the actual precise measure, we want the vertical density gradient for every square inch from you to the observation. Well, everyone knows that's impossible, so.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And that's kind of why I'm asking, which is like the Flat Earth has one positive claim, but it is not something that is inconsistent with the globe. You just go globe, refraction, gravity, pressure, blah, 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 done. But we do have things like gyro compasses where you go, that's actually zero to do with, like it's not the same realm. So you're not like stuck doing nothing.
Those are explained on stationary. Well, those are also explained on stationary Earth, right? So this comes back to the valid retort.
But is there something that is like a gyro compass to me is incompatible with a flat Earth, and there is not a single coherent flat Earth answer against it. There's many incoherent
There
ones,
is.
but there's
How
not a
so?
single.
How so? I'll argue with you. The gyro compass. What do you think you have there?
So anybody like all you need to do is get anybody who can accurately describe the mechanics of it working in a different way. That's all you're required to do. That's my point. Flat Earth doesn't have a single case where it can go.
I'll do it.
How this works.
I'll do it.
Okay, explain how.
How do you think the gyro compass proves your globe? Go ahead. Give me your argument.
No. Okay, sure. It's a physical object. We know that when we press, we apply a torque to a spinning gyro, it will reliably spin left or right, depending on whether it's spinning clock or counterclock and which side, regardless of which side the pressure is applied. It'll always want to buck one way, right? That, if it's spun fast enough, a gyro is as sensitive as it is fast, or how much inertial mass it has, I think, something like that I would probably say. So if you spin something fast enough, you can detect something very small, and what it can detect, it seems, is something that
hold on. It's obvious. I don't want to.
No interruptions. No interruptions.
That aligns perfectly with the north and south celestial pole. There is an object on Earth that, because I spin it, I can put it in a box, I can put it under the ocean, I can put it underground, and it will, if I spin it up, it will point at the north and south stars without me telling it where they are. They've got no idea where.
Go on. I don't want to interrupt you, but tell me when you're done.
No, that's you pretty much got it. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, I don't mean to insult you, but I know right away by you saying that you have no clue. First of all, the compass, right? The gyro compass. A gyroscope is designed to keep rigidity in space, right?
Right.
So all the gyro compass is a glorified it's a glorified gyro. So they have weights attached to it on the bottom. You people seem to think that somehow when they spin it up, magically on its own, it points to a certain direction, correct?
I don't think it's magic.
Does.
No, I don't think it's magic.
Okay.
No, I don't think it's
magic. This is absolutely not true. I researched it, and I know for a fact that a mechanical gyro compass can be made. I think somebody's hot micing.
No, it was just me asking Liz.
Oh, sorry. So, once again, the mechanical gyro compass could be made to point to any cardinal direction. In other words,
so you are partially right there. You are partially right there. There is an object that is sometimes erroneously referred to as a gyro compass that is actually a gyroscopic heading indicator. And if you Google online, particularly if you're trying to buy them, for like $5,000 or something, then yeah, you'll get a gyro heading indicator, which apparently, when I've talked to people about this, they say you might use it if you're in a environment where there's a lot of magnetic interference and you're trying to make your way out of a complicated bay or river system, right, where you need a strong heading, but your heading might be messed up by something. I think you also carry it when you carry ferrous loads. That is a heading indicator, and that will align. You pointed at north. Sorry, I'll be done shortly. You pointed at north, and it will keep pointing at north. And if you tell it north is wrong, it will keep north as wrong. But that is not what I'm talking about with the mechanical gyro compass. That is something that spins up, and you let it process, and it wiggles this way and that. And then, as I'm told by a guy who builds them, it then settles on north and south. There's no way to make it not. There's no way to turn it around and pretend it's the other way. It'll just swing around and point the right way.
Can you explain?
Yeah,
can you explain? Can you explain the Zhibinnikov effect or gyromagnetic precession within a gyroscope?
No,
wait,
I'm a
before we go there, bro, I'd like to say one thing.
I can't.
You gotta understand, bro.
Magic word game.
You gotta understand.
You think that's a word game?
It's a magic word game. It's going to know my magic word. Effect. Go ahead, Essay.
Well, I don't want to be rude. I mean, if you want to answer him, go ahead. But I don't want to cut him off.
I don't know. It's a magic word game. You just ask the person.
It's a magic word game. Really?
Yeah, you demand somebody else.
It follows after the tennis racket theorem. You've never heard of the tennis racket theorem?
What's it got to do with a gyro compass?
It has everything to do with the gyroscope.
Hey, wait, real fast. Let me mod for a second, okay? Look, everyone needs to chill out, man. You guys don't have to act like you're going into war, okay? If he asks a question and you don't know what he's talking about, just be like, how does that apply? What exactly is that? I'm not familiar with the term. It's no big deal. It's not like you lose points or anything.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's silly to go, well, do you know the Jurinikov effect? It's like, tell us.
Dice
If you hate
Love,
it, you can go for it. Tell us about the Jurinikov effect. I don't even know
I
who
mean,
Jurinikov is.
I mean, you were the one. You were the one who was acting like you were so understood on the topic. That's why I just wanted to make sure that you knew the ins and outs of a gyroscope. Because if you don't know all these things, then you're easily going to account for other things that aren't necessarily valid.
Okay, tell me the Jurinikov effect and how it's valid.
Yeah. So essentially, when things spin up like a gyroscope, eventually they'll start to precess and they'll flip their direction.
When? How? Why?
I'm
sure they do.
You would have, so you would have to understand this whole thing. I don't know if we want to get.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't know if we want to get into that.
I would like you to get into it, because it sounds like what you're saying is, I need to understand something that's in your head, but it doesn't sound like you understand it. It sounds like you've gotten to the point where you go, it flips sometimes, but you can't describe how or why or when or how that's relevant. You just go, it flips sometimes. I just know it flips. Jurinikov says it flips. It's not intelligible. We can't have a conversation about that.
Yeah, so I could explain it. That's fine.
You know how you spin a string one way, and then it has to unspin itself to straighten out?
That wasn't
like
your
that.
invitation, D-Mock. He asked me a question. He asked me a question, so I'm trying to answer it.
So answer it.
If you don't mind. Yeah. So gyromagnetic precession, also known as the Jabinikoff effect, is essentially magnetic torque. So also called the Lamore precession. And this is necessitated precession, or accurately field friction, between the magnetic and the dielectric, in which generates phase, which is why there's a proportional disparity of a ratio of 1 to 5 between the north and south poles of a magnet, and eventually enough torsion that causes flips of polarity over time. So it's the same effect when you spin up a gyroscope. As it spins down, it precesses more and more until it literally flips itself over. This is due to the fact that field work is necessitated as a byproduct of a magnetic toroid, and a said resultant field friction generates torque.
Sure.
So,
It sounds like what you're talking about.
It
doesn't sound like you do, because it sounds like what you're talking about is the flipping of. Yep. It sounds like what you're talking about is the flipping
I'm not
of the
going to
magnetic
gaslight
poles,
you.
which
Sounds
is
like
not,
you understood it.
Which is not how a gyro compass works. So it doesn't matter. What you're saying is sometimes in certain circumstances.
No, not at all. That's not what I said. Every time. It happens every single time.
What happens? So you spin up a gyro compass, which is made mostly out of ferrous materials. Then what happens?
Yeah, it creates a magnetic torque. Also known as Lamore precession.
Right, and then what happens?
It creates a field disparity, also generates phase.
Okay. So I don't know what phase and field disparity and all of those things really mean. I'm sorry.
I'm not here to be a teacher. I've explained it very well.
That was exactly what we were here for.
I'm sorry that you don't understand simple things. You don't understand phase. You don't understand magnetic torque. Yeah, these aren't my problems. Well, these aren't my problems. It sounds like you need to go back to school before you have such intelligible conversations on complex topics.
Right, but I can explain what I'm talking about, and you can't.
Doesn't sound like it.
Explain what I'm talking about again. But you
don't know
tell me
what phase is. You don't know what magnetism is. You don't know what magnetic torque is. But you're going to explain to me what now?
He's going to use his layman's language.
I don't understand. It's like you said, hey, you don't understand these things. And I've said, please explain them. And then you've gone, no, I can't and I won't. And that's your fault. I don't know what they are, man. Tell me your argument so we can
identify it. I've said Lamar precession, gyromagnetic precession, Jabinikoff effect, the tennis racket theorem. I don't know what more you need from me. I've given you plenty of things that you can go and look into.
Dude, Dicel, you're just bringing things up, man. You're not bringing things up that are relevant.
Just saying things. These are just words.
It's all you don't even understand what line of sight is. And you want to have this conversation?
It's all irrelevant.
Describe how any of these things to the exactly. Thank you, Skyline. I'll let Skyline take it over. None of this is relevant to the thing I brought up. You haven't explained how it's relevant. I can explain how it works.
Deviation.
You're just like
magnetic torque.
It's like you thought a magic word would make this evidence go away. Like
the gyroscope deviate.
Doesn't make. Huh?
Does a gyroscope deviate?
Due to the Jabinikoff effect?
Did I say that? I'm asking you if a gyroscope deviates.
Are you saying does an instrument tool have perfect precision? No, none does.
Why does the gyroscope deviate?
Many reasons, I'm sure. Probably poorly
Oh, many
calibrated for one,
reasons,
not
I'm sure.
up
So
to
you don't
speed.
know. You're just going to play
Does
the
it
guessing
flip
game now,
sometimes?
huh?
No, but it never flips north to south because if a gyro is spinning a certain way, it will only ever torque right. If it's spinning clockwise, it will only ever torque right or left. I don't know which one it is, but if you apply pressure to a gyro, regardless of which way you apply the pressure, it is only dependent on which way the gyro is spinning. So spinning,
and if it flipped itself over, which way would it be spinning now?
It never does that. That's my point. You're just making up words. It never does that. If you can show me
gyroscopes do flip over.
If you can show me any article that shows that because of the Jabinikoff effect, gyros sometimes flip over and point south-north, you can't. You just
type in
brought up a word.
Type in T-handle in zero gravity environment. It's the same phenomena witnessed on the ISS space station.
A T-handle is a gyro compass. That's your
and it spins and it flips back and forth several times. It's the same effect.
Is it your suggestion these people who went to design a gyro compass accidentally couldn't design it any more clever than a T handle?
It's not my claim. That's not what I said. That's a attempt.
Okay. So explain why the T handle is relevant or it all relates to a mechanical gyro compass. And you can't. You just say a magic word and hope it goes away. Jabinikoff effect, or maybe that's
everything's
defeated the
magic
evidence.
to you. I get it. Everything's
Well,
magic.
here's the deal. Here's the deal.
So if you don't understand something, it's magic.
He was saying that this only works on a
give any
globe.
evidence. He didn't give any
Can you chill,
mechanism.
please? Look, man. Oh my God, you guys turned this into something just that sucks. So, okay, we were talking about a survey. He brought up that the gyro compass thinks he only works on a globe. Okay, if you guys want to talk specifically about why does he think that the gyro compass only works on a globe, specifically what it does and why that's the case, and then someone wants to explain how it would work on a stationary plane, that would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I'd like to get back into this because I have some info to share.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, I posted a video explaining what I was trying to tell you, eggshells.
Okay, sorry, I haven't seen it yet. Could you describe to me what's in it?
Yeah, sure. It's 58 past the hour, and it explains the workings of a... Yeah, it explains, I'll be quick, it explains the workings of the gyro compass. This guy's very good, by the way. And it shows you that a gyro compass could be made, like I was telling you before, to spin in any general direction. In other words, you can start it up spinning southwest, and it'll point southwest all day long. Now,
gyro compass won't do that, though.
Yes, it will.
Gyro compass won't do that. A heading indicator will. You get the wrong thing that sometimes people erroneously call a gyro compass, but it's a heading indicator. Yes, but not with a gyro compass.
No, this is a gyro compass, and it explains all the things. I
How do you
suggest
think
you
a
watch
gyro-
it before you make a comment.
You guys can't even agree on simple facts, dude.
All right.
Gyro's around.
We're still talking, man.
One at a time, guys.
Simple facts. You guys can't agree on. It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, we can. I can agree with SE. He's probably found a video of somebody calling something a gyro compass, showing it'll spin up and head in any direction.
He said no.
What I'm saying,
he said no.
What I'm saying is I've already accepted that exists, and I'm saying an actual mechanical gyro compass. You put mechanical in front of it. Don't just say gyro compass. Go mechanical gyro compass, and what you'll find will be a thing that spins up and always aligns north-south. It can be out by a bit if you get your latitude wrong, but it only ever aligns north-south, and it never does what Dyslo suggested, which is flip around like a T-handle. Like they've got this thing, they've spent thousands and thousands of man-hours designing this thing.
I was talking about a gyroscope, not a gyro compass. Two different things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe a gyroscope does that. I don't think that's what a gyroscope does or should do.
Eggshells started asking what a gyrocopter fucking was. It's not a gyro compass. That's what you started.
We should,
is there any evidence?
We should.
I think we're talking about magnetism.
Yeah, I got evidence. I got evidence of concave Earth now that the globers have observed angles less than 180 degrees. You want that?
Sure, yeah. Concave Earth is good. At least it's got some evidence for it, right?
Well, you guys,
only
your guys'
evidence.
evidence.
Look, we've already been talking about on the globe parade. We've talked about refraction angles since well before flat Earth was a thing.
And flat Earth's only
Refraction
evidence
has nothing to do with
negated by
this.
refraction.
What does
It's
refraction
left,
have to do
right.
with
This
this?
isn't
Evidence.
right. It's left, right. This isn't a refraction thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeremy.
Well, do you have any for flat?
Yeah. Well, can you? We're talking about how the Globers claim that this proves the Earth's a globe, and it clearly does not.
Jeremy, who was that dude in Gems who was real familiar with this? He was that dude who would always speak up every time you brought it up.
Okay, it was Phil, or his name had a P in it or something. The point is, why didn't they tell me they had measured angles? The whole time they didn't have measured angles. They only had an average.
You have to imagine globers aren't organized. We're not a
I've
conspiracy
been
out to
grilling
trick
everyone
you.
on this for like 2 years now. Year and a half. It was like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
People and
And Busho's saying this guy actually was pretty informed on the subject, right? So that's
he was, yeah.
I went over it with this guy for 3 days in Gems. I can't remember, like 3 straight days. We did nothing but the spherical excess
He was that dude who would always speak up only whenever you brought this up. He sounded like he was like real aggressive. It wasn't Phil, dude, because Phil's soft spoken. It was it was another dude. I can't remember what his name was.
His name had a P or something in it.
Knowing you, there's no penis fucking name, dude. So what the hell, dude?
It doesn't matter. How come at the end of all that, when I said, oh, you guys don't even actually have any measurements, you only have averages, why didn't they say, oh, wait, it's on this other page?
I don't know.
Looking at.
I have no idea. I'm like I said,
I mocked you guys on this because you guys are running around saying an average is a measurement. That is it's fucking dumb.
I think it could be both. I think taking something once could be a measurement. I think averaging something out could be an accurate way of getting a measurement. I wouldn't call it not a measurement.
Okay, let me just
It'd be like a mean line. It'd be like a ratio of amounts or dot to dot pinpoints whenever it hit this point or that point. It wouldn't really be an actual measurement. You know what I mean? You'd be like up, down, up, down.
Dude, if I have a whole bunch of 2x4s in the backyard, measure them all, and the average comes out to be 8 feet length, there may not even be a fucking 8 foot there. So there may
be talking about
2x4. So now you're walking around thinking you have a measurement of an 8 foot 2x4. I say, okay, go grab me the 8 foot 2x4. You're standing there holding your dick because you don't have an 8 foot 2x4. You're like, but it's a measurement.
Are you talking about? It depends what you're talking about. I mean, I would agree with you. If you're taking averages of different things and saying they all are this one length, that's erroneous. But if you measure the one bit of wood 3 times and you average that to go, it's probably this length, that's a different thing. Would you agree that it's, at least if it's not a measurement, it's a different thing to what you're talking about?
It's not a measurement. Yes, I agree. It's slightly different than the scenario I posed. Yeah, it's still not a measurement. Mine was to show you that the averages are not measurements. I thought you would have walked away from my analogy knowing that an average isn't a measurement.
Well, your analogy was a good. Your analogy was a good example of where an average would be a dumb way to measure, but it's deliberately looking at the dumbest way to measure and going, "Well, that's dumb." And it's like, yeah, but could there be other places where doing it would be smart, and then it might be a measurement?
Okay, so you don't actually know anything about this subject. So, like, why? If you don't know
anything about what subject? The subject is English language. I think I'm allowed to have an opinion on that as a language speaker.
No, it's averages in math.
What do you mean when you say
not being a direct measurement is what it is, actually. It's not language. It's averages in math not being a direct measurement. And you go by your opinion and you say, oh, well, we can use it for this, wouldn't you think? But we can't use it for that. No, it's not how it works, buddy.
You just got destroyed by DMOC.
To be fair, it's about how you use the word measurement. Right? We all got a different word.
No, it's not.
As long as it's not the actual subject. As long as it's not the actual evidence or the actual survey or anything like that, which we can just talk about what the word measurement means.
Yeah, it's over because now they're saying they do have measurements.
I think it's going to mean something slightly different to every person.
Yeah, I'm not interested in bickering. It's not interesting in bickering over if an average is a measurement. I think it's ridiculous. But the point is, they're now saying that they do have measurements. But they're now saying they do have measurements.
Other people don't share your definition for the word measurement.
Can we hold on a second? Can we just refrain from having some sort of hour-long semantical argument that goes nowhere?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't want to.
The whole argument is about semantics.
Does level
mean
that's where you want to take it, because
horizontal?
you have no ability to actually argue the point, so you're taking it into a semantical argument. We understand
Magic
what
word, man.
somebody because you can see that I made a very good point. I mean, this happens each time I make a good point.
Well, you
Yeah, you did. You made a
originally
very
jumped
bad
in
point, and you don't realize it.
You originally jumped into admit you didn't really know about this, and that's cool, but it's like we're trying to talk about it, right? So it's like, can you not divert?
Eggshells are making.
Solve the gyroscope thing, the gyro compass thing.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, even that was a diversion, right? So like, he diverted to that as well, right? We were trying to talk about the survey.
Well, let me ask you, what's it? The distance to the mountains. We know the distance to the mountains on this thing that they're talking about. What's the distance?
The shortest ones, like some of them are over 100 miles. I don't know what the ones that added up to less than 180, but they're all over 70, 80 miles.
Hold on, we got 70-mile observations, and they call that measurements.
That's not true. That's not true. Okay,
what is it?
Some of them are like 7, 12, and 11 kilometers. There's a different distance for each, from each position. Okay,
and those
some
are all
some of them are very big, like he said. Some of them are not. And when we have the more accurate measurements, where it's like 7 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 6 kilometers, that's when we get just under 180 or right at 180. It's when they're more accurate.
But hold on. Some clarity. This is a visual observation done, right?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Man, but that's not a convincing argument if every single time it supposedly looks like the sphere, right? So we have to actually look at what they did. What they did was cook the books with assumptions and pretend that it was just raw angles taken. So it actually wasn't. That's conceding ground to them. I know that it sounds like you're going right at the heart of it, but actually it's conceding to them that their actual observations or observed angles are legit, when in fact it's calculatively built in before they record them.
Yeah, but you can't even get spherical excess if you only go 7 kilometers.
Why is that?
There wouldn't be any measurable difference. You got to go like 80 miles to get spherical excess. You got to go over 69 miles or something.
Yeah, I did try to punch the numbers.
Specify why
what page? Do you know what page it's on by any chance?
Yeah, like 61 or something. Yeah.
61. All right, I'll check it.
Well, and those are the ones that show 3 of the 5 are under 180. It's like 179.59, and then one's 180. There's a lot of them, but yeah, those are the ones that are smaller. And my point is that using their model, they claim that there is spherical excess.
When somebody posts a PDF, I can't find mine.
All right, real quick, can I ask you something? Just because I'm looking at your numbers, look at your meme. And it makes sense, like I said, that you added them up to get the total or whatever. But it is odd to me that multiple. So it's like the Marriott, Taylor, Kent, and also like Linstead, Kent, Taylor, which are. Like I said, that makes sense. Okay, it's sort of. I was like wondering why it would be the same number, but I guess 2 of them do have the same. Two have the same. Well, no, it wouldn't really make sense.
All exactly. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They all equal exactly 179.59.
Yeah.
Even though they have some similar locations, it's still weird, right? Like 179.59 for all 3 of those. But
that's with no. I'm sorry. Is that with no? Like there's nothing past the 59. It's just 59 exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got different triangles. Some are over, some are under. Nonsense.
Yeah. But so what they say is that they take the average and they just blatantly
the average.
What? With the average of what, right? Because there's only one individual documented there, and they say they take the average. They literally just lie. There's just a lie. So they say they
don't take the average.
Well, what's the average? What numbers are you averaging if there's only one number?
Because you take the measurement multiple times, there's always inaccuracy in the measurement. So you're always going to get weird stuff, and you average out those 3 numbers to get the least inaccurate.
Where are
You're going to get weird numbers with
Yes, so
one
where are the
measurement?
original measurements? Where are the original measurements?
Exactly.
Right.
He has no idea.
What where are the original?
He has no idea what he's talking about. So what it shows is an observed angle.
Give you their original, not
just
I see.
eggshells. Trust me, you need to just listen. Okay. So they have an observed angle, and then they have the correction in the next column. They claim that the correction is by taking the average. So the observed angles can't be the average. They claim that the correction is the average. So what we're saying is, if you're taking the observed angle and getting an average, how are you doing that? Where are all the other actual original?
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm not following. Sounds like what you're saying is
the actual original measurements. That's what he said when he conveniently broke up actual original measurements from which the average was derived. Thank you.
I think it's important that we don't.
Measurements, I'm sure. I mean, if you're talking about one instance of somebody measuring spherical excess, you aren't able to find their original measurements, just the average at the end, and that's sus to you.
That is sus. Period.
One number to spherical access is pretty sus, don't you think?
I think you guys will see sus stuff in like cornflakes. So I don't think whether you can see sus stuff.
Sounds like magic to me, dude.
Well, I mean, you gotta remember this document's already 900 pages long. So
has it got a cartoon on there?
How much longer can
or
it be,
some real
right?
stuff? Do you guys have real points that you measured from and to, or you just have an average point like Grandpa's house?
Well, I think
so. My average point at Grandpa's house is the average of every point to the point of Grandpa's house from Grandpa's house. That's my average measurement. Glob, right? Globe.
If you said how many kilometers is it to get to your farm, and I said, well, I've done it many times.
You said 5. So 5 is our number, and you say that's your average.
Yeah,
how is 5 your average if it's the only one number you have?
So I took lots of numbers of how far it is to the farm, and out of like some that were as high as 600 and some that were as like 445, I'm like, nobody's going to do it the direct way at 445, so I'll tell them it's 512. 512 kilometers on average, just about 500.
So it's not
hold on. How can you have different numbers to Grandpa's house? If I take out a ruler, it's only going to be one side from my feet right here to Grandpa's house, right?
That's actually a good
question. Do you always drive in the same lane to Grandpa's house?
Listen to me, goofball. I have a tape measure. I pull it from your.
Sometimes go on the outside lane.
But tape measure side, like Eggshell says, driving in the same lane or same route, the side. Every measurement includes some error, and so you have to identify what that value is for the error. And then we're saying the word average. I know it's gone now, but it says we're saying the word average. But I think that that's obviously you don't want, because I feel like that's not it's not as explicit enough for some people. But I agree with using it as a generalization.
Just looking for an excuse to explain it away. Right. If averaging got a flat Earth result, they would be all for averaging. They're just like, oh, we're taking multiple measurements, and like, yeah, if we know there's going to be error, but it's going to be as often high as it is low, then we know that averaging is going to hopefully, on average, cancel out and give you a more accurate result. All of us here understand that. But they have to cling to something to try to hide the fact that spherical excess and all, like, it's just same.
Bro, you can't seriously consider averaging and then use it as an actual thing and say, look at something. It's an average. You can't use an average as a solid. I mean, come on, seriously.
It's a better measurement than when you don't average. Sometimes, would you agree that sometimes averaging gives you a better result? In some, even if they're rare cases, in any case, or would you say never ever does does averaging give me a more accurate result?
Well, I can't think of every possible scenario in my mind right now, but I would say that on average, an actual measurement is better than an average.
It's not,
right?
I want to say this example one last time.
If you can't answer it, you can't answer it. Which is, if there is a situation in which averaging is more accurate, then this may be the situation in which it is more accurate.
I can't think of one though.
Hold on, is that the reason for the omission of? Hold on, is that the reason for the omission of the original measurements that gleaned the average?
Is it always, I mean, is this one spherical excess measurement, or is this every spherical excess measurement ever? That's another important point. Because if you want,
I guess
in
you
one
didn't answer
instant,
my
you can't
question.
find the
Thanks, though.
person's original stats, find a different person. Surely, if this is real, thousands of people should have done this by now. So don't complain about one bit of missing data. It's an argument from absence, and it could just be evidence of your inability to find
If you
things.
eggshells, if you can find any of the actual spherical excess. Can you
Look,
guys hear me? Can you hear me talking? Hey, yo, why are you over talking me?
Sorry, Jeremy. Sorry, Jeremy, that was rude.
You're spazzing already, bro. Relax. Glad to have you back, but fucking relax, bro.
Good to talk to you.
So if you can find any spherical excess measurements, the actual measurements, I'd be happy to take a look at them. I've been asking for 2 years now, since me and this guy went over it years ago, for any actual, every globe I come across.
Why?
You have any
Why are you
actual
asking,
spherical? You guys are the globe people. You got the globe measurements, right?
No, we're just weirdos that turn up to argue with flat earthers. Like, why are you asking?
Finally,
you've got to consider if you want to consider both possibilities to be true, then what you need to consider is, if you're wrong, there is no conspiracy to convince you of anything. It just is that way, and that makes us weirdos, right? That makes all of the globers really weird, argumentative freaks. So if you're saying argumentative freaks, show me what I want to see. It's like, well, if argumentative freaks, it's probably why.
Dude, don't let him divert. Get the
Do you have
measurement.
any measurements of the spherical excess, the actual measurements?
Man, I'm in Udaipur, India, playing a tank game, sitting in front of a pool at a hotel.
Can you answer the very simple question, weirdo?
I already have. I have. So I'm sorry, Rakia.
I know he called himself a weirdo, but let's not call names, please.
Oh, that's not what it is.
But the question that started all of this was, are you saying you found one set of spherical excess measurements and you're complaining about the absence of something within that one thing?
That's not the question. You're diverting. I'm not going to allow it. It's a waste of time. Answer the question. Yes or no. If you can answer, that's fine. We understand. Like you did SC. Right? I can play that game too. So no, you don't have any measurements. You only have averages. Yeah. Okay. There's your answer.
I don't even have averages. I don't have anything. I haven't measured the Earth.
You don't even know what you're talking
about. You made it sound like this one measurement, because this one thing doesn't have the actual measurements, that we were just, trying to ignore it or whatever. But now I'm saying there are none with any actual measurements.
Well, Jeremy, this is kind of like, though, it's kind of like these people have gone in and done all this work, and they've compiled all their data, and this is the data they presented, and this is what we say it is. But you're not going to accept it because you can't see the field notes.
No, because I can't see the measurements.
Yeah, the field
You're
notes.
asking for measurements, and you don't have any measurements.
You go find them. It's just an argument from absence. This could just be yet another example of flat earthers not being able to find things like curves.
Not an argument.
The whole of flat earth is we can't find things we go looking for. All of flat earth can be explained by going, you're not very good at finding things.
Well, that's not true.
It's not an argument from absence. Hold on, Rocky, real quick. It's not an argument from absence. All right, it's an argument from when I. I'm going to explain it. Sure. Now, when we say, "Do you have the measurements?" and you're like, "Yeah, we got the measurements," and then come to find out it's an average, and you don't have the measurements. The thing that we were asking for. How's that an argument from absence? Because you're missing the evidence you said you had. That's my
arguing reasoning. You're arguing from what's missing. That's the very definition of an argument from absence.
What's missing? No, that's not. No. Don't let him get away with this.
I know.
No. Let me get away with explaining what an argument from absence is.
So we're pointing. We don't need you to do anything. We're pointing out that you don't have measurements, and you're still arguing that we're arguing that it's absent. Yeah. It's not there.
Yeah, you've got bad arguments for everything. All of them are just like, hey, I don't get it. I'm not good at finding things.
That is another projection. You are the one arguing. We know that there are no measurements. And when you say that flat earthers as a group are bad at finding curve, I can point out a parent curve right now, which what you've been fooled by. It's called an optical illusion. So you're wrong again.
Well done.
Glovers are good at one thing and being wrong. And then projecting onto the other group that they're wrong, and it's just pure projection, and we all know it now.
Where would you go to show me this apparent curve?
Is that what you want to talk about now? You want to defer again against you not having measurements?
Tell me what apparent curve. When you go out there, what do your senses tell you?
You
when
do
you
want to divert against not having measurements. Jeremy, are you done?
don't have any-
You satisfied with that answer that he said he doesn't have measurements? He doesn't
Yeah, I don't have
actually know if it's average, and he keeps interrupting because he is what he said he was?
You've interrupted the conversation. I don't think it's
No,
really...
that's just you. That's just you projecting again.
Is it? Oh, sorry. I thought I was having a conversation and you started shouting. I must have been mistaken.
So
No,
the
that's
thing
you
is,
clipping everybody that talks. Everybody so far, me, Jen.
let me just explain. If somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I have a unicorn," and then I'm like, "All right, show me the unicorn," and your unicorn is absent, that's my logical fallaciousness, because an argument from absence because your unicorn is absent. That's what you think it is.
No, I think that's fair enough. But this is. Do you have a measurement? And it sounds like you found now one that is in fact an average of a variety of measurements, right? You cannot get an average without measuring, right? You got to measure it multiple times, and you got to average that. And you're saying, because I don't have access to this other thing, because could you also, is there an upper limit to this? Are there not more things you could claim? I want to see a video of them doing it. I want to see the actual field notes they took while they were doing it. Did they take photos? Did they take video? Right. There is no upper limit on what you could request from
let's just start
you don't know anything about it.
It sounded like you were getting really upset about people interrupting, and then you
I'm just upset at people wasting time and lying and then projecting onto us and calling us things. No, that's not the way. We're just asking a simple question. Do you have the measurements?
No. Why do you keep asking this question?
I mean, according
why are we talking? No, you don't have the measurements. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Okay. According to this new information, though, they do have. According to this new information, though, they claim to now have measurements, right? I mean, are these ones that add up to 180? They're the actual measurements, or are they?
Yeah, what they say is that they have the observed angles, right? They claim, I guess you could call that measurements. Yeah, like these are supposedly. The story is that these are raw observed angles, and then there's a correction, and
I do have the raw measurements.
What's the correction for?
Now, this is what they say. Now, what they say is that they take the observed angles, they take a lot of them, but I guess just record one. It just goes to show you right there that they're just making stuff up. And
did they do that, or is that what you're guessing?
What?
Did they do that, or is that what you're guessing? You're saying they only pick one, which is sus. Is that what they said, or is that what you're guessing?
Why don't you go research this and then come back and ask this question? You're just wasting our time, man. We already know. We've already.
No, he asked Witsit a question. Let him answer it. Let Witsit answer the question.
Don't be weird, man.
Eggshells,
Being really weird. Yeah.
You asked
Can I try to explain the correction and what I understand it to be? Because I haven't heard it explained yet.
I'm trying to explain it and see if you disagree with what I'm saying. Then we'll do it that way. So, like, from my understanding, what your guys' position is, according to McToon at least, is that they take a bunch of different observed angles because there's always error with each measurement, and then they average it out.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Now that's a claim, but we've yet to actually verify this, right? So,
well, right, yeah, you've got an observation point, which is P. That's your observation point. And you look at 5 different spots and you take angles from all 5 of those spots. The lines at which all those different lines intersect your observation point vary. It's kind of like a scatter plot. And you average all of those different points to get to one point.
Right, but so left hand, right. If you look at the observed angles, okay, we just have one for each location. Right? So if they're taking these scatter plot angles, averaging it before they document the observed angle, because if they're taking 5 from one location, how come we're only seeing 1? That means that
I'm not sure about that.
Now, left lane, this is the part, and McToon is going to get exposed for this because I think he does know. So you have the one observed angle. So say that you're right, which makes sense, right? That you would take a lot of them. Then you would average it out and document the observed angle. Because that's why we only have one. And then the correction would have to be something else. According to the document, the correction is something else. Actual formula that you put it through to get the correction. Now, this is a spherical formula with assumptions, and it specifically says it's such heavy computation that it requires assumptions within the formula, stuff like the spherical coordinate systems of the latitude, etc. So this is these are two fundamentally different things, and they have very seriously different implications, right, as to what this can mean, like the value of this evidence. One is they just went out the narrative the Globers, certain ballers are painting, at least, is that they just go out into the world, they take some angles, they just write down the raw data, they take the average, and the average always equals greater than 180. Right? That's what they're saying. What we actually see is...
We know that's not the case.
Clearly, because what we see is that you have one observed angle documented for each location. Then you have the next section being the corrections. Okay? And according to the document, you actually, to get your adjusted angle, that would be your correction, maybe, right? You know, adjusted angle. You actually run it through a formula. Now, a formula that has heavy computation and many different variables is not the same as just take an average. And with it, using just common sense here, if they're actually taking 5 different spots, 5 different angles, and then averaging them out, and that's the correction, then how come where are the 5 initial measurements? Because it's only showing us one, and then it's showing us correction. Like, am I
Doesn't
making
make sense? Eggshells, if you're navigating, are you going to take average angles? Are you going to take average times? No.
Sure.
You want to be precise, dead on, bro.
I mean, if I want it, the more dead on I want to be. Like for navigation, probably no, because being a little bit wrong, you can fix it later. But if the more dead on I want to be, the more I'm going to average something. Yes. If
No,
averaging
wrong answer, bro. Wrong answer. You want the exact angle of your sextant. You want the exact time. It has to be the exact time down to the second, like the millisecond. You can't average that. You know you can't.
Well, Essie,
average
that's
that.
actually why you would take multiple measurements. Right. So you would take multiple measurements to minimize error.
Exactly.
No, but not in the case of navigation, right?
Why would you not? In the case of navigation, why would you not take multiple measurements? Because if you just go with your first one, what if you messed up?
Yeah, but it's not done like that. They don't average stuff out. When they do navigation, you got to take the angle at the precise and exact moment, right, Eggshell?
What you would do is take a weighted mean, actually, right? Because like you wouldn't even just take the base average, because say one of your observations is way off, you wouldn't even want to put that into your average. You'd be like, oh,
But
this
I don't
one is
think
an
there's
outlier.
any averages at all in navigation.
Well, we're not
Am I
talking
correct
about
in that,
navigation.
Eggshell? Do you average your stuff in navigation, or is it exact?
You can, I mean, I don't navigate, but my understanding is you can absolutely average 3 star sites, but because each time is changing, there's no real point to. But you just accept that you will get a slightly squidgy result. I would be assured, like Australia's borders were set with celestial navigation. I bet they averaged the shit out of those measurements. Yeah, I bet they did loads. I bet they cited thousands of stars. Because each star is averaging, right? You're averaging, well, it's not quite averaging, but it's a similar thing. It's a way of what are heuristics I can use to reduce my mistake each time. So if I can halve my error each time I take a measurement, then the more measurements I take, the progressively closer I'll be to the true thing. If you can just measure it straight up, sure. But I think we all should, if we're sensible, accept the fact that every measurement has error. And as Witset's telling you, this is one way to reduce that error.
Yeah, Essie, listen, check this, bro. The fundamental difference in the navigation and this is that the navigation is time dependent. So like taking an average with navigation. Well, that's why that isn't relevant to this survey though, because it's not time dependent, right? So you would definitely
fair enough.
take,
yeah.
Wait. I didn't think time could be an independent variable.
Good thing no one said
time is absolutely required for navigation. It's absolutely required. Without it, you can't
know exactly when you're
just trolling, dude.
Yeah. Well, you can do latitude. You can do latitude anytime easily.
But yeah, to know longitude or to know the exact position of the star, to do this by a standard way most people do it, you need to know exactly, as SE says, time is super important. You need to know down to the second where you are, when you are.
Down to the
Somewhat
second.
frustrating that I laid all that out and like it was just ignored. I laid out the whole conversation with the most important part of the whole conversation. We need to figure out what the correction is. Is the correction a spherical assumption with certain dimensions? And it is the observed angle that we get also factoring in a spherical assumption. Right? That's the whole, that's the most important part of the whole conversation. If you're assuming a sphere and you're doctoring your actual observations before you document them and get your results, then it obviously doesn't prove the Earth's a sphere. And what it actually shows is that the angles measured don't comport to a sphere, and you actually have to change them and correct them to fit the ellipsoid model, which we all know that's what they did.
Am I not
How
right in
accurate can
assuming
they
you
be at
just
100
decided
miles?
that's the case? You don't actually have evidence that's the case?
Well, I just explained to you what the evidence is in the document. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
I'll just read it. And so you know, SE, it's not 100 miles. These specific ones here is 11 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 18 kilometers, 13 kilometers, 21 kilometers, 18 kilometers, 8 kilometers,
Okay,
21
so there's
kilometers.
various. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, the ones I was looking at from the same paper were over 100 miles. I don't know how they even got. I'm gonna have to look into this because I don't know how they even got spherical excess from that short of a distance.
Right. Well, what it shows though is that their model does predict it. Now, if your argument is, well, it would be so small that they can't detect that small, I don't know about that. But like their model does predict spherical excess in a 1 mile, dude. It would just be really small, right? There has to be spherical excess everywhere.
It's
Yeah,
gotta be in a
no
teacup.
doubt.
It would just be really small. So let me drop this so everyone can, because like I said, I'm not claiming to be some expert on this, but I do have a track with McToon, and I know that he's dishonest. So here is a screenshot. It says, to derive the probable error of an adjusted angle by the rigorous method involves so much heavy computation in solving the various weight equations that one is forced to use some approximate formula for computing it. Okay, so to derive the probable error of an adjusted angle, okay, well, that would be your correction. By the rigorous method involves so much heavy computation in solving the various weight equations. This would be a weighted mean, right? This is my understanding. Again, like I'm not claiming to be an expert. So that's what it means by weight equations. You have a weighted mean. Like I said earlier, if you make an angle, like 5 angle measurements, and one of them is like way different than the other 4, well, you may have made a gross mistake there, right? That's why you have weighted means. So
yeah, you got to figure out.
Right. So it says it very clearly here, right? To derive the probable error of an adjusted angle by the rigorous method involves so much heavy computation in solving the various weight equations that one is forced to use some approximate formula computing it.
So it's all computation. It's all guesswork. Can I ask the question I asked a few times? Is this just one spherical excess measurement, or is this what you find when you look for all of them?
There are
Because
no.
this is
Find
indeed
us another
sussy
one.
sounding, but if somebody is using the globe, putting in the globe assumption to prove the globe, then fine. If somebody's going, here's this way I do this calculation for this surveyor who asked me to do that, then it's like, well, maybe not. So, like, I'm just trying to establish, is this the only example you found of spherical excess? Is this the standard way to do it? Because I would have thought, same as you were saying before, Witsit, there's no left or right refraction. You might get days where it's kind of blurrier or something like that, but there shouldn't really be any serious left or right refraction. So I think you could do a basic, really simple measurement, but you probably use a longer distance. Is there a chance that they're going, oh, well, given the blurriness and the effect of the hypersensitive equipment we're using, the question I'm asking is, could you find a different spherical excess example which doesn't have this excessive computation? And then this whole conversation is rendered moot.
Okay, dude. So the Globers have been invoking this triangulation that mapped out an area on the Earth as proof the Earth is a ball for many years. Okay? And for example, McToon has said is every single one of them is over 180 degrees. Every single one of them. And if you found one that was 180 degrees, well, that would be evidence for flat Earth. But every single one of them is greater than 180. Okay. Well, what we found out is that's not true, and actually not true at all. A lot of them are under 180, and a lot of them are right at 180. And a lot of them that are supposedly over 180 is like 0.01 arc second or something. It's so far beneath the margin of error, it's a joke. What?
Sure. Are the ones that are over, sorry, or like either you could look at it either way. Are the ones that are over taken over a bigger distance, and other ones that are smaller taken over a shorter distance? Like if you were to plot them against size of angle trying to be measured, are they going to plot in some way where you go, actually, it turns out, yeah, when we do it with the, you know, the mountains, the Swiss Alps or something, we are bang on accurate. But when we try and do it over 10 kilometers, we're actually really wibbly, because that's exactly what I'd expect.
What? You think that the further it is, the more accurate it would be?
Yes, there's more spherical excess to measure. The angular measurement grows. It gets a more gross measurement that a weaker measure, it will still be outside the error bars. A worse measurement will find it. You won't need to average even. It just sounds like you guys are like picking one measurement of this thing that we say this shows globe.
No,
You
it's
go, well,
dozens of them.
that
It's dozens of them. Why do you keep saying that? I just told you that it's dozens of them. Why do you keep saying there's only one?
Okay, sorry, that was the question. I didn't know that there's dozens, and none of them ever show the things averaged, and they all use this intense computation.
No one ever. This is the point. The Globers just make stuff up. So they're all saying that they took 5 measurements, they took the average, but that's just a made up story that they heard MC Toon say. That's it. MC Toon made a graphic, his own graphic, showed the idea of having different points and averaging it, and he just says it, so everyone now believes it. I called him out live last night. From the beginning to the end of the conversation, he never answered this paragraph. Never. And that was me looking through it for less than 30 minutes. So we're going to get to the bottom of it, but my point is now you got the people in the chat. McToon smoked you last night. He answered these questions because they just lie. He literally didn't. He ran away, and then he just kept saying, you show the math in. What's it show the math in? I'm like, how about you show the math and show me where the 5 original measurements were that they used to allegedly get this average? And how come it only shows one observed angle documented for each location? That's what I want to see. I asked him multiple times. He doesn't have an answer. If MC Toon doesn't have an answer, none of you in here have an answer. This dude has created an entire Excel sheet for it, has bragged about it, talked about it for 5 years. Okay, so if McToon doesn't know, I can assure you that the people in the chat don't know. I can assure you the people that are not familiar with this don't know.
So the question I have for you is, if I could find for you, like for the state borders of Australia, I think shows spherical excess. If I can show you the state borders of Australia, and I can, I'm not sure I can do this, but I might be able to if I try. If I can get you the raw data that they use that clearly shows that despite all of the state borders being 90 degrees, or the 90 degrees ones being 90 degrees, what adds up is a shorter distance on the southern states to northern states, wouldn't that render this whole conversation moot? Like, I easily could believe that McToon got something wrong. He speaks very confidently about things that I don't think I don't share the same confidence in.
But do you have any of that? Like what ifs aren't helping us out here? Because
state borders of Australia. The distance to go from the top of a state to the bottom of a state is different. You can measure it in your car, even though the borders align perfectly due north-south. So you've got right angles at all of the borders, but in the southern states, the same distance between same lines of longitude the further north you go. Yes, you can measure that. You can measure it in your car. If you want to call that a physical measurement, yes, you can do that. And you can go to the state borders and check it. I don't know how you're then going to extrapolate that to the entire distance, but can you check that it points directly at the South Celestial Pole? Yeah, you can do that. They set it with celestial navigation, right?
Okay, everything in the sky is already mapped out on the plane. It all works. Okay, so can we not change the subject?
If that's the case, no, but if that's the case, my point being, if that is the case, doesn't that render this McToon debunk invalid, because you're saying there's one thing where I can't find certain parts to it, and I'm saying there are other people who've done the same measurement who've found better results?
No, they haven't. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm saying if that's the case, if it is
that's
the case that I
then
can
you should
show
just
you
drop it and I can look at it.
But you do this same question and I answer it, so I'm asking you the same question. If I do show you that, what will that mean for your case?
If you show me actual measurements that don't cook the books with a spherical model assumption, then I would consider that. I would consider that evidence for your claim, and I would have to look into the veracity of. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Eggshell, stop, man! It's been utter chaos since you came in here. Just relax, man.
I would consider that evidence for the globe claim. Okay, now actually, in reality, these are long distance optical measurements, so it's not like the best ever. But like, if it was consistently showing me exactly what the globe predicted, I would definitely not just ignore it. Okay, I would be like, maybe we need to go do this ourselves. Okay, let's go find out ourselves, because we're talking about stuff from 1700 and 1800 or early 1900s, and we have way more precise equipment now. Let's have shorter measurements and let's see, because there has to be spherical excess every couple miles. It doesn't like it, like we can test this, and we should do that anyway, in my opinion. But the main point here is what I know that actually happened, because I read the father of Odyssee's writings and stuff like that. What Odysee is, and it's like what it is in a base foundational way, is that we have plane survey data, it gives us distances. Now we want to map out the whole Earth, right? So if we assume the Earth's a sphere, well, we want to take this data and we want to fit it into our spherical model. And we want to, over time, get it more and more and more accurate, so we can accurately, describe what the land on the Earth is on the sphere, right? That's the goal of geodesy. So what they're doing is they're taking a radius value and they're taking spherical coordinates, and then they're trying to merge together the actual survey data with the model. And it's very difficult and has lots of problems and lots of discrepancies and doesn't work. Okay, so that's totally different than like we just went out there and looked and it's a sphere.
So why are they trying to do this? Are they trying to do it just to propagate the globe lie? Where did they get their funding?
He said, "Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
I said, why do they
think they're lying? Like they
put money into something.
How do you understand, eggshells? No one's lying or anything like if I truly believe the Earth's a globe, I'm gonna map it out. I'm gonna go out into the world. I'm like, look, we know the Earth's a globe and we know it's pretty much this size. So now we have the task in front of us to take the data from the real world and map it out on this globe. Because the Earth's really a globe, we need to map it out. Okay? That's all they're doing. They don't think they're lying.
So they have a model, they think it's a globe, and they're trying to map what they see to a globe. And it fits. Would you agree with that?
It doesn't fit.
And it fits. All of
it doesn't fit. No, it doesn't fit. That's what I'm saying. That's why.
Where doesn't? Which bit doesn't fit?
All over. Okay.
Maps and the Odysee.
All over the place. That's why whenever you take the measurements and you get 180 or you get less than 180, that's what you get on a flat Earth. So they're actually correcting. They're correcting the measurements. And it turns out, it looks like what they actually do is they take multiple measurements from one location and they get a weighted mean and they throw that in a formula that actually gives them before they even record the observed angles, they actually incorporate a spherical coordinate latitude.
Who does? I've asked you this many times. How many times do people take a measurement?
It's a waste of my time.
Could be used to calculate spherical excess. Why are you talking about one example where they'll do some weighted mean? I'm sure there are examples where they just take a single
eggshells. Okay, the example. They don't do this now. They don't do this now. It's not like I can go to a 2022 geodetic surveying and see this. They don't do this anymore. They haven't done this for over a century. They don't do it anymore. Now they say they use GPS. We already have coordinate systems all mapped out with the globe Earth assumption. Okay, so we have to go back to where you guys are invoking the alleged measurements.
So there's more than one example, and the one that McToon gave you, you don't like how many measurements you've been given. You want more data, but you can always ask for more data.
Oh my God! You're just a sophist. By definition, you're a sophist.
You couldn't just find a different person who's done the same measurement.
You know what a sophist is?
You either don't
I've
comprehend
never even
or
seen
you're
another spherical excess measurement. This is the one the Glovers have been touting around forever. If you can find another spherical excess measurement, we'd be happy to take a look at it. I've never seen one. I've never heard of another one.
I have 6 of
We're
them.
just
I have
talking.
all they have. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sure. States of Australia, add 7.
I'm pretty
You're
sure
saying
that
other than this paper,
yeah.
other than this 100-page whatever paper, there's 6 other ones. There's 5 other ones.
Yeah, but what turns out is that this is built upon a lot of those, right? So it's like you have the geodesy of the Texas-California arc, you have the California-Washington arc, you have all these different ones, and you have some that were done from the 1700s up to now. And what it explains at the beginning of this paper is that it takes all that information as where it starts. It's built upon all the previous ones and then tries to connect them from coast to coast. So it's like
this one
States of America
incorporates
too.
all the
All of
other
your
ones.
states are square as well.
You're saying this one incorporates all the other ones?
It's built upon a lot of other ones. Yeah, like as to all the other ones, I don't know. There's they're like 900 pages. You know what I'm saying? Like, looked at it all. I started looking at it
I
yesterday.
actually wanted to replicate this, and I think it was Larry or I forget who I was talking with. It might have been George Hanichuk. Yeah, well, I wanted to redo this because you can't find anything from over, nothing recent. So I'm like, yo, let's go do this shit again. They said it would be a daunting task and cost tons of money. You got to trek up mountains and shit.
The mountain peaks are the way they do it, isn't it? All 6 of these examples give you the same problem of they give you a weighted, heavy computation.
I haven't looked at all of them. But it says in the beginning of this one that they're all using the same methods and that they're getting better. Like this one specifically is the first time they were able to factor in a latitude assumption. So like they're working it out over time, trying to add to it, etc. They all use the same base.
It just sounds like you're picking.
It sounds like you know nothing about any of this, and you're just trying to be a contrarian. That's what it sounds like.
Well, okay, what it sounds to me like is you're trying to pick one thing about one measurement. You go, oh, that's a bit sus that they did this something computation, rather than going here based on their actual method is an error in the maths. You've gone, here's one that adds up to 180, and I think it's sus the way they computed it. Like, where's the positive evidence for flat Earth? All of it's just nothing globe evidence.
All right, will you just go on mute?
Where's
because you're saying nothing, and you've just completely ruined the conversation for an hour now. So, like, look, I specifically responded, and it is that when they actually go get observed angles, it shows them that it's a flat Earth. Okay, it shows them less than 180 or right at 180. Okay, so they take that data and then they cook the books and make it a sphere. Then you respond with, "It sounds like you're just saying nuh-uh and don't have any evidence for a flat Earth." You're just a sophist.
Yeah, you're taking examples where people clearly find the globe and they go, yeah, but they calculated it. You're not finding anybody finding flat. You're just nuh-uh-ing globe evidence. It's exactly what I said you were doing.
It's insane. It's so funny. I just now pointed out that their observed angles show 180 degrees. Hey, if I take line of sight measurements to get angles, to get a triangle. Hey, see if you can answer this question since you're so much smarter than me. Hey, if we take line of sight measurements to get angles and get a triangle, what are the internal angles going to add up to be?
On a globe, different to flat.
Okay, how so? Well, what's going to... Jeremy, stop. Jeremy, stop. Jeremy, stop. He deserves this. Okay, what's up?
Step 1, this should be 180 degrees.
Okay, so if I take line of sight, so to get an angle, I'm going to have 2 lines meet. That gives me an angle. Okay, so if I take line of sight to have my lines and get angles, and then I make a triangle. On a globe, if I use line of sight to get my angles to get a triangle, what are the internal angles going to equal up to be?
Not 180 on a globe.
Wrong. You just don't understand it. You don't understand the base principle of the math.
Hang on, am I? So your internal angles on a triangle on
of 3 points on a globe are not going to be off 180.
No,
They're still
I
going to
asked
equal
a
180.
specific question. If we use line of sight to get our angles.
Yeah.
Okay. If you use line of sight, it has to equal 180.
I see you're making a flat triangle on top of the curved Earth.
Yeah. So you have
that
to.
was actually the question I'd asked.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like all the Globers get this wrong. All the Globers get it wrong. Not all of them. I'm sure Kosho wouldn't get it wrong.
Bro, Rumpus got it wrong. Rumpus and Xana got it wrong like a week ago.
Yeah.
It was actually a question I had a while back for when they were first doing it. I was like, how do I measure this spherical excess? And they were like, just get these 3 angles between mountains. And I was like, I'm just going to get a flat triangle between 3 points.
Yeah, that's why they do the azimuthal angle or whatever. So I mean, dude, we have the observed angles. I don't know if you want to call that the measurement or not, but we have observed angles, and these observed angles are adding up to 180 or less. So
I think the easier way to do is state borders. The same test you were going to do, Jeremy, which is state borders. You know that they're going due north-south. You can check that yourself by going to any point along it. And then you can go, is the distance between north-south bigger towards the equator? You can drive a highway and go, oh, my odometer tells me that the line between this point the sun is dead overhead and that point the sun is dead overhead are different. Not dead overhead, but, like my midday and their midday is the different distance. You can do that with a car. It's a much better measurement of spherical excess.
The distance your car traveled, yeah, but you don't have the distance from point A to B. That's not the same distances.
Well, yeah, but you've got many highways that run very close to due east-west. You can just drive for long enough that it should be a discernible difference on your odor.
Just level roads that don't go left or right.
Isn't large tracts of the central, United States all flat?
In order to get any distance, you need to go on with your car. You need to go on a level road the whole way, and you'd have to not turn left or right at all.
I think you could do it if you trust the GPS. You can just check: is my longitude changing more quickly the further north I am on any stretch of road? If it's close enough to east-west, am I doing that really quickly north? And you will be. It's a much better measurement of spherical excess.
Either way, we obviously have evidence now of flat/concave Earth because we have spherical excess measurements, ironically, under 180 degrees. So there's that. Done by your own people. Done by your own people.
The measurements only ever stack up on one side, or on the globe, or not.
I'm going to show you guys. So just please stop, bro. Please stop. You're just gaslighting, being a soft, and you know what you're doing. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys.
Is this the first time you met eggshells?
My point is, eggshells is commenting on things he knows nothing about. Like, he doesn't even know the information we're providing. He doesn't provide any information. He's the one saying, "Nuh-uh." Projecting. Stop it, man.
Here's what's happening. Real quick. It's a tactic called, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, you baffle them with bullshit. And that's what most of the anti-flat earthers do.
All these are cool statements, but not really progressing the conversation.
Well,
go ahead, Whitsett.
He's already admitted he doesn't know, right, about this. That's the end of it.
None of us know about this shit. None of us know in any sense that we should be speaking about it.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's not true.
Virology, and then we don't speak on it. That's why we're here.
Well, according to you, you shouldn't be speaking on it. Now, we obviously know much more about it than you do. You don't even understand that the internal angles. You don't even understand that line of sight triangles equal 180 degrees.
Yeah, I did get that wrong. I got that 100% wrong. But I'm not saying people shouldn't speak on stuff unless they know intimately about them. That's Rakir saying that.
Well, you see, I disagree with that. No, this is the difference. I got this. This is the difference, okay? We are trying to get to the bottom of it. You are trying to tell us why it's stupid that we're trying to get to the bottom of it.
Well, I think you're just trying to. Most of what I see is just trying to argue with the results rather than replicate or understand them. That's what it seems like in general to me.
It seems like to us that you just accept everything without like giving it critical thought. Do you understand how we see it, Eggshells?
Yeah, I understand how you say it. Yeah, like because I have many similar thoughts. I went to a dinosaur park like 2 days ago, and this guy was like, "This is an arm bone from a blah blah blah-osaur," and I'm like, "How do you know that? It's still half buried. Like it's this tiny little weird blobby shape." It's like, no, it's definitely the scapula of a theropod, and I'm like, "How? Fuck off."
Yeah, like they found a tooth in the past and they created a dinosaur. This is exactly what we think you guys are doing in this instance, right? Because you really don't have the measurements. You really don't have them, bro. I mean, you can't dispute that,
Sure,
right?
I don't. I mean, I don't.
It's an average of what exactly? I mean, it's logical, man.
I mean, I don't know. I don't do spherical excess measurements. Witz had already exposed that I don't even know the difference between a line of sight one and a something to do with azimuth. But I mean, I don't think any of us really do. I think if there was somebody in the room who'd taken these measurements,
we really
like,
do.
up by now.
No, we
Rakia
really
is
do.
speaking up. Okay, Rakia
And
is
it's the last 2 hours of you admitting that you don't know, but it's been a waste of time, right? You haven't heard me say one thing about spherical excess. You know why? Because I don't know anything. But yet you, for the last 2 hours, have told everyone in this room that has brought it up that they're wrong or something about this or what about this.
When did I say that?
Oh, my God.
I think you are wrong, but I don't remember saying you're all wrong. Sure, you think I'm wrong.
Except for just then.
Are you upset that I'm speaking, but
I'm
not
not
saying
upset
thoughts?
at all.
I think that
I'm just
you
don't
also
like
speak and
time
think those same
wasters.
thoughts.
I just think
Now
it's
I'm
a waste
upset.
of time for you to be so adamant about everybody else, right? I mean, you're the one.
You sound adamant about me.
It's been you,
If
right?
being adamant about people is a problem.
Yeah, you want to turn it around now? We're talking about you, sir.
Sure.
Last 2 hours, sir, about
If you'd
spherical
like.
access. Sir, do you know anything about it? Can you add anything to the conversation to help this?
Sure. Yeah, I think flat earthers just nut things. I don't think they actually seek to
That's not
understand or
adding
replicate
to the
them.
spherical excess, sir.
Hold on, we're not just not eyeing it. We're going over the
What you're
spherical
doing is
excess
adding?
thing
That's
in
talking
depth,
about
in
a
detail.
group.
Can you guys hear me talking? I don't know.
Sorry, I can't, Jeremy.
We're not just not eyeing things. We're going over the spherical excess thing in depth, in detail, not just not.
Yeah, I don't think you're. I think you're going over and at depth and in detail. But I think what's happening is it's like same as when same as any evidence is posted. But I remember when old mate who shot that boat, who shows it going over a curve by doing similar kinds of things. It's looking for a flaw. It's just going, what is some way I can excuse this clear evidence for a globe? Because if this as it appears, this is evidence for the globe. So obviously there's something funky
Dude,
about
we're
how
not
they,
scrambling for an excuse. Hold on, we're
fool
not
themselves
scrambling for
by
an excuse.
averaging something.
My friend, we're not scrambling for an
sounds like it.
excuse. No, it the reason we're all here is because we smell bullshit and we're trying to say we watch you scramble for ways to back up your story. We're trying to help you out, like when someone needs help across the street.
But I mean, it sounds like you're just going, that's bullshit. Like my example I would give you for spherical excess, I'll give
We
it
say
again.
it's bullshit, then we
Skateboarders
look
in
into it.
Australia or America, and they're due north-south, you can test the distances in your Odo. So you can go either these state borders, they don't know where the state borders are, which are on lines of longitude, in my understanding. We don't know where they are, or your car Odo lies. So there's other ways to measure this. And you're like, we're looking for answers by arguing about something being an average.
So do you think we're ignoring facts for the sake of something being sus? Is that what you think?
Yeah, I think you look at facts in a way to try and figure out what's sus about them. I think you try to find something sus in facts that support the globe.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. So you think all we're doing is acting upon a bias. We don't actually have anything substantial behind our saying something is sus.
No, I think there is something substantial behind Black Swan or we see too far measurements, but I don't think there is anything substantial by going, this thing is an average, therefore I think it's sus, and that's it.
Well,
that's
hold
the
on.
End of the
Suspect
thought.
doesn't
the end
mean.
of it. There's no further that
Suspect
goes
is not
into
a
it. I mean, Whitsett did put more into it. Fair enough, Whitsett did put more into it. Maybe they're.
Well, I just started looking
unaware of
into
their
it, so
bias
30 minutes
behind
is more than
spherical.
you put into it. So
But it seems to me like you're looking for excuses to excuse things, and that's why I keep asking, do you have positive evidence for flat Earth, rather than arguing it against positive evidence for globe?
It's almost like you're
Buddy,
trying to say that we're here in bad faith. Hold on,
every
Roland.
time I ask for physical measurements of Earth
here in bad faith.
curvature, people bring this survey up. I am trying to get to the bottom of it because I actually want to know what the truth is.
Sure, but I think you'll do that by trying to replicate or looking for other examples, not by arguing with the one example you have looked at. You'll find something to argue with all of them, but if you find 500 examples, I'm not saying that I've done this, but I think if you found 500 examples and 499 backed up to globe, you would go, oh, geez, that's interesting. This guy averages, that guy doesn't, this guy used this method, this guy used that method. They all seem to come back to this spherical excess. Then that would be interesting. But to just pick the very first one and go, oh, but he averages, seems like you're avoiding having to challenge your beliefs.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that thinks this is ridiculous either way?
Please. I have to address that, please. That's unfair because you're telling us basically that we're here in bad faith, and that's just.
No, I mean, you're here in bad faith.
Oh, so we're not being.
You're here to
hold on.
continue
We're
to
not being completely.
convince yourself that you're right.
We're not being completely unbiased and objective when we're looking at this stuff. You say, right?
I don't think anybody could be unbiased and objective, but
no, there's a way to do that.
Somebody who has cost themselves, let alone somebody who cost themselves a significant cost of outing themselves as a flat earther. It's called the sunk cost fallacy, or the escalation of commitment bias. And it is once you've invested something, even into a football team, you could say, but certainly into something that costs you something, you are more inclined to throw, good dollars after bad, or however the saying goes.
In the game, I see.
Exactly. Same
wait,
for me.
Wait, but have you ever applied that
globe.
same logic to yourself regarding the jab?
Sure, yeah. We do it with everything. We do it with staying with bad jobs. I do it with the jab. I do it with
I'm here
picking my motorbike. I do it with
God
everything.
damn it. Let me respond.
There's no way to be not biased, is my point.
Dude, I'm here regardless of any of that.
be...
I don't care. I don't care that I've had to give up certain friendships and relationships. You know what? Good riddance. Fuck them. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to vindicate a belief I have.
Unbiased?
I am not here to vindicate a belief I have.
Are you unbiased? Is that what you're telling me? You don't have
here
a
because
bias.
it's the truth, and you're better than having been duped. You're better than believing it, sir. That's why I'm here.
Are you saying you don't have a bias? Is that what you're trying to communicate to me?
Zero bias.
I'm biased, but you are not.
Zero bias.
Zero. How did you get there?
I'm motivated by pure love, brother.
About biases and written about them.
You know what love is? Do you know what love is? I'm here motivated by love specifically. Like when I am going to help someone across the street, that's genuine love. That's not a bias. You'll go help the person across the street, or you're a piece of shit.
All right, let's just chill. Like, is this what you want?
Everything I've ever read about biases suggests the first thing they say is you can't get around them. Even knowing you have them doesn't make them go away. In fact, the research shows that knowing about biases makes you more biased. So I don't know how you became unbiased, but all of the research that suggests biases exist also suggests that what you're describing is impossible and no human does it. It's saying I'm not subjective despite the fact that I'm a subject. It's just not possible. You're describing a fantasy and then going, I'm the magical person who's got this godlike perspective and all the rest of you have broken brains, not realizing that is the most biased thing you can say. All of us, through our biases, think the same thing. It's just some of us get around to the point where we go, oh, hang on, I can't be subjective because I am a subject. Sorry, I can't be objective because I am a subject. It's just not possible to say I'm unbiased because I changed my mind. Changing your mind made you more biased. All of the research shows that as well. Changing belief makes it stronger. So we are biased. You are biased. I'm backing the globe. You're backing flat Earth. Yes, when globe evidence pops up, you try to excuse it. This is why you do it. I don't think that's bad faith. I think it's just bad reasoning.
Any other opinions you want to give us that we really don't care about? I.e. wasting time again?
I think you're bad at measuring the globe. You used a bad method and you shout about it rather than describing it because you know it was a bad method.
Yeah, I think you're wrong about that, but I'll still feel free to tell me what I did. Go ahead.
I mean, you shout at me rather than explaining what you did.
That was not shouting. That was asking you to explain how I measured it, so I know if you're full of shit again about knowing what I did and telling me how I did it wrong. Go ahead.
I think you did it wrong. Is how I think you did it.
What did I do?
Failed at your job. You set out to do one thing.
See, this time waster piece of shit has no clue what I did, just knows I did it wrong. Can't even give me the steps of what I did.
Don't personally insult, please, though.
He's just trying to get your goat, Rick. Yeah, you know what he does.
It's ridiculous that y'all allow this. Ridiculous.
It's all the same topic.
Okay, let's not make this the eggshell
like,
show. It doesn't have to all be about him. We don't even have to respond to him if you guys don't want to.
Yep.
Okay?
See you later.
It doesn't have to be the eggshell show. All right, bye, Rakia.
Bye.
Don't insult people next time you come, please.
My God.
So let's see what they got here, right? Rationally and calmly. They got a measurement between two mountains. Just that, like, is a joke. They got an observation between two mountains, and they think that proves something one way or the other. This is like kindergarten, like joke time.
I'm about to expose McToon. He's in the chat. So I'm going live. Here's the PDF. I don't have to run away from live streams and then just lie to my audience for an hour. So here is page 62.
Why doesn't he just jump in here? Does he need to have his own
knows.
show to be able to conversate with people?
He was in here last
McToon
night.
just wants to make money. If his show is not live getting super chats, McToon will not come and talk to you. That's why.
No, he was in the VC last night.
Yeah,
In
but
here?
but this is the thing. It's only whenever he can stream to his YouTube and he can mute Discord for the YouTube tag.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway,
He was in here last night.
so this is what I'm trying to figure out here. Like, where is this at? See, look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. So he's posting. Okay, so this is what they say,
He's
right?
literally just posting exactly what is in. It's the same shit.
Dude, this is so funny. This is how you know he's lying, and this is how you know this is going to get so bad for them at the end of this. When I get back from Florida, I'm going to so thoroughly bury this. Okay, so here's the page where he just took the screenshot out and he's left out the corrected angles, right? All right, so look, what they're claiming is that little screenshot is the raw data, okay? So we're going to go with number 1. It gives us one observed angle from each location, okay? Now they're claiming that they actually took multiple measurements and then the corrections is the average. Okay? He's claiming this on my screen here, that this is they get the corrections here by just averaging all the observed angles they got here. So we have one angle here, okay? And then they say this is the average. So what are they using? Where are all the measurements they use to get the average? Where's it at? And
they don't have them. That's the shit I've been asking for years, the actual measurements. Yeah, they don't have them as far as I've seen.
He's saying raw data run and they're all amping it up because these people they don't care. They don't care at all about truth. Dude. This is just about like gaslight Austin or whatever. So like we need the data. Okay, if supposedly, because what I found is that it says you actually have to use a specific formula to get the adjusted angle. And it has spherical assumption and from the model in it. Now they're claiming that's not the case. So why can't they support it? If we're just getting an average, if the correction is just an average from all the other, where are all the other measurements they use to get the average?
They have nothing, bro. They have nothing. They literally have mountain to mountain angles, and they think that means something. This is the most ridiculous baller argument I've ever heard. It's insane. Like, literally insane. Like, you see that mountain over there? I think I'll take an angle to it. And you see that one over there? I think I'll take an angle to that one. Well, let's draw a line. I mean, it's ridiculous, bro.
Why is he trying to just repost the same stuff and claim it's the raw data?
Exactly, bro. And you know what's even funnier? So I asked him, I was like, because I just want to figure out what it is. If this is really the case, I want to know. If I live on a ball, I want to know. So I want to go out and test it myself, you know? So it's like, where's the actual data? I'm asking, where's it at, right? And then for number 1, we'll start at number 1 because it equals exactly 180. We'll just start with number 1 because I just want to figure out the method so then I can look at the rest of the data, right? Like pretty simple. We want to figure out what method they're using exactly so we can look at all the data and figure out what can we really glean from this, right? And so I'm like, number 1, let's figure out the method. Okay, they make a certain claim about it. So okay, if they're taking an average and they must have multiple measurements, you guys claim it has all the raw data and it's completely non-biased and it's transparent and all this stuff. So where are all the measurements they use to get the average? And what he responds with is a different one, like way down the page that shows more spherical excess and says, explain this on a flat earth.
He's literally he's literally the one running away from the actual question.
Dude, he did it for 3 hours last night, and the anti-flat earthers in here talking about I got destroyed.
So I wonder if somebody like the guy who was just being a complete sophist for the last hour, what he thinks about the actions or what somebody like McToon is doing here, and if he looks at the information with the same critical eye as he would, the way he comes in this room and tries to just move things away and turn it into some psychological experiment or whatever the hell he does. But do you look at McToon with the same critical eye or ear? Eggshells? Did he leave?
I was asked to shush, so I'm leaving you all to it. I mean,
No,
if
I
I think
didn't
someone's
ask
saying
you to.
something wrong, I'll try and figure out what's wrong with it.
Hold on, I didn't ask you to
I thought it was
shush.
for
I
next
was
time.
just telling. No, I didn't ask you to shush. You're free to talk. I was just telling our guys if they're getting upset with you, they don't have to engage with you. That's all.
Oh, right.
Yeah, actually, the
some people
moments
get
of silence and ignoring the anti-flat Earth rhetoric is one of the most healthy things we can do for people listening in.
Why can't none of them answer? Why can't they answer? None of the ballers in there answer? You guys know all about it. We're so stupid. We can't do math. Can you answer? Where's the data that you use to get the average?
Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't.
Dude, I've been asking that for years. I've been asking them that for years. They don't have it. The best thing I got was Larry said. The best thing I got was Larry said he was gonna email someone and try to get the field notes or some shit.
Yeah, McToon, I know you're listening. If you don't have this, you have nothing, man. Stop making yourself look bad. You look really bad, bro. If you don't have the data, you have nothing, Toon. Simple.
And what does the lion do when it's wounded? It leaves the public eye to go lick its wounds. You're just embarrassing yourself, sir.
Oh, they didn't publish all the individual measurements to output the observed angle.
So how do you know then, Toon?
Wow.
So how do you know?
So all of a sudden
There
we
it
get to
is.
the bottom of it.
Yep. One simple question. And there it is. There's your answer.
Wow, McToon. Wow, dude. And if you knew that already, what are you doing exactly? Wow.
Yeah, everyone knows they don't have the actual measure. I've been asking for years for these actual measurements from this same paper. They never have them. They just say an average is a measurement, and they're
Check out the irony. Jeremy, check out the irony. He says, I'm not smart enough to figure it out, but I was smart enough, McToon, to ask you a couple of questions, and you just exposed yourself, sir. Thank you. See how easy that was?
We can keep going too. So, okay, wait, take a screenshot of that. I mean, I'm screenshotting it real fast.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Someone else
did it
screenshot
already.
it. My screenshot's tripping out. Someone screenshot. They didn't publish.
I came in late. What happened?
Well, we finally got to the bottom. They're saying that they take averages, and I'm like, where's the data you use to get the average? We've been asking for 24 hours now or something, and now we finally got. They didn't publish all the individual measurements to output the observed angles. Oh, but they released all the raw data just so you can figure it out yourself. All the data's there. All the raw data.
Bro, I've been asking for years for that data, and they don't have it. Yeah, not 24 hours. I've been asking every Glober I come across for 2 years. Show me the actual measurements, the data.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the next.
Smart enough to get the info out of you, eh, McToon? All it took me was one question, bro, and you just exposed yourself. That's how easy it was. You didn't make a penny on that, by the way. Not a penny. That was beautiful. I loved it, McToon. Thank you.
And yo, if they're taking the average of observed angles and a lot of these are equaling less than 180, that means that there were observed angles that are way less than 180.
It's even worse if it's an average, and yeah, it's even worse if it's an average and it's coming out to under 180. That makes it way worse than if it was just one time or one angle. You got an average of it under 180. That's even worse. Yeah.
This is terrible, terrible, terrible. Exposing them is so easy, man.
But this
so
is important. This is definitely important. This is like their go-to. This is very important, in my opinion, to thoroughly and specifically refute, in my opinion.
And he just admitted it himself. Their king, their leader, just admitted it himself.
Watch, and I'll show you if you guys. So I have my screen up because I can only be here for a little bit. So we'll go Control F. We'll go to derive. It'll take a second. So, and we'll show where it says right here. Sec.
Y'all glowers keep shooting yourselves in the foot. You're not going to have any feet left to walk on. You feel me?
Maktoon is just short 1 foot. He's limping right now.
No. He will
Wow,
just casually go on by explaining to you guys why everything is just a word salad at the end of the day.
Dude, now it's just, oh, you don't apply these standards to your own evidence. Bruh, they are imploding. My man, you have a website and you've run around the internet invoking this, claiming you looked all the way through it and created an entire Excel, and you screened at people about how every single one of them definitively shows over 180. Now we're asking for you to support your next claim. We've exposed you on the first one. Now the second one, right? Because I know you're listening. Second question is, where in the document does it say that you just take an average of the observed angles? Because I have the actual document saying that you have to have a specific formula with assumptions integrating the spherical coordinates to get the weighted average. So I have a part of the document specifically saying what you're saying isn't true. So can you cite where it says they just take an average of the observed angles? No, they don't actually factor in spherical assumptions? Because what they're painting it is, they just went out there, they looked, and they wrote down numbers. Come to find out, oh no, they apparently took a bunch of them and then made averages. And so now they have a weighted mean. And when they found stuff that were outside of what they wanted, they threw it out. So how do they determine their weighted mean? Well, it's a formula that has the spherical coordinates. So they're like, if something doesn't fall within this window, then it can't be accepted because it has to fit within this spherical window. Okay, so we're getting to the bottom of this and it's getting worse and worse. This is the number one thing I have brought up. When I ask for physical measurements of Earth curvature, this is what everyone says.
Well, now you can tell them their leader says that they never published the measurements.
Yep.
Amazing.
This is so funny.
How does it feel, Maktoon, to expose yourself? That must feel pretty terrible, man.
Oh wait, wait. I realized. Look, check this out. Okay, so so they said they didn't release the actual. He said they didn't release the actual measurements to get the average, right? So they just the observed angles. But then what he claimed that the correction was that. He claims that the correction is the average of the observed angles. But now we're finding out the observed angle apparently is just an average. And we don't have the numbers that they use to get that average. So what's the correction then? Could it be that it's a formula that assumes the sphere and turns the flat measurements into a sphere? Could it be?
Dun, dun, dun.
That's just a bunch of words that blitz it.
I can see Maktoon now. His face must be red. Are you taking a zip-a-tang, Maktoon?
Well, I think Maktoon knows that like he has like those 500 people that are going to be on his live stream that no matter what's said, no matter what happens, they're going to say that I got destroyed and that he's so smart and
exactly with it.
Right. Yeah, so I would like to see the
I've been on this.
That gets us the average, right? To see what kind of averaging they did if they erred on the side of spherical excess to begin with.
I don't even know if the guy that did the average knows how to even do an average, or if they made some simple mathematical error, because I can't even check the original numbers to see if the average is even correct. We don't know, because there's no actual measurements here.
Exactly.
I've been saying this shit for
Admittedly so.
years. I've been
Yeah.
saying this for years now.
Yeah, but they never admitted it. They've been saying, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah."
They've always admitted that they don't have the actual measurements, and then they started arguing an average is a measurement.
Well, now
That's
we
what they've
have
been
it.
doing for the past years. They've been saying an average. We don't have the measurements, but an average is a measurement.
Yeah, but now we have their
average
leaders
is a
saying it.
measurement. A tape measure is a calculation. Anything they need to say.
General McToon just admitted it. The troops have to fall in line now. Now all of them have to say that, so you can use that against them.
Dude, for fuck's sake, dude. I'm just gonna say this, dude. There's a reason
There it
that
is.
we don't say that every time Pete Shea says something, you guys gotta fall in line and listen to him, dude.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Some of us
You
don't
have
watch McToon's show.
I'm joking.
Some of us don't know
I'm
MC2's show. You guys can parade around and cheerlead and do this kind of thing, but just be honest about it. Okay.
Yeah, but
just because MC2 says something doesn't mean that everybody else has to say it.
Fair enough. Don't. That's fair enough. Okay, but Kosho, I specifically. Go ahead.
No, I'll wait for you to finish and then I'll say my piece.
Okay, because I specifically used Kosho as an example of one of the people that don't do that. But if we're gonna be fair, vast majority of anti-flat earthers do that, bro, and we all know it because that's everyone's like, I don't know. MC Toon has it on his website. MC Toon has an Excel. MC Toon explains it. I'm not sure, but I know it. We've looked through it, right? Like a good percentage of them do in fact turn to MC Toon to explain specifically this survey, right? Like you would have to agree with that.
That's why I was being quiet, because the way it was being stated before was permissible, because the way it was being expressed before was, yeah, I mean, there's truth to that. That's why, but it's just, it was getting a little overboard. That's all.
Yeah, because like Kosho clearly did distance himself from it and said he's never really pressed it like that, and he never. So, it's not fair to just say that they all do it. In my opinion, we don't want them doing that to us. So, we don't want them saying we all regurgitate Nathan Oakley, right?
Dude, they've all been telling me for the past 2 years that don't have the actual measurements, and the averages are measurements. Like, they've all said that. Kosho, have you not said that?
Well, I was actually just talking to Larry about it just now, and he's telling me that it's the observed data, the raw data that's in there, but it sounds also like the raw data itself is preliminary averages, perhaps, because obviously the corrections were made even after this document. A lot of the corrections are not even in the document, is what Larry was telling me. That like there was another that it took years and years and years to for people to assess the data, but he said that this document was available for people to do exactly that. So like anybody could assess the data and then make these corrections and calculations based off that. But I'm not an expert. That's why I was asking Larry about it.
Well, I asked Larry about, I don't know, 6 months, 6, 8, 9 months ago for the measurement. He said he was gonna email the guys and see if he could get the actual measurements. Did he ever do that, or?
You have to ask him.
Of course not. Yeah, of
No,
course
I just
not.
now challenge MC Toon to debate me about this specifically on Modern Day Debate. They're doing all this chanting and blah blah blah. Like, okay, then so let's just go on Modern Day Debate and specifically debate this. Yeah, you have a lot of math to do. Let me know when you get it done. See what I'm saying? Dude, we both know you are terrified of the idea of us sitting down for 3-4 hours in front of a live audience and sifting through this. We both know it. You guys want to avoid that, and you want to chant in the chat, chant in the comment sections. That's what you need to do. Because I don't even know all the answers right now. I don't even know everything about it. But you know damn well before I get on that debate, I will.
I just want to say,
These are.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Well, I was going to say, just to clear, just for clarity, I'm just saying I don't watch MC Toon's show. I barely know where his argument is with this. I'm just saying that you know, for all I know, he could have he could fall in line with what Larry's saying, and you know, I mean, it's just I don't go to him for those answers, but he for all I know has the right answers. So I just want to say that I'm not disagreeing with MC Tune. I'm just not you know, I can't be repeating his argument if I don't even know what it is.
That's sacrilege, Kosho. You don't know McToon's argument? The leader
I
of
watch the show.
one of the main leaders?
You're antagonizing.
Are you kidding me?
Well, the other day you guys were talking.
Yeah,
about, you guys were talking about the what do you call it, the content providers or whatever, and this kind of thing, and Witsit was talking about how, you know, he neglects to, you know, or no, sorry, I think Gio was talking about how he should neglect to go on these people's shows, but Witsit was saying that, you know, they have a lot of exposure, and so, you know, for that reason, there's some benefit from it and whatnot. But I was just going to say that I think. And not saying anything bad about MC Tune or Fight the Flat Earth, although I think that a lot of the people who watch those shows are more of the, you know, people you call anti-flat earthers, or people who are kind of you know, how do you say, like
toxic,
antagonistic and that kind of thing.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Like, I honestly believe Kosho when he says he comes here because he just enjoys the conversation and he's like made friends here. I don't think that Kosho like wakes up in the morning like, I must stomp out flat earth. I think that hooked up to a lie detector test, Kosho would say he doesn't like that it's censored, probably.
I said say it openly, yeah. I mean, I said that. I think that was just it sucks that you can't find shit and stuff like that. But
dude, if we all gave up right now with it and was like, all right, it's a globe, we're back on board, with Kosho would literally cry, like, yeah, he loves it.
He's not joking. Yeah, that was funny when you said the other day though too, Jeremy. Because we were saying that you're like, somebody says that you're a glober or something. I forgot what people were saying, but yeah, but then you're like, yeah, you're right, Dan. That'd be really upset.
You would literally cry.
Tears.
I don't know. I mean, I cry a lot at a lot of stuff, so I could see how that's possible, but I'd be upset. Yeah.
You would be emotionally. Wait, are you emotionally attached to the globe?
I like it when these people talk like this. You're gonna cry. You're so. I mean, I don't observe that ever. Anyone acting that way, but yet y'all still say that shit.
Well, Left can you not disavow like the anti-flat earther behavior? Can you not disavow like the way FTFE and MC Tune act? Like just
Which it just yeah. To be fair, I mean, I see questionable activity on both sides, pretty much almost equally. You know, it's like you know how I kind of fall in the middle on that aspect of it. You know, I kind of.
He stays away from it.
Well, yeah, I recommend
go watch the debate last night on MC Tune's channel and just read his live chat replay. And I would hope that the people like Kosho and Left Lane that seem much more reasonable would like just vehemently disavow the way that chat behaves. It's disgusting. It's reprehensible. It's 100% not justifiable.
Yeah, but Left Lane's point though about both sides, he's exactly like when I would go on Nathan Oakley's show, the last thing I would do was read the chat, dude.
Because Nathan Oakley is also very toxic, right, Coach? Like that's why people go to Nathan Oakley's channel, because there's something about them likes the toxicity, where he's screaming and cussing and interrupting and muting and chanting and mocking and how do my balls taste and right? I mean, same thing.
I mean, that activity from either side, I don't give a shit who it is, would make me want to punch him in the lip. You know, I don't care who he is.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to these guys, right? Shout out to McToon and Nathan, right? Because they're smart. They're smart businessmen. They know what the people want and they're giving it to them. So in that aspect, I commend McToon because he's giving the people the circus they want. So good on you for that, bro. But don't think you fooled me. Let me just tell you that.
They just show, man. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, I think
he's saying my live chat's pure toxic, but in reality, if you go read my live chat on one of my streams, it's people saying like, "Shalom, brother. How's your family doing? Much love." And yeah, they make fun of the globe. They talk about how it's stupid. And I'm sure there are definitely comments about like how goofy MC Tune are or something if they come up. But the general vibe is way different. It's way different, and everyone knows it. All you have to do is just go look at it, right? If you go read my comment section, then go read his comment. Go read the comments on the videos right now. I haven't even done it. I can guarantee you it's all insulting me. I can guarantee you every single comment. I wasn't even in that conversation for the first like hour and a half or something. I can almost guarantee you that every comment under McToon's videos are just vicious hatred about me, right? Now go read the comments on my videos. They're not like
This
that.
is
And
like
I don't censor any of my comments.
They're
these
gonna go
guys
after
are like
you because
these
you're
guys
making
are like Jerry Springer, bro. You know, like the
yeah,
Jerry Springer
with it.
show. That's
Yeah, Jerry Springer.
exactly. And McToon figured it out. Nathan figured it out, and Fight the Flat Earth figured it out. And they're milking it. That's all it is. They're good, smart businessmen.
Yep, and
Well, I
Witsit,
get
they
more
want
live
to
viewers
hold
than
on,
that.
Witsit, real quick. They want to come after you, brother, because you're the one doing the most work, making the most progress, making the most public progress. So they really, really want to come after you. And it's obvious, actually. The audience watches them desperately scramble to diminish you, and it's like, well, wait, why would you guys even have to do that if we were wrong about this? Oops.
Yeah, I got a phone call.
I don't think.
If
I
Witsit
think
doesn't go
SC.
on
I
this
think
show,
SC's hit on
he
the
has
head, man.
nothing.
Just because
Sorry.
I think that's basically it. It's not about them being like, I don't commend them for it, but it's kind of obvious. It's an obvious thing that like you're gonna cater to the you know the masses or whatever, the people who are the most abundant fan base or whatever, the people, the viewers, the most you know, the ones that brings the most viewers, and it's usually that drama stuff, and you know, that's why all those shows, it's really about combativeness, which makes sense why you wouldn't find those comments on your streams, was it? Because usually yours are just like expressive rather than
Yeah.
like confrontational.
Yeah, hanging with the Witsits.
Yeah.
Look, he's smart. He trolls YouTube. He finds dumb flat earthers. He humiliates them live, and he makes money. What a gig! Get to stay home. For that, I commend him. I really do. And the people that go on his show and make money for him, well, what can I say?
No, but also Witsit said this the other day when he was talking to Gio about how for months and months and months, like they kind of coax him, you know, lure him into doing a interaction with him or whatever. But you have to understand, like, anytime I was on Nathan Oka's show, like, I could relate to that. Because like I would like, all it takes is like listening for a second, and then they see that I'm in the chat, and then they really lure you in and try to, like, you know, say things that they know you're going to respond to. And I can hold out for a long time, but eventually, you know, somebody says something that you think you're going to
Eventually
say
you take
one
the
thing
bait,
to,
dive
and then
in.
it's a whole fucking show now.
Whether you're talking about things like level and flat, and then you see your name there, like, oh, Zanuck, level can be flat. And I jump in, yes, it can be flat, or it can be level, or it isn't flat, or whatever. It could be round, whatever the answer was. And then they start blowing. Then they mute you, and then they just have a heyday with just insulting you and making fun of you and making a big shit show, because that's what their show is about, just making noise and make people laugh.
But it's easy to lure you in, Zanuck, you know that.
You were pretty gullible back then too.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, it depends on what was said, but yeah. But it's regardless.
As far as these measurements, I mean, the spherical excess, are they still, and the correction? I think they still don't know what the corrections mean.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
What the spherical excess value is, but
This is nothing but the Jerry Springer
any
effect.
resolution here,
That's all it
gentlemen?
is.
That's what we're currently on about. Zanuck, is the spherical excess measurements. And actually, I think, you know, if we shed light onto those corrections and what was made and how they were made, I think that's what people are looking for.
Right. But what about the spherical excess itself? Did McToon ever concede that you can't have the triangle not add up to an 80? And the fact that they didn't get exactly 80 was only instrument error, right?
I don't think they did have it exactly at one. I was going to say to you, with your meme, I'm sure you were doing rounding or whatever, but your meme only goes to the nearest arc minute, and even then it's rounding in the wrong direction for a bunch of them. I was just curious if you meant to do that, or
I put an example in the chat of main surveyor's values for the reciprocal zenith angles when he looked at the object 400 yards away across the river, and he has this column called corrections, and that's the same type of corrections they're making for these for these observations for different mountain peaks. The thing is interesting is that Witsit wants to see the raw data, and yeah, if it was raw data, there'd be hundreds of entrants of just measurements that they average out and give the average. That's the value they go with, the one is the average. That's how you do these kind of things. The corrections are something different.
Well, I mentioned that they want to see, like, they're going to turn down that observation because they can't see the field notes. But I would think that in addition to that type of questioning, that you would be prepared to go out and do it yourself if you thought it was wrong.
The thing is, I'm not even worried about the corrections, right? That's other people's problems. I'm worried about the actual measured angles. And on some of them, we have less than 180, the actual measurements.
Yeah, that's right.
Instrument error.
Exactly. They
You
go
can
over.
say it's whatever error you want. They had them. These are the most precise measurements they can make. And come to find out, ironically enough, you have spherical excess with less than 180 degrees.
So I would say that on the shorter triangles, the shorter distances, that the spherical axis would fall within error margins. But in that case, I would look at the larger triangles and see what that looked like.
But how
Exactly.
are they
That's exactly what Larry said.
But Larry and Left Lane, what is the spherical axis? How are they measuring that? The angles of a single triangle?
No, those
Dude,
corrections,
that's
the way
not
they
what they do.
described it, they were averaging the observations to get an accurate number.
But where's the spherical excess? You don't get a spherical excess with three straight lines.
Yeah, you learned that
They were
last
showing
week.
like 5 different points, I think.
We talked about this 6 months ago.
Yeah, that was the example that they showed in explaining the correction was they showed like observation from 1 point to 5 different points, and then averaging those angles at the observation point.
Right. It's not just the one triangle.
Is Witsit still here actually? Because I kind of want to talk to him about this. His meme. If he's not here, then I can just go over to whatever.
He's here. He had to make a phone call real quick, though. I'll be back.
Yeah. Because I didn't even see that the top actually expresses what because there's something called mean. What is it called? It's called the root mean square error. Yeah, that's right. Which is like so I was bringing up the Kalman filter, but this is more ancient than the Kalman filter. It's a more classical way of statistical analysis where they use this to make the corrections, and it looks like in Witsit's meme it even expresses this. What they have is that mean error. And that mean error is greater than most of any of the ones that are below, except for one. There's one that's below 180 that is greater than this mean error. But other than that one, all the other ones are well within the mean error.
So you're saying we got a black swan measurement of spherical excess less than 180?
No, I'm saying this is why I brought up the Kalman filter, is because it's just like I said, dude. Whenever we were using our gyroscopes, this is the story I told you. Me and P-Link were making measurements with our cell phones using, of the rotation of the Earth and the gyroscopes using our cell phones. And, if you look at the range that the air is going above and below, like a measured value at any given instantaneously, like it dances around wildly if you have to get past a few numbers past a decimal point. And so you have to figure out what is the max and min error and the average error. And, there's filtering processes that you have to do in order to use a tool like that to make a measurement like that. And we read a paper where somebody had done exactly that. They used a Kalman filter with a similar gyroscope to measure the rotation of the Earth. But when you're using a tool where there's error in the measurement, you have to take that into consideration and use that to kind of filter your data so that you're actually looking at the more valuable numbers, not just the numbers that you measured, because the numbers you measured are going to be, if they're more heavily determined based on what the error is, you're going to end up with values below 180. But the numbers that are below 180 are very, very like literally like 0.13 arc seconds below 180, which is
That's good evidence for the flat Earth, though. Like I just got off the phone. I heard you say my name. I don't know what did you say. I don't have much time. What's up?
I was going to ask you
We were
about
talking.
the meme.
Yeah, he was saying that you were ugly and your mama dresses you funny.
So like, what's
I
up?
was going to
What's
ask you about the
meme?
meme. Yeah, that's all. Go ahead.
What about the meme?
Well, the numbers that you used, because you rounded, in some cases you rounded in the wrong direction, but you rounded them to the nearest arc minute. And I was just wondering if you did that, that there's a reason for doing that, or if,
Well, just to show that it's under 180. Like I didn't. Yeah.
I see.
Right. Yeah, I mean it doesn't matter. It's just that it's under 180. It is really close to 180, and that's actually better for flat. Like the closer it is to 180, the more that matches flat Earth, right? Like, so yeah, it just to show that it's actually under 180. You know, so like it would be 59. The next one would be 60. Like,
I mean, none of them actually average at 59. I mean, not average. I'm sorry, rounded to 59.
No, they don't round. They don't round. I'm just showing that it's like under 180.
I got you. Okay.
Values don't go to 180. But what's it? Again, I've been out of this for. You've done a lot in the last 24 hours. So what are you determining now? The 180. You're still getting 3 data points, and you're still measuring angles to them. But we also have some. I don't know whether you consider the distances. Did you guys take the trigonometry effort to look at those distances and see if what kind of triangle that makes?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking, but obviously they're high enough to where it doesn't really matter when it comes to like obstruction or anything. But what we're at right now, because I don't have time, because I have to jump on SGT report in an hour and then I have my flight. But like, so what we're at right now, Zanuck, just so you know, is what they were trying to say is that the correction is an average of, so say they take like 5 points and then they average it. And so the average is the correction. That's what they were saying. Okay. And now we've gotten to where they've admitted, oh, well, actually, they didn't release the data that they used to get the average, and that the observed angle column is an average. Okay. So obviously the corrected column can't be the average if the observed column is an average. So apparently we don't have any of the data that shows how they got the observed angle average, and that angle is an average. And then the correction has got to be something else. Now, what I found looking through the document is that it's actually a specific formula that factors in many things about a spherical coordinate system and the latitudes, etc. Yeah, so the correction is just to make it fit on the sphere. And in addition, the average, even the observed angle, also assumes a sphere because it's a weighted formula for the average, which is now they just say the word average. It doesn't say anywhere that there were 5 points or anything like that. I haven't found that anywhere. I keep asking them to cite that. It's just a talking point that they say. Okay, but they've grossly misrepresented it no matter what happens from here forward.
It's like in doing work on car engines and things. You want to set the valve lash or something. You take a measurement, you take another measurement, click, 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 click.
Well,
and you find the part that actually the average means that's what the value is. Every one of those other measurements that were
I get the concept, Zanuck. I get the concept. The point is that the correction is not that.
It's not like it's magic or it's not.
No, I
accurate.
don't dispute that. I already said all that earlier. I said that's how you would do it. You would take multiple measurements because you want to get the most accurate. Time. I don't have time to go back and forth with you for now. I'm trying to point something out. Okay, like I'm just trying to point this out.
Does the 180?
Please, dude.
Is the 180 or deviation from it? Does that dictate or indicate spherical excess?
This is what I'm trying to explain, dude. Okay, so they have a weighted formula. Okay, that means a weighted mean. That's what weighted equation.
We already talked about that. It's an average, same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Close to it.
No, it's not.
They're average. We're getting an average.
They're fundamentally different.
Made up of many data points. I get that.
I think he's pressed for time at what he's saying. These are two different things, because one is the average of the measurement, which is what is expressed, and the other is the corrections made afterward, which is where the mean the what do you call it, the means, whatever the fuck it's called, the root mean
root mean squared.
that thing.
RMS.
Yeah, but that's at the top of your thing, though. That's what I was going to say, which is at the top of your meme expresses when one into the MS or MRSE or whatever it's called.
RMS.
Okay, so real fast, weighted mean, so everyone understands, of course, is that when you have like a window And when the numbers get closer to the center of that window, they have more weight. They factor into the average more. They have more weight. So it's now whether or not they threw out outliers, they normally do that in geodetic surveying. Who knows? Because we don't even have the data. It's all made up bullshit. But the point is that what they're doing is they're like, okay, this is where, based on the globe model, this is where the measurement should be. So the measurements that are closer to this window, we're going to give them more weight. They're going to have a greater representation in our formula when we get our average, right? That's what it means.
As they should.
Okay, as they should if you want to affirm the consequent and never ever bring
No.
it up as evidence of the globe ever,
if I'm
ever.
adjusting, so back to the car thing. If I'm adjusting my valve lash and I have all these outliers and I want to set the actual valve lash, I will give a weighted average to these ones that are closer together because it's more representative of the actual measurement. These outliers are not. Why
Wait,
would you
this is
give
the
them weight if
problem,
they're
right? So if we
outliers?
have first of all, they made up the story that they took 5 points and averaged it out to get the observed angle. That is a made up anti-flat earther narrative. They have no evidence for it. I haven't seen anyone cite it. And when they do, I will gladly concede that's what they did, but they don't even cite that. They just make it up. Okay. But anyway, when we take that, the point is that they're taking the weighted mean, meaning that they're cooking the books. They're making it match the globe. And when we take the average, let's just say they have the observed angles and that it's the observed angle we see is an average. Let's just say that's true because it probably is true. Why would they not take multiple measurements? Okay. So now as to the specifics of how many they did and what they threw out and stuff, we'll never know apparently. But let's just say that they take the average and the observed angle is an average. That makes it even worse for the globe that we have some of them being less than 180 or right at 180 because that means that some of their observed angles were way less than 180. And when it's a weighted mean, that means that some of them could have been significantly less and there could have been way more of them that were less. But since they don't have as much weight in the formula, the final product still makes it closer to the prediction. So this is nowhere close to evidence for a globe. It's laughably not that.
What? But you're still thinking that the 180 tells whether is it a globe or not. The 180 doesn't tell that.
My dude, if it's a globe, they're supposed to be greater than 180.
Why?
Are you kidding me?
We're going back to square one here. Why do you think that's true?
Are you saying that the spherical triangle with the internal angles added up shouldn't have spherical excess?
A spherical triangle will. A measured triangle will not.
Yeah, this is supposed to be showing us spherical excess of spherical triangles on a sphere that we live on.
Right, so they're extrapolating that onto a sphere. The angles they're measuring is the actual measurement. Those 180s are what you're always going to get. They're all within the margin of error. That 179.59 or 180 even or 180.05, whatever it is, that is the measurement. Straight lines, three angles, they're always going to be close to 180. The only difference is that is an error due to measurement.
Dude, I just buried this survey in 20 seconds. And anyone that can't admit that it's not proof of a globe and that it's just confirming the consequent is being disingenuous because it says specifically that let me read it again, right? Because like I said, I don't have much time.
I know, but you're not addressing my point at all. Do you not
you're
agree
like,
that
no,
those measurements?
you're skating past my point. You want to just talk about you just want to talk about the general principles of
how does it not make
geometry.
a globe? I said that's not the measurement you're actually taking to measure a globe. That's just trying to measure those 3 points to make sure that they're 180, and some of them are not based on the instrument. Hello?
Game over.
Hello?
And I brought this up to McToon. That was the first question I read to him. I asked him the question 3 hours. I asked him at the end of it. I asked him to admit that what.
For that?
Okay.
I thought you were dead. It was a dead spot. Quiet. Were you quiet, or did you say something?
Go ahead.
All we heard was game over.
Yeah. Well, game over what? You totally blanked out.
What? Okay.
I didn't hear anything you said. No one did. So
my point is that this right here, I asked McToon. That's the first question I asked him. I asked him. He didn't answer for 3 hours. At the end of the debate, when he's trying to get off, I'm like, can you just please answer the question? The same question I've had the whole time. Can you admit that you made up how they adjusted the angle, and can you address what this says? No one addressed it. No one's addressed it. I don't know all about it. I'm not claiming to. I don't know all the variables in this quote unquote complicated formula. Okay. I don't know, but I do know that it specifically says in here that one of the things they incorporate is a spherical coordinate system latitude.
Yes.
Right.
But that, okay.
Okay. So they use an astronomical meridian, and they plot their points this way. They built it on previous surveys. They take the spherical coordinate systems of longitude and latitude. They also apply the geodesic correction for sea level to establish their height. They then apply refractive, corrections to the altitude differences in the heights to establish like the zenith. Okay. And now I want to know what else is in it. And they have been running around. Okay, Mattoon has been running around for a few years, never even addressing any of those things. So there's no telling what else is here. So I'm trying to figure out what is in this formula. And that sounds like a fair, honest question. And I'm trying to get to the end of it, the bottom of it. So
Yeah, I'll try to help you. I'll read a little more on this paper because it's got a lot of information in there, and the statistical math is, it's not that complicated, but it is important to understand what they're actually trying to achieve by their adjustments and evaluations of the value. But the main point, just back to the high level, is that these measurements are actual measurements. Yeah, they're made up of a bunch of measurements, but that's the average of all the measurements, even if they have a weighted mean technique. So you have to understand that those should all add up to 180. If they don't, that's error in the instrument or the measurement itself, and that's what they're measuring. But that's not the spherical excess.
well, okay. What's funny is what they want to keep talking about. They want to take the final product. They want to take the observed angle, and they're claiming it has nothing to do with spherical assumption. Okay? They want to say that the observed angles are just, they went out there, they just documented what they found. That is a lie. That is a made up story.
Those are the values they got, like Taylor, Kent, north and south. We've been over many times. That's the values they measured, and those are made up of multiple measurements, and that's the one that they're averaging. But that's the value they get, and so they have a little excess.
How do you know any of this?
Because that's how they would do it.
Oh, because that's how they would do it. So
it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter where. Yeah, it wouldn't matter what the shape of the Earth was. If those are the measurements you would always would get, and those are the deviations you always.
But on a
get.
flat Earth, you would just take the measurements and just average them. That's what you would do on a flat Earth.
No, you take multiple measurements because in flat Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You would just average them though. But on the globe Earth, they have to be a certain thing. We've created a specific formula,
because
spherical variables, and a weighted mean. That's totally different.
Okay, well, have you thought about this for a second? You saw that the chart. It's a little broader. It has a distant area. When it says it's a ball, I promise. Did you look at that? And if you looked at the log column as well as the distances in meters, did you think about what that actually means?
What?
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't hear you because I'm trying to set up an interview and could care less about this, dude. I don't want to talk.
It's important.
All right, you're getting on my nerves at this point. You're not having a genuine conversation.
Hey, it's not going to take any time. Real quick, did you look at the final column that has the log S as well as distances in meters on your little meme? Your Earth, it's a ball, I promise. That meme.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, there's the stations, Taylor, Kent, north and south. It has the observed angles and it has the corrections, which we need to talk about, and then the spherical angles and its spherical excess. That is all related to the sphere. And yes, it is correlated with the spherical shape of the Earth. But the log S and the distances in meters, did you look at that or think about that for any second at all?
No, I'm just now looking at all this. The Globers have been the one bragging about this for 5 years. You should have already looked into all of this before you ever even uttered the name transcontinental.
I posted the spherical excess, how to do it, and you didn't seem to understand how that worked either. The 3 vertical points and the contribution of each triangle to make an additive of 3 angles to get the spherical excess. You didn't understand what that even meant. So you don't say you've invented this.
Stop talking about understanding. You didn't know that line of sight freaking triangles were 180, bro.
Oh, we were talking about because I was yeah. Now you're going back.
So stop bragging about how you know so much about it.
I knew there was a way to measure it. I was thinking in my mind before I thought about it clearly enough that it wasn't just a tilted triangle. It had to be 3 actual triangles, all like a pie, like a cake, a layered cake on 3 different verticals. Now that's besides that. Don't try to get me on anything. You didn't understand what that was all about. You're contributing one angle from each triangle to get spherical axis. They do it a little differently in this, but that's beside the point. The distances are important. You're still obfuscating. I asked you about the distances. You didn't think for a second to add
How
those
am I
distances.
obfuscating when I said I don't know?
Hold on, Witsit.
Oh my God, Zenik, are you
You
so
won't let me finish. You won't
incredibly
let me finish.
egotistical
Let me
that you
finish the
don't
fucking
hear
sentence. You
words
don't
that
know what
I
I'm going to say.
don't?
Okay, why
I'm
don't you tell
not
me
gonna
what I'm going
sit
to say?
here. If we're
Why
gonna
don't
have
you
a
tell
back
me
and
what I'm
forth,
going to
it's
say
not
then?
gonna be you talking for an hour. I have to do something.
I understand, but why don't you tell me what I was going to say about the distance? What is that? What is the significance of the distance?
I already said I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
So instead
you
of just
make.
saying it, you just want to be like, you don't even
I'm trying
understand
to. You
things.
will
I'm
not
so
let me
smart.
finish. Are
You
you
don't
not listening
understand
to
things.
yourself?
I'm so
Dude, we'd
smart.
be done by now. You could go on your merry way, but you're not fucking letting me talk. Don't be a jerk. So I'm saying that the actual values there makes a triangle. Those distances are the distances between Taylor, Kent, north and south. You make a triangle, and then you see if those angles fit that triangle. You'll be surprised what you'll get. I've done that, but you haven't. It
Okay.
is a
Now,
way
here's
to
the reality.
verify what
Here's
you're.
the reality. Here's the reality. It says the
Well,
accuracy
realize
of
you're not
this
going to listen.
deduction is evident from the fact that the probable error of the measured length of the total arc, 4,224 kilometers, is only 26 meters, whereas the difference between the arc of a parallel in latitude 39 degrees on the Clark and on the Bessel spheroids is 615 meters. So what it's showing is that they already had an ellipsoid model and that they used it as the foundation for how they created their formula, and that they ran all their data through this formula based on the original ellipsoid model. And then they took the weighted means, they compared the two, and they saw how close they could get to it. And they got within 26 meters out of 4,224 kilometers, and within 615 meters out of 4,200 kilometers on the 39 latitude. Okay, that's what it says. That's what it actually says. Now, or we can listen to people that have lied about it for 5 years, right? Because you guys are the ones that invoked it as proof. This is now you guys want to shift the burden. McToon's like, you do the math. This is your claim. This is you guys do the math. You can't even do the math. You prove where they did this. No, you prove that it's legit. You're the ones that are invoking it as proof of the globe. So
I
it's
didn't
annoying.
say
It's
that. I told you to break it down and find out what they're actually saying, what they're actually measuring. You're the one going back and say they're affirming the consequent because they're assuming the globe and they're backing it into the equations for a sphere, so it all works out, which is not too far from the truth. If you
yeah,
want
because I
to
just
admit
cited
that.
it. I just read from the paper.
I know what dude. I've read it. I know what you're talking about.
I haven't read it. It's 900 pages long. You didn't read it.
I've read what you read.
No, you didn't. I found this after I talked to you.
No, I've been looking through this way back when I brought that. If you look at the GIF I gave you a couple days ago regarding the layered cake, the 3 triangles, and how you measure. That's more recent, by the way. It's not back in the 1800s.
Okay,
This is
I gotta go,
more
man. This is
1900s.
boring.
That talks about
Real quick,
how
man.
you can measure spherical excess.
Who are
Not
you
to mention the
interviewing?
reciprocal z. Not to mention this reciprocal zenith
SGT
angles.
report is
Will you let me
interviewing
finish?
me.
Not to mention the reciprocal zenith angles, which do the same type of measuring techniques, such as taking lots of data points and then averaging them and getting a value, which I gave the raw data for, and we still have spherical excess. We still have reciprocal zenith angles that are greater than 180. So you're sunk. This stuff all points to sphere. All of it points to sphere.
If you want to believe that, do you think that we're
I'm
surprised
not
that
believing
you're
it.
a
I'm using the
zealot or
data.
something? Like, so
I'm using the data. You think that main surveyor
it
was
says this proposed
lying?
arc may be considered as complementary to the arc of the parallel, one giving a measure of the curvature in a north and south direction, the other in the east and west direction, thus affording within the limits of the country the means for determining an oscillating spheroid closely approximating to the curvature of the Earth's surface.
Correct. That's why they use the latitudes to determine, and they use these formulas because it's all different everywhere geodetically all over the Earth. And they knew this back in the 1800s.
What it shows is that if our observed angle is taking averages, and then when we take the average and the average is a weighted mean, and that's our observed angle,
Right.
and that final
What's wrong
product
with that?
shows less than 180, that is not what the globe should show.
It's not a globe. It's a triangle. Why didn't you get this? It's an
Oh
error.
my
It's an
God.
error in the measurement. It's not
And
a
what's the
spherical
error margin?
issue.
What's the error
What?
margin?
It looks like it's about a half a second.
So a half an arc second. So if their measurements are over half an arc second off, then that doesn't comport with the globe prediction.
It's not a globe.
Spherical excess
Not
is a globe prediction.
It's not a matter. That's not the spherical excess. These are measurements of a triangle from 3 stations line of sight. If you have refraction, Witsit, that measurement will be lower on the stick effectively.
Okay, you're just wasting. You're desperately pretending that you know what you're talking about when you don't. So that's all this is.
I do. What I do know is you have 3 straight. Here, it all comes. All roads lead back to a triangle. If you have 3 straight lines, they will all add up to 180. Doesn't mean whether the object is spherical or not. It means that you have errors in your measurement.
Yeah, what's funny is
why don't you get this? Why don't you understand?
What's super funny is I just said what the facts are. That the Globers have misrepresented. The Globers have misrepresented this survey for 5 years. Okay,
no, they haven't.
Yes, they have, and and now that we've pressed them, right? We're asking, wait, they just take 5 points and get an average. Can you cite where it says that in the paper? Crickets. Crickets. No one's answered that question. Cite it. Where in the paper does it say they just take 5 points and get an average? Cite it. Cite it. No one will. Secondly, you said that the raw data is completely available. You can go fact check it yourself. I said, okay, so if they got an average, that's what the correction is, then where's the raw data? Then they point to the same chart we've been using that has one product of the observed angle. So then it comes out after asked about 50 times for an hour straight, where I just had to start spamming the question in the chat. Finally, it comes out, oh, they didn't release that. We don't know. They didn't release that. That's funny that that's not the first thing you say on your website. It's funny that it takes 5 years and the flat earthers spamming you with questions for you to finally say it, right? And then next, if the correction is nothing more than looking at the 5 points and then taking the average, then that doesn't make sense with the other claim, which is that the actual 5 measurements they used to get the average and get the observed angle just wasn't released, because your guys are claiming that the correction, the adjusted angle correction, is from the average of those 5 measurements. But then we just figured out actually it's the observed angle is supposedly that average, which if the observed angle is the average, then the correction to that observed angle can't be that average. So now we're back to the same question. What's the formula that they're using for correction? And what's the formula that they're using for their average? And where's the data that they put into that formula to get the observed angle? And no Globers are going to answer it. So what's going to happen is I'm going to have to look through all of it myself to find it, to check your own claim of evidence. And until I find it, you guys will run around the internet pretending it's proof of a globe. And that's why this conversation's a waste of my time.
Well, I was bringing up, isn't that in your meme? The part about the what was used for the mean error? What was it called? The root mean square error.
It's the mean error of an angle.
Right. Well, I think what they use is the root mean square error, and I think because the equation's in there for that exact function, but it's I was just
You're
curious.
not understanding what you're looking at.
Well, you have like the direction, you have the base, you have the angle, overall angle adjustment.
You say it takes 5 measurements per measurement.
You have refraction, you have sea level correction.
There's no evidence of that. That's how they do these measurements. That's a kind of
You don't know anything about how they do any of it.
Why are you even asking that question? Of course, if I
Xanax, listen. Can you tell me specifically what variables go into the formula to get the average?
Now they're kind of revolving around a certain single point.
Oh my God, dude.
He never stopped talking.
That's how you take measurements. You know,
Zanuck, who are you talking to right now?
Believing that people are telling you they took 5.
Zanuck, you have the whole room muted.
Unless you have the actual
How sounds that? How's that?
Can
you hear?
No one publishes
this.
Yeah. He can't hear us.
Yeah, but
that's a good point, Zanuck. That's a good point.
5 times longer than 800 pages. As it is
He just said that's a good point. Nobody fucking heard that.
Kusho was making a joke, man. It was funny.
Test.
Yeah.
Zanuck, do you have the whole room muted?
Hello?
Hello. He still can't hear us.
He can't hear any of us.
I'm just
satellites are out
my computer turned off the sound. Sorry.
Yeah, no offense, Zanuck, but everybody was talking throughout the entire thing that you said. It's not like you were just running through everything we were saying.
You guys were being very polite and listening. I was like, this
yeah, no, I hate it when that happens.
Wow, they're really paying attention finally.
You think people are like, oh wow, you guys are fucking.
Look, I just want to get to the bottom of it. If the Globers can help me out, like I'm openly admitting I don't know about this, bro. I'm just trying to figure it out.
And I want to help too. I'm not.
Why are you talking?
Because you're talking. That's why.
That's the problem. So.
Oh come on, just stop it. We're all friends here. We're all trying to get to the truth.
No, I'm not friends with.
Shut up, Rakia.
Okay, so all I'm saying is I just am trying to figure out these specific questions, okay? And I have to go to Florida. I'll be gone for like 3 days. I can't do anything about it. I can't do it right now. So like I'm just trying to figure out like what exactly are what all the variables that go into this formula that is giving us the adjusted angle, and what's the difference between that and this formula used to get the average, to get the observed angle in the first place. They have to be two different things, right? Like if we're using a formula to get the observed angle, and that's an average, okay, that's one formula. And then if we're applying a correction formula to that, they can't be the same thing, or it wouldn't be a correction. So I'm trying to figure out what the two formulas are, and what are the specific variables that go into each one of them. This is the heart of the whole issue. We need to figure out if it's baking in a spherical assumption. Like that's what we need to know. Okay. So it's been specifically represented as if it's not doing that, and that it's just 100% transparent, raw data for everyone to see. And it's just, let's go see what the Earth is. Oh, it just so happens to be what a globe is. These are two completely different things, right? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. And when the Globers just completely ignore me, and then they're like, "Oh, I got a math question. See if you can answer it." You know, it's like, what the?
I'm still confused on how you would measure two different elevations of land, right? One's higher than the other. The angle of that at several different spots from point A to point B, and then pick another spot, which would be a different elevation, and then say, aha, Earth curve. I truly don't understand that.
Well, they're taking the azimuth angle. They're not exactly taking the angle to those points. Like they're taking the angle to the vertical, basically. So it's like if even if they're different elevations, it's like if you had a theodolite or something that had two gears, one that tilted it upwards and one that tilted it left and right, and you only looked at the gear that tilted it left and right.
So how did they get the azimuth angles of those 3 points?
Yeah, I'm not sure how they pointed it at that vertical. I just know that's what they're supposed to do. I'm not an expert.
Well, that would have to be really balls ass accurate, right?
Well, that's the whole thing, though. Is that's what these corrections are all about? Is where that accuracy lies, and you know how far the measurements are from that line. Like I worked with Chronic on something like this recently, at least a visual for it, and he had a similar sort of data set where he had a line and then he had all the data points, and he had to express how some of those data points are more mathematically or how they're more like it's like a weighted average. It's called a root mean square error, whatever. I posted the formula for it in there, but in the chat.
So how did
the same thing?
What process did he do to get his azimuth? Do you know?
Well, it's like I said, he did exactly the same. Like he had the line he had was created using this equation, and then each point was given a different weight depending on its distance from that line.
But that's at a point, right? So they're creating an azimuth at this point, and then they're measuring angles to it, right?
When I say point, I meant like
I understand a spot, yeah.
But I just meant like data point, like a date, like each point of data.
Right, but they're measuring angles to that, right?
Well, yeah, at each other, yeah. But like I said, I want to be clear. When I said point, I meant like data point. I don't mean
understand.
Like position, yeah.
But you're making 3 of those, calling it a triangle, with those 3 azimuths, right? And taking multiple angle measurements to each of those points, right?
Yeah, right. That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to clear. Was each position from each position, each angle that's measured must have been measured multiple times, and what's expressed in the document is the average of those measured angles, and then what's also done is the corrections, which are something separate than just the averages.
Mm-hmm. And what distance are we having to make these 2 points? Well, there's actually 3, but the first 2 away from each other to get an accurate reading of excess?
Yeah, they vary. They vary, but some of them are written in the chat as being like 8, 13, 11, or in what's its meme, like 8, 13, 11 kilometers, 11 kilometers, 25. So the maximum looks like 25 kilometers in his meme, the minimum being 8 kilometers. But I was
8
told by
kilometers is
Larry
how
that.
many?
Say again?
What's 8 kilometers?
These are the distances from the.
No. How far is that in miles or feet?
8 kilometers is like 5 miles.
Wow, Junior. I think my point is made.
Yeah, like I said, the measurements that are more valid though are actually longer than this even.
And they're off a little bit where they have to like apply a formula or calculate because their measurements are off.
Yes, well, their measurements are off, so there's corrections that have to be made. But that's for any measurement, though.
Maybe because they tried to measure 5 miles.
Maybe, but I mean, I think, like I said, some of the more valid. I mean, I got to look through the entire document to see what the real range is. But on this, that's just the range on what's its meme. But I heard that, like I said, there are shorter ones and longer ones, and some of the longer ones are where the error is going to be less important. Like in this measurement on which it's meme, there are measurements that are within that error margin. So, it's hard to say anything about that. But with the bigger range, you can get spherical excess that's outside of that error margin.
Just so we understand each other, this is another globe measurement that the further you go, the more accurate it gets with the calculation.
Where the less the error is a problem.
Yeah. How do you know the margin of error if you don't have the original measurements?
Well, these are the original measurements. Like I said, even if they're an average in this case, they're using that as their. So regardless of what exactly the measurements were, or if these are just an average of 5, 10,
Regardless
2,
of the measurement
3.
were? Did you just say that, Coach? Really?
Say what?
Regardless of what the measurements were?
Yeah, I'm
you
saying
say that?
regardless if these are the measurements or if these are an average of 2, 5, or 10 measurements, what's expressed in this document is what's being expressed as the raw measurements. So we're talking about two different things. One is the measurements and the average of those measurements, and the other is the corrections made using those measurements. So it's just important to be clear on which one. So whenever I say raw measurements, I'm also using the ones that are expressed in the document, which may be averages, but in either case, they're expressed as raw measurements. Larry, Larry, the survey guy, he's a great person to talk to about this stuff. He does say some extra stuff as well, but he's very familiar with this. He said he'd done something similar to this a few weeks ago. So he's very familiar with this process and the filtering and all that kind of stuff. So he's a good person to talk to. I'm not very knowledgeable in surveying, so. I had a conversation one time with a dude from Coors, CORS or whatever. I don't know, Ricky, you know what I'm talking about. It's like the dudes who are set up the base stations for like geodetic surveying or geodesy and that kind of stuff all over the country. I had a conversation with him about GPS. I wish I would have recorded it because he told me a lot of interesting stuff. But it'd be interesting to talk to one of those dudes about something like this because they're pretty knowledgeable. The dudes who work with the Core's base stations. Well, they're pretty knowledgeable about geodetic surveying.
You know, when I was lying in the sun today, and it's actually still winter in Germany, I realized how ridiculous seasons are with a sun that is 93 million miles away. Absolutely ridiculous.
Good point, man. It's still winter here in Texas too, but it was 90 degrees yesterday.
I mean, kosher. I mean, think about this, man. Like on the flat Earth, it's so much more logical, right? The
In
sun's
what
just
way?
further away from you. You can see it optically being further away from you in the winter, and it just gets closer on a circuit, and then it gets warmer. That's why in Africa they have summer, in Australia they have summer because the sun is closer to them and further away from Germany. It just makes so much sense. But on the globe model, you need to believe that the sun is 93 million miles away, and just because of the tilt of the Earth, the sun somehow makes it winter. This is so crazy.
Yeah, I
It's not
agree. It's pretty
crazy.
crazy. Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is
it ain't
crazy,
crazy to
man. The
me.
left lane. It is
You think about the
crazy.
angle of incident and how the angles of the sun impact directly 90 degrees to the ground. It's obviously going to be hotter at that point than where it's reflecting off the ground.
Why would it? But if the sun is 93 million miles away, you have an equal light source always, right? It giving out the same light as it usually always does.
Keep that in
And
mind.
just because the Earth is
Yeah.
tilted now, you get like you can be sitting in the sun, but you get -3 degrees because tilt.
Keep in mind what you just said about equal energy all the time. That's the key part that probably yeah, I think you're misappropriating what
Yeah, but
what
what you know what I observe? I don't observe a sun being 93 million miles away and the Earth tilted. What I observe is a sun that is just further away from me and does a different circle in the summer. In the summer, the sun flies right over my head. It's straight right over our house when I lay in the sun. And then when it goes further to autumn, it just goes further away. Then it's more in front of the trees. And in the winter, it's literally behind the trees in our garden because it's so far away. I just literally like you can read the circles from looking at the sky. It just does different circuits on its like the Bible describes literally. It has its set circuit over the earth like a perfect clock. It's so insane. It's just beautiful.
So
It really
let me.
is.
I'm going to kind of change it a little bit, and it's so 2015. But why do you see the sun on the western horizon instead of the northwest where it should be if it was circling overhead?
I don't know, man. I need to look into that. I don't know.
Yeah, I made a good meme a long time ago and I can't find it, so I found this meme that was also in my resources. But the one I posted is much better regardless. But yeah, if you have equal energy coming from the sun, it makes sense if you take any square like on the subsolar point on the equator during this equinox, like any square meter of the earth or maybe a square solar filter receiving any amount of energy there. If you imagine somewhere farther north, if it were a sphere and the earth was curved, that same square would be spread out over a larger much larger surface area. In which
Well,
case, the exact same amount of energy is going to be spread out. So it's not going to. So the tilt actually has a lot more than the distance, really, in this case.
Hey, McTool, if you're hearing this, okay, Mr. McTool, go kick some rocks, dude.
And
No
it's
one cares.
tilted. And it's tilted comparison to what?
So what, sir?
And it's tilted in comparison to what?
Oh, tilted in relationship to the orbital plane of the sun. So in which case, the direction. So even if it's not tilted, let's imagine it is the equinox. Even on the equinox, the places that is curved and then higher away from the subsolar point, it's going to be receiving less sunlight than the one that is directly in line. So it's the same if you have like a ham, like a perfectly round ham, and you're cooking it on a rotisserie. The sides of it are going to be receiving much less heat than the part directly in front of it, right?
Well, I only wanted to know how we know that it's tilted.
Oh, I mean, that's lots of observations.
Lots of observation from where?
Yeah,
I've asked
many
you
ways.
in which relationship it's tilted.
My observation is definitely wrong when I see the sun going over my head and just being further away in the winter. It just changing its circuits. My observation must be definitely wrong. No, it's actually because the Earth is a spherical ball and the sun is 93 million miles away and it's tilted. Yeah,
Was it
definitely.
further away, or is it just lower in the sky?
It is further away. That's why it
How
appears
much
to be
further?
lower in the sky. You guys know when the sun is setting. Okay, same with rising. It's not literally setting or rising in a literal sense, like you're falling backwards while the Earth is rotating. No, what it does, it just goes out of your perspective. That's all. It goes away from you. The same way as you can look at a car on a straight road, it goes away, and at some point you won't be able to see it anymore.
Yeah, but
As
the
it
thing
goes
about the
straight
car.
away from you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Lifton.
Now go ahead. I was just saying, as it goes straight away from you, that's important.
Well, I think also the car that's going away from you will actually appear to be going rising up in your vision before going down beyond the horizon. The sun, however, in the year, the only you say it's going away for you or coming near you or whatever, but really the only thing you're observing is how high it is in the sky. So I think the only thing that you're observing is that it's lower in the sky in the wintertime. And you're not really noticing it moving or coming, right? I mean, you'd have to look at the angular size to do that.
Yeah, anyways, my what I observe is just what I observe, and no one can tell me otherwise. If you guys want to believe it's because the Earth is tilting and like wobbling, literally, I mean the tilt is created by the ongoing motion of wobbling, spinning, and hurtling around other planets.
It's not
Confined from
wobbling.
expanding universe.
I mean, it is wobbling, but it wobbles like once every 25,000 years or
Yeah.
something like that, or
Okay.
I may be way off on that.
So how is the Earth actually doing this magical thing? Why is
It's
it
not
like
magic either.
No, listen. Why is it actually tilting magically to make the seasons work and then
It's not
going back?
magic.
Okay, so if it's not magic, how does it work? Like, what set this whole thing in this perfect motion? And don't tell me you can answer this, because the only thing you can answer is just coincidence. There's no answer to it. You cannot tell me how the
There
Earth
are
started.
theories. Yeah, there
there
are
are
theories about it.
theories. That's it.
Yeah,
It's
but there's
just
not.
Well, you tell me.
Can I ask a question? If it's tilted, isn't that to know all space how it looks like that we can say it's tilted?
No. It's important to note that something being tilted doesn't
You are saying
require.
that in one box, let's say in one box, you can compare it with the box with the cube.
Yeah, well, let's use the stars. Let's use the stars then, and we'll imagine the stars are the walls of the box.
No,
And
we need to use the space. We need to use the space
I know. Well, no,
to
we don't
reach
need.
the tilt.
We don't even use the space because the stars are actually where we can denote our orientation. So in reference to the stars, in reference to the box, we're not tilted. We're actually perfectly, we're just spinning around. We're spinning around in a box. It just so happens that we're spinning around an object, the sun, and our tilt is only in reference to the direction of how we're going around the sun. Because our tilt is not adjusting, like it's adjusting very slowly, like Leflane said, but we're not tilting, we're just tilted, right? We're tilted in reference to.
That means we will say that we are tilted, but we will never prove that we are tilted. Is that
Well, we can
correct?
observe that we're tilted. We're
No,
obviously.
we cannot observe that. You need to be in space to observe that. And you need to know how all space how it looks like that you can say it's tilted. It's if it's space cube, that's all right. But if it's space pyramid, what you will do? How you will measure that it's tilted?
Like I said, we're not tilted in reference to the stars. So our tilt is only in reference to our orbital plane. So in relation to orbital plane, we're tilted.
Yeah, we are tilted in the space.
We can observe that the sun path across the ground in the summertime versus the wintertime. That gives you an indication that you're tilted.
Yeah, that's right. And the analemma, that's right.
Is it possible that it is the same case? It's not tilted.
No, not really.
Not really.
No, we're not tilted in space. So like we're in this in reference to the stars, we're just spinning. However, in reference to the sun, our orbital path around the sun, we have a tilt in reference to that path. But that can be observed, like Leflane said, with the path of the sun on the ground, the analemma. So it's important to note that the tilt that's being expressed is not necessarily. It's not a tilt in all reference frames. It's only a tilt in reference to our orbital plane.
So does that mean that our orbital plane is tilted like with the rest of the universe? We're tilted, but then I'm just saying.
Did you get it? How it? Did you get it? How it's tilted because of sun of orbital, moving.
Yeah, well,
Because
he's right. Right that the tilt is relative to the orbital plane in their model, right? I'm just saying. From my understanding, like apparently there's some like 23.4 degree relationship extended far beyond than just our local Earth.
Yeah, lots of the problems I have with these arguments, right? So especially from the globe side, is we have these observations which prove that we are tilted. When really all it is the tilt isn't claimed explanation for the observations, right? So once the claims have been established for so long, the claimed explanations have been established for so long, then now those observations suddenly become the proof or the evidence of the claimed explanation. So it's a large affirming the consequent for a lot of this stuff.
Well, no, if you because I was going to agree with what you said until you brought up the proof part, but it's true that the evidence for it is the observations, and it's true that now that we have these conclusions, we use the evidence to to confirm it or whatever. But
it's affirming the consequent.
But we're not using it as proof, right? We're just saying that this is our conclusion and this is our evidence for it, and we have more evidence, and that evidence fits for it as well.
It's like taking the observations of what we would call the analemma and being like, oh, this is interesting. That must mean that we're tilted at this specific degree based on blah, blah, blah. And then now it's like, hey, how can you prove that we're tilted? Well, I can prove that we're tilted because of these observations that we took, even though the observations were made and an explanation was needed for it. Therefore, it's like the explanation that was given isn't necessarily the explanation that is given is proven by the observation that was taken to begin with.
Yeah, but again, you're taking a leap that
not taking a leap.
Yeah, because I'm not saying that this proves it. There you go. Again, if you stick with what you originally went with, like this is evidence for this is my conclusion for this observation, and then you find other observations and they fit that conclusion, then that's fine. It's fine. You can that withholds that conclusion. I mean, that holds up that conclusion, but that's not necessarily saying that this has made it certain or anything, or this is some kind of proof. They're still open
Kosher,
to some other interpretation.
Wait, what other evidence do you have that we're tilted that's completely unrelated to the position of the sun? Because that's how you would have to rebut what he's saying. Like if you see, oh, the sun does this throughout the year. Okay, well, if we're a globe flying through space, that must mean that we're tilted. You can't turn around and be like, look at the position of the sun throughout the year. That proves we're tilted, or is evidence for the fact we're tilted. Because that's what made you come up with the idea that we must be tilted, because that's the only way to explain the position of the sun throughout the year. Now, if you went and then made other intricate measurements completely unrelated to the position of the sun throughout the year, and it coincided with that 23.4 degrees, then that would be more compelling evidence, right? As opposed to just everything about the sun. Like you can't just be like, oh, look at the position of the sun on the ground. Look at the analemma. These are both the same thing. These are both the same observation, the position of the sun throughout the year that made us come up with the tilt in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. If you had something more, that'd be more compelling. But the point is that it's just an explanation so there's data, and then there's an explanation for that data, and that's where we're at right now. There's other corroborating stuff that corroborates with that idea, but that we can leave that aside and just say that this is just a conclusion for that data. It's not the only conclusion. I mean, it's not like I said, a proof or something, because you could come up with some other explanation that made more sense and actually that fit the data more and actually went along with more stuff. And it's open, like there's still an open for that. So it's not in any way a proof, but to say that it's wrong to say that this conclusion or this, it's like affirming the consequence or something like that. It's not really fair, because it's not a proof. So it's just a conclusion based on the evidence. Like
it kind of is.
It's open for you guys.
I mean, that's kind of I mean, just saying you're not calling it proof is kind of out though, because it's like, how do we know that we're tilted? Oh, well, look at the position of the sun throughout the year. I mean, well, no, that's how we came up with the idea of the tilt in the first place, because we had to come up with something to explain the position of the sun throughout the year if the Earth's a ball that moves through space, right? I mean, that's all I'm saying. We have much more compelling evidence regarding this, actually. When we took the position of the sun throughout the year and then we rendered it through the computer on a plane, we got a very specific side shot of its movement throughout the year. And then when you overlay that with a time lapse of the sun throughout the year, it matches perfectly. I'll drop those in the chat, but
I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
But, because like I said, it's still open for other interpretations. They would just have to match, the observations, and also be a better explanation. But also, I just want to say that it's not that the analemma was an observation and then they try to say, how's this happening? It's also important to remember that that's in our paradigm where they are understanding that the Earth is going around the sun and that the stars are outside of that system. And so based on that, and then based on the observations, that would have to be your conclusion, because like I said, that's assuming that you're within that paradigm. But if you're outside that paradigm, you come up with a different solution. But within that paradigm, that's the only conclusion that makes sense based on the observations.
So you see the top left and the bottom right is from that when we rendered it through the computer on the plane. It also shows a magnetic field, and then this is a pinhole time lapse of the sun, and it matches perfectly.
Which one is the model? Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I remember that. I think Napalm had shown this to me at one point. Because it's not really fair to say this matches perfectly, especially when I think the sun goes below the Earth in these cases. Like if you look at the whole animation, doesn't the sun make circles that go above and below the Earth?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Like even in your picture, the top left one, those arcs are matched with the arcs. Like they're circles that they're completed underneath the Earth as well. Like they go around the Earth, above it, and then below it.
I think that's not that the sun is going there. That's just rendering the optical observation of the sun within the toroid. But here is also something very interesting regarding this model. But I shouldn't even be on here. I gotta actually get this right.
I know, man. I'm not trying. I know what it's like.
No, it's not. I'm the one that jumped in, but
I know what it's like, man. Sometimes I go to the store and I fucking actually last night that happened. I had to go to the store and I'm sitting in the car fucking still saying shit.
Just talking, yeah. But that's like a picture of the eclipse, which looks like that. But I'll talk to you guys later. So.
Yeah, fair. Enjoy your trip, man.
Come here.
Thank you. Thanks.
Let's see here. Like I said, just being open to that napalm, even it's always open. That option or that's it's always open to some better. At least for me, and I think for most people in science, it's always open to some other interpretation. But that it has to be an interpretation that includes the data, all the data. So all the things that can be explained by the established paradigm, and then some, or all the observations of that paradigm, and also things that it can't explain, like also things that it gets wrong, basically. It'd be nice to get some more geodetic surveyors in this conversation. I know Larry's good to talk to, but like I said, sometimes he can go on, answer things he didn't ask yet. It's always appreciated, but
yeah, I kind of got onto him one day about that, and he didn't like it.
Yeah, no. He's got a lot of information though, so it's hard.
Yeah, I just kind of get lost at some point. I'm following, and then he'll say something that loses me, and the rest of it is worthless. Have you seen Blue lately? I haven't heard anything out of Blue Marble Science lately.
It appears, Left Lane, that Blue is heavily obsessed. He's one of the people that's heavily obsessed with Bev, and you just see him over on Next Level interacting. That's all I've seen of him.
Huh.
So if you want to see Blue, check out when Bev goes live.
Yeah.
Bev, try thinking.
I'm not like looking for him or anything, but I just realized that I haven't seen him in a while, and usually you'd see him here or there. And then Jose's, I haven't been over at Jose's in a while either. He's just has a show every now and then, and I haven't been there in 6 months.
He goes on Terry's whenever Terry goes live, so you might want to check that out.
Yeah, I've been on Terry's a time or two, and I really like going over there, but he starts up like 3 or 4 in the morning for me, so I'm always asleep when he's going.
Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, it's too late for us.
So what is the latest from Bev? I mean, is there anything in particular that he's on?
Oh yeah, we're doing logic. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff there. People have a very big misconception of what goes on over on that server.
Who is this Bev? I have no idea who this person is, but I hear his name Throwing him
Rest
out.
assured that you don't know him, dude. That's good.
You don't know Bev?
No clue who he is.
Try thinking.
Yeah, he tried that. Didn't work.
Level is horizontal. Does that ring a bell to you?
I mean, it makes logical sense, but I don't. Is he somebody who coined that phrase?
Well, that's his. That's one of
Is that
Bev's
kind of his?
main thing, and these guys go crazy over it. They think level is not horizontal.
Gotcha.
He's done a lot of water test, water stuff, the water level. Been
So
on
like
the
water
beach.
levels over distance.
He's probably the
Yeah.
one who ran off Lemon, dude.
He ran off Lemon. What are you talking about?
Has anybody heard from Lemon in a long time? I haven't heard from Lemon or Travis in a while either.
Travis, he's in and out, but Lemon, because he'll say he had shit he had to do, and I saw him a few weeks ago. But Lemon, no, he's been MIA. People in Gems have been worried about him, and I'm worried about him. So, but I think
does anybody have
Trivium,
personal?
Quadrivium?
Does anybody have personal contacts with Lemon?
No, he's very private. He's extremely private. He's actually carefully. That's why he's changed his name so much. Was explicitly to be as private as possible.
Yeah, I get it. I understand.
Xanic's been muted a while, huh?
Oh, Xanic muted?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll unmute him. I think that's probably because he had the whole room muted or whatever. He just kept talking.
That's true.
All right, he's unmuted.
So what's this nonsense about Bev running Lemon? Who said that? What's this nonsense?
Well, he's done that before. That's all I'm saying. But I'm actually halfway joking. I don't really think that Bev is the one who ran him off. But I do remember one conversation we were all in, and Bev makes, you know how he is. I mean, you're his buddy, so it's a little bit difficult for you to see it. But
you see that he's a logical person and talks about logic and geometry a lot of the times. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Yeah.
So that's somebody that talks about logic and geometry is somehow illogical to you. Go show.
So if this guy talks about geometry and logic quite often, does he have a take on like perspective, observation over distance, field of view, anything like that? Human eye.
Well, as a matter of fact, he's done, and this is how I got a good beat on what it looks like to see through an auto level, because obviously I never used one myself. I have no need for one, unlike contractors, and did a whole thing on the beach showing how it looks like, the measuring rod showing 50 meters, then 100 meters. It was quite interesting. It's done a lot of, as a matter of fact, he's the only one. Live, that's right.
Yeah.
Rakio was there.
Odysee.
He is also buddies with him, so it's hard to say bad things. I don't like to talk about people behind their back, but I often do it. But
what bad things would I have to say about him?
That's what I'm saying is that you wouldn't, is what I'm saying. But from somebody with different eyes than yours.
Well, I heard he has bad breath.
But when you have an argument with Bev, it ends up being a semantical. It immediately dwindles into a semantical argument about the words you're using.
Yeah. But when we say the man that I know, Bev, right? I haven't been there months, but I would imagine he's still talking about the same thing, right? Talks about logic and geometry and how theodolites actually, you know, live theodolite video, which concurs with what I've seen live personally. And then when you listen to someone talk nonsense about theodolite,
No.
It's cutting out. You're cutting out,
Yeah.
Rakia.
He hasn't been in voice in here in a while, but he used to for when the server kind of first started, he was having his he was hosting shit.
I think we did one live in here, as a matter of fact.
That's what I said.
At one time. Yeah.
He was
only person that has ever done that.
I did it last night, dude.
Hold on, let me finish. The only reason why I have any clue of what it looks like to look through an auto level is because of Bev, who did it live, like Rakia just said. And Rakia does this all day long, every day. So he concurs that that's exactly what it is. So there you go,
No offense,
gentlemen.
but this is making me sick.
Of course it's making you sick. You can't handle the truth, bro. Of course not. You can't go against what I just said.
You know what's funny is being in all these servers and even Nathan Oakley's and all this stuff. There's only one place where I was filled with so much anger, I was sick. And that's after having conversations with Bev.
Yeah, because you can squirm away from straight lines being curved and stuff like that. He'll keep you on subject. That's why you guys can't handle, because you can't get away with bullshit.
No, he doesn't
That's
understand
why
the
you can't
basic
handle it.
concept. No, the words have meaning, SE. When I said the other day, I think it was a revelation actually, that level is just a direction. That solves all the confusion. If you understand what I'm saying. Level is just a direction. That's all it is.
Why do I always have to shovel for my wife when the conversation gets interesting? I'll have to be back in 5 minutes, guys. I'm sorry, man.
Why do people always flee whenever they get the handed to them on a silver platter?
Trust me, it's not gonna take me long. I just gotta shovel a little bit. I'll be right
Okay,
back.
go shovel.
Jesus Christ.
Go
Is
shovel.
that? I feel like that's an innuendo. It's an innuendo.
Yeah, you always have to
Hey.
shovel because you live in frickin' Canada, bud. Come on.
Yeah.
Get with the program. Move
You
south.
chose to live there. Hey, I heard y'all say that. Who was a geodetic surveyor? Larry?
Well, I'm not sure
Shosho
he is a
left
geodetic surveyor.
flame?
I'm not sure that he is a geodetic surveyor.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
sure that he is a geodetic
explicitly
surveyor.
what you said about 10 minutes. Yeah, you did say that. So
Yeah, I
that
heard.
was
I think I heard him say that he was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure too, but I'm just like guessing it now because you're now bringing it up. That's the only reason. But I thought he was a geodetic surveyor.
Yeah, he is.
nuts.
Why?
To have a geodetic surveyor coming here? It's awesome.
A couple of them, yeah.
I didn't know that. I never knew that. I just thought he knew about, information about geodetic surveying.
What kind of sick
Larry's
bastard
the
do you think he
guy.
would be? Go ahead, man.
Well, Larry's the guy, the geodetic surveyor that got 2,500 feet away from the end of a building and measured 2 inches of earth curve on the concrete, right? Well, I don't know why, because they wouldn't give it to me otherwise. Larry said he didn't have it anymore, so I had to get it from Jose. But Larry
Jose
also
JG.
said he was going to go back to that same location and do it midway and shoot left to right, but never saw that again. But the longer you shoot, like 1,000 foot would be less accurate than 2,500 foot when you're shooting earth curve, right? So when he shot 2,500 foot and got 2 inches of drop, that's definitely earth curve in the concrete, right? That geodetic survey?
I would probably say that statement you made sounds like you're making a general statement, but I would imagine that it would be contextual because I think in some situations longer
Which statement?
measurements. Well, you said about if you measured longer than this distance, it would be less accurate.
Okay, well, let's take this case since I'm talking about Larry, the geodetic surveyor that shot 2,500 feet in one shot and got 2 inches of earth curve in a slab, concrete. Let's talk about that in context, since that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, what type of measurement was it? Like, was it for that
a geodetic measurement?
I know, but like for reciprocal zenith angles or something like that.
No, I think he just took his man, you have to ask him. I really don't know how in the world you would shoot two corners of a slab from a distance, right? He wasn't
Well,
at the corner of the slab. He was further away to be 2,500 feet away from the furthest point, and then shot the first point and the second point to be 2 inches difference and called it earth curve.
well, if you shoot the slab in 100-foot increments for 2,500 feet, one end of it's going to be 2 inches below the original.
That's
point
not what he
from one
did.
end to the other. Yeah.
And that's not what would happen. If you make a horizontal plane, it doesn't give a shit what the earth is doing underneath it. And if he measured concrete curving over 2,500 feet or however long the building was, because the building's not 2,500 feet, he was just 2,500 feet away. If you measure that curving 2 inches, it's because they meant it to curve 2 inches. It has nothing to do with Earth's curve. But, I mean, you know, if y'all want to call that guy a geodetic surveyor and that test, that video correct, concrete following the curvature of Earth would be a quote from that video, by the way. Go right ahead.
Yeah, in lieu of Jesse Klazowski, Larry would actually be my go-to guy for that type of stuff. So that's just me.
Yeah, well, I might suggest to you that you find someone that doesn't measure from 2,500 feet away to be more accurate. Thank you.
You're welcome. But also, like I said, I think I'm not expert. You're more of an expert than me, of course, because you use the tools and stuff like that. But I just think that it's contextual when you say that range thing, because I think in some cases you would get more accuracy with greater distance, and in a lot of cases, depending on what you're doing, you might get more accuracy with nearer distances. And I think the
Name one
reason
of each.
because
Name one of each using
well,
an auto level. I don't think
sure,
you know what you're talking about.
I appreciate that, but
Okay,
the
we're using
case
an auto
for
level. Let's be fair. Let me be, you know, clear on what I asked, so you don't waste your time. Me and you are using an auto level, and we're going to measure short distances and long distances. Give me an example of what you said using an auto level of one of
and just
each.
to be clear, an auto level can only look at vertical angles, or can it use horizontal as well?
It has a crosshair.
I'm going to plead the fifth here, because if you don't know that, you don't need to be trying to tell me two examples of each using auto level.
Well, how about just
Well,
horizon drop?
Maybe you could have Zanuck try and help you.
Well, how about horizon
No,
drop?
I'm asking. I'm only asking because my
Use
example
auto
was
level
going to be strict axis.
or just a horizon drop. Why can't you just use auto level for that? You'll find much more accurate results. Horizon drop or an object in the distance below eye level with it
Let's
further
point a
away than closer.
crosshair at the horizon 200 miles away. Let's do that. It
No, not
measures
200
the
miles
drop.
away. Just 5 miles away.
How
3
far?
miles away.
How? So
3
5
miles
miles
away.
away. 3 miles.
3 miles
3
away
miles
versus
away.
1 mile away. Can you stop
3
talking for a
miles.
second?
I'm
Is it
trying to
possible for
clarify
you to
how
stop?
far. I asked a question. You said about 10 different answers. I'm trying to clarify
I said 2 and 3.
how many miles. Okay. 2 and 3 miles away, point a crosshair and measure what again?
Horizon or an object in the distance. An object in the distance.
Okay, so an object, like a building?
Like a building, a car, a person, a tree, anything. Or
How
something
far
that's
it
known height.
drops? How far it drops?
Yes, drops from eye level, yes. You'll get a more accurate result of that measurement way.
So what you're saying is when I look through an optic over 2 or 3 miles and an object drops due to the crosshair that's right there in that optic, you're saying you're measuring the drop of that object.
The drop of the object, yes. Now, part of that will be to perspective. Will be for
You cut out, Zanuck. Hang on. Start back over at perspective. You cut out.
Part of it would be due to perspective, and part of it would be due to earth curve. The earth curve portion would be pronounced the further you are away. So it is more accurate. In
Where's
the
refraction in that?
This
So
is
part of it wouldn't be refraction.
Well, you could actually determine the refraction by variances. You think should be is.
So there would be refraction.
There's always refraction.
You're cutting out really bad, or I am, oh, buddy.
There's always very.
Is it Xanic or is it? Stop, Xanic. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna let you talk. Is it Xanic cutting out or me?
Yeah, Xanic, you're like
be honest-
clipping, like every other word is
Third
just
word.
kind of like choppy. Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry about that. I'm gonna let you finish. Yeah, try again. So perspective and earth curve. What else? I agree with perspective. We can talk about earth curve, but in 3 miles you're gonna have perspective. And what else?
Perspective and earth curve. Refraction.
What about refraction?
Refraction could be, but you can go higher, make your elevation angle, or excuse me, your observation angle, observation positions higher above the surface to get rid of the refractive value, and that determined by how much you are above the surface.
I thought you would have more. So you would have more refraction the lower you are, right?
Correct.
So you would definitely have to take that into account if you were like just shooting out from the beach.
You can take those measurements at the beach and then go up at 30, 40 feet, make the same measurements to the exact same object, 30, 40 feet up, you'll see much greater difference. That'll be more true to the actual position. And you know this by the fact that they be closer to the expected values.
And the higher you go, the higher you take that crosshair that's shooting out horizontally to an object, the more drop you're going to measure, right?
There'll be more drop to that object. Yeah.
Yeah, because you went up.
Right. But how much drop makes all the difference in the world, Rack? Yeah. There's a
simple take away the refraction and perspective, and you got yourself.
Perspective is the trigonometry that refraction is the value that's going down as you go up.
Okay, is perspective why you don't see drop at shorter distances?
Did you not? Can you just address what I said?
I don't.
Wait. I say things thinking that you're listening, and
you mentioned perspective.
You just hand waved it. Can just address
no,
what I said.
I know. I'm really trying to start at one. You mentioned perspective as your number one.
As you go up, fraction will be less. Is that true?
I'm not going to agree to that. I'm trying to start over at one, so we agree. Yeah. Do you mind having a conversation? You mentioned perspective as the first thing, right? So is perspective the reason you're not able to measure drop when you're close to the ground?
Always have drop when you're close to the ground.
But you can't measure it, right?
There's an angle, positive angle. That angle will to your height above the surface and the distance of the object inverse tangent. That's a given. That's trigonometry. Okay,
what distance does this take effect? Because if I'm 6 foot above the ground with my crosshair and I put a story pole in the water 100 feet away, it measures 6 feet.
Because there is no drop from level. Everything at level will always be at level. Everything, I'm talking about something on the ground, on the surface. Now you're talking about something at your eye level.
Talking about? There's water's
I was
dropping.
talking about an object on the ground.
Yeah,
listen.
The water is dropping from your
above
feet
the surface.
in every
We're looking
direction.
at an object on the surface. Did I not make that clear initially?
Yeah, but you're measuring down to the surface.
Yeah, if anything's on the ground, it's going to be down.
Oh my God, bro, you're sick, man. You might have an issue.
Anything you measure from your point of view,
let me make this simple.
In the
you ready?
Distance on the ground will be down. You just said a story pole. If that's 6 feet high,
if you put a story pole on the water and measure it,
it's like retarded or something.
Seriously, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
You're acting like you're mentally retarded. Seriously.
I'm fixing to get out of my truck and take this story pole and shove it up your ass and measure and show you how to measure.
Like.
You understand what? You don't even understand a simple basic surveying tool.
I do.
You don't even understand a simple method of taking a story pole, putting it on the surface of water 100 feet away and moving it 200 feet away and getting the same measurement. Do you understand that?
You wouldn't get the same measurement.
Yes, I'll take any amount of money on that.
I'll take that.
Hey,
Fair say,
Zanuck,
so-
refrain from trying to
I
allude
know.
to
I just
Bakia
got
being unintelligent.
Gotcha. He knows we spar back and forth.
Hang on, I'm pulling up. There's a surveyor right here. Let me ask, what y'all want me to ask him? There's a surveyor right here. What do you want me to ask him?
Straight
Ask
pole in
him,
the water. Go ahead, Coach.
Come on, man. Ask him what he would use to create a perfectly straight line to measure the. You know what to ask him. You know I'm not trying to.
No,
ask
I
him.
want you to tell me what you want to know. What do you want to know from a
My words.
surveyor?
I'm not good with words. I'm not good with words, man. So just
You're
ask
not
for
good with
a.
words. You talk bullshit
No.
all day, 24/7. You're gonna tell me you're not good with words?
Well,
Anybody
it doesn't
else
mean I'm good
have
with them.
anything to ask this surveyor? I'm gonna hop out of my truck. I don't know him. I'll ask him whatever you want.
Ask him what he would use to measure, like a straight standard to measure the whether the Earth was curving in relation to that.
You want me to
Use
you
your
want me to
words, sir.
ask him how to measure curved water?
Yes.
Okay. Don't say anything. Hey, you mind me asking you something? I'm working on this project here. If I wanted to measure like my pond or lake curving, what tool would I use to do that?
That's the man to ask over there.
Oh, he's
This is great. Reality TV at its best.
This is must see FETV.
Exactly.
How come I could hear him? I can't hear him now.
the guy's on the phone. One second.
Oh, okay.
He's moving, going to the other guy.
At least that guy who is a surveyor was quick to admit that he's going to divert to his boss. But I'm sure a lot of people in this room would have answered that question as if they knew.
I made that slab horizontal. If the further I got away from it, could I still measure it to be horizontal?
Could be.
How far can I go and it would be accurate to? Do you know?
I'm not really
No,
sure. Like I said,
he's
he's
on
the
the
guy.
phone. All right.
He's the guy. He's the party chief. He's the one that's supposed to do it.
Yeah, I got you.
So what's going on? Are they still man crushing? What's going on? I hear silence.
How do you hear silence?
Yeah, I was thinking how silly that was.
Man crushing?
Are you guys still man crushing on Bev, or I don't know what's going on? I was shoveling.
No, we're man crushing on Emma now. Actually, Emma showed up.
Oh, Emma! Oh, another one of my favorite people. Shout out, Emma.
She's only one of my favorite people. Bev is not. But somebody said reality TV. This is like I always say this is like augmented reality TV. That's what makes it kind of fun. It's like augmented reality TV.
Jerry Springer, brother. Jerry Springer.
Yeah, but imagine
Hey,
if it
I
was
did that
augmented
slab
Jerry
and measured
Springer.
it horizontal. You think if I come out here and measured the other end, I would get it to be horizontal? Or like what accuracy? Like I'm using an auto level. I set up in the middle of that building. I poured the slab. So I measured down to the far end and down to this end. It's horizontal. Same measurement. But if I took my tool out here and measured all the way to the end and to there, you think it would be accurate? No, with an auto level. Yeah. I can set up in the middle. You think it would be more accurate to set up in the middle or out here? Yeah, get them back to work.
They're gonna think he's like possessed. What are you asking? Just ask him
Hey,
if the Earth
Coach
is
O,
round.
Zanik, you know what watering the ground means? You know what watering the ground means?
Is it another innuendo? Let me guess. It has to do with leveling. It has to do with leveling the Earth, using some level standard with the Earth. Is that right?
Ask Rakia what it means.
Rakia should ask the guy if he thinks the Earth is round.
Actually, Rakia's employees would told him once, "Hey, boss, the ground is watered, or we watered the ground," something like that. And we're saying, "What the hell?"
They pissed on the ground.
Yeah, yeah, There's no way around it, bro. Water and geometry. You guys are done. You have no
You are
argument.
one of the big. This is why I like talking to you, dude, because you're just so entertaining. You just said that dudes are pissing on the ground and use that as evidence of something.
No, you said that, not me.
Oh, you said water in the ground. I mean, is that the answer?
No, that's not the answer.
Oh, okay.
You want to know what that means?
Yes, you didn't say. When I answered that, you just kept going like that was the answer. So.
Well, that means they leveled the ground.
That's what I said. That's the first thing I said.
Okay, so you're a smart guy.
I said that. That's the first thing I said, and then you didn't say anything. I was like, okay, I guess that's wrong. And then.
So why would they say watered the ground? Why would they use
because
water?
water is always level. Water is always
Whoa,
level.
we got a winner. Not always,
Yes.
but yeah. Water at rest.
Always level. It's always level. Always.
Yeah.
And
You
level.
could use it to make reference to equal elevation.
Exactly.
So we got a winner here.
Yes, but SE, level is direction. It is a direction perpendicular on that surface. It doesn't have
And how far can we establish this level, Zanik?
ever, or as far as you can go in any direction.
So Zanik,
Forever.
you translated the first outer level is water. Is that what you're trying to say?
What does that mean?
I mean, it's true. I mean, the first, like I saw like a way they were building the pyramids, and so back in the day to make stuff like that, they to level the stones, they just put them in the water in the river, supposedly. That's what something I saw. I saw something that said that showed that.
Doesn't mean the Earth's flat though.
No, it just means that level water follows the level curve of the Earth.
And level will mean a curved line on the surface if every point on that line is level, which is an orientation perpendicular to a direction, as I said. If that direction is always perpendicular to plumb, but those directions are not parallel to
Ah,
one
right. So you're saying the
So not
tide.
forever.
Gotcha.
So not forever.
The surface will be, yes, as far as you can on any surface. On the
So
Earth.
not forever. Because before I could have sworn you said forever. But now you're saying at one point.
Forever in any
Correct?
direction. Forever in any direction. Yeah.
But you just contradicted yourself.
I never do that.
So let's steer this straight now. Level
is a direction.
Is straight forever.
Is a direction.
It's a level. You can establish
Straight,
level forever.
Level is your level is a straight direction in any direction. It goes on forever. That line will go on forever, but it's only level at one point.
You hear that? You guys hear that? It
heard.
goes on forever,
Everyone
but
heard.
it's level at one point.
Correct. It's a direction. Level is a direction. It's pointing somewhere, and that pointing is reference to the point that is perpendicular to plumb. So it means
At one
that
point.
it is a line. It is a straight line going off into infinity from a point, and that line, straight line, flat surface, flat level, whatever you want to call it, flat is perpendicular to the plumb.
Okay,
Now,
Zanik, we have a straight line. We have a straight line for 10 miles. We have point A at one location, point B at the other. Is point A and point B plumb? 10 miles, straight line. One at one end of the line, one on the other. Are they both plumb? Are both those?
Of course not. Of course not. One is plumb.
One is plumb.
If we establish one to be plumb, The second one will not be plumb.
Exactly.
You laugh, but that's exactly what we see. Go to LIGO Slack as
So
I
we don't
have.
have,
Hold on.
so we
Let
have
me finish.
perpendicular only
Let me
in one
finish.
location?
I was talking. I was talking. See,
My bad.
okay. So at Slack, and you find some spot in this 2-mile structure where your plumb is exactly 90 degrees to a orientation of the structure. At that point, it is level. But anywhere else on the structure, it is not. You have a acute or an obtuse angle.
So you're wrong then. You can't extend level forever. So level is only at one point for you. I was correct then. There you have it, folks.
Level of that no. That level line it's a direction. The direction goes out for this is what you're not understanding. The line
No,
is
you're
line
the
is a
one
direction.
not.
It's like you have, hey buddy, where is the post office? And he points to the right there, he holds his arm out, pointing to the post office in that direction. That arm is perpendicular to plumb. But that line goes on forever.
So that line, there's only one plumb in that line? There's only one plumb?
Only one. There, now you're getting it. Finally, thank you.
Now I'm getting it.
Why would
No,
you
I
laugh?
think
You're
now
finally
everybody
getting
else is getting
smart.
what you think.
You're finally learning. Good.
So we
You
have a
shouldn't be
level
laughing.
straight line. Hold on. We have a level straight line, and there's only one point that's perpendicular. Only one point.
It's like saying, yes, it's like saying this line is north. It doesn't say anything about the shape of the line. No, it just says what direction it's. The level is a direction. It's only direction. It's only direction at that one point. In fact, you go 10 miles further up, and on that line, say, here's level now, and the level is different. It'll be at a different angle at that point because the plumb will be at that point. The line still hit it at 10 miles, but that level will not be
You're
the same
breaking up.
direction
You're
or
breaking
parallel
up,
to the
Zanuck.
line.
Oh, take a break. Take a breather.
That level line that you were on is not level 10 miles away. That's not a level line. That's not the direction where level is. That level is now an acute angle to that previous level line. It's not parallel. So level, think of it as a direction rather than a shape.
So level is a location. Now is a direction. Wow,
No, I said
Zanuck.
it's a direction, not a
You're
location.
outdoing yourself again, once again.
No, it's a direction. Think of it as a direction.
Think
Don't
of
use any other
level as
words.
a direction. You heard everybody. You heard this, guys, right?
Right.
Level is a
Right.
direction.
Right. Perpendicular to plumb.
So is level north,
Only-
south, east, west now, or is it
It's
up,
a
down?
direction.
What?
Yeah, it can be north. I want a direction north. I want that north direction because north is everything in your field of view vertically in the zenith, 0 to 90. I wanted to go north, but I want north to be perpendicular to plumb. Oh, you want a level line? Yes. Okay. Show me the level line. North, perpendicular to plumb. Boom. There's my line out into the distance.
Amazing, Zanuck. Amazing how you do this.
I can do this on a basketball.
Hold on. Okay, cool. So you're telling me if we get a plumb line, the direction of level will be perpendicular to that plumb line, right? Is that what you're saying? Yes or no? Because I have a follow-up question. Please don't go on a long monologue.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So the direction is perpendicular from plumb will be level. So we go in that direction. That's 90 degrees. So we're going in that direction, and we're level. We're going, still level, going, still level.
No.
What do you mean? No, you just told me it was. You just said this is the direction of level.
Well, I might not know so much that you're wrong, but I have to clarify. You're going there. You're only level with respect to that original. So the level line is only with respect. The level line is only with respect to the original point that you started.
Dude, level is a direction, right?
I'm walking with you. We're holding hands. You like not gay, but just kind of holding hands like we're.
Yes, yes. You said yes, homo.
We're skipping on the line. And we
That
said,
makes it less.
Jeremy,
That doesn't make it less
Jeremy,
gay.
We're on the level line. Oh, this is so much fun being on the level. Where are we going? I don't know. We just follow the level line. But are we level here with respect to the ground? Oh no, Jeremy. We're actually not leveling but we're level with respect to where we started. Okay, it's fine. Let's keep on walking, and we keep on skipping, holding hands. We're following it. They're following this direction. It's a direct. You're not level anywhere else but that spot. The level line started level beginning, but it's not level with respect to any other point on the surface that you're walking on. But you are level with respect to the point where you started.
Okay, so level is a direction, right? And you've given us the direction, which it would be perpendicular from plumb. That's 90 degrees. So if we go in that direction, we'll be level, right? High.
With respect to where you started from.
Yes, with respect to where I started from, we're going 90 degrees from that line, that plumb line. And we will, that is the direction of level.
Yep.
Yep. So, and then, so that doesn't start to curve because it's 90 degrees.
No, that line it can be straight as an arrow. Very straight.
Yep. The straight level line. Got it.
Yep. But anywhere on that line,
level is a straight line, no doubt.
But anywhere on that line except for where you started would not be level. So you could be walking on that line and say, hey, are we on that level line still? Yeah, of course we are. With respect to where we started. But are we level right now? Are we level with respect to what? The ground beneath us? Oh, no, we're not level anymore. We're not level here. But we're on a level line. Yeah, we're on a level line, but we're not level right here with respect to the ground beneath us. See, because it's only it was a direction. Now then you might say, well, where's level? Well, let's find a perpendicular to the ground right now. Oh, that's down now. But we can't follow the level line anymore? No, we have to go down a little bit to be level now. Because that direction is this way. So it's a different direction than when we started.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Stop listening like 3 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
I know, because this is the answer you're looking for. But
You're just dribbling on.
I'm not dribbling on. I'm trying to give you a story to show you that when you're following that level line, you wanted to see
You
if
did a double
level at any
dribble.
point. If you want to find if you're level at any point, just drop a plumb bob. If I'm not, then I'm not level. But I follow the level line. But now I'm not level.
It's like you hypnotize yourself.
That direction is down.
Thinking.
That direction is down. Not parallel. And as you move, those level lines will always change. The angle's always turning downward. Test. Test. Dead?
Yeah, we hear you talking to yourself. It's cool.
Make sure I'm not.
You're just relying on your old scripted scripts of you're not using critical thinking. You're just relying on what you think you know, what somebody has told you. You're accepting all the paradoxes that come with your model. And somehow you think that if you convince us, somehow that's going to make it right. That's where I think we're at right now.
So my measurements don't count, and I'm just losing myself. When I see a horizon drop at 5,000 mountain, and measure an angle to a city beneath me on the beach, right on the water or a harbor, and I measure those angles, and they don't flat surface. The reciprocal zenith angles show this so obviously that I'm just delusional, and somehow
Dude,
I'm
you're
wrong,
just
but nobody
throwing
can tell
this
me why.
out there as if like you do this stuff, and it's quite
done that.
funny. Like
I've done.
we're
I
here
did that.
long enough, Zanuck, to know that you don't do any of this shit. You just claim all this stuff. Like we get it.
I did. No, I did that stuff. I've brought the pictures. I've shown the pictures. I've spent hours on the water.
Is that the one with the is that the one with the cartoon airplane guy? Where it's a cartoon? Is that the picture you're talking about?
I took a picture of airplanes that had a garage that did water should be. I mean, I'm talking about doing these actual measurements, like Mount Baldy to 100 Beach, and getting the measurement and showing that doesn't flat surface.
When you say doing the measurements, what is the tool you're using for your measurement?
I had a plumb bob track, basically, and something a little more sensitive. Line of sight in a telescope.
So line of sight, telescope, Plumbog, protractor. Is that all I need?
That's all you need. And I validated it across my, my driveway on my.
And as
garage
our
door, so
measurement
it's
is just is an angle, right?
angle, just an angle, yes.
To something in the distance?
To something in the distance, correct.
Right. Did things in the distance change their apparent location due to conditions and or perspective?
Not when you have a pretty steep angle of 2 or 3 degrees downward.
So there might be an instance where it doesn't, is what you're saying?
Refraction usually happens close to the water.
I didn't say anything about specific locations or anything. I just asked, do things in the distance, based on observation, do they change their apparent location due to
I
atmosphere?
suppose they can, but in this case, is measured not by my tools accuracy. I can't.
So you suppose they can. So if they can, they obviously do.
They can, but I don't measure it. I can't measure it. Do you have tools that can measure that variance? I'd like to see it.
No, right? Because typically what we'd have to do is we'd have to establish a baseline to that, right?
Yeah, measure
We'd
it every
have to
day.
establish where that object is in reality based on our observation. And if our measurement is just an angle
How can you have a
to
reality?
an apparent location, if
How
our
can you have it in reality
measurement
if
is
you
an
bring it on your
angle
observation?
to,
How do you have it in reality if it's based on your observation? You just said it can't be.
if our measurement is an angle to an apparent location, and what we're trying to prove is that the location of this object is confirming or not confirming the shape of the ground in which it is residing on, and we know that things change their apparent location due to atmospheric conditions, we would have to establish a baseline as to where these objects are without apparent location, but as is, right? So no deviation based on atmospheric conditions. Do we have any of that?
I fell asleep.
Yeah, I hope you did. I was trying to woo you to sleep, so maybe the rest of the room will start talking.
You can measure things, and you can repeat those measurements and actually make changes. Test this refraction idea. The object moving its position, apparent versus actual. All you need to do is move the position, take the measurement, and see how it deviates from observation. And that will give you a plot. That will actually give you the refractive value at any altitude.
I like how you're cutting out. It makes it kind of like a bedtime story.
No, it's actually how you do it. You talk about doing science, that's the independent variable you change. Height. Change independent height, get a data. Those data points will plot out. The more you take, the more accurate it will be, but it will give you a predictive qualities, what the refractive value would be at any height.
So what I said is we'd have to establish a baseline, right? So if we're increasing in elevation and we're viewing something now down through the alleged refractive layers, wouldn't that not necessarily give us a clearer picture? All I'm saying is we don't have a baseline where it's like, here's this thing that we're observing with zero atmosphere. So now we can establish that this is where it's located and this is how it appears to us. You want to do a bunch of different things, right? Moving all over the place, up and down, round and round, different times, whatever. It's
you're making a big deal out of it, and it's not a big deal.
Different
and you
times.
could actually do the same test.
And what I'm saying is that, yeah, do it at higher altitude. Cool story.
No. The whole
As if
test.
like that eliminates everything that we're talking about.
Let's say we measure something.
I didn't even finish my point.
Hold on.
I'm going to finish my point.
Let me finish.
I have to finish my point first before you can finish your interruption. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So we're changing all these elevations and whatever. Where do we establish this non-refractive point if we're always seeing through refraction? Meaning if we're increasing in elevation and we're looking down towards something, we could still be experiencing maybe even more refraction. Where's our baseline? Because the thing is, what you guys try to do is comport it back to, well, if Earth was on a globe, then we would expect it to be here, and this is where we see it, and blah, 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 blah. Where do we actually establish that? Is he there? Zanuck? Does anybody know where we like establish this baseline, right? So that we know how observations work?
I don't know who muted Zanuck, but I'm going to unmute him. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Thanks.
Oh, he was
Yeah,
muted.
no, it's a common misconception to think down to the atmosphere less actually about your angle of incidence, not just a differential medium gradient. It's the of incidence. So when you go up, the angle of incidence becomes less. It's counterintuitive, but that's just the way it is. Now, what I was trying
No,
to
I
say is
understand that.
okay. So as you go up, you get less refraction. And you can do that by measurements, especially if you can find a day where there is refraction. The point I'm trying to make about atmosphere is you can take these measurements for the same distance, heights, 5,000 feet to the lake, 5,000 feet to the ocean. However, the 5,000 feet lake might be 10,000 to a 5,000 lake, like Lake Tahoe, or 11,000 feet.
You're just throwing out numbers, dude.
Oh no,
Nobody's
Hold
following
on.
any of this shit.
Hold on. The top of Heavenly, 11,000 down to the lake. Get a theodolite, measure this angle. I haven't done this, but do this if you want. And you can see what values you get. Now, if those values are the same to 5,000 Mount Baldy to the sea level at the ocean beach, then you know that if there was atmosphere, values are the same, then refraction did not occur. Because if it did occur, you had less atmosphere. One should have been greater than the other. It wasn't. Another thing you're just fighting it, and I get it, but it's
No, I'm not fighting it, Zanuck. What I'm saying is we don't have these baseline established silver bullets as far as how we determine what you consider measurements, which would be these angles to observed things in the distance.
another solid example. Fly an airplane. Never, ever, ever see horizon seeable. You'll never see it anywhere other than 3 degrees at 30. It'll always be at 3. Always. It never goes up. It never goes down. It's always doesn't change ever.
Yeah, but how things present themselves on the horizon certainly changed, right? So just because that's where it appears in your field of view doesn't mean that things between you and that horizon don't change based on conditions. That's the
They
point.
do, but the angle of incidence is so slight that it's not going to be a problem. Fraction, obviously, because it's not changing different type of conditions, atmospheric conditions. We also can do things much closer, so you get rid of some of the long distance. Just find airports. We have flashing.
Yeah, I think things should be done a lot closer, right? Like,
I thought I was in the middle of a sentence.
I don't know.
These
You keep
airports
clipping, bro. Like every third word is non-existent.
It really isn't. I just texted you in the chat. Like, it's really hard to understand. Like, you're like, like it's really hard to understand what's going on with your mic. Yeah, thank you.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like there's a reason that surveyors use tools and they only use them at specific distances, right? Because they know that the further you get, the more inaccurate your distance is going to be. Like if you've ever shot a rifle, you've ever hunted, you've ever shot a laser beam across a distance, you start to realize real quick that any small movement is exaggerated over distance, meaning you become less accurate over distance.
Well, that's actually a straw man to the argument. We're not talking about how accurate the point is. We're talking about relative position angularly, and that angularly.
How are you establishing the angles?
With a level.
With an auto level where you're looking through a scope, right?
Correct.
So how is that what I just said not relevant?
Because we're not trying to hit a target. We're just trying to see a deviation from a position.
Which is just like trying to paint a target. Yes, it's the same thing.
For example, if you're looking out over the horizon and you see a 3-degree drop of the horizon, how is that a problem with accuracy? That's more accurate.
So you get more
The goal
accurate
is
with
not
your
to hit the
tools
target.
over
The goal is to
distance.
see the goal is to see a deviation from level. The higher you go, the more that deviation will be apparent. You're making a straw man.
No, a deviation from level is what you're trying to say, right? That's what we're trying to see.
Yes.
So any slight variance in your tool, right? So how are you establishing the level with your tool?
Oh god, a plumb bob and a
Plumb
straight
bob
edge.
and a bubble level, right? So trying to perfectly center that bubble level and perfectly get that plumb bob perfect. If there is any slight deviation, that is going to be exaggerated over distance. You get up to it, you look
down.
in it, you touch the equipment just slightly. It might look like it's still perfectly level, but any type of deviation from that is exaggerated over distance. Would you agree or disagree?
Oh, I agree.
And I want to add something real quick. I just got out with that surveyor, and we were having trouble getting readings because we're so close to the interstate. The vibration was affecting the readings. It's plus or minus though.
And how far are you shooting?
Well, we're not really shooting with a crosshair. He's using a like GPS readings, but it's not GPS from satellites in space. It's GPS readings from tops of buildings at LSU. One's on like he's using 5 different readings, but they're all ground based. So he set up his unit where I showed y'all. I think I posted a picture where I was talking to him at, and he's just getting readings off of that benchmark, and he's going around the building. It don't matter. He don't need line of sight to that because it's reading off of the tops of buildings miles away, triangulating, it's giving him an accurate measurement of where he's at. That's how he found his benchmark. But he was off like 1.5 feet one reading because he was like, oh, we're too close to the interstate. He says, I'm picking up all that vibration. So he went to the next benchmark where he knew it was, and it was dead on. I'm talking about put the point on it, and there it dug down, and there was the rod. That's what the surveyor said. I'd never really thought about that, but the closer we were to the interstate with all the traffic and vibration and noise or whatever, the worse his readings were. But my point to Zanuck is drop isn't what is an earth curve. It's just drop. So like when you put out a horizontal crosshair line in the distance like George did and the horizon was above it, is that drop? I don't think it is. I think that's rise. Anyway, carry on.
Have you guys, first of all, are we done with this topic? Because I have some news.
Yeah, go for it.
Have you guys heard about the new discovery, which they are calling the universe breaker? Well, for those who haven't, it appears the James Webb Telescope just discovered 6 massive galaxies about 500 million to 700 million years after the so-called Big Bang. And there's absolutely no explanation for it. It just can't be too early. So bye-bye, Big Bang. Hot off the presses. They're calling it the universe breaker. Sorry, ballers, to bring this devastating news to you. Nobody's heard of
it? I have not heard of that. No, I don't know. I also don't read the news, so I'm out of the loop.
Actually, somebody brought it to my attention. I go, no, you're kidding. Let me see this. I gotta check this out. So yeah, 6 new huge galaxies, which are way too far in the distance, and they themselves admit there's absolutely no explanation in the current cosmology that they have to explain this.
Dude, I
So
think they tell
bye-bye.
you. I think they tell you all the time that their cosmology doesn't explain anything. Like there's always a caveat with every new discovery, is that it's always disproving their cosmology, even though they continue to push it as if it's flawless, right?
Yeah, but this one, they say that they have no explanation for it. They actually admit that they have no explanation in their current Big Bang cosmological model. There is no explanation for that massive of galaxy formation. They don't have an explanation. They're probably going to come up with one very soon. But
I don't think they'll throw out the Big Bang Theory for it, though. They might adjust the age of the universe or something like that, but I don't think they'll throw it out.
Yeah, it's like everything. You can just, all the variables are just completely movable. They're all just sliders. Everything still works out. You just kind of adjust things,
Yep. And you know what? It's one of the first things I predicted when they sent that thing out. The first thing I said is they're going to have to say that the universe is bigger. And I guess now they're going to have I don't know what they're going to do here, because in 500 million years, according to the cosmological model, is not enough time for those galaxies, those massive galaxies, to form according to their own model. There's no way around that. They're going to have to adjust something.
Well, I think that at least sometime within my lifetime, there's going to be some sort of large announcement or understanding or discovery within cosmology and what we think about the earth and the sun and the moon and the stars that's going to come out. And funny enough, yesterday at work, a coworker was pretty much talking to me about that stuff, knowing that I've had discussions with him for I don't know how many years now, 8 years, 9 years, about this topic. And he's been very apprehensive. And he's like, do you know who so-and-so is, or such and such? And he's like, the more I'm listening to Joe Rogan, there's like a lot of things that people are saying that seems to jive with what you've said to me in the past. And he's like going on and on. It's almost like basically he was alluding to a slow drip of admission that what we have come to understand as our reality, what we're standing on, and how the sun, moon, and the stars operate might be incorrect, and it might come out sometime in the future.
Yeah, they're admitting that space is water now. Like you hear it more and more and more. I think that's where the superfluid comes in. I mean, over the last year, you've heard water in space, water, 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 and
Right.
all they're coming out. It's weird. They just drip it in, and 10 years down the line, they're like, yeah, we always kind of knew there was water. We're never really 100%. I mean,
and all they can do is come back. I mean, they could easily come back and say, yeah, everything still exists somewhat similar to what we're talking about, but it happens to exist in this medium that is a superfluid. And oh, by the way, light has a rate of travel that is greatly decreased through this fluid, so the distances that we thought are completely off, actually it's much closer. Everything's much closer than we had previously assumed.
but it's all uniform, so everything else still works. It's just the distances are closer. That's
Right.
why you can see this. And man, we should have thought of this sooner. And thank you for all the hard research. They just play it off. It's ridiculous.
Right.
For the just think back in the last 10 years, what they played off.
And then because and then you have flat earthers, possibly 30 years into it, just raising their hand, being like, "We said this 30 years ago," and they're like, "Yeah, we know, we've known it. It's fine, no big deal."
The anti-flat earthers in here saying, "Well, I never agreed to that. I never thought that. You're wrong." You know, well, what were you fighting against? You know, these are the people that you support so boldly without knowing their. You know, you don't even know their real name. Basically, you don't know these people. You just see them on the news and read articles about them and all that. You know how easily propaganda has been done over the years? It's they admit it now. It's legal. They can use it to, you know, national security or whatever they want to put it under. We're using it for the fact that we want to test to see if you will get it or not. How dumb or smart our public is.
And with the institution of Space Force, they basically said that we can retain any information and put out any propaganda around the idea of space as a form of national security.
Of course. Join Space Force now.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like a justification, right? Like NASA has historically been able to, you've been able to give a Freedom of Information Act, and they should be giving you any information, right? Because it's technically not a form of national security. But with the institution of the Space Force, now all space documentation and data could be considered national security risk and or classified. Whereas previously you might have had the ability to put in a FOIA request. I think that's the reason why SpaceX, a private company, is coming in and starting to do this, or the illusion of a private company, right? Because you can't send Elon Musk a FOIA request for any of his telemetry information or any of the data that they're receiving, right?
It's private. A lot more hideable, right? And they can say and do what they want now. Of course they have Mars rovers and cameras and try and refute it. They're the only people there.
Yeah. How can you prove or disprove the Mars rover, right?
Right.
The average
Exactly.
person can't. You just either believe it or you don't. There is no proof, you know.
They can't send a freaking drone 1,000 miles, much less 200 million miles. We're seeing what light from how many light years away? And it's right there in my sky. Last night there were 2 stars in my sky. That's it. 2. One was, I guess they were both planets, they can call them, whatever. They were right close to each other.
The wandering stars. I think it's Mercury and Venus that have been really visible in the west.
Where were all the other stars?
They were on their lunch break.
But my point is, if they're close enough to see them, where were they? I couldn't see them. People just don't pay attention, right? They just go out and see the 2 stars, whatever they, whatever they were. That's all you saw. You didn't see all the rest of it. But those are so much closer or brighter. Well, if they're just brighter, what were they shining through? Because there was no clouds. And if there were clouds, the clouds block out the sun.
I mean, to be fair, you could have a haze layer, right? It was, I mean, I don't know. You and I aren't extremely close, but we probably experienced similar conditions at similar times. And it was foggy as a mofo this morning where I live in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, this was last night at, 9 o'clock. I tried to use my auto level a while ago, and it was so windy and so much dust stirring around, you couldn't see, I couldn't see half the distance I wanted to use it. It's just too windy today. And then the surveyor tells me something I'd never thought of. It's too close to the interstate. And or the wind, right? Because he's like, we're by the interstate here, we're in the wide open. There's nothing blocking it. Once we get back into the buildings and stuff, whatever, it's just less vibration or less whatever. The equipment works better, more accurate readings.
Yeah, so that equipment that you're using, if you are shooting like using on an auto level or a dumpy level or anything like that, right? Surveying equipment where you're utilizing a scope. How do they level those? And is there an indicator as to when it just slightly goes out of level?
Well, my auto lasers are electronic. Like they won't spin unless it's plumb. The auto level, you level with two different bubbles. Like you get it just a general level, and then on your it has a round thing with the bubbles round with a dot in the middle, and you put that dot as close in the middle of that round circle as you can, and that tells you you're as plumb and as level as you can be. And then the unit itself has the crosshair levels itself as a pendulum, basically, that makes sure the crosshairs are basically hanging independently. Now, I've never taken one apart, so how it's not attached to the crosshair. I know that because the crosshairs you can't see move back and forth when you shake it, but it definitely has a pendulum in it. So you put all that together and you get as close to accurate as you can. But if you set that up, just like you were saying, it magnifies over distance. If it's just a smidget off up or down, the longer the distance you're trying to shoot, the more that inaccuracy is going to be. Again, pointing towards closer being more accurate, not longer distances like they're saying. I've never heard such.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing, and I feel like it's a new thing they've been talking about.
Yeah, this week.
Like, did they all just get like a download or something where longer distances is more accurate? Is this the new doublespeak?
I made Bob point out his doublespeak and post his video, which he tried not to post it like over and over and over again. I kept demanding it. Bob, come on, I'm not going to your channel. If you're proud of this video, post it, right, for all to see. Well, he finally posted it, and people went and watched it, and it's just plumb ridiculous is what it is. I mean, it's not even close to what a surveyor would do. But anyway, he says and does some things in there which he has to either say I did wrong or, yes, I believe the longer distance I measure with an auto level, the more accurate I'm going to be able to dictate the radius of the Earth, which is drop, right? All he's doing is trying to measure drop over distance. And he says the longer distance I measure, the more drop I'm going to have. Well, I can just post George's picture of 6 miles that has drop on most days and then has rise on another, or different times of the same day. I mean, that approved my claim, which is the conditions, not even of the day, but at the time that you're taking these measurements will change your view in the distance. The crosshair is close. It's right there in the optic. The object in the distance is what's moving up and down. It's not moving down because of Earth curve. It's moving down because of the conditions that it's in and the distance that the viewer is trying to view it through. If that applies for everything. Horizon drop, they're calling horizon drop as Earth curve. So as you go further above the surface of Earth, the more drop you're going to experience. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, like I think they're just trying to strawman us back to like when people used to say that the horizon rises to eye level, and then they're trying to strawman that, saying that the horizon is always exactly at eye level, which isn't the case. Like, we understand you increase your distance from the surface, obviously there's going to be an increase in the gap between the ground and the sky as you get further off in the distance. Like,
just like the horizon appears higher at shorter distances, it reaches a point at a certain distance where it appears almost level, or it is level, and then as you go higher, it appears lower. It's just how we see, man.
Yep. I look at it as like a field of view type thing. Like, the closer I am to the surface, the more that surface is going to fill my field of view up to, and even sometimes above 50% of my field of view. Now, the further I get away from the ground, the less likely that ground is going to fill 50% of my field of view. because my ceiling when I'm outside is what? Indefinite? Infinity? There is no ceiling.
Well, even in how we see things with our eyes, everything you look at, the shorter distance, the better. The more accurate your eyesight is going to be. And everything.
I agree.
Mind if I, since there's a small silence, what argument exactly do you think you have, AC in Montreal? Did you find some hole in the current model or something?
Current model. Do you have a link to a model?
I'm just
Say
asking Essie
again, Laurie.
what
Say
argument. I'm
again.
just asking Essie what argument he thinks he has.
Oh, you mean with the early formation
Yeah,
of the
you're dancing
galaxy?
like you have some kind of big thing.
No, you're the one that's dancing. I just posted some
No,
stuff
you're
and you
dancing. I
freaked out.
find it funny. So what do you think you have?
No, I don't think I have anything. It's your
Okay, so you
scientist.
don't have anything. So why are you dancing then?
Okay, Laurie, if you come up with a coherent sentence, I will engage you. Otherwise, go
I
back
did
to the
every single
go back
sentence
to
there
the
was
playpen.
coherent. So what was it that the scientist found? That's a coherent sentence, right?
I posted a link. Go read it first, then come back and then we can discuss.
Well, you
Otherwise,
were talking
don't
earlier.
waste my
Why are you
time
now?
and
Why
don't
are you
waste
now scared?
everybody else's time.
You were talking
Well,
about this earlier. Why are you now afraid of talking about it?
Well, he was saying that they've discovered that there are some galaxies that are large and more organized than they should be at the period of time they say they are. So the
Thank
Big
you,
Bang
Lefley.
is touched it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, very
So-
clear and concise. The only one that didn't understand was you, Laurie.
I wasn't listening, so fuck you.
Oh boy, did you see that? Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? That's what they've turned. That's what we've made them. Bunch of rambling, incoherent, just haters.
That wasn't even incoherent. Like Essie, when I say fuck you, that's not incoherent. It might be grass, it might be rude, it might be even against the server rules, but nothing in that is incoherent, you buffoon. At least use the rules, use the right words, man. Fuck
Yeah,
you is very coherent.
You see,
It may
that's
be
all.
gross,
we
it
get
may be
that.
against the rules, it may be insulting you, but it's not incoherent, idiot.
It was pretty coherent to me.
So
That's
Lori,
all they have.
So
is just
Lori, you have
insult.
read the server rules where it says not to name call people, and you did it 3 times in one sentence intentionally after quoting the server rules. So just be aware that shit gets you.
Fair enough, but I wasn't incoherent.
Never said
That
that
is
you were.
true. We're past that.
That is true, Laurie.
Okay, don't call names, please. You know this.
So everybody heard him. He just came on. He had nothing. He asked what I meant. Left Lane was very gracious to answer him the question, but all he has is hatred. That's all he has. He just follows me
You
around
attack me and
wherever
I
I go,
attack back.
and he just posts hateful comments. That's all they do. That's all he does. This guy here.
That's not even true, and you know it.
Well, here's the deal. I just let you back in. You said you only dipped out and then came back in. That's the only thing that happened. But I know the history here, Lori. Like, chill out a little bit. Let's just keep it nice. Cool?
That's if you want to bring that up, that's exactly what happened. So there, if you are implying that I lied about something or something,
No, that's
I
not what I
didn't.
implied at all. But you did just come back and now you're fuck this and fuck, like, just chill a little bit. Chill out. It's all good.
Fair enough.
Yeah, all I did was find another hole, another gaping hole in your cosmology. I very kindly, politely posted the thing, and you got triggered. This is what you do. This is all you have. You just have this obsession to go against everything, especially me.
Is it
You
all I
have
have?
something. Yeah, that's all you have.
No, it's not. And actually, last time we had a conversation, you said that I was actually like pretty polite and I didn't trigger at all. So you're now just lying because that's all you have. So can we rise up beyond this bullshit and actually talk about the topic? Because
the
the only
topic
thing
was
you have
explained to you
is
by
saying that
left
the
lane.
only thing I have is this, which is not even true.
Okay, it was explained. Let's try it. Let's see how it goes. Left lane explained to you my position. I posted all the things that I found. Now, what's your position on this early galaxy formation that shouldn't happen according to your cosmology, Lori? What is your opinion on this?
I don't really have a position, since that's the first word you used. I don't have a position. I'm just asking, like, do you think you have an argument? Is this a problem for the globe? What?
Yeah, I just explained it to you, and so did left lane. Do you want me to do it again?
Yeah, but why? Yeah, I understand what they found, but I'm not understanding why do you think that it's a huge problem or something?
Yeah, I'll try it again. I'll explain it again to you. It's not me that has the problem. Your model has the problem. According to your scientists, according to your model, this early formation of massive galaxies cannot be explained in your model. It's too early. Do you understand that, Lori?
Okay, so science discovers something new. And what? Is that a problem?
He's asking the same question again. It's
Yes, but
remarkable.
that's why.
Am I the
Because
only
I'm
one not
not
getting this?
understanding your logic. I'm not understanding your logic. Like, science discovers new things all the time. So why is this? Is this like, oh, there's some, like, now we have to forsake everything and science is fact? What? Like, what are you getting at?
I'll
Science
try it
discovers
again.
new things all the time.
I'll try it again. Regardless of if science discovered things new all the time or not, this discovery is a problem for your current model of cosmology. That's what I'm saying now. Do you have any counter? Do you have any opinion on that? Or are you just going to say that, yeah, so what, discoveries are made every day? We're talking about a certain specific discovery that questions your cosmological model.
I just don't see what the problem is. I'm guessing, because
So maybe you should research it then and find out why the scientists, the ones
I
you
think
believe in,
yeah.
maybe you should research it and get more knowledgeable on
No,
and
but
see why
I
they
know
think
everything
it's
I
a
need
problem.
to know. I think what I need to know more is about your psychology, because you seem to think that there's some huge problem.
My psychology.
Yep.
I don't know where to go with this guy. I mean, dude, you have an issue. You seriously have an issue. It's probably against me personally, but maybe you don't see how this is affecting your judgment.
Like, everyone knows that science discovers new things, and of course, yeah, there are questions that are always in need of answers, but that's science doing what science does. So what what then?
You see,
Yes,
again, you did not address the issue. You just
but I
repeated
don't
the
see what's the
statement
issue.
of
I don't
science.
see what's
I
the issue.
explained you what the issue is. I'm going to explain it to you again for the sixth time. The issue is your cosmological model does not have an explanation for massive early galaxy formation. Do you not see the problem in that, Lori?
What's the problem? What should happen then if we don't have an explanation? So what then? What
That
do you
means the
suggest?
model, you don't see the, no, I'm asking you, do you not see an issue in that? Can your brain not like think and process the information just given to you? Do you not see the
Apparently not, because
consequences of that?
you're like, I keep asking you what do you think should follow from that, and you cannot answer that. What do you think should follow from that? What's the
What do
conclusion?
I think should follow? What do you mean, what do I think? I'm asking you a question and you're dodging it. I've asked it
No, I'm
6
not dodging
times.
anything. I'm
Yes,
just
you are.
Would you accept an?
Sorry?
Say again, whoever said that, you broke up.
Maybe he'll
So,
come back.
Lori, answer the question. What does that mean to you? Don't ask me another question. Don't tell me as scientific discoveries. You see, you cannot, I'm trying to prove you cannot have a conversation.
Model that has no explanations for certain things?
would he accept a flat Earth model that doesn't have explanations for certain things?
Of course, he wouldn't. He wouldn't accept anything you say.
That's a different sort of like the difference in the scale of things that flat Earth doesn't like. Give me one thing that it's any flat Earth model is able to explain. Go
Let's
ahead.
not change the
I will
subject.
wait.
Don't give him a way out, Fuzzy. Stay on the
Yeah,
subject,
Fuzzy,
Lori.
let's feel we're away
Are
from
you
this
gonna
topic
answer the
instead.
question or not, Lori? You
I
came
can
in.
answer
You
the
came in
question,
hot.
but yeah.
I bring you to the point. You will not answer the question, right? What
Yeah,
does
but
that say to
you're
you?
not even
What
asking
does the
like
latest discovery?
this is the first time you're even asking, so don't pretend that you got me on some gotcha and I'm not answering your question. Like this is the first time you even asked the question in that manner. So
What
don't
are you talking about, bro? This is the whole thing. You came into White Knight and you have no clue of the discovery. You
Of course I have
haven't
a
read
clue.
the
I
article.
listened
You
to
know
what you said.
nothing about it, but you're doing what you do. So now, your opinion, Lori. What's your opinion on this new discovery that I laid out for
Okay,
everybody?
so this is maybe the first time you ask for my opinion. I
Okay,
can
it's the
give you
first
my
time.
opinion
Go
very,
ahead. Go ahead.
very
What is it?
clearly. Yeah. This is science doing what science does. I said that already, so and you were maybe not following along to my conversation, so maybe you should listen more closely. Because I said already my opinion, this is science doing what science does. Science discovers new
So
things
not
and
an
science
opinion.
finds...
Not you're gonna say the same thing again. Science makes new discoveries. Got it. You have nothing, Lori. Thank
That's
you.
my
You
opinion,
proved my
SE.
point
If
for me. Thank you, Lori.
SE, you're being a dishonest liar right now. Because if I say that as my opinion, that's my opinion. You cannot just then lie about me not giving my opinion. For example, let me ask you: do cats exist in your opinion, SE Montreal? If you say yes, I
Lori,
then
you've
just
been
say no
exposed.
cats.
You've been exposed. I will
You've
disengage
been
with you
exposed,
now.
SE. You've been
No more
exposed.
feeding the trolls.
You've been
Goodbye,
exposed.
Lori.
You've been exposed, SE. Goodbye. Leave the conversation now. See, you cannot just say that that's not your opinion and then rest your case. When I give that as my opinion, that's my fucking opinion. You cannot do that, SE Montreal. You're being a bully and a bigot.
Maybe you want to swear at me some more? Let out the rage. Let everybody show your hate to everybody. Let it out, Lori.
Let
Come on.
out your rage and let me not
But
talk.
hold on. How is he being a bigot? How is he being a bigot? And what do cats have to do with this? We all know cats exist. I'm confused of what's even happening right now.
I know.
He's losing his mind online live. That's what's happening.
SE Montreal, right now you're making personal attacks. That's, by the way, against the server rules. So please stop it, sir. This is a server that's way above that standard.
Well, you're making them as well. You're saying that he's a bigot. So how is he a bigot? What's going on here?
He's a bigot by attacking this Finnish person. That's bigoted.
You see, he has no argument at all.
I don't
asked him
understand
6
what's
times.
even
I
happening.
don't have an
That's what he
argument
does.
because this
This
is a
is
silly
what Lori
discussion.
does.
SE Montreal, can you give me your argument on this issue?
I gave it to you, and Left Lane also gave it to
No,
you,
you
my
did.
friend.
You didn't.
Your
Can you
games
give
are
me your
not going to
argument?
work here,
You're
Lori.
now on the
Lori,
road.
everybody
You're now
knows who
on the
you
road.
are and what you
SE
are,
Montreal,
Lori.
you have been exposed. You're now on the ropes. Give me your argument.
I gave it to you, Lori,
No,
and
you
so did
didn't.
Left
I
Lane.
can ask you
You're on the
again. Give
ropes,
me
I'll give
your
it to you
argument.
again.
OSC, you're on the ropes.
You are on the ropes, SE. Give me your argument. See,
Maybe
he
you
comes
can
in
stop
hot-headed
talking
and
and I'll
he
give it
cannot
to
give
you.
me his argument.
You see, this is what he's going to do. Every time I talk,
See,
he's
this
going to
is
talk
what
over
SE
me.
does. Can you give me your
Dude,
argument?
Lori, I will start muting you. You have to allow him to respond. That's not right.
Go ahead, SE.
Shines, this is
Thank
what he
you.
does. This is what he does
I
all the
know.
time.
I know, Lori.
Yeah. So, Lori, this is my argument again. The argument is that the James Webb Telescope found 6 massive galaxy formations, too early to happen for the Big Bang Theory for there to be an explanation. That is the argument made by your scientists. Now, what is your... That's my argument, Lori. Did you understand that? I explained
Hold
what
on.
you
Yes,
see.
yes, I
He
understand.
interrupted me. I'm
But
not
you didn't.
finished, Lori. You see what he
Yes,
did?
but
He
you asked
interrupted
me,
me.
so if you
How
don't
many
want me to
times did he
respond,
Dude,
interrupt me?
Lori, chill. Let him finish. Just let him finish. It's not. It shouldn't be this intense. It's like a simple conversation. Shouldn't be so heated.
He
Let him
can't have
finish.
a conversation. He cannot. So, Lori, again, early galaxy formation. I explained it to you, and so did Left Lane. This is the position. It's been explained
Yes.
to you about 20 times, Laurie. Now go ahead.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. So I asked you a simple question, SE Montreal. The question was, what is your argument? And you then went ahead to describe this thing, and you said quite clearly, this is the argument your side is making, Laurie. So you outright admitted that this is not your argument, which I asked for. You said that this is my side's argument. So SE Montreal, let me repeat again, because I asked you for your argument. You didn't give your argument, sir. Are you clear enough? Are you listening clearly enough to what I'm asking?
Yeah,
I'm
but first,
asking for
yeah, hold on.
argument, SE.
Yes,
Your
I
argument.
understand. First of all, you have to answer my question. See, when
No,
I
I
asked
don't.
you the
I'm asking
question,
the question,
you
your
no.
argument.
No, I asked you first. I gave a thing, I gave an explanation, and then I asked you, what do you have to say? And you said, the only thing you said,
So I'm asking
science
for
keeps
your
making
argument,
scientific.
SE. Can you give it or not?
You see what he's doing? He will not answer. He's going to do this.
Yeah,
Here,
I
I'll
mean,
give you an
he won't
argument,
even let
okay?
you talk.
I'll give you, no, let me play his game. I'll give you an argument. The argument is this, my argument. The very fact that your own scientists have found early massive galaxy formations that early in your model means there is a problem with your model. That is my argument. Now, can you be gracious enough to give me your opinion of what those findings say to you, Laurie?
I can be gracious enough if you give me your argument. See, that wasn't your argument.
Oh my God. You know what?
Oh my God,
Laurie,
yes.
you just exposed yourself again, sir.
No, I'm exposing you, and this is how. Because I gave you my opinion earlier, and the way you defended against me giving my opinion was just, but that is not your opinion. See? So if that works for you, it works for me. You now gave me your argument, so I can defend against that by saying, well, that's not your argument.
You're just
If
playing
it
games.
works,
Do you hear
now.
what he's doing,
dishonest,
everybody?
I hear
dishonest
exactly what he's
games
doing.
work, if dishonest games like that work for you, SC, dishonest
Why
games like
is
that
he
work
muted
for me
already?
as
This
well.
is
So
such
I
a
can
waste
now
of time.
just say
Mute him.
that
Mute him
you
up.
didn't
Mute him.
give your argument, SC
Mute him
Montreal.
up.
You need to give your argument.
Mute him up because he doesn't have an argument. He hasn't said anything about the Earth. Say something about the Earth or get muted.
I'm actually
That's
I'm
not
really
even a
unclear as
good
to what makes you think he's not what he just gave you his argument. What is it that about what he just said does not constitute his side of what's going on?
What's the argument? Is it about SE or is it about the Earth?
It's sort of
This
about
is all
SE.
about me. He has no argument.
To be fair, because SE is playing silly games. Yeah,
no,
yeah.
listen,
SE or Earth?
Can you not
SE
hear
or
me?
Earth? Come on, pick one. SE or Earth?
Let Fuzzy talk. Yeah.
Well, I'm just curious because okay. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. My thoughts and understanding is that SE's argument is that there is a problem with the timeline of the model by your own standard of the scientist. He's saying that's his opinion is that there's a big problem with the Big Bang Theory and its timeline. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. But what Lori is doing is saying that
I'm asking.
earlier.
I know,
Oh, okay.
Oh no,
Go ahead.
is
I'll
Lori?
let him go then.
That's Lori's. Is that not SE's argument? Is that there's a
That
problem
is my
with,
argument. Yes.
Yeah,
Correct.
that is sort of, but that's why
So what
it's
are
so
you
baffling.
fucking talking about?
That's
He's
why it
talking
was so
about.
baffling. That's
He's
why it was
talking
so
about Say
baffling.
Montreal's opinion, and so he's upset that Say Montreal had an argument about his opinion, and he's saying, "Oh, well, that's just your opinion." So now I'm going to say your opinion is wrong too. That everything is
But that's
just
what I
wrong
don't
because he's
understand. He
talking
keeps
semantics.
asking for
not
his
really what I'm
opinion,
saying,
and
but
that's
sure.
what his opinion is. You understand what his opinion and his argument is. There's a problem with the timeline of the Big Bang. That's his opinion. That's his argument. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I understand that, but see, I was
Why
just
do you
playing.
keep saying that he's being exposed?
Can you let me guys talk? Like you keep asking me what I'm talking
Okay,
about,
go
but
for it.
then
Go
I
for
cannot
it, please.
respond. So,
Yes,
okay.
go. Everyone, let him explain.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out Essie's dishonest tactics because earlier he was asking me for my opinion. Then I gave him my opinion, and he just said outright, "Well, that's not your opinion. Fuck you." Like
Then
that's no way
what
to
was your
respond.
opinion?
If
Maybe I missed
if
it.
some
Can you
That's a
tell me
lie.
what?
That's a lie.
Can you tell me what your
Lloyd,
opinion was? I might have missed it when I came in after that. What was your
like
opinion on his comment about how your scientists
As far as I
have
can remember, the only thing that made you not a babbling idiot was the fact that you could cogently say "fuck you" to SC, not the other way around. So, are you maybe misrepresenting your summary?
Couldn't be. No.
Can you guys like stick to one question, because right now I got like 10 questions waiting for me, so which one am I supposed to answer?
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what your comment was when SE said that the scientists on the heliocentric side are claiming that the Big Bang has problems. What was your comment about that?
SE basically asked for my opinion, and my opinion is this is what science doing, what science does. Science discovers new problems and then it discovers new answers. And SE's response to that was, that is not your opinion. Well, if I give it as my opinion, it's my fucking opinion, man. You don't get to lie about it.
But I guess so basically the Big Bang is wrong, is what your opinion is.
No. Like you don't get. I didn't say Big Bang is wrong, so you don't get to like rewrite my opinion as that either. Like when I say my opinion that science doing what science does, then you guys don't get to play the game of you didn't give your opinion, or you don't get to play the game of your opinion was actually this other thing.
But you don't, right? But you don't understand that by saying science is discovering some new thing, is saying that what they previously thought that science was saying about the Big Bang is now incorrect. That you understand that, right?
Yeah. That's science fixing itself. That's science doing what science does. Yeah.
So you have no problem that what we thought we were taught as for our whole lives is now incorrect, and you're fine with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But notice no answer. His answer is science
I gave
finds
an
new
answer,
things.
Essie. You don't get to
Science
do that and lie about
that
no
is not
answer.
that is
when I
not.
answered, you don't get
See
to
how he's
say
getting
that no
triggered?
answer.
He won't
You
let me
fucking
get it out.
All right. Okay. So when was
Stop
science
lying,
correct?
Essie.
When was the cosmology of when were they correct about something? Because
when were they correct?
Yeah.
I think they are correct all the time.
Well, no, they keep changing it all the time, though.
They keep changing some things. Like,
so
but they are actually
what are the things that science is true about?
They are actually getting precise, more and more precise. So it's not like, for example, let's take the size of the sun. It's not like it's 1 meter this day and then 10,000 kilometers the next day. Like they are getting closer and closer to something.
Oh, really? What science experiment are they doing on the sun to determine its size?
I don't know.
Well, you just said that they were.
I didn't say anything about any experiments. You brought it up.
You said science.
Yes,
science
I did say the word
experiments.
science. Yes, and I did say the word sun. So what's your point?
Yeah. So what was the experiment?
It's not like I have to know every experiment done on the sun to be able to use the word science and sun.
Can you name one that you apparently know about how they're getting more and more precise?
Yes, you use those words as well. Can you name one?
This kid's pathetic.
No,
dude.
I'm at you. You claim that they have knowledge on the sun, that they're getting closer and closer to the accuracy of it, and I'm wondering what experiment was being done to do that.
I'm using it as a test case. I don't even need to have any specifics on that. If you assume that I do, then great. I don't think you are right.
So we have a flat Earth model that's getting very, very close and close and close to accuracy. Will you accept that?
But you don't.
But so you don't either, apparently.
Well, actually, I do.
Oh, I asked for name one. Show me. You just keep saying I don't have one.
I don't need one. I didn't say I don't have one.
You know what? Then I don't need one either. Then, bruh.
Well, actually, you do.
But you don't. When I ask you, and you say that you have many, but you're not going to give me any.
Not even one.
I say I have the same. Do you not understand the hypocrites how hypocritical that is?
I don't think it's hypocritical at all.
Would it be
How? Why?
reasonable if we said that we don't believe that you do have one?
Reasonable to believe that I don't have what?
Would it be reasonable for us to tell you that I don't believe that you actually have one? If you can't come up with one, and I'm asking for one, you say there are many, but you have none. Can I then therefore say you're full of shit?
Which is the you that we're talking about? Is it me personally or is it science? Because science has many. I
No, it's
personally
you.
don't
It's you
need
keep
any.
saying that you keep saying that you have
Yes, but
many,
it's rude
but
for you to talk over me, sir. So
keep saying that you
um,
have.
yes, I didn't say I have anything. Science has. So I'm not personally like I don't need anything personally.
Can you get one?
Science needs something, and if you want to find out what science has, then you have all the means to do that. And
Can you name one?
You're claiming it. Yeah.
Can
Can
you
you
name?
name one or go get us
I
one?
don't need to name
Hey,
one.
no, you claimed that you had one. I asked for one, and
I
you
didn't
said
even
I
claim
don't
that
need to provide
I
you
don't
with one.
even. I didn't even claim I had one. You asked for one, but I didn't claim to have one.
You said
You
they
no, but
exist,
you
so
said
can you
that
just
they
help us
exist.
out and tell us what it is so we can look into
Well,
it?
I can tell you. You can look this thing up in university libraries. I think.
Okay,
I don't
look what
know.
up.
I'm not in. For example, I'm not currently studying English and translation in a
Look
university.
what
I
up.
wouldn't know anything about this.
Name one. Look, what's
yeah.
one thing we can
Why
go
are
look
you
up?
asking me to name one?
Well,
Because you
You're
don't
just
have anything. And I don't know what to go look
but
for.
why? But why are you asking?
Oh,
So
you're telling us you have it. We're asking you what it is.
I didn't even tell you I have anything. You just keep asking me for
So you
something
don't
because
have
you want
anything?
to get a gotcha. But I don't need anything in this conversation.
Oh,
For
okay,
the
so you don't have
conversation
any.
that we were
Nice
having, I
talking to
didn't
you.
need anything.
Okay.
All right, Lauren.
So
Lori has
it's
nothing. We got
such
it.
a silly game
All right,
that you're playing.
I'll go to a university library and I'll look up sun experiments in the science.
He doesn't
You can
know.
use
He does.
whatever
He's
words
already
you
told
need
us he
to
doesn't know.
find what you want to find.
Another
Lori, hey, if you
Glober we have
don't
no reason to
know,
talk to. Yeah.
then
I
when
don't
you
know
say
what.
that you do
What I
have
don't know.
you
I
don't
didn't say I
actually
have
have it.
anything. I didn't say I have anything. You're
Okay.
being dishonest.
All right, but
Okay,
but you
cool. Talk to you later.
He asked me for
so
it. I didn't say
right,
I have it. I just said I don't need it. So
right, I got you. So,
when does
but
I don't
when
need
you
it turn
said
into you said you have it?
right, when you
We
said you
heard
had
you.
Lying
science,
so much that you don't
right,
realize that it's lying.
when
Heard
you
you
said
again. Why are you still talking? We're not asking you for anything anymore. You ain't got it.
Yes, but
You don't know anything
apparently
about
I
it.
said I
You
have
don't
it,
have it.
and I
Yeah, you're
didn't say I
useless.
have it.
Lori, I got it. Okay,
Useless. Like
I get it.
eggshells earlier.
100%.
Same thing.
I agree. I totally agree. Lori, at this point, I'm trying to point out to you the how you actually kind of are being exposed to not actually having answers. That's kind of the point here.
No, I'm actually exposing you for being silly people because you keep pointing, but you keep asking me for experiments that I
No,
don't
you're the
need.
silly
And then
goose.
you keep
Hold on.
You're
then you keep
Lori,
silly.
hold
I'm
on,
only
hold on,
claiming
hold
something
on,
that
hold
you
on.
said exists.
I'm talking here.
No,
Don't
you
be
said
rude and
you were
talk
claiming
over
us to
me.
be
One at a
silly
Don't be rude
people.
and
time,
talk over
man.
me.
One at a time.
Don't be rude and talk over me. See, you guys, for example, keep lying that I said I have anything. I didn't say I
You
have
implied it.
anything.
Hold
That's
on,
what we do. We don't lie.
One at a time,
We
dude.
don't let him call us liars,
One
dude.
at a time, guy.
Rakia, I got it.
Time, one
Right.
at a time.
Yeah,
So
Rakia.
why,
Like, who in the world thinks it's good to where we have to just listen to
why
people
if
scream
Flat
at
Earth
the same
is the
time?
truth movement?
Yeah, I was about to do it. Look,
Yeah,
okay, I'm
thank you,
modding
sorry.
real fast. Okay, look, here's the deal. All right, Lori, what you're doing is you're talking, pausing, then talking, pausing, talking, and you're just like calling people names and talking through them. While you pause, they go to respond, you talk through them. Also, can you guys not all talk and like if you hear the other person talking, just keep talking anyway? Because you know that no one can hear anything, right? So even if you're in the right and he interrupted you or whatever, if you're all just gonna talk without yielding, it's just really, really painful to listen to.
And to be clear, Lori, before I unmute you, the reason why we are saying that you had something is because you claimed that science has it and that you can believe it and go look it up. But apparently you've never done that. That's what we're trying to expose, and that's kind of hypocritical And that's what we're trying to point out. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I was responding to Rakia in the name chat. I don't think I name called anyone
Yeah, he
because
called him a liar again.
when there is a lie,
Jesus.
calling someone a liar when they lie is fair
You
enough.
also
You're an
Can you
asshole.
talk about the earth?
Because you're an asshole.
Well,
Not
I
able
am
to
an
claim
asshole,
that
so
you're an asshole.
that's not
They
name
call
calling
you an
because I'm an asshole
Rakia.
and you're a liar, Rakia.
Talk about the earth.
Yeah, Rakia, hold on. Right, you called us silly people and liars, and you were trying to expose us. And all we're doing
Yes, but
asking for
actually,
what you
which
claim
did
to
lie.
have. You claim to have what we're asking you, and you apparently don't have it. And now instead of saying that you have science has it, I just don't, means that you're believing in a complete story without verifying it for yourself. Does that make sense?
To trigger us.
I didn't claim to have anything, so again, there was a lie.
You
I
cla-
didn't
well, yeah,
claim
but you
I
claimed
have.
that science had it.
Called us a
You
liar.
claimed
You
that
can't
you
also
believe
interrupt.
something.
Science,
Oh
maybe,
man! Oh
not
my
me.
god! What
I
are you
didn't
guys
claim I
doing?
had anything.
Is this the first time you guys have ever met him? You don't know that what he's literally trying to do is just like get you worked up?
Just trigger.
I'm not trying to get worked up. I'm trying to be very calm and expose how he's being hypocritical. And
Doesn't
every
matter.
time he does it, it's pretty funny.
It doesn't matter, dude. It sounds like you're getting worked up regardless. He's winning. Just
Oh,
stop.
I'm walking the
Stop
dog, so I'm
talking
out
to
of
him.
breath.
Stop
I'm just
talking to
explaining
him.
though, like if you are also interrupting,
Yes,
then it's
see,
like
this
he's
is what I
getting-
do, and you.
Yeah, so like it's like why are you talking to people? I don't understand. Like it's all good. Everyone just chill out. Look, okay. I mean, the point is that this isn't something new. We know this is the typical tactic, which is to be like, no, you guys don't have answers. You guys don't have experiments. You guys, if you can find a question that you can't answer, haha, you flat earth stupid, you're wrong, blah, blah, blah. When it comes to the globe, you can have a million things you don't know, haven't researched, don't have evidence for, a million things that you say, I don't know to, and it doesn't count. It's fine. It's science. That's how it works. So there's a double standard here. I think that we all know that. And I don't think there's too much of a reason to get like emotional about someone that can't even make a substantive point about it. It's, just kind of hard to listen to.
Yeah, at this point, I totally agree. We're trying to point, as futile as it may be, the point is to try to show this guy how hypocritical this is and how he is. It's like double think and double speak at the exact same time. It's insane.
Yep, Laurie achieved his objective. Well done, Laurie. But hey, everybody knows your game,
I
bro.
got you to dance for me.
Yeah, see, but he's admitting the motivation, right?
Yeah, of course. That's exactly right.
As he admits that's his motivation on text
Yeah,
chat, so I can admit it's my motivation
Say, you
too.
fucking moron. What are you doing, Lori? You can't call names in here, dude.
Fair enough.
No, not fair enough. That's the second time I told you in like 10 minutes, dude. What are you doing? Just stop.
He's being an asshole is what he's doing. A big jerk. Moron.
Yeah, I'm being an asshole. Can I call myself an asshole at least?
I'm messing with you.
Yeah, go and talk to a mirror or something.
That's an official warning, Kosho.
No, like it's weird. It's weird to me because I was just on a SGT, right? He was like making the same point. He's like, there's some like mental block here where people think like, yeah, I don't know. Like there's this disconnect where like if someone's like researched into tons of it and they're like trying to answer all the questions, if you can get them to not know an answer, then like automatically you're right, but you can't answer like even a fraction as much as they can. It doesn't necessarily mean that flat earthers are correct. It just shows that that's disingenuous, I guess is the word. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can't have like a double standard. Like if you're like, you make a better model for the sky, and I'm like, oh, I don't know all the answers about the sky, and then you're like, yeah, see, flat earth's stupid, doesn't even have a model, and then like I point out that you guys don't have a functioning model of the sky. That's science.
Exactly. This is like I've never fully understood what projection was until this whole conversation of flat Earth. The last 10 minutes is a textbook version of projection on this. This guy is projecting everything. He's even literally copying what SE was saying about how he's being exposed. It's unreal. I mean, it's such a textbook example of projection. It's entertaining.
I don't think it's a textbook. Like I admit to practicing a tactic where I take what an FE does and then turning
No,
it on them.
mirroring, I
But
get that. Yeah.
that's just my way of showing. See, what you're doing is actually either illogical or silly or stupid or something else. And I show that if you get annoyed when I do the same for you, maybe you should have thought that it's actually stupid if you do it for me.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
I'm
not
not
actually
annoyed.
projection;
That's
it's a
what I'm saying.
psychological tactic.
Yeah, projection. That's what I'm saying. You, of course, obviously, of all people, would not expect this to be projection. Everyone
No,
else in this
it's not.
room
It's not. It
understands
doesn't
what's
fit
going
the
on.
definition of projection. No.
Hey, Lori, can you just admit that the reason you believe the Earth's a globe is because that's what everyone else said? You think that that's what
No,
you think
actually,
that's what
no,
the
actually,
science. And why are you
that's
interrupting
incorrect.
me, man? What are you doing? So
That's
you
incorrect. I'm answering the
please
question.
stop. Oh, you will answer the question once I ask it. Okay,
No,
so
ask it.
can you just agree that you kind of believe the Earth's a globe because that's like the scientific consensus, and you think that we have tons of evidence that all the physicists and all the scientists have figured out and compiled, and that everyone knows the Earth's a globe, and that's kind of why you believe it. It's not so much that like you like actually verified it for yourself, but just that that's what they say.
Nope. I don't know if that question was even worth taking the time to ask.
So,
It wasn't a question,
can
it was
can
an
I ask a follow-up
observation.
question then?
He's,
If the
he's
answer is
calling a
no,
spade a spade. Listen, the audience knows what you are, so I don't know why
Yeah.
we're talking to you.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's
unless
by
there's
the
someone
way.
else to
Hold
talk to.
on. Who actually made that comment? Because it's interesting to me that you know that about me without observing, without knowing.
Bro,
See,
Really?
I
I
can
talk to
answer.
the audience
I
all
can.
the time.
I
I
can.
talk to the
Lori,
audience all the
Yes,
fucking time, Lori.
yes. That's nice. That's
Lori,
nice. Yes.
Lori,
Yes, that's
even
nice.
Kosho called you an asshole.
Yes, I
Lori,
admit
Lori, I
to being
love
an
you, bro.
Lori
asshole.
knows I was joking when
That's
I
a
said that,
different
man.
thing.
Hey,
I
Lori,
know,
I
but
love
it
you, bro.
wasn't
What
wrong.
Witsit is
Here's the
asking.
problem.
Hey, Lori, I love
Lori,
you, bro.
Lori, here's the to follow up Witzit's question, right? If that's not true, then other than the sun science on the measurements of the size of the sun, what other things did you actually verify for yourself or seek the truth into, except other than believing what the news says? In
Well,
any other topic?
let's actually give it a more like detailed answer. Fair enough. Before the flat Earth movement, I didn't look into the globe too much at all, so maybe I was like following around what everyone else said. Sure. Then the flat Earth movement comes in 2015, and I start looking into, okay, what evidence is there for the globe? What evidence is there for the flat Earth? For the flat Earth, the arguments fail. It's like 100 arguments in a row fail. Then I look into the globe arguments. Okay, that seems to work. This seems to work. That seems to work. This seems to work. So thanks to you guys, I've had like 7 years of education into, okay, what actually is there for the globe? Which
Oh,
means
I got
that
a question.
by this point,
Can I
I
ask him a
am no
question?
longer, and by the way, I'm still answering. So it's quite rude that you interrupt me. By this point, I am actually thinking for myself, and I form a core part of the real truther movement of people who have looked into the globe model and realized, based on personal experiences and looking into this stuff, that it actually is a globe and not a fucking flat Earth.
So what was one of the things that you looked into that seemed to make sense?
Well, for example, let's say the argument against the flat Earth could be that nothing works on the southern star.
That's
Let's
not
say
quite what
southern
I asked.
stars that doesn't work. If you want globe evidence, then we could just take any observation that flat Earth says goes against the globe. For example, Mount Rainier. You can just, okay, well, that actually works for the globe. Just compare the observation and compare them globe maths. It seems to work out. So yeah.
Oh, so wait, real fast, I gotta say, we actually have a model even explaining every observation in the sky, including the southern star trails, and in fact, even a globe earther made a model that explains all of that. His name is Walter Bislin. Thanks, Walter. We actually have a model, and what you guys do is repeat a script that light would have to do something that it can't do, and it's easily rebutted. So we actually can explain southern star trails in multiple ways, including specifically modeling it based on an azimuthal grid of vision. which is the same exact method used for the globe. So whenever you look at when you look at Stellarium and all these other programs that show you what you see in the sky on a globe, it actually uses a limit perspective based on an azimuthal grid. It literally uses the same exact thing in the programs that explain the sky on the globe. Literally, an azimuthal grid of vision is used in the programs to explain the celestial observations from a globe. So yeah, we use the same thing on a flat
Yes.
Earth, and it explains all the observations.
So how can it?
What do you mean, how can it?
You said it can be easily rebutted. How can it? Go ahead.
It can be
rebut
easily
it.
what?
See, you go on for so long that you don't even follow your own.
I didn't understand the word you said, dude. Easily what?
It can easily be rebutted. You said it can be easily rebutted, and now you can't
Yes.
even remember
Yeah.
what you said.
No, I can remember. I didn't understand the word you said. Are you incapable of following? So yes, it can be easily rebutted. Okay, we can show you a ferrocell image where you actually have ferrofluid and another fluid in between two optical flats, and then you line it with LED lights. And when you put it over a magnet, it makes the light look like it's bending extremely in extreme ways. But in reality, the light is not bending. It's just within a fluid-like medium that's being affected by the magnetic field, causing the light to look like it's bending in very extreme ways. And in fact, as you move around it, it changes relative to the observer of what you're perceiving through the density distribution of that medium. So that is a 100% viable explanation for why we would see light appear to bend in extreme ways.
How is it viable?
Because if you have a fluid-like medium with a magnetic field, then it will cause the light to illuminate relative to that density distribution of the fluid.
So do you think that we actually have that? Like, you think that we live in some ferrofluid?
I think that the sky could have a fluid-like medium, yes.
Okay, well, that's a cool story, bro.
Okay, so is the fact that you think that the edge of the perceivable universe is 45 billion light years away and it's all in a
Can you prove that
vacuum
it isn't?
beside an atmosphere. Like, the point is, you asked if I can rebut the claim that it's impossible. Yes, I just did. And your response was, that's a cool story, bro. So you don't have a response.
That is a response. So when you say that that's your response, then you cannot say that you don't have a response. Literally,
Well, that's exactly. Hold on. So if I asked you if to show me anything that can you rebut 45 million whatever light years away is the edge of the universe, and if you can explain it, if I just say that's a cool story, is that an acceptable response?
I think it's a different case.
Yeah, because the different cases, one of them is your belief, and one of them is what you want to not believe.
One of them is what sane people believe.
Sane people believe that the edge of the universe is 45 billion light years away. Do you even know how many miles that is?
What does that have to do with anything? Yes, that's what sane people believe.
Really, how they measure that? How they measure if they're so wait. If sane people believe that, how do they measure 45 billion light years?
Did he say sane people believe? Because that sounds like a comment.
How they measure, since sane people believe it, what process did they go through to come to that sane belief that it's 45 billion light years away?
I don't know. Do you know?
So basically, you believe something, but you don't even know what it is that you believe.
That's not. You're not even making sense. So you just said you believe, but you don't even know what do you believe? No, because you just clearly said that that the universe, the edge of the universe is this and this away. Yes, I do know that. I believe that, but your question was regarding how we got there. So you forgot what you were even asking about. And now you're
So
criticizing
actually,
me.
no. The way we got here was because SE asked you a question earlier about the fact that now we have galaxies that claim that 45 billion years, that all of this could be nonsense and it's all needs to be rethought.
Wait. No, let me give you the analogy, please. So it's like you're acting like I'm contradicting myself or something, but I clearly didn't. If someone says that they believe in the Bible, but they don't know what's inside the Bible, then they don't really even know what they're claiming to believe. They can say, I believe in the Bible. Okay, they believe in Bible, but they don't actually know what's within that belief. That's actually what they believe in detail. Okay, so it's not a contradiction. Someone can say, "I believe in the Bible," but not know what's inside the Bible. You believe that the light year that is 45 billion light years away, but you don't know why,
That's
how, or
actually
how that is the case.
That's actually fair enough because and there's an interesting distinction between those two. See, I don't believe exactly, and I didn't even know any figures of how far that is supposed to be. So that's not exactly my belief. My belief is in the scientific method and in some well, I do that entails some specific truths. For example, let's say the rough outlines of the Big Bang theory, sure, maybe evolutionary theory, sure, but my belief is not in any like facts like the edge of the universe is this figure away. I don't even know that. I don't have those numbers figured by heart. Instead, my belief is basically on the scientific method to discover truths, which it does.
Okay. So how would you apply the scientific method to observations in the sky?
Depends on what you're looking for. But
Edge of the
basically,
universe.
you can use telescopes, not for the edge of the universe, probably. You can use telescopes, for example, for planets,
real quick.
stars.
All right. How would you apply the scientific method to a telescope?
You wouldn't necessarily apply that scientific method to a telescope. You would use the telescope for the scientific method if you're asking about the stars.
Yeah.
If you
How?
apply that how? Well, you would, for example, take a telescope, do some observations, then maybe hypothesize. Let's say you see, you hypothesize. Let's say you have an observation of a star that's dimming, and you can then hypothesize that there's an exoplanet there.
Wait, is it safe to say that like you don't really know the specifics of what you believe, like the 45 billion light years away thing, but you trust the scientist that they have determined?
I don't think so. What exactly was it that you said that I do believe? Something about light years?
Well, you started
Because
defending it. You started defending it.
When did I defend that?
Yeah, you said you started defending that the edge of the perceivable universe is 45 billion light years away, which is what your model claims.
Hold on. When did I defend that? I never defended that.
You did.
Okay, so now your tactic is just to lie about what happened.
No, you ended up walking it back, but fine enough. So, like, did you not know that the current model claims that?
Yes.
Okay, so do you believe the current model is correct?
Sorry, I was just saying yes because I was showing that I'm following you along, but I never defended the current. The current model actually might even be that it's farther away because that's how fast science might be to accept. But basically this conversation started because I was asking Essie if he thinks he's making some brilliant point because he's dancing. I never defended any model with it.
Okay, so you agree that model could be wrong.
You're arguing against me, and you don't even know what you're arguing against because you don't know where I stand.
Okay, so you agree the current model could be wrong.
I never said anything about any current model or any new model being wrong.
I'm asking. So you agree then that the current model could be wrong?
So you agree then that you just made a claim that was completely false because you now said you're not asking me.
Lori, for real? That's your response? Someone dropped me or he cut out when he asked if you still haven't even applied the scientific. If you believe in the scientific method and then you also believe that there is an edge of the universe, how would you use the scientific method to figure out the end of the universe? Or is that not in the realm of science?
Edge of the perceivable universe, just to clarify here, right? I mean, there's
well, but that's just eyesight. You just get it like that's just insane.
But okay, just to clarify, right? I mean, they claim that the universe is expanding, and they don't really know what it's expanding into. They can't even answer that question, even like in theory, they don't really know. So, like, just the edge of the perceivable universe, they claim that what we can see at the furthest edge is 45 billion light years away. And by the way, this isn't just like a claim all by itself. you have to kind of believe that if you believe all the other distance claims, because they're all based upon the same methods, like redshift and distribution, energy distribution,
The
right?
size of the sun, because he
Yeah.
defended the size of the sun and science telling us that it's getting
I
perceived
didn't.
better and
What
better.
the hell are you guys on about? I didn't
You
defend
said
any
that
size of the sun.
you said science is getting more and more precise about measurements of the size of the sun. Did you not?
I used it as an example. I didn't even
Right.
like you. You
How-
were if you think that's what I tried to do, you weren't following very closely on my
So you're
I was using it as
is the
as
same
an
science
example.
that's being used to do that, the same science or scientific method being used to find the edge of the universe?
And not the same scientific method for sure, like in general, but those two are very different questions.
This guy, this is entertaining on an entirely different level.
Thank you.
I'm trying to meet a middle ground here, Lori. Like I'm trying to reach a middle ground, right? So it's like, whether or not you want to say it right now, right? It's pretty safe to say, in my opinion, that you just kind of believe that the current scientific community, whether that be astrophysics, you think that's science or astronomy or whatever, that they've kind of figured it out, and that that's the cutting edge of science, and that you kind of rock with them, right? But that you don't necessarily know that it could be true, it could be wrong, they could change it, and you just kind of give it to them. They're the experts. You have a belief. Well, that's fine, cool. Then you would have to also concede if you did agree with that we're equally as justified in saying we don't believe it. And it's similar to a religion where it's like, why do you believe in the Bible? Well, do you know what's in it? No. Well, what about where it says this? I don't know. Well, then why do you believe it? Well, my preacher says so. There are many different priests who have studied the Bible and studied the manuscripts for many years, and I trust them. Right? It's the same thing.
That's interesting. So my response to that is wrong. And because your whole bloody statement that was supposed to be a question but ended up being preaching was so long, you don't now even know what I'm saying wrong to. But you asked me a question that I'm answering wrong to, which should have been the end of your actual point instead of preaching on for so
Okay,
long.
well, do you agree with what I said, that you just kind of trust the scientists and
no, I actually think for myself, sir.
Okay, so
which
do
you
you
can, for example, see in this globe Earth flat Earth case, because I actually looked into it and I actually came to the truth, and I thought for myself for once. I looked at the evidence and I came to the understanding of the truth that the Earth is a globe. So that's where the real truth of movement actually is.
Okay, can I ask you a question then? Can you name one test?
And I'm sorry,
Thought you were done.
I was
I'm sorry.
going on in this beautiful preach mode, and you just interrupt me so rudely with it. That's quite rude, man.
Okay, so now that you're done,
if you can preach, I should be able to do as well.
Okay, I wasn't trying to preach, man. I was actually trying to make a specific intellectual point and compare it to another belief system, and it's
Yes,
okay. We're all allowed to have
yes.
beliefs.
Lori,
Argue that we're kind of all limited to beliefs about major subjects, but I'm just saying, like, you say you tested it and all that. Like, can you name a specific way, a test that we could do to test and falsify the globe?
Test and falsify the globe.
Can you even come up with a
let's
test?
say you could do any basic observation. Let's say take a photograph to two different targets at a let's say a target at a distance. You can compare that against the globe model and say it should fall down like this amount, and when it doesn't, flat Earth proven. Sadly, those cases never work for the flat Earth.
Well, you guys actually claim that you could see around the entire Earth based on refraction, usually, right? So I don't know what you're talking about.
Who is you guys? I don't know what you are talking about.
Okay, so
show
can
me
you
where
name it?
we guys say that?
Wait, so whenever we see mountains in the distance that should be obstructed by Earth curvature, right?
When, for example,
like Canagoo from 255 miles away.
Okay, can you show me the specifics of that?
I'm not going to right now. No,
Okay, well then then let's discard it off the table because.
Okay, but I'm not trying to debate you, Lori. I'm asking, can you even articulate?
he's been into this conversation for since 2015, and he doesn't know about Canagoo. This guy's either lying or completely full of shit.
Oh, those are
Okay,
kind of
so
the same thing, right? I mean,
you're maybe in the wrong server because no name calling here. So leave the server. Thank you.
hey, I just want to point out, Lori, like I'm just saying, I'm asking about a test. And so you said basically like if the globe prediction is that we should only see this much of something in the distance, a way we can falsify the globe is to go out and look and see if it matches those predictions. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. So you're saying that if we go out and we see something in the distance that should be blocked by Earth curvature, then that falsifies the globe?
Sure.
Okay, what about the skyline of Chicago where the building should have been blocked?
That shouldn't be like that's basically explainable on the globe model. What about
Oh,
it?
so now we found out that we're back to it being explainable. How's it explained?
What you've been on this discussion since 2015, and you don't know this either. You're lying, or you're. See, I can respond like that as well.
Yeah, but I know more about your answer than you.
No, you actually don't. Like,
Yes.
try.
I guarantee you that I do.
You don't. Like, you've shown so many times in this conversation. You don't know what my position is. You just
Believe
claim
that it's caused
to know
it's
that.
due to refraction based on the refractive index, and the typical standard refraction of terrestrial refraction is 7/6R, built upon vertical density gradient and temperature differential. The variables of humidity, pressure, and temperature. Typically, the lapse rate will come from the actual vertical density gradient, which will be, of course, relative to pressure, which will actually cause an optical lifting up of Chicago over the horizon.
And
I never said any of that.
That's what you were going to say, though, Lori? Because you know more about it than he does?
I wasn't going to say any of that. So why are you talking?
Okay, then
But
what's
no,
your
don't-
answer then? What's your answer?
What's the
All right,
explanation?
Lori, then what is your explanation for it then, Lori? Go ahead and could you give us what your explanation is? Because Witsa just laid out a very common globe Earth explanation for us. So do you have one?
I don't even have one because that's like 2015 arguments. I don't look into this stuff anymore.
Hold on. So just to be clear, you don't have a response as how that can be occurring on a globe. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, like you guys can look it up. I guess that's my response.
Okay, we can look it up. Well, you just got upset that you felt like someone was strawmanning you by laying it out, and now you're saying we can go look it up. So, do you have any value to offer to this, or do you just have a belief in it? Is there anything you can provide on this?
I have a belief based on like I did look into it in 2015, 2016, 2017. It's now 23. So yes, I may have forgotten some details, but I looked into it. So it's not just a belief; it's actually based on facts. Do I have those
Fraction?
facts
Is
with
that what
me?
you
No,
believe?
because this is not important discussion enough for me to keep those facts with me all
Lori,
the time.
do you know what a mirage? All you could have said was the word mirage.
Yes, I do know that word. I have
Oh.
heard it someplace.
Do you think that would apply in this example?
Mirage, maybe.
Let me give you a test and see, Lori. Let me see. I got a different test for you. So you came up with the see stuff in the distance, but we know that doesn't work. Actually, the globers say that it's refraction, and that based on certain conditions, you can have refraction go all the way around the globe. And so I got another test, and maybe you can help me out here, right? So like we can send radio transmission horizontally over the Earth, okay, and the radio can't go through the Earth. So if we shoot radio transmissions out horizontally, and we know based on the height of the tower how far it should go before the Earth's curvature blocks it, do you agree that we could test the Earth that way? And if we can send radio transmissions out horizontally and they go way further than the globe Earth predicts the Earth's curve should block them, then that would falsify the globe?
Sure, it could falsify the globe, yeah.
Okay, well, did you know we actually have done that, and we send radio transmissions out daily across the entire world that goes significantly further than what's called the radio horizon, which is based on the curvature of the Earth?
My response would actually be I would seriously question the veracity of your sources.
Oh, so you're questioning the veracity of the claim that radio transmissions can go beyond the radio horizon?
I'm questioning whether they actually go further than the globe model says that they could go.
Okay. Just a
Are
second.
you saying that because you tested this, or you just have?
Oh, I have not tested any of this. Like, this is just based on me looking up, let's say I looked up 99 flat Earth arguments between like 2015 to 2019, and every single one of those was shit. Now, am I going to go into flat Earth argument number 100, 101, 102? Or am I just gonna say, well, see, all of the other 100 were already, or 99 were already shit. So let's not
All right,
look
but hold
any
on,
further.
Lori.
We
Hold
just
on a second, man.
Give one
Yeah,
example of a shit
Lori.
argument, please. I really
Well, hold
want
on.
to
Let me
know
just
what
say
you.
something. Hold on, Lori. The thing is, this discussion is about the actual information. So, I mean, if you feel like you found a debunk website or whatever it is, and you thought that was good, but you don't really have the information or haven't looked it over, that's really kind of your own personal opinion or idea. But do you have any actual response to the actual information or the claims? Because you're sort of saying, oh, I went back and I saw that it was debunked and it's bullshit, but you're not actually laying down how it is incorrect, or that's what the actual discussion's about. It's not really about whether you found a debunked website at one point. Maybe, it seemed like it was that you thought it was debunked. Like, do you have any actual way to do that in the actual discussion right now?
The actual discussion, I don't think that's the actual discussion. The actual discussion might be you guys are trying to get a gotcha on me, and I think we just
Absolutely
disagree on
not,
what the
dude.
discussion is
That's not
about.
what I'm. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm hearing at all. I'm hearing very coherent points being laid down that contradict the globe model, and then you're wanting to debate that the globe model is the case, and it doesn't sound like you can actually address any of the things that are being brought up. You're kind of just sidetracking with different sort of rhetoric and different claims about trying to just disparage the ideas or disparage the claims without actually addressing them. And if that's all you have, fair enough, but that's just not what that's not what the actual debate or discussion is about.
I think you hit upon something quite like key there. You said that it seems like you're trying to defend what the global model. Well, not really. See, maybe to me the discussion died a long time ago. So I don't take it seriously enough for me to have any of these answers anymore. Like, yeah, sure, 2015, 2016, 2017.
All right, if you don't
why
have
would I-
anything other than just rhetoric about that, then I guess just go on mute and we can carry on with the discussion. Maybe somebody has some actual value to offer to it. Because if you
Sure,
have
let-
nothing to offer, then let's just maybe put yourself
good
on mute and we can
question.
move on.
Wait, let me tell the room about this just because you guys know what I'm talking about. So there's like the geometric horizon and there's the radio horizon. They extend the radio horizon out calculatively beyond the geometric horizon. They say it's because of scattering and reflection stuff like that. It's a little bit further beyond it because the radio always goes further than the curvature of the Earth predicts, like every single time pretty much. But then it even goes further than that. And right here I have from the military website, it's test when high powered transmitters. So I went and looked it up, the type of brand that it's talking about here. And you have a 300-meter tall mast. So you look into it, it has a range of at least 300 miles. So you got 984 feet, 300 miles. So you have a target hidden height of 45,582 feet. So we can send a radio transmission from about 1,000 feet up, 300 miles, and there should be 45,582 feet blocking the radio transmission. So what's up with that? Because you can't claim refraction. So.
Well, that's a bunch of words of that.
That is 8.6 miles.
Ionosphere ground scattering, the ionosphere of the radio trajectory, rotary girder thingamadoohickey.
This is actually ground wave, so they can't even
Tommy
say
boy right
ionosphere.
there. Yep, Tommy boy.
They can't say they cannot say the ionosphere. These are ground waves, not sky waves. So that's 8.6 miles of vertical physical obstruction of the globe. That's MIA.
I have a question to the room. When Witsit says something about this, do you guys ever fact check him in any way?
almost always ask me for my sources.
I'm not talking about the globers, like other
I
flat
know.
earthers. Do you
Dude, we don't
guys?
have to. Listen, he provides everything, whether or not we ask. That's kind of why he's dominating right
So
now.
do you go over what he posts?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I have to. I love it.
So
Ground
can
wave
you, for
propagation
example,
figure
let's say
310
let's
vertical.
test this. Let's test this and let's see.
No,
It's in the
you don't
chat.
get to do that. You don't get to do that. Just focus on the information.
It's in the
So
chat.
Sensei Glad,
in the chat.
can you
In the
give
chat.
his argument? Can you give his argument very shortly? Back
No,
to me.
he's talking to you, and what do I have to defend? He's the one with the information. He's the one
In other
posting it.
words, you haven't looked into it because you cannot give it.
Because I choose not to
He
give
never-
it.
he didn't
doesn't
make
mean
any
I haven't
claims.
looked at it, brother.
You
listen,
want me to give it to
it's
you,
in
Lori?
the chat if you want to know about it. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm exposing the flat Earth
You're the
hypocrisy
worst.
here
You don't
because
let
you
me
haven't
answer
looked
Lori
into
on
Witsit
this. You spend
arguments
time
either.
with me every day, Lori. You spend time with me every day, so that's how you know that I haven't looked into what Witsit posts.
See,
So you're a
see?
charlatan. Do you know what the word charlatan means, sir?
I'm not sure. Can you educate me on that? Does it have to do with Charmander, the Pokemon?
Well, I think we've successfully changed the subject, though, haven't we?
Let me give him an example before we lose this.
Jesus.
He said, "Does anybody fact check Witsit?"
Yep.
The answer is
Do you,
yes.
Do you fact check Witsit?
Yes.
Of course.
You want an example? Hold on. You want an example, Lori?
Pretty easy when he posts his sources and you just ignore them, but we
Oh, but
actually
check this
look into
out.
them.
Check this
That's
out,
correct.
though. Check this out. Not only did I fact check them, Lori, but when I did, when I was fact checking about the ether, we had some big arguments. Me, him, New Perspective, and a whole bunch of other guys.
That's true.
Very heated. So I checked them, I fact checked them, and you know what, Lori? I found something remarkable in the process. Because that's what we do. We don't just auto believe. I found radiant energy, ether energy, Lori. So
And
there you go.
You auto believe that?
I didn't auto believe it. I posted it. I talked about it many times, and it was fantastic discovery. It blew my mind.
Looked
Yeah.
into it and discovered it, and you
And
said,
thank
"Hey,
you,
auto
thank
believe
you.
it."
Yeah, thank you to Witsit and all the other guys that I argued with. Because if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have found this radiant energy, free energy.
You're
Hey,
crushing,
Lori,
Lori.
hey, Lori, just to say this too, like real quick, like it's not even about fact checking source that's already been fact checked, because there's also a lot of things that we dive into and we look into even before coming into a Discord server. So we've already looked into something and then we're hearing it in discussion. For instance, like radar. I brought up a long time ago before about how the Navy has this classified fucking gun that could shoot a target 125 miles line of sight. That gets hand waved. The difference, Laurie, is that when we bring shit up, you and alike just sit back and hand wave it without fact checking us. To where we're the ones that are fact checking. That's why we're making the argument.
Lori, I haven't seen you post a citation once of anything.
Well, that's cool. You should look up more.
That's right. We bring the arguments.
I haven't
Line
seen
of
you
sight,
post any
we brought
citations
that
either.
yesterday.
So what?
Hey,
Have
Lori.
I seen you ever post anything? No.
Lori,
What
what
the
is
fuck are you talking about, kiddo? You should look at
Lori?
all the
What
videos
is
I post. How about that
Lori?
120,000 foot balloon thing that it just looks
Ah,
all around?
Sensei is triggered now.
Oh, I just wanted you to take a look at that video again real quick. Go ahead, guys.
That's cool.
Hey, Lori, what is the arguments that you have actually been through and you consider them to be shit at the end of the day?
I forget. Well, let's say, for example, that one that Witsit just brought up, and a lot of other ones.
What is shit about it?
I mean, everything.
Wow.
The one that he just posted.
It's
the
very
paper for.
precise, like now I can really relate. Now you can really make me understand that the Earth must be a globe because just everything is shit in it. And you can't be precise. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that.
Well,
I mean, what do you
it does
expect? It's
explain why he's like that.
2023, like.
Notice
It's
that's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
what I,
that's even more precise. I can really relate to that. Yeah, 2023. Yeah, that must be the shit thing about it.
Same thing Eggshells did when he said 30 things. He wrote down 30 things what were wrong about this, that, and the others. Name one. Oh, well, I can't name one.
Is that the fight the flat earth tactics? Like, nah, you're just wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about, but you're wrong.
Here's another one right here.
I did actually name one.
That shows their cog dis, dude. Like the when they start saying everything you're saying is wrong, yet they themselves haven't gone and checked it. They don't have to because they know that it's wrong in their mind. And the reason why it's wrong is because it's not saying that the ball is spherical.
That's not actually entirely correct.
It actually is.
No. Actually,
See how I can just say words?
See how, for example, you're now shouting over me because I got you triggered.
No, I got you triggered, so you're shouting over me.
No, you're actually because
I
started
can just
to talk
do exactly
and
what
you
you
cannot
do.
let
Right,
me go.
hold on, guys.
So yeah,
Stop. Everyone
mimic each
stop.
other.
Relax. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, let's all settle down and go one at a time, please. If anyone, let's let everyone finish. Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure, Jeremy. Thanks a lot. I was just pointing out that we can do the same exact thing they do, and then just say words like they say words. Doesn't mean anything, but we could do that all day, every day.
See, let's take a specific example because you said that the reason why we say something is shit is just because it doesn't fit with the globe. Well, actually, let's take the first stupid flat Earth claim that I ever encountered. I think that the sun and the moon are magnetically levitating. Well, gee whiz. Actually, let's see how magnetic levitation works. In practice right now, we need something to be like cooled to very, very low temperatures with, for example, let's say liquid nitrogen, I think. And then it has to be very, very, like it works in very, very small scales. Well, let's just presume that happens with the sun and the moon. Well, gee whiz, we need some magical elves like splashing the sun and the moon with liquid nitrogen to make this work, and plus it doesn't work because it's in the wrong scale. It wouldn't work either. Even if I grant you the magic elves doing it, it wouldn't work because it's the wrong scale. So yeah, it's a fucking shitty thing to even think about.
You guys got to
And
check out that PDF
It has
I dropped.
nothing to do with it doesn't fit the globe.
You guys should definitely check out this PDF. It's talking about me reading through right here. It's talking about a resonant antenna can then be constructed with a height of less than 4 meters, and the upper frequency 30 megahertz, and then it comes down to say ranges of interest are achievable on mountains terrain with reasonable transmission power levels. Again, 4 meters. Beyond the ground wave range, however, a skip zone exists that extends for hundreds of miles, wherein no ground wave or sky wave is present. Accordingly, for signals transmitted in the 20 to 30 megahertz band, there is a large region surrounding the area of the communication coverage from which it is unlikely that one could intercept or determine the location of the radiating antenna. Beginning at about 800 kilometers, interception of a skip signal occurs a few % of the time. Meaning, dude, beginning at about 800 kilometers away, they actually occasionally receive radio signals from an antenna 4 meters tall with ground wave propagation. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Like, I'll do the math.
Anyway, it's good night, guys, and much fun in Florida with it.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, take it easy, bro. And witch it, man. It's refraction, man. Come on, man.
Refraction doesn't work on freaking high frequency radio waves. It's not going to answer this.
So no one wants to defend the flat Earth quantum levitation thing?
I think that for sure that there's quantum levitation going on above us. What's up?
Okay, so how does it work exactly? Because of the reasons why I gave that it doesn't?
I didn't hear you. I blocked you out. You became white noise.
It was the magic guys. How did you put it? Magic what?
Magic elves, because we need magic elves to splash. We need magic elves splashing the sun and the moon with liquid nitrogen, because that's actually how you need to do that. Because they need to be extra cool.
Yeah, there could just be a fluid-like medium.
Sorry, good.
Sorry,
There
I
needs to
didn't
be a
hear you.
fluid
I
like
had you
medium,
call.
and actually have NASA documents themselves saying that satellites ride the magnetic flux lines.
Listen, bro.
Sorry, can you
just tell
repeat
me,
that? I had
do
you
the
blocked.
elves listen? Do the elves have diamonds in their eyes, or are their teeth diamonds? Which one is it, or both?
I don't know.
I've
They're
heard
your
both.
elves. Have you done scientific experiments on these elves?
Well, that's the thing, but you bring it up like it's ridiculous, but we say the same thing about your delusion. So now what do we do?
No, I'm just asking you because
Ball
it's your
standing in
it's
the
your flat
infinite
earth
nothing.
it's your flat earth to defend, Glad. So
I
do
know what it
have
is.
you
No,
done
we're not defending
experiments on
that. We're
these elves?
talking about- Sorry, go ahead. We're talking about tunnel waves, right? So the radio waves, we'll call them tunnel waves. They're perfect on a globe. They just tunnel through the earth, right? Tunnel wave.
Dude, are you ready for this number, dude? Okay. If you have an antenna 4 meters tall, that's 13 feet, and you're able to shoot 800 kilometers, that's 497 miles, because they're able to occasionally detect it in the skip zone. That is 161,187 feet.
So
You
elves
talking
is
about
that
the radius?
That's the amount of target hidden height.
They're bigger than the damn. Oh man, that's crazy.
That's some mighty magical signal bouncing up into the ionosphere, huh? That's really, really nice work.
And even this is ground wave. It doesn't even supposedly go.
I know, but they might try to say it, dude. You never
Dude,
know.
that's 30 miles, dude. That's 30 vertical miles.
Yep.
Yeah, and like the radar signals and all the dishes and all that, they're pointed. I think they're like 0.4 degrees. Like they're all pointed straight out toward the horizon. None of them are pointed up. You know, they're just basically running just barely above parallel from the ground. I
So-
mean, they set it up like it's a plane.
So check this out. Can radio signals go through mountains? You know how it's hard to get like any kind of signal for anything up in the mountains. The higher you go, especially. Like,
No,
you think you can do that, Glovers?
Dude, we should just test this out. It's saying the specific range and everything, bro. It's like we should go do it. There's really no way around it because you can't say it refracted around the ball. Much
Well, their
less
excuse
30
is,
miles.
I think one of their excuses is it wraps around the water, but just not the land. So if you're shooting over water, but then Mr. Drive and Survive killed that argument by showing the Doppler from like Lauderdale working all the way in Cuba, and so it did go over some water, but then it had to go over land, and then more water, and then more land twice. So that argument was
Wait,
out
why?
the window.
Why? But what's the physics behind it wrapping around
Oh, I
the
don't
water?
know. I don't know. I think they're full of shit.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What?
I think it could work by these magical elves that are also splashing the liquid.
Yeah, run
magic.
away.
They could do it.
Run away.
What run away?
I don't need to know what the sun and moon do to falsify the globe.
What are you talking about? Like, I was talking and you started triggering with it. What's wrong with you?
What?
You started yelling "run away" all of a sudden. Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
is
you're
wrong
running
with you,
away
man?
from the subject, bringing up the sun and the moon with magic elves again. So no one's talking about that. We're talking about how we are falsifying.
I saw you are not talking about it because you ran away.
As
from
he
that
cut off
answer.
again. It's just
Yeah,
allowed
but it's
over
all
and
good.
over
I should just not engage with it, right? I was just on like a platform that's probably going to be seen by like 400,000 people, you know. So it's like, well, or we can argue with Lori about elves. You know, I don't.
Nice.
both.
Nice. It's snowing in Ontario, California right now. It's pretty cool.
Whoa! It's snowing, bro. It's hot here, bro. I'm in shorts.
Run away, run
And I'm
away.
sweating.
Yeah, it's like pretty amazing, pretty beautiful right now.
Is that
Well,
your
you're
answer there,
weird,
Lori? Lori, that magic elves are how the signals propagate over 8 miles of curvature?
Gladflat, have you tested on these magical elves and their like diamond teeth?
So is that your answer? Magical elves?
So glad you cannot answer.
Bro,
it's the first question I asked you, and that's your
Cool,
response,
cool.
bro.
Okay,
You
okay.
sound
So,
like
so I rest my
listen,
case
hold
then.
on,
Glad
hold
you
on. You
cannot
sound
answer.
you sound like a toddler in the middle of class, like interrupting for no fucking reason just to be heard or something. I don't know,
Why
man.
are y'all asking him questions?
For
Brian,
real,
you asked
for
him
real.
direct-
Let's go. Let's talk about the Earth. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah, thanks. Another 2 hours, right? Eggshells 2 hours. This guy's 2 hours. Waste of time.
Yeah,
He
but
said-
surely they have an explanation, though. Surely they have an explanation. That's why I wasn't here for the discussion about the sun and the moon, all that. I just joined, but I'm asking Laurie because I want to know the actual explanation. How is this signal propagating over 8 miles of curvature? I'm just curious.
I will actually answer and entertain that, Brian, because that sounds like an actual honest question. I wouldn't know, so I would have to look into it.
Which implies is his own little troll way that every other question's been asked to him so far has been what? Dishonest?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, tactic, troll, tactic, laugh,
Well,
cut in, see if
I
he
can
can get
admit to-
somebody triggered, interrupt me right now, troll, tactic.
I'm not even interrupting that much. Like, this was just normal conversation, but sure. Like, it's part of normal conversation when you kind of want to get your thing said, but someone else is talking, that you say something briefly and then interrupt yourself because you
Hey.
realize that, okay, it's still not my turn.
I could throw a little I could actually ask him a question back in regards to his question about the sun and the moon, and takes extreme low temperatures for us to manipulate these magnets to do that. Well, I do want to say this. If that's the way man has figured out how to levitate a magnet in today's world, would you agree that in tomorrow's world, they might be able to do that using different methods? Because through science, they can learn different ways and better ways. Kind of like, imagine the way they used to print out a piece of paper, right? Like to have a machine make a copy. Once upon a time, there was a warehouse filled to make a computer. Now I'm holding a computer that's much more powerful in my hand. So to say that right now they're making these things levitate with using really cold pressure, but eventually they might be able to harness the world's magnetic force without having to induce these crazy rare extreme properties, because they're still learning it. They're like a baby learning to walk, but eventually they'll learn.
That's why they have it, because it'll expose them. That's why they're suppressing any new technology. That's why the only new technology we get is artificial computer bullshit. No real world technology since
because they have video and pictures from like the 1960s of military aircraft witnessing these unidentified flying objects that are essentially doing the same thing as these magnets are on a track in some high school science competition. But who's to say that they don't know how that's done? And they do mimic how the sun and moon works. Laurie, I think you're just a troll, bro. To be honest, that's all you are.
You think a high school physics class guy is figuring out how this happens, or like you think maybe I don't know, the U.S. or other high-ranking officials in physics know how this happens?
Are you asking Laurie that or me?
No, I would never ask Laurie anything.
Thank you, Rakia.
Well,
you're, by the way, for that comment,
Why
I can
is
say
Laurie
that you're
talking?
just
I
a
asked
troll
that other
because-
guy a direct question, but go ahead.
I would go ahead, Laurie. Sorry.
Sorry, I was thinking you were gonna say something, Apo.
I was, but you started to talk, and I was going to respect that because I could answer him after you're done saying what you had to say.
Sure, but I have
You
nothing
can't
to
even
say.
troll right.
Go ahead.
Sometimes you just gotta let the trolls talk.
Yeah, I didn't ask Laurie, but I'll just make my statement. A high schooler didn't figure this out, right? This is just something a high schooler.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's not like some kid is like, "Hey, look what I found out, Dad! I'm gonna win the science competition with it." I think that a high school kid is seeing what someone that did years of research into, and then they're manipulating that in a project because now it's something that can be done at a high school level, but they're still not necessarily doing it the way the higher up the government actually is doing it, because like I said, in the 60s they had this technology already. where they had these vessels and they were not being propelled by your conventional fucking, jet engine. So obviously they knew something back then in the early 60s, late 70s. And I mean, they were putting a real big emphasis on the jet engine, like, oh, we're going to keep this classified. But in reality, they were saying that's classified because they had a dark project going on that was even more classified. And that's why you have the video evidence and the photo evidence of these objects that were just hovering, sitting still over a city. How the fuck can you do that 60 years ago? How is that even possible? But they did. They were doing it. So the proof is in the pudding.
When was this?
In the 60s. That's when they were first really, getting a lot of not only reports, through the military, which have been declassified by now, but also people, in residential areas, in cities, in towns. They were witnessing these anomalies. What?
You have UFO sightings?
Yeah,
Or
you could call them that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening too closely.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is though that that's fine. You should probably sleep. But what I'm saying though is that the sun and the moon, they have probably figured out how to harness this electromagnetic environment that we're in and how to manipulate, a vessel to be able to travel through it and among it or along it. But you're saying, well, if we're having to pour all this, crazy cold liquid oxygen, whatever it is that they do, then why isn't the sun and the moon reacting the same? I'm saying it's probably two different things going on, but they're both kind of doing the same thing. They have the same principle behind it. It's levitating. One's using this way, another's using that way. And I think if you are, you sound intelligent, maybe, I think you would agree that there's different ways that things are done in science. Like, as they say, there's more than one way to skin a cat, which is disgusting, but it stands like it's a good way to say, like, they don't always do things one way. Would you agree to that?
Sure.
Okay, so like, don't compare something that like that we know, right, at a high school or a college or some cool little lab that's even trying to perfect that way of doing it even more. Don't be like, well, how do you explain the sun and the moon if this is it? Well, that's not the way it works, bro. I would say go check out how are they hovering ships then, because these UFOs in the 60s, they weren't pouring liquid oxygen over them so that way they could hover. So obviously they figured it out. Obviously. But like I think that was, I don't know who that was, that Larry or I don't know who that was, or Rakia maybe, I don't know who it was, but he said they're just hiding it, and I think it's more along those lines. They're just hiding that technology, to be honest.
So let's say we want to make the flat Earth or whatever argument that the sun and moon are quantum levitating. We want to make it more valid. So your way of making it more valid is they are not using the current technology, but instead it's happening by a technology that I don't even know exists. I suspect exists that I have never seen.
Was that a statement, or I don't know? Was I supposed to respond to that? Was
That's
that
sort of my question. Well, you can respond to that if you wish.
Well, just because you can't, like, put 2 + 2 = 4 in the situation, because you see reports or you heard reports and maybe even seen on the news or people like posting this or that or saying this. You did know that the U.S. government just like released a whole bunch of classified UFO stuff like in the past several years. So it's not like that's just total fake Hollywood movie anymore. It's now like a normal thing to be known. And I know that could be even like debated and argued. That is it really true? I don't know. Are they just trying to fuck with us even more? I don't know. But the fact that if you just want to just say, "Oh, how am I supposed to believe it if I haven't seen it with my own eyes?" Well, I mean, I guess that's your choice, dude. You can do what you want.
Does
To be
this
honest,
guy believe in the atomic bomb?
Sorry.
Well, without getting into the
atomic
atomic
bomb.
bomb or nuclear bombs, do you believe in that technology, even though you've never seen it with your own eyes and you don't know how, you know?
I'm not sure if that's comparable, because my argument isn't exactly that I haven't seen it with my own eyes. That's not why I was bringing or what I was trying to criticize.
Well, but you've never, I mean, you've never seen it other than some sort of video, or you believe what other people have said.
Yes, obviously. So.
But that's the type of technology. I mean, like, do you believe? Would you deny that if, because, you know, just because if someone never understood that or saw that before, would you believe? Would they, until, you know, did that mean it didn't exist until someone else? Something could exist and be possible without someone seeing it or believing it, or technology can exist beyond what people are even imagine possible, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
But like, that's not the case with the atom bombs, because like it's not like those things didn't happen, and like we have actually evidence for it. But then if we want to say that the UFOs were magnetically levitated, well, what can you point specifically towards?
Well, I'm just saying, no, I'm until the existence of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Did that technology exist prior to those dates, regardless of whether or not people? But do you think that people would even have believed that was possible until it was actually presented to people? So until a certain technology is presented to people, in theory, it could exist without people even knowing that it's even perceivably possible. Correct?
Yeah, especially lay people. Yeah, sure.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I don't know if that saves you regarding magnetic
Well,
levitation.
what do you mean? Well, how do you know that doesn't? How can you prove that doesn't exist? Because we have evidence for it existing. What you just, you know.
Well, let's say, like, you're trying to get 2 steps further than with the atomic bomb example, because first of all, we don't know that this magnetic levitation technology exists to the degree that.
Well,
let's
to
say
be
we
fair,
yes,
I hear you, but to be fair, we don't know that the atomic energy exists the way we perceive it to be either. And since we can't really mess around and play with it,
but
we're just going to have to take certain people's words for it, right?
Well, you can mess around and play with it.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
give
you
me
didn't
some
actually hear me,
uranium then.
because I was going to go to a second point and you kind of interrupted. So you didn't actually hear me even when you said that you hear me, because you interrupted the second part.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please elaborate.
Like, what I was trying to say is, you're trying to get two things done. First of all, we need to believe that there is this technology to levitate UFOs and bigger objects that we don't have evidence currently for. And secondly, because we're talking about the sun and moon being quantumly levitated, that actually could then work for the sun and the moon, which, by the way, we don't have any evidence for that any of that stuff is there for the sun and the moon.
So wait, what was he talking about in the 60s? Was that not evidence for something?
Wait, why are you guys letting him get away with this? Like, why can you apply that same standard to your claim about what makes the sun and the moon move? Can you show me an experiment where you can actually show that gravity causes things to orbit and free fall around other objects, and that's what actually causes the sun and the moon to move?
That's actually not at all comparable. So yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have to actually show evidence of even it being possible at all, when we can actually show with an experiment that what we're talking about is a real scientific effect that can be proven. You don't have to show that it's even a real thing.
I can show that it's a real thing.
Okay,
like gravity, drop things.
Can you show me an experiment where objects orbit around one another with gravity?
Are you? So let's make this case comparable. So, are you showing with magnetic levitation? Are you showing, let's say, a ball of fire orbiting around a plate?
Is that serious rebuttal? So, first of all, we don't have to claim that the sun is a ball of fire. Secondly, what we're showing is that magnetic levitation does cause orbit. We can give an experiment where, look, this is in orbit because of magnetic levitation. So we've scientifically proven that magnetic levitation is a real thing. It can cause orbit and levitation. You're claiming, and then you're going all out. You're like, prove it. You'd have to explain how it could happen and da-da-da-da. But you can't even show us an experiment that gravity is even a thing that could cause stuff to orbit. So we're automatically way ahead of you.
I think we have a deliberate or a delicate impasse here. I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding how science does things. So science doesn't try to prove, for example, that magnetism can cause orbits. Like science works at like it gives out how for example gravity works, and you can deduce you can deduce from that for example how it can cause orbits. You don't necessarily need to prove it in a lab.
Wow. Okay. So you're just ignoring what I'm saying, which is we can actually show with an experiment magnetic levitation causes orbit, but yet you're like, haha, this is so stupid. You need magic elves. No, not magic elves. Scientifically proven phenomena. Not magic elves. Scientifically proven phenomena. Orbit.
Yes.
But then when it comes to your claim, where you're claiming that the sun and the moon are these huge objects that are actually orbiting around the ball because of gravity, you don't have to show it at all. But it's actually more valid than what we're saying, even though you can't show it at all.
So which it since you do think that you have the stronger claim, how would you respond to my earlier criticism that well, these objects actually need to be like ultra cooled, like super cooled or something? I think that's the technical term. And then actually the scale is also wrong, like it doesn't work on those scales. How would you respond to that criticism?
First of all, you have no idea what scales it works on. Secondly, none of that actually is my point.
So
you're blatantly avoiding my point, which is that you're trying to claim that this is impossible.
So in other words, you don't have a response then?
No,
because your first response was to attack me personally, which shows that you're getting triggered. So I will ask you again, do you have a response to those criticisms?
Well, you're just avoiding my point that I've had to repeat three
again,
times.
you're attacking me personally, which is not a valid response. Do you have a response to those criticisms? Which this is the last time I'm going to ask you.
Or what? Can you stop interrupting me? That'd be great. So you're blatantly skating past what I've actually said, and just to go on to further prove my point, which is that this is what the ballers typically do. They want to be super critical and skeptical of any claim coming from the flat earther. So if they're like, this could, I don't know, speculation, this could happen. Then they're like, oh yeah, what about this and this and this? Well, then how does this work? Oh, well, I don't think this makes sense. What about this? You need to prove every single part of it. What about, but when it comes to their belief system, right, they don't have to explain any of it other than theoretically. They don't have to show evidence for it. They don't have to actually prove any of it. And they just have this double standard where they can make up a claim with no proof other than looking into the sky and claiming that's what's happening.
I hear you. So, in other words, your response to my criticism is, see, now you're just being ultra critical. You shouldn't ask questions like that.
Can you go the rest of the conversation without saying "in other words"? Give it a shot.
In other words, I wouldn't be, in other words, able to say that in other words. And thank you for showing me that, in other words, those are your trolling words that I can now use to trigger you.
Awesome.
Because
Lori,
you did, by the way, get triggered by that.
You don't see the double standard? Do you really don't see the double standard? It's been laid out really, really well. And to be honest, the reason why I've sort of leaned toward the flat earth side over the years is exactly because of people like you. When I hear them talking about it, having zero backing up of what you're saying, you're just saying it because you're going along to get along, and there's no actual substance behind it. You really don't see the double standard here.
I don't see that. Like, where do you see? where do you think I have it? Where do you think there is a double standard?
Well, that's what I find astounding, is that you don't see it. It's clear to literally
Can you
anybody
try
here
to
and
help
or
me
probably listening.
instead of preaching how it's clear to everyone? Can you point to me where it
That's what
is?
we've been doing. That's why I don't understand. We've been trying for the past
Yes,
hour.
I hear you, and I
Witsit did
understand
that,
your
brother.
pain. But
Brother, listen. Witsit did that, but then you said it was personally a personal attack, which is a strange reaction. But yeah, so you didn't listen when Witsit broke it down for you.
what was? So can you clearly point
He
out
broke
what?
Oh God, fall
it
down the
down
stairs
in a
with your words
number of
more.
different ways.
Thank you, Sensei. Trigger more, Sensei, because you don't bring anything to the discussion. You just trigger and you just try to trigger. So go ahead. So if there is a
Do you
double
really
standard,
don't see
can
what
any
it
of you
said?
guys specifically show where it is, or are you just going to complain that I don't understand when you cannot specifically say what it is?
Well, that's why I'm trying to get clarification on it, because it's been laid out so incredibly simply for you. It's laid
Yes,
out
and
at
you
your
cannot
feet,
and
and
you
you
cannot
step
say what it
over it. That's
is,
what
and yet it's being
well,
clearly laid
that's
out.
what I'm
You cannot
trying
say
to.
what it is.
If you, what is it about the two? What's it said that does not scream to you double standard? What is not?
Well, can
What is it
you say
about
to
the
me
thing that
what
is not a
Witsit
double
said so
standard?
that I can say what it is
You're just
that I?
trolling. We
I
can
was
show
listening.
it.
You
I'm
weren't
trolling
listening to
at
what he
this
said?
point.
I'll say it again.
I don't see
And
that
we
there is a double standard.
He's gonna say it
They
again.
can
He's
verify
gonna
to
say it
me.
again.
we can
He
show
got
with
you. He's gonna say it again.
we can show with the scientific experiment that magnetic levitation actually causes orbits. So that's a scientifically provable phenomena that we can actually invoke. Can you do the same thing and show with a scientific experiment that you can use gravity to cause an object to orbit another one, or you have a double standard?
That's not even a double standard. Like my response to that actually was, if you guys listened at all, that science doesn't even work that way. So there is no double standard there, because it's just Witsit misunderstanding how science
Laurie,
works.
here's the double standard. The double standard is you're so critical to ask us, can we give you something that works? And you're critical on that and just defending something that you can't even demonstrate. That's double standard, brother.
Exactly.
I'm critical of the flat Earth because I've stated it before. Like, let's say 4 years, I investigated it, and every argument failed, and I'm defending the globe because every argument for it for those 4 years worked. So it's not a
All right, so
double standard.
here can I? All right, so let me lay it out really quick, like in one sentence, right? My claim is that the Earth and the Moon are orbiting due to magnetic levitation, because I can show you an example of magnetic levitation as being a viable option. Your claim is that the Earth and the Sun and the Moon are moving around because of gravity, but you don't have a actual tangible a demonstration of gravity doing that thing that you're claiming, and we do. How is that not a double standard that you don't have to explain? Does that make sense?
I think we actually could do that. Not in the way that you would expect, like let's have a test case in a lab, but actually in the real world, which is actually, I think, better.
How in the real world? Wait a sec. What in the real world can you do to test gravity, to show gravity?
Well,
causing an orbit.
Let's say maybe satellites.
Well, on NASA's
Maybe.
website, they say that satellites use magnetic tubes and flux lines.
Well,
Laurie,
exactly,
remember that
Can we have a citation?
Laurie, remember that conversation we had? Laurie, remember that conversation we had one night where you tried to use space-time bending as your independent variable, and then I said, well, you don't even know if that's real or not, and then you're like, oh, we'll do another experiment to prove if it's real. Maybe running through that one.
No, I don't remember that conversation.
Oh, you don't? It was on Brandon's after show about a year or two ago.
Well, you're talking about conversations a year or two ago. Who the hell remembers that?
I don't know. I remember things that happened in my life. I don't know. Maybe that's weird.
So you remember some random meaningless conversations like that are bullshit, basically.
It was definitely bullshit, meaningless conversation. I'll give you that.
And if you guys admit that I'm a piece of shit, worthless troll, basically, even though no one's called me that, I guess in those exact words. Why the fuck would
Nobody
you
called you
remember
worthless,
that
bro.
conversation from years ago?
Yeah, good question.
Nobody called you worthless, you piece of shit. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Also, you really haven't answered my question either. You're not. You didn't answer my question.
You sound surprised.
So what was the question?
What was
I
the question?
actually did answer your question by pointing out that there is no hypocrisy, because the hypocrisy and double standard was supposed to be in what Witzit pointed out, but I pointed out to you that what Witzit pointed out was based on his misunderstanding of how science works.
What you said is maybe satellites. I said we can have in a lab, we can demonstrate that an orbit can be caused by magnetic levitation on a flat surface. I've documentable, like provable, like science in a lab that's showing that being a thing. Pretend I didn't even have that, and I said, "Oh, the sun and the moon are being caused by magnetic levitation," and I don't. Well, maybe the sun and the moon are doing. That's the proof of it in real life.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be
Would you
like,
accept
what?
that?
Well, I said maybe, like I did. It's sort of a Finnish hedging way. Like we do have satellites, so you can just drop the maybe. It was just hedging language that doesn't even need to be there.
Wait, so a satellite? Oh my god! So how? I can't even with this guy.
Oh, like what?
So
well,
in other words, you're saying, oh, but we don't have satellites, so fuck you. That's your response?
No, man, you said that just now. We didn't say that.
Okay, so what's your response, Fuzzy? Because I didn't hear your response. I don't think you responded to me in any significant way.
Okay, so what a satellite? Oh my gosh. Let's see. How? Let's see.
No, can we verify that? Can we verify that what you're claiming is true? That satellites are free falling around a ball? Because what I see is that they actually use magnetic field lines.
Interesting.
No, I was gonna. That's what I was gonna. How do you No, I was gonna say, how do you verify they're 250 miles away or higher? How do we verify that they're actually in the place that they claim to be? And how do we know that they're not also some balloon? We have very, very many evidence of satellites attached to balloons that could be what you're claiming is going actually around a ball with no actual way of verification. And I was asking for some like provable way of actually using gravity to cause an orbit, right? So therefore, I don't know if those are orbit. Those are more like, I guess they're kind of orbit. Yeah, but it's you have to. We're trying to prove the thing.
I see you're having troubles thinking. It's fine.
No, I'm trying to put it in small enough words so that you'll understand.
Maybe try monosyllabic words.
Yes, that may work. Can you say monosyllabic in a monosyllabic word so that he understands what that is?
Oh, you know bigger words? Okay, sweet. Maybe you can try to just do like a layman thing to him, Ewok. See if you can get that.
What is a layman? Like, isn't that someone who is not a priest?
A layman is like a regular average person, I guess. You know, middle class.
Okay. I'm not a native Finnish.
That's okay. No worries, dude. No worries.
Okay, it means that you're lame. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah, but
that's cool. I can just add. I'm just kidding, and insults will be fine then, I guess.
It was a layman joke. Layman. Come on,
lame ass joke.
All right, like Jesus said, "You're lame. Get up and walk away from me."
Why is
that?
Yeah.
So can you verify the distance of these satellites?
I think we could. Yeah, we could bounce something off them, or maybe throw a sock at them.
Okay. What makes you think? Okay, so but like, it would be you that has to perform the bouncing, and you'd have to basically do most of it yourself, so that you knew what you were bouncing a signal off of, and you'd have to verify that it was indeed the thing you think is floating up in outer space. You'd have to like physically, personally verify it, It's hard to do from the ground, partner. I wouldn't even know how to begin.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well,
It's a light in the
let's say,
sky. Like, that'd be some
let's
crazy
say,
technology.
let's say, let's take the ISS. It's maybe not a satellite, but fair enough. Like it's close enough. If I see the object and basically I ask how far away is that object, then I know that the object is the object that I'm asking the question about. Yes.
Really? So if you check a computer to see if the dot in the sky you've been told is the ISS and it matches, that's enough?
I didn't say that, did I?
Oh, but okay.
Maybe I should
Fair enough.
use
Hold on.
monosyllabic
Hold
words
on.
for you.
Oh, that's funny. So anyway, it is a good word, monosyllabic. What a weird ass word. Anyway, brother, my point is, you even if you bounce something from the ground to the ceiling, doesn't mean you've been to the ceiling. Does that make sense?
I don't think we have a ceiling.
Well, okay. So the ISS just is a perfect flower of life that fits right within a magnetic field geometry over top of a plane. So,
sorry, what?
The
Can you
ISS
give me monosyllabic words?
over a plane fits right within the geometry of a magnetic field.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so
I think what Witch is saying is that there may be orbits, but if there are orbits, that's because something is being placed into a magnetic field, provably so, because all of these so-called orbits, like the ISS, follow they make this flower-like geometry in the sky when placed over a flat Earth, which matches the magnetic field.
Correct.
It might be what he's saying.
Yeah, it's right there.
So, so that's it.
Yeah, I just explained that NASA's own website says that the ISS, or that the satellites, are guided through magnetic flux and field lines.
Can you show me that on the NASA's website?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
You would
gonna be
call it gravity, probably, Laurie, right? But
not really, but sure, fair enough.
yeah, but there's no gravity is not really a thing. It's not a force. It's not a tangible anything. It's an idea with time and space and other attributes but it's not a thing that you can manipulate and vary and to confirm it. Yeah. But even still, to Glatt's to what Glatt was saying, these supposed satellites, how far their distance is, it's just a calculation. They could just change the number and they could calculate another way. It could calculate to a different distance. They could just tell you how far it is. You calculate it, it matches. It doesn't mean that that's where it is.
There you go, bro. There's the citation.
So what part in this website is the citation?
It says the query component provides two query matching options: magnetospheric region occupancy and magnetic film line tracing. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetospheric regions. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube or force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specified ground station.
So what part in that says that the Earth is flat and these flux lines are on a flat Earth?
Wow, dude. Wow, dude. You got nothing, man.
You still
Okay,
don't
so-
see the double standard? You didn't even answer the question. You're not even on the same page of whatever argument we're on.
No, I'm
I mean-
actually on the exact page because Witsit is claiming that
we
these
never
guys
said that-
agree.
No, we never said that this was this proving flat Earth.
You're
were
doing a
Okay,
lot
talking
of
so
about
straw
if
the
your
man.
concept.
hold on, Fuzzy. If your arguments aren't even proving flat Earth, then I think you have shitty arguments. Then
Have you been
agree?
following the conversation? We've been trying to show you that there's a double standard in evidence, and we were talking about magnetic
yeah.
levitation and gravity. Okay, at no point were we talking about how and in this case, Jesus, you're not even on this. You really can't keep up, or are you doing this on purpose?
Just for the
Um,
room that's not trolling, you guys should should check that out. I dropped a second link right here. You guys should check it out. It goes into detail about navigation and the trajectory and maintaining flight, the size of the magnetic flux tube to determine longitude and latitude. Pretty interesting.
Hey, Lori, hold on. Do you have any citations to refute that? Do you have any citations to refute that, sir?
Yes, hold on, Sensei. Do you have citations to refute my citations? Now, actually, I found what you said just then, Fuzzy Ewok, interesting, because you said that I'm not following to the conversation because this has nothing to do with the flat Earth. This has to do with the original claim about, sun and the moon and that stuff. But flat Earth, I quite clearly heard someone say that these are flux lines on a flat plane. So yes, there was a claim about flat Earth. So I think, Fuzzy, you're not following the discussion along very nicely. So it actually shows a double standard where you guys aren't realizing that you guys aren't following along.
Lori,
I should be following along. So there's a double standard right there. And with it, I think it's a double standard that you can talk over me and I can talk over you.
Sorry, your mic was breaking up. Could you repeat all of that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
Oh my God, dude!
No. To be fair, I haven't been. I've been running errands this entire time, and the whole point of bringing this up was because there is a double standard. We can in a lab show you magnetic levitation as a theory of something that's viable that works. You can't do that with gravity. That's the point.
I don't think you can show it as viable for the sun and the moon. No.
What are you talking about? We're saying that something can be magnetically levitated.
Can the sun and moon be magnetically levitated?
Could be.
They could be the source of the magnetism. Who knows?
Who knows? But can they? Are
they? Yeah. The point is that we've proven that phenomena exists and can levitate things and cause them to orbit. Okay.
Have you proven that for the sun? Have you proven that for the sun and the moon?
No, what we're saying is that it could be it could be. You don't even have it could be because what your it could be doesn't even exist in a lab.
Correct.
Magnetism doesn't exist in a lab.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
This dude's just like,
you're really out to lunch. We are literally. You really don't understand it, or you're doing purposely obtuse.
What is it that I'm not understanding? Like magnetism, it has been shown in a lab.
Right. Where is gravity?
Anyone?
You can vary and manipulate gravity in a lab?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, please enlighten us.
Please tell us.
Have you guys even heard about the focal pendulum? By the way, I'm saying the wrong experiment on purpose.
No,
yeah, why?
You can't even remember.
You're being weird now. Just being weird.
Why would you say the wrong experiment on purpose? That doesn't even make sense.
He's being weird, Jeremy. That's all he's trying to do is just be fucking strange at this point.
Just stop engaging him then. Just everyone stop. If you guys are like, this guy's wasting our time and he's, just stop. Don't engage him.
Yeah, I agree.
You all know the experiment that shows gravity.
They're going to keep engaging you though. I guarantee it. Anyone want to take bets?
Isn't it crazy that the NASA website says that though? That it says that the satellites like follow magnetic flux lines.
Yeah, over a flat Earth. Yes.
Well, I mean, it just by happenstance. Like you said, where's the proof of the flat Earth? It just so happenstance, by happenstance, if you flatten the Earth to a plane, and then move the contours of these magnetic fields to the longitude latitude, it forms this geometric flower. So I mean, that's just maybe you could say that's by coincidence or design, or the effect. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Hey, Whitsit, in
Why
those
would
two citations that you put up, would you please point out where it says anything about magnetic levitation of satellites in it? What do those citations even talk about?
Strawman fallacy.
No, what do those citations talk about?
The magnetic satellites following magnetic flux lines. I just said that.
No.
That's a
Yeah.
It has to do with
non-consequent
tracking
fallacy.
satellites through magnetic flux lines.
And then
it's a list of products to find the locations of satellites. It
specifically,
has nothing to do with anything that you're talking about.
yeah, I read it. So
Okay, so what's it talk about?
I don't want to
then?
talk to you. I'm packing to go to Florida, where I'll be happy and not worry about talking to people like you. So I'm not
Good.
playing the game.
Yeah, don't answer tough questions down there because you put up a couple of citations that are completely unrelated to anything you were talking
I
about.
dropped them for flat earthers, not weird anti-flat earthers, man. I did not drop that information for someone that's obsessed with flat earth for years, but says it's stupid. I dropped it because we're trying to figure out what's going on. We know that.
Well, that's not the stuff you want to figure out what's going on. You might want to try JPL Horizons. That might help you more.
Let
Would you like the link to that?
Let me ask the anti-flat earthers what I should do. Yeah.
I find it
Wouldn't
interesting
anyone
that the
in
other
this
guy was saying that this has to do with magnetic levitation, and now Witsit is saying, no, that's a strawman argument. That has nothing to do with magnetic levitation. Okay, which one is it?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Just
oh my god!
He got caught. That's what it was. He got caught and had to change.
I didn't get caught
Here's
doing
an actual link that might help you guys.
You're just poisoning the well.
Here it is right here. It says,
Hold on.
It says right here that they're using they locate the first of all, it's always in the magnetic field. If you guys even understood basic concepts, you would know that the satellites are always in the magnetic field. Here's where they say that they correspond to one another through the magnetic field lines and the magnetic tubes and the magnetic flux, and that they use the magnetic field strength and the invariant latitude corresponding to the magnetic, or what they call the magnetosphere region, right, to actually determine their location and their trajectory. So they're always in the magnetic field. They just so happen to follow magnetic flux lines. So you can pretend that they're somehow outside of the magnetic field if you think that helps you. But I'm dropping the information for the truthers.
The reason why the magnetic was brought up in the first place is to show that there is something viable as an if possible situation. You guys still keep not understanding that. And we can show in a lab that that's something that's a viable thing. You in a lab cannot show gravity as a viable thing.
I'm kind of curious. Will anyone in this discussion be considered obsessed with the flat Earth? Because we're all talking about.
You're going to completely not even address what I said.
No. I'm going back on something Witsit said.
That's a non sequitur.
I know.
It's not a non sequitur. Witsit actually said those words.
Yeah.
I'm not posting this for people obsessed with the flat Earth. Everybody in this conversation is obsessed with the flat Earth.
I actually said was obsessed with flat Earth for years while claiming that it's stupid.
You never said those words.
I literally did.
At the end.
He absolutely did. I heard him say it. Absolutely.
You never added those.
Yes, he did. You might have talked over
at
it.
the end.
He absolutely
No,
said those words. Yep. Go back and find it. If you don't believe me,
said that,
I'm gonna. You're retarded.
Okay.
The whole idea is that we were bringing it up as a possibility thing that can be shown in a lab, and gravity cannot. Do you not understand why that was the point of this specific conversation?
I think gravity can be shown in a lab, though, so you would be
what
wrong
was the
on that.
independent variable?
What would you do? Drop a microphone in a lab? Like, what are you talking about? Can be shown in a lab.
Okay, so you've been here since 2015, and you don't know the experiment that I'm talking about?
Yeah. What was the independent variable for that experiment?
That's quite interesting that you don't even know what I'm talking about.
I do know what I'm talking
2015,
about. I'm
and you
asking
don't know.
of the experiment. What was
Why
the
would you
independent-
even? Why would you know what he's talking about? Just say what you're talking about. Go ahead.
I think I'm exposing a double standard here. See, you guys didn't ask Witsit. Yes, and I'm answering by showing to you that there's a double standard in your question. See, you wouldn't ask. Yes, I'm pointing out to you that, and I'm not. Yes, you can talk over me, but I'm not stopping. So I'm pointing out the double standard that you're asking these questions.
when I have mod power, you can absolutely stop talking. Okay. The point was, again, that you're stepping over, was that I asked a question, and instead of answering the question, you asked me another question. So I asked you another question. What's the independent variable?
Well, you can act like a bully, sure. Go ahead.
No,
Do
no,
that.
you're avoiding the question. I asked a very
Thank you,
specific
Fuzzy.
question. Please
Yes.
help me and tell me the experiment.
If you want to trigger about this, go ahead.
I'm
Trigger
not
and act
triggered.
like a bully.
I'm trying to hold you to the fire.
You're muting me and abusing your mod powers.
No, I'm not.
Which is fair enough.
You're
Go
not,
ahead.
You're not
Laurie until he answers the question.
Laurie,
Dude,
you're not
Laurie,
engaging
stop,
in
dude.
conversation.
Like I was asking you a question, I was responding. So
Why are you
you're
guys
muting
still
me for
engaging?
nothing?
Yeah.
Why are you guys
Right.
still engaging with him?
Well, I have to go. I just wanted to hear the end of this.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, come on, you know, he's literally just trying to waste your time and troll you.
I know, and that's why I want to be done with it and ask him what the experiment was.
Well, yeah, and I did respond by pointing to you that it's actually interesting that you're not asking these hard questions, but for some reason you triggered and you didn't want to hear that response.
No,
Fuzzy, he
I'm not
doesn't
triggered
have
at
it,
all.
buddy. Fuzzy,
No,
he
I
doesn't
know.
have it.
I know he
Yeah.
doesn't, but he won't admit that. I'm asking what the experiment was. He said that you can prove gravity in a lab, and he said you can do an experiment, and I'm
Maybe
wondering
this
what
Laurie is
experiment.
triggered and not you is triggered.
Yeah, Fuzzy, you don't know the experiment? You don't know it?
Exactly. No,
Well-
I might even know what he's talking about, but that's him avoiding the direct question is just a weird tactic.
Well, if you don't know his thoughts or mine before I even think them or say them myself, then you must be wrong already. It's a double standard, obviously. That's a good argument.
So,
You have
Laurie,
to know my thoughts before I have them.
Laurie, what is the experiment? Please.
I think they varied either the poles or the distance of the poles. I think you can find the specifics. Me not knowing the exact details isn't really immaterial here, because you can find those details, and that shows, when you actually look it up, that shows that gravity is a thing that we can test in a lab. So Fuzzy, where do you stand now on your claim that we don't have any tests for gravity? Please go ahead and explain yourself.
Distance of balls causes gravity?
I didn't say that exactly. Now you can go look it up and see what exactly they varied. Now, do you have I think the exact case, I forget the name of this dude because I'm sort of, it's late here.
Well, whatever it is, it
You
couldn't be
know
the
the
distance of
experiment
a.
that
It
I'm
couldn't be
talking
the.
about. Big Blue's done it.
You don't know
Yeah,
what
that's
it is.
what I
It's
figured as listening to this. Laurie he doesn't even know the name Cavendish, but obviously that's what he's trying to refer to.
No, because he said it's in a
I
lab.
do
He
not
said
know the name
whatever it
Cavendish,
was.
but it's just late here, and also I'm not completely myself at the moment for personal reasons that I'm not going to go into.
Whatever it
He's
was,
not.
he thought it was due to distance
So,
of the balls, but it's done in a lab
yes.
where there's a limited distance, so it couldn't
Thank
be
you,
the
Kevin.
Cavendish. It
Thank
can't
you,
be
He
the
said I'm
Cavendish.
saying the wrong name on purpose.
Dude, listen, I just can't. This is sad. I can't believe it's come to this.
Yeah,
right?
but so you guys can keep triggering about this, but the Cavendish.
Yo,
Yes. Go
hold
ahead.
on.
Trigger,
Yo, Austin, you're going to Florida, right?
Still about, yes.
Yo, bro, safe trip and have a nice time over there.
Thanks, brother.
Are you moving there? You find the house you wanted? or-
No, we're just going. I'm going to do my little part for the new level documentary.
Oh, that's fucking great. I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, I
So,
gotta
Fuzzy,
remember to
did you
donate.
have
I
any
keep seeing
response
the
to the
link saying to
Cavendish?
donate, but I keep forgetting.
No response there, Fuzzy?
You have to come first, Laurie, with like the the parts of the experiment and try to understand what they are proving or isolating to, and then you can continue.
Why?
Otherwise, just saying the name of it doesn't continue the conversation.
Yes, but he's saying that we don't have that, and we do have that. So I can actually just drop the name and say, yes, we actually do.
It's like saying
He can try to poison the well by attacking me and asking for specifics. See, do you know this? Do you know that?
All
But
right.
actually, it's only exposing a double standard here, and I see you triggering with it, it's only exposing the double standard because he's trying to poison the well by attacking what I know, or
From
can I
the
name
trigger
these
well.
things specifically, but he's
Bro.
not doing that for any.
Yeah, but just in general, buddy, I'm saying like you
Hey
know,
guys, hold
not
on, real quick. Hold on. I'm just making an executive decision to mute Lori for a while. He's absolutely running us in circles, completely trolling. It's a waste of time. Lori, maybe later we can unmute you, but dude, this can't go on like this, bro. We got to move on to something more productive. You don't even know the name of the experiment. You're telling people to go look it up. You don't actually have any rebuttals for it. This is absolutely pointless. Let's just move on to something else. We can unmute you later, bro. But it's just abysmal level of debate. So we got to move on.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
I've always
good call.
I've been trying to find an answer to. It's like what's crazy, bro, is when they claim that whole like orbit thing, they're claiming that an object is like changing acceleration and rotation, basically, and free falling at the same time. And so it's like, can we get like any experiment on the Earth at all in any setting on the Earth, like in a controlled environment, to show that you can like have an object changing direction and free falling at the same time, like causing an orbit? Like, that's just a completely insane claim of physics. That's just like a whole brand new claim of physics that doesn't exist in reality.
No, it's space time. It's like it's the unequal distribution of energy, which would instantaneously pull something into an accelerated. I guess you would call it acceleration, but it's not acceleration because it's instantaneous. Seeking equilibrium instantaneously. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
It defies physics, bro. It's directly counter to physics. Like, it actually violates physics. So that's a pretty substantial claim. I think I need some evidence.
Everything they do violates it. I mean, they bend the horizontal. They accelerate without accelerating. It is what it is.
Oh my God, Lori, thank you so much. I haven't laughed that hard in days, and my wife's super funny, so that was good. Thank you so much for that.
He's getting better. His English is getting better.
Well, don't just overly talk about it.
I just wanted to.
Let's just talk about the Earth now.
I wanted to throw something out there. I wanted to kind of throw something out there. As you guys were talking about satellites and stuff, I was like in the doctor's office, so I couldn't talk. Because you can't use your cell phone. I was privately listening to it. But I was going to say that I've been thinking about it because I was in another server and arguing for hours with these guys. And it would make sense to me that, just using like logic and reason, using like, okay, they figured out how to make a vessel in the 60s hover. So obviously they know how to stop something that's made out of material matter. They figured out how it could just levitate and just stay still, just perfectly stay still, being manipulated. But what I'm saying is, like, is it hard to believe that, okay, they have these instruments in the sky that you fix your location on, because it's bouncing off, someone's shooting the signal up to it, and it's relaying it, shooting it back down if you're fixed on it. But to invoke this, like, well, it's orbiting, well, then that means then it's that the Earth is spinning in like a record on the floor, because I would say no, they were probably just fixed in its position and not on a circuit, but they're fixed. They got to be like in a fixed location. And then that's how people are able to, to relay the messages, uplink and downlink these signals. I've just been thinking about it a lot lately in the past 48 hours because I got really drunk 2 days ago and I was talking to them about it. But
yeah, like,
I don't want to.
Essentially, the claim of geostationary, what they're claiming. So they're not only claiming the Earth is rotating, but then these things are, geostationary, hovering at the exact same, rotation the Earth is making. But like Witz had said, like, that physics doesn't actually exist. That's it. That's why I often refer to it as pseudo-physics, because it isn't real physics. Like, they're claiming it. It does fit a certain mathematical model, but that doesn't mean that is actually physics. Like, there's a lot of mathematics that you can create. That's why you can create like a video game, and you can create, physics that don't actually exist in our world. You can create that in a video game environment by programming in mathematical formulas into the video game. That doesn't mean that that's real physics. It would be like an alternative physics that you can create for the game. And a lot of games are based on that. You know, they're fun because they have these different physics involved. So yeah, this claim of orbiting satellites the way they do around a sphere, none of that has any actual grounding in any real physics. It's just a claim. And, you know, whereas like the idea that these satellites are moving with the magnetic flux lines, and like Witsit was saying, when you look at them over a planar Earth, you can see that they are actually following those lines, which we can actually validate as real physics here on Earth. Like that is real physics. Now, can we prove that's exactly what's happening up there? Well, that's tough because we can't get up there to fully verify, but at least there's a correlation to real physics rather than just a claim based on made up fabricated pseudo physics.
Yeah, there's. I mean, and the reason why that conversation was going on for so long over there, because I was trying to tell them, like, if they even understood how a satellite dish works when it uplinks and downlinks, and the whole point of this signal is to be directed and ricocheted off the panels up to the center of the tip where the feed horn is, and they don't realize that, like, if you go off even a 32nd of an inch, whether it be on your azimuth or elevation, then you can lose the signal. So to think that there's this massive, floating beam sending, machine in the sky, and we're moving with it, like it's just nonsense, dude. It's literally like a sci-fi movie that you're just believing in it without truly, like even understanding the science that would have to go into it, because there's no way that if I barely move a nut, right? A nut on a boat will change the azimuth and elevation. And if you turn it a 32nd of an inch, you can lose, the signal decibel wise, and you can even lose the signal altogether if you're running a specific digital signal, because that's way more accurate than the analog signal, right? Because it's way more pinpointed. But here's what I'm saying. So it would make sense, though, in a world to where if you did have something up there but is locked in a position, like and it would have to be like locked, like literally, not moving left, right, up or down, because again, you're when you're ricocheting the signal off of it, it's pinpoint, it's laser point direct.
You almost there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was like reading street signs while I was driving right now. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I don't have anything to say. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I could go on, but I don't want to take up too much time. There's a lot to unpack in that, because there's other things too. There's other principles in satellite communications, both on the on the uplink and the downlink. And it's just like, I just feel like a lot of ballers, though, like all they do is just read a book, or they just like maybe go Google how do satellites work, but they're getting the responses that a baller would get and a baller would say. Like, you might as well say, is the Earth flat? And then tells you no, and then just move right on. Don't even come back to Discord, because it'll tell you, nope, it's a ball. Then why are you here then? If you want, the whole argument is we're saying all that stuff is false. All the stories that we've heard growing up is false. So I don't know.
Yeah, I can't even. I mean, I can't even have the. I can't even show people in the real world. Like, I say, listen, here's the globe. Here's two positions on the globe. One person's here. Boats are going down over a horizon. They're disappearing bottom first. There's another person far away on the same line as them. Boats disappearing, going down. And I say, what's in the middle? And I was at a hump of water. I can't even get there because they're like, no, it goes too far away. You can't see it. It's just perspective. They don't even buy it. I'm like, no, motherfucker, you believe in a globe, right? Like, yeah, but that's not it.
Hey, what's funny too is somebody was saying, a couple of guys the other day was saying, oh, flat Earth is dying out, and it's going to be done with soon, so we don't even care no more. But I was literally on YouTube yesterday, and I was like, looking on not only on YouTube, where NASA always has to turn off their comments, because if they do have somewhere where they left comments on, there's so much people saying like, dude, it's not a ball, it's not a ball, you're fake. But in Facebook, I opened up Facebook. I haven't opened up so long. I opened it up and I literally just typed in flat earth, like, just let me just see the arguments. Or I went to like stuff that's like talking about shit with NASA and like SpaceX. Like, look up SpaceX on Facebook.
No, I
Man,
did.
those
I
comments
was
are
talking.
filled with anti-ball shit.
Yeah, I was talking about it like maybe a month. See, yeah, I was talking about it like maybe like a month or something like that ago. About Facebook for some reason is letting it go because and people are just killing NASA like on it, like comment sections
Oh, yeah.
all like
Yeah,
but
those
not.
comments get brutal too.
Yep, yeah, they're just killing them. They're just like, and then all you'll see the responses from the ballers saying like, just leave us alone. Like that's all they have to say. Leave us alone. If you don't want to believe, we want to believe. Leave us alone. You know, it's fun. It is kind of funny, but yeah, I mean, so recently, you know, from the TV show The Jersey Shore, Mike the Situation or whatever, he's now on board. AJ Brown from the Eagles like 3 days ago. He's on board now. It's not dying. It's just commonplace now. It's just like it didn't die. It just became like not
No,
people don't get
it became
angry.
censored. That's what happened. It got censored. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
They you know, but it's just ridiculous that a baller can even say that with a straight face. Like, oh, flat Earth's dying. Like that's just like pure arrogance. They want to believe that. They need to believe that. Yeah, that's why Professor Dave was like, "Oh, flat Earth is dying out." You know, this is nothing. This is a bunch of it's a small circle of idiots talking about, but it's like it's so far off from the truth. But that's what they do, man. That's just called like that's propaganda, and they're just like damage control at this point. That's all it is.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
no,
I
yeah.
think
Yeah,
I think with
yeah.
the celebrities joining in, like all that stuff, because again, I remember there was a video that was played in another server about like this, the science to look out for flat Earth and stuff like that. One of the biggest things is like, what will happen if the entire majority of society finds out that the government, science, and other aspects of leadership lied about the world and all of its aspects and stuff, right? You know, you're talking about an entire Western government collapse, right? You're talking about almost every fundamental of authority being challenged, and that scares the shit out of them. Like, if you thought the Civil War was like kind of like a heating point, that right there would be an instant collapse. It's like an exodio right there.
Right.
Like, you're probably gonna see tons of celebrities in the future like that believes in flat Earth.
Yeah, it's how like when I'm curious. Like, so here I want to read this one. I want to try to find what he quoted just recently. What's that? But what are they watching and seeing so easily? Like, so I don't want to misquote what. So AJ Brown, he's a wide receiver on the what team was this? The Eagles, right? And just 3 days ago, he comes out. He says something like, "It took me 3 days to realize they were lying to me my entire life." Like, it doesn't take long. Like, it doesn't take long. He said something just like that. It took me 3 days to realize they were lying to me my entire life. Yeah.
But I wonder though if the same thing is going to happen to him that happened to Shaq, and you know, because there's some really big A-list celebrities still that, you know, when they came out and said, "Oh man, that's just flat," like they fully were convinced, sitting down for an hour and really asking questions and getting really good answers. So then, like, of course you could be convinced because the truth is the truth, and it's very, very easy to follow the truth once you realize that what you're believing in is a lie, and it can be demonstrated and shown, like, and explained. This is why it's a lie. So, like, but look what happened though. A week later, I don't know who called him and who spoke to him, but he totally flipped it up, and he's like, "Oh no, yeah, no, it's not." But then he like gives us like a comical look, like, "No, it is." But I'm just being like, almost like he has to say that if he wants to keep making the money that he's making. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not just
he's-
making it, but also
people are hitting him up. They're like, "Oh, what did Kyrie get to you? Haha," making fun of him. Here's a few of his comments verbatim. He says, "We got cars driving themselves, but we can't go back to the moon. It took me 20 years to understand they've been lying to us our entire lives. So, but in 3 days, he started looking into it." Then another one says, You guys are really believing that some pictures and what they told you when you were young. What other sources do you have? Let's talk about it. Another thing you said 4 days ago, you don't think, well, I would have to talk, y'all don't think it's crazy that you can buy a telescope from Walmart and see the stars and other planets. He's definitely on board, but then somebody goes to Kyrie, get to you. They all start making fun of him. He said, I'm not saying it's not a globe. I'm just saying, why don't you start asking questions? Same shit that Kyrie said. But you know, Kyrie's a flat earther. Look at that dude. He doesn't even want to play basketball. He's so disconnected. He's so disconnected from like the Matrix that he doesn't even want to fucking play basketball anymore. He's good too. He's real good, Kyrie. He's one of the best. But you can just see in his eyes. He's just like, man, this is such a fucking scam. Like you can just tell. He doesn't. You know, they took him off the court. They tried to say you can't play at home. You got to get this shot in your arm. You're not playing. It's just like it's crazy. It gets fucking nuts.
Yeah, I think the elites are playing with fucking fire, and they need to chill, but they're not gonna chill because they're too short-sighted. Like, these people are going to be hunted down. There's way, and I'm not advocating for violence. It's just a clear historical factors. Anytime you have these like say for instance in Germany in 1932 when the Freemasons magistrates and a lot of the higher orders were out there kind of controlling the influx of taxes and stuff. And then when Germany collapsed and started changing regimes, those guys tried to run from the borders. Like they tried to go to Poland, the Netherlands, and they didn't make it. A lot of them didn't make it. Some of them even got caught and they were branded with the red triangle for it. And it's going to be same thing with the elites. The only difference is if they themselves can get on those jet airplanes, and also whether they can trust those assistants they have. So it's definitely going to be a shakeup when like our entire society is going to change really fast.
Yeah, there goes our pilot. He's out the left window with a parachute.
Yep. Like, hey, didn't we do this with the Kennedys? Oh shit. You know?
Yeah, but I'm not even angry anymore. I don't even think it needs to be angry. Just like shamefully go to your corner and say you're sorry. Yeah, I don't even care.
I'm pretty pissed because we're talking about at least maybe about 100 years of us doing impractical shit. How many people got killed by pharmaceutical corporations? How many people became homeless because of the practical banking? Like, I'm gonna say this. I'm a pretty pacifist guy, and I'm not gonna say this because we're live stream. But there are plenty of people that I've talked to that are just completely done. You know, they want a pound of flesh. You know, it's just the way it is.
I don't blame them, but I guess my reason is because I talk to people, and they won't even hear it. So I put it on the people now at this point. Like my friends, like people I talk to, I shake their hand, I talk to them, I say let's talk about this. They say nope. And I say, well, what do you have? All this stuff, like whatever's none. Okay, well, it's on you now. You've been told, but you don't want to hear it.
Look what's going on with the thing that we can't mention on the internet. Like how many people and like how many doctors and nurses and pharmacists are getting individually sued, and the courts aren't even protecting them. They're literally getting individually sued, and people are mimicking the particular court legislation. I mean, like application that they could use to file and charge for these individuals. You know, people are going after malpractice. They're going after all these other things, and the judges are allowing it. It's like, how did you not know? Isn't it part of your job to read, to question all this stuff? You just didn't. You followed orders, and so a lot of them are losing their jobs.
There are three kinds of people: people that see when shown, and people who will never see.
Yep, NPC number 3. You
Yes,
know?
I mean that's what alleviates some of my anger. I was angry about it for a little bit, right? But I'm more angry at people because it's on them. They won't hear it. They won't budge. With they don't even have any information. They just don't want to budge. They don't want to change. They know the consequences of of changing their mind on these things. It's a huge paradigm shift. They don't want to make it. They're not willing to make it, no matter if it's true or not. And so therefore, I just blame the people.
Yeah, and that's the shit, man. It's like that really tells you like the difference between people's willpower, right? Like if you have a weak willpower, if you have insane levels of like insecurity problems, you have a lack of family and faith, and you're influenced by the environment, then you're definitely going to be like applicable for like the fates of the obituary. Like you're just constantly just being thrown out there and being shaped by reality without even looking both ways, you know? And
Yeah,
that shit's crazy. I do feel a lot of bad people because there are a lot of hot chicks that just got taken out for no fucking reason. But what a waste, man. What a waste.
now that makes me a little bit angry.
Yep.
But well, you know, what was I going to say? Oh, I can't remember. I was about to say something. Oh, that's. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I was going to say, as in regards to willpower, right? So I've thought about it the other way before too, right? Like so am I thinking myself to be stronger for realizing some truth, right? But when these anti-flat earthers, they see the truth, they know the truth, right? They know it's not a globe, and they got to depend on all this outrageous shit, but they're still able to will themselves into a lie. That might be more willpower. Because I don't think I could do it, right? Like you would say to yourself, I can't do that, right? So does that make you strong that you can't do it? I think, like, does that make you have more willpower that you can't do what they do? It seems inconceivable. How could you ever will yourself into this knowing lie? It seems like they have it, and I don't.
Well, let me ask you this: like, where are you assuming that they don't think it's a globe, and that, you know what I mean? Because like, I have a family member, for example, who is totally a globe earther, 100%, and he's very related to, you know, he's knowledgeable in science. He's a computer engineer. He's you know, so he's studied physics his whole life, and he's very knowledgeable on a lot of things. And he'll debate the globe, you know, in a way, somewhat like some of these quote unquote anti-flat earther guys do. But he's not. He doesn't think the Earth is not a globe. If you know what I mean. He definitely thinks it's a globe, and he debates it, or, you know, thinks it. So I'm just saying, where are you coming to the conclusion that these guys somehow think the Earth is not a globe and then are saying it is?
There's a difference,
Or
I would
saying it
say.
is, I should say. Or yeah, you know, or yeah, saying it is, yeah.
Yeah, I would say maybe there's a difference because I mean it does, you know, when you take a look at the physics of gravity and all these things, right? Like that you've never touched, experienced, seen, felt, right? It does make sense in an argument, but the people in this Discord and others have seen images, they have seen experiments, they have weighed it against the laws of perspective and whatnot, and the stadia and the theodolite and everything else in between, and they still have no evidence, but they still choose to believe. So they've seen more. I know it makes sense, like when you say it out, you can nothing even makes sense, but you can make it make sense when you calculate it and have a conversation. Well, you see it, and then you go back out to, I'm going to go try to prove it, and you go to you go to the edge of water and don't see what, and you lie, you outright lie, and you take cropped photos out of a video, say, look, there's the curve in that one instant. You know you have to be lying. It should be there all the time. It shouldn't be flexing in and out. You know.
Did your, I think that the difference is does your family member go into these kinds of debates in like flat earth debate, like these channels, or just in layman people around town? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, he definitely does not. Yeah, he's not like active in terms of the debate or anything. But I'm just saying, when I talk to him, it's very similar to talking to some of these guys that are in here debating it. You know, I'm just saying it's like similar. Yeah,
I think that he
it's almost uncanny, and it's like he's not even in this discussion at all. Like he just knows everything he knows from his education, and he's very knowledgeable on a lot of like engineering. Like if you ask him, like, hey dude, how does a refrigerator work? He'll tell you every single part of how a refrigerator works, the way the condenser coils and down to every detail. So he's very engineering minded. So his knowledge of the globe just comes from his education. And yeah, he's not like in here debating it. He's definitely not like fixated on the topic for 7 or 8 years, you know, constantly doing any of this stuff or trolling or anything like that. But if he just popped in here or something, you know, you guys might, you know, people might think that he's, you know, put him in the anti-flat earther category or whatever. But he probably wouldn't like troll or do anything vile or anything like that.
Can I ask you something,
you
Gio?
reach that determination after years of being in these channels. I don't think, because that's what I think the difference. Like, there's no way you're here every day talking about stuff, looking at these pictures, and still having that same thing after years of debate, as opposed to like what you're saying. Like my dad is the same thing. He's not here every day, but he can talk to a layman person and explain it all day long.
Yeah, and that's not, and I mean, it really goes to the point, to Gio, that
I think
that
Rockio was
he's,
trying to get.
maybe, I'm not sure. I don't hear him. But yeah, I mean, the original statement or question was, are they willfully maintaining a globe, like against their natural, senses and experience and what they view? Are they willing themselves to stay on that globe? I believe the answer for your friend is yes, also.
And no,
Yeah. I mean, it almost goes into more of a psychological or sociological in terms of like what the globe is. Like, is it a spell? Is it a belief system? Is it a, sort of like an ad hoc version of physics and science and ideas? Is it a model? Is it propaganda? There's so many different ways of viewing it. And yeah, it is very complex. Or is it even spiritual? Like, is there almost like a possession state in some sense on that level? However, with all that being said, I do think that the globe Earth has, at least, just to try to give it as much props as I can, if I were to say what it has going for it, I mean, it's not reality, it's not true in my viewpoint, but it does have certain, sort of quote unquote evidences and, some of the pictures or whatever, there's a lot of data out there on it, so if you just were born randomly in this time and you just started Googling things, you're going to find a lot of information about a globe Earth, and it's going to sound like it's all buttoned up. So I'm just saying there's a lot on the table for these guys to believe in. Now, whether they're discerning enough or able to sift through or decipher the truth out of it is another question. But if they're not able to, then it does have enough to latch onto and to stick with the belief system, it seems.
I would also say, sorry, Gio, I'd also say that if your job was to do applied science, like an engineer or surveyor, you would also learn it to be a sphere.
Yeah, I was gonna say to Gio's point that the globe has many practical uses, right? Like if I've said it before as a flat earther, right? I would probably create a globe too to map the stars, to map my location, because it would be what am I going to do? Make this ginormous piece of paper? No, I'm going to have it on a little globe, spin it, and it'll tell me where to go. It'll have circles going, every which, with the stars circling one way and latitude lines circling another way, other circles from the North Pole, all elevation from the outer edge of Antarctica, seeming to be like a bowl shape, like more circles. Yeah, I would end up making a globe too, but it's not a globe, but it has definitely its practical uses. Yeah.
They don't make it for what's easy. They make it for what
No, they make it for practicality.
Yeah, you know, practicality.
You can now carry around. You can carry around. 24,901 miles in your pocket in a circle, and just spin it like an astrolabe, and get somewhere and accurately get there. Yeah, it definitely has a practical use.
But you couldn't do it if we cannot make an accurate flat map of the entire Earth.
We just did. We just put it in our pocket into a sphere because the stars circle, the sun circles. We have circles around a center point called the North Pole, and we have elevation that is its highest elevation at its outer edge, or at the bottom of a ball called Antarctica, that then slopes down to lower elevation and then back, who knows what, at the North Pole, where it's flat at the North.
You have to listen to what.
But it's flattened at the North Pole, flattened at the Antarctica.
You have to listen to what you said. Mm-hmm. The accurate flat Earth map works when it's put on a globe.
Whatever, yeah. I mean, whatever, yeah, because stars decline 60 nautical miles per degree due to perspective, and a lot of other things decline due to perspective. You don't put that on a globe. What you do is you just say that it's curving away for whatever reason, dropping vertically. So anyway, the point is that, it has practical uses, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was talking about the sky. He was saying the sky can be mapped. I was saying the other day that the sky definitely does have a certain component of spherical geometry involved. I'm not saying it is a sphere, but there is a way in which, and that's why they've called it the celestial sphere. It doesn't mean that it's a sphere surrounding a sphere Earth. But by the way, I was just going to say this as well. This is something I just thought of. Let's just real quick, it's just like an analogy. Let's say you have like a sculpture or painting or something, and you've got the real one, like the real Mona Lisa, and then you have a fake. Now, somebody who's very skilled and able to discern the difference will be able to decipher this one's real, this one's fake. However, the fake one probably will trick a lot of people. There's probably a lot of people that'll think it's real or will not be able to decipher it. So it just made me think of like, this globe Earth model versus what the Earth really is. I was just kind of making that correlation in my mind, just thinking how like in my viewpoint, the globe Earth is like the fake painting. It isn't actually what this Earth is, but it does look kind of similar in some scenarios. There are some things that match in terms of the way the sky works, and so there are enough things that match that the fake one,
So Gio, to figure out
could trick enough people, perhaps, which clearly it has.
to figure out which one is fake, would you ask a bunch of random people on the street, or would you ask art historians and artists?
Well, I would say both. There's actually a book called Blink by Malcolm Gladwell. It was like a New York Times bestseller and all that, if you know Malcolm Gladwell. And in that book,
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, and in that book, I'll just summarize it super quickly. He actually focused. They did a whole study where they had just what I'm saying, like a fake sculpture and then the real one. And the reason it's called Blink is because what he found and what the kind of book focuses on is that even they could have very knowledgeable, very skilled people that could detect, the difference between the fake and the real one. However, some of the experts also could not decipher. So there's that too. Some of the experts were skilled at it, some were not in that scenario. But the reason it's called Blink is because what he found is that when they, took the sheet off of the fake sculpture and the people just had, these are just random people, and they just had 1 second to say fake or real, there actually was a statistical there was actually a higher than statistically random that just beyond one blink, just looking at the fake sculpture within 1 second, they were able to decipher it was fake without even coming up to it, without detecting it, without having any expert tools. So so it's interesting that because that's kind of that's why I'm responding to what you just said. 'Cause you're saying, would you ask experts to random people off the street? But Malcolm Gladwell found that there is a higher statistical probability that people off the street actually can decipher, in terms of that. So it's interesting.
So all the people who, when they first saw Flat Earth, said it was fake are probably more right than the people who've been here 7 years?
Well, I hear you, because what I just said could be analyzed in a bunch of different ways. And you could, right, because you're right. There are a lot of people that originally thought it was their blink reaction was, Flat Earth is ridiculous. It's terrible. It's fake. It's a joke. And then once they looked into it, they came to the conclusion that it is indeed the case. So I hear you. That does contradict, the way I just said it. There's a lot of subtleties. I was just kind of trying to give a couple ideas.
The analogy for the story, though, is that, you have two random things that people have seen the real one, and then they've never seen the fake one before. But the difference is they have been pointing to Flat Earth and telling you it's fake for years. Like nobody was pointing at the statue and telling you this is the fake statue. So that kind of falls apart with Gio's analogy.
Also, I've seen so many fake Mona Lisas in movies and TV shows. I don't know if I would know what the real one looks like. I think the fake one would be more real to me now.
Think about this. Think about the sport of wrestling and how it really exists at the collegiate level. But anything that we know about professional wrestling is certainly fake. But it'd be hard to explain that to anyone, that there is really a sport. It just isn't done professionally. The professional stuff isn't really a sport. It's just entertainment. It's very convoluted right there.
I have people I know that they think wrestling is so real that they say it's fake so more people will be interested in it. I swear these are normal, everyday, walking around, drinking water, breathing your air type people that go, no, that wrestling is actually real, right? It's not scripted, blah, blah, blah. And then you can debate whether NFL football or basketball is scripted. They say it's entertainment purposes only. Buy your ticket and enjoy. We have scripted something for you. So they don't really come out and tell you that it's real, right? They tell you it's fake. You can believe it or not if you want.
You can't control whatever it is, 52 football players who are dumb.
You don't have to control 52 football players. I didn't ever say you were. That's not how wrestling is done either.
Yeah, they definitely don't have 52 wrestlers.
you can predict the outcomes of things in certain ways. If you have control from the top down and you pay people to do certain things, like I control my workers, right? I can script out what they're going to do day to day. They're not flying around the country enjoying themselves. They're coming to work in the morning.
Yeah, to an
That's what I'm
extent.
talking about. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah, to an extent, you can control them, but yeah, I mean, it's just wrestling's fake.
Yeah, so is football and everything else.
I mean, it would be a lot more difficult to fake
Well,
football
I think to
than
certain
anything else.
degrees, the difficulty doesn't matter. To certain degrees, I would agree that all of it is scripted, right? It's all for entertainment.
Magnetic gloves, bro.
Magnetic gloves, anti-gravity balls.
You know, especially it was kind of funny that during the time that we were pushing for Ukraine, what was that team that started winning, the Packers, with the yellow and blue? A lot of symbolism started coming out with the gold and blue.
I'll tell you another one when you're ready. If you're ready now, I'm a Saints fan. I live in Louisiana. We had the Hurricane Katrina that devastated New Orleans. The year they come back, New Orleans wins their first Super Bowl. That put a big aha moment into my life, like, because I was like, it just mathematically doesn't add up. We weren't that good. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And won the Super Bowl the year after. I think it. I don't know, man. I mean, you can take it as you may.
Theory, yeah, that theory completely discounts human motivation, and I guess you would say then the whole theory for why they would manipulate us.
Money.
Right. Why would
Money.
Yeah, because
Money.
it motivates us. Yeah, money.
Yeah.
But how do they get the money? Because they motivate us emotionally.
That's what I'm talking
right.
about. Taking the emotional standpoint of a hurricane, a city being destroyed, and having that football team go to the Super Bowl the next year, and the whole world communicates and is emotionally charged by it, and they win.
Right, but what I'm saying is you see how that charges the world, right? But you're discounting that the players could have been charged the same way and felt that same kind of fight for their city, a lot's on their shoulders, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but it doesn't. These are professionals, the best of the best. You think that little bit of being displaced and put into another city makes you a better player on the football field?
Yeah,
I understand that. No way, man. You can be emotionally charged for maybe a quarter or a half. You see it in these teams that the good team comes out lackluster and didn't prepare good, and the bad team comes out as their Super Bowl basically, and they really hang tough or maybe even lead for the first half, but then the better team just wipes them out. I mean, that emotional charge only goes so far. If you played sports, you know that.
I think the New York Giants won the Super Bowl the year of 9/11.
I know. When I play sports, which I do, right, and did, I play a lot better when I'm angry. Not when I'm not after I just had a full course meal, right, and I'm all relaxed, and I just had sex, and I'm all good, and just like I could take a nap or play right now. That's definitely not my best game. Yeah.
How about if you knew the other team's plays?
Yeah, I'd
Would
play
you
really
play
well.
a little better on defense then, sir?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so now you get my point, right?
Yeah,
Thank
not
you.
to top it off, it can go so many ways and portraying it. Like the football players themselves could probably pick up on what's going on, but they don't even need to know. All it needs to be told is the managers will tell the coaches what to do. You're gonna play this defensive. This guy's gonna win. And it's just gonna look like, oh, they lost because of bad plays. Maybe next time, right? Or things like that. When he should have picked this player instead of that one. And then you also got the magnetic glove, where even the guy that caught the football, he had to pull his hand and his glove got stuck on it. It was all over the fucking net when they were saying like this. Holy shit.
Well, that could be a personal thing too, right? That guy could have used a magnetic glove or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you can take it however many ways you want. It seems to be some coincidences that don't add up where money's involved. I know for a fact, you can't take it away from me. Anytime there's money involved, there's people manipulating that situation into their favor.
Yeah,
Take
of
it
course.
as
I'm not disagreeing
well, that's
with
what
it
I'm
as a
saying.
whole.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Like as soon as gambling became legal, the entire game of football changed in 2 years.
So you think it's fixed?
I think that it's being steered. It's not fixed is a strong word. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
and not to top it
Big,
off,
big, manipulated. All the same thing, really, when you really get down to it.
yeah, and
Like, I can manipulate you, but that's not a guarantee that you're gonna do what I want you to do.
yeah, and speaking of that, you also got the entertainment field. They use symbolism and occultism to kind of like they have to tell you that what they're doing in order for their spells to work. So they use a lot of symbolisms to kind of get you without like special programming when you're watching these things. That's why during the Roman times when Rome was falling apart, because the way the legislation and everything was pointed, they brought up the Colosseums, to entertain people, to get them not to look at societies collapsing.
Right, but the guy who died, like in that gladiator fight, he wasn't in on it. They sliced his fucking heel and sent him out to the fight. It's different. It's not. He wasn't in on it. Like, oh, cool, I'll die right now. That sounds great. They cut his fucking wrist open and sent him out to fight.
Yeah, some players know, some don't. Like the majority of gladiators didn't know that Rome was fucking dying, or they were getting arrested falsely just because Rome was terrified of getting all these powerful warriors leading a really strong revolt, and they were being predestined to the gladiatorium. But at the end of the day, the whole point of those Colosseums was to distract the masses that these leaders were incompetent and they needed to be taken out.
Yeah, but that's just.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah,
who wouldn't do that? It's not. It just doesn't seem that. It just doesn't seem that. I don't know, devious. I guess it just seems like that's what almost anybody would do. It's like, hey, everything's going shitty. Let's have a party.
You would have the occasional quarterback know they need to throw a game or something. Like I think Cam Newton helped throw the Super Bowl, but most of the players are not in on it, man. Right?
Nope,
I know people that have played in the NFL. It's like if you've played football, dude, there's no way. It's amazing the physical requirements just to play in the NFL, much less like to be able to script plays or what anything. It's just like the coaches may be in the know for sure, right? But for sure the refs are, and that's all you need is like the refs. And if you got the quarterback for the big game, you might not take chances. So like the quarterbacks have to be in on it maybe, or a quarterback, but really you just need the refs. So if it's like 3rd and 10 on the game-winning drive, you just throw a flag for holding when the guy completes the pass. Then you throw a flag the next play until they don't complete the pass. That changes the whole game. Now the other team won. It's just throwing a flag.
There's literally holding and pass interference on every single play. They throw them whenever they want. I mean, that's all you need is the refs. That's why
When did they throw it on this Super Bowl?
Right at the end. Yeah.
The last play, third and whatever, which sends it, which dictates the winner of the game, right?
I didn't watch it.
Yeah,
I didn't pay attention to it. But like,
they don't throw the last several possessions, no pass interference, defense or offense on that possession until the basically last play, which sets them up for an easy chip stop field goal.
Yeah, that's all they have to do, man. That's like it's that simple. And what's funny though is if you want to know that it's scripted, just like look at the meta. So you have like Tom Brady.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The word scripted is a strong word. That means that every single play.
The Super Bowls are scripted. The Super Bowls are scripted.
Well, the end result is decided, right? But not the entire.
That's what I mean. Like the season's scripted, as in like Tom Brady. It's a script. It's an actual script they write. But but all the players are just playing the game. It's like Tom Brady went to the Buccaneers and then won the Super Bowl his first year there, and it just so happened to be in Tampa Bay, the Super Bowl. Or what about the Patriots winning the Super Bowl after 9/11? So then they passed the Patriot Act, Like I don't think it's like the Patriots won after 9/11. Okay, like it's
Oh, they're all named some shit like that. Like almost.
But dude, the Patriots, bro. Are you what?
I get what you're saying, but they're all named like like the Buccaneers. Like they could twist that, or
They didn't pass the Buccaneer Act, bro.
They could have. They probably would have if they wanted. If that was what they wanted. If that's what they wanted to call it.
I think that it was like part of the spell. It was like Patriots. I don't think it really matters. It's just like that's just how they write their scripts. Like if you were writing a script, wouldn't you? And you had something called the Superb Owl. Wouldn't you like kind of make the script?
I get your point. Yeah, it's not a terrible point.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting if you really look at it, and then you have players coming out saying like, "Dude, we all know it's scripted. We know it's scripted. We know our coaches know that like last minute they'll change the game plan. Like there's like that story of the center who right before they were supposed to run the ball, they had planned for the Super Bowl for all those weeks, supposed to run the ball over and over. Then like the day before, they're like, oh, we're gonna pass the ball 60 times. And the center just got up and left and like went on a binge drinking and like didn't play. And then there's like the guy who hit the radio interview. Yeah, there's so many people that are saying
That's a famous. That's a famous. I don't remember what that is. That's a famous. They couldn't find the center for the pictures. For the pictures of the Super Bowl, and then he wasn't showing up. Yeah.
Yeah, can I get in for just a second in between runs? I'm about to put it. So I watched a couple things on Netflix not too long ago. There's a series, I forget what it's called. They're talking about like basically corruption in sports, right? Like messed up stories that have happened throughout sporting. And one of the stories was regarding the top Italian soccer league, Serie A, and the manager from a team called Juventus. And what he was doing is he was able to basically guarantee Juventus titles by guaranteeing certain referees for certain matches. And they couldn't really pin him down because he was able to basically put friendly referees in place to ensure that the best players on even bad teams would be like in soccer, if you get multiple yellow cards and you receive a red card, you can be suspended for the next game. So they would rig it to where most of the teams that, even though they weren't as good as Juventus, lots of their matches, their opponent's best players wouldn't even be playing against them because they were able to rig it that way. Plus, you can have refs that make, obviously, one call here or there that can sway a game, especially in soccer. One penalty kick call can change the whole game.
No,
and
yeah,
another
that's
one,
crazy.
and another one. Let me just tell you real quick. Is there was a point guard for Arizona State University in the mid '90s who was like a shoe-in top guy, gonna go to the NBA, and this dude could control a game, and Arizona State would be favored, right? And he talked to a bookie, and just this one guy, and for 2 games he did have another guy on the team help him. But it was basically one guy out of all the players, no refs involved, no coaches, nothing, just one guy was able to point shave, meaning they'd still win the game, but instead of winning by 12 or more, they'd win by only 6 or 3 so that they could have a guaranteed lock on the spread. And he got busted for it, never made it to the NBA. But it's something as simple as that can take place, right? Very easy to do.
But yeah, I mean, but I'm saying, so it first got brought up with the comparison of wrestling, where they're all obviously, every single person is in on fake wrestling, right? To then comparing it to, it's exactly the same as sports, as NFL and NBA, and it's not. It just can't. It's not with 52 guys. Like, it's not a script in the way that's an actual script, word for word. You're supposed to say this next, now say this next. It's not it couldn't be with 52 people on each team. That's it's 104 people altogether on just the teams, and then all the coaching staff. That's like 200 people in on it on a script at a time. Yeah, it's a little ridiculous. All it takes is the refs, just like they said. Just takes the refs throwing this one flag. I mean, I'll go as far, or like one player to have something, have like you said, a point wanting to shave points or something like that. They can. There's plenty of instances of one person, but for everybody, I don't remember how the saying goes, but if you want to do a crime or whatever, you do it by yourself, right? Like the more people you have, the more likely you're going to get caught. There's no way 200 people are in on this a scripted NFL season. It just kind of sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, but when the governing bodies are involved, like boxing got ruined because the governing bodies are involved. Space got ruined because of the governing bodies involved. When the governing bodies are limiting what happens and dictating, what we know about it, that's what we're coming at. I guess Jake Paul just had a boxing match with Tyson Fury's kid.
Oh yeah,
and,
I wanted to see that. Yeah.
And there was a script leaked that it was supposed to end in the 8th round, and it ended up going.
That seemed like it would be a script, though, right?
Yeah, but everyone bet based on this leaked script, and the bookies ended up winning because it went to decision, and everyone was sure that the script was real. And so
Yeah.
it was a reverse script, basically, designed to get people to take the bet.
It was still pretty
And
accurate, though.
it was actually a fight. I was shocked.
But I'm saying the script was pretty accurate. Like the script was wrong about that part of it and how it described it as like a vicious knockout, and really it was just like this like pretty lame knockdown. But the overall script was pretty accurate, so it's pretty funny.
Well, it went the distance, and I mean, just look what they've done to that sport. You know, that sport isn't even watchable because the way that they've messed with it, you know, from the top down. I mean,
Oh well, there's a guy that wrote a book that's really good. I forgot the name of it. It's like something like all sports are rigged or something, and it's like pretty in depth analysis of how, like for sure, all professional sports are rigged. And I don't disagree, man. Like I don't know why they wouldn't be. Doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, rigged and scripted is different. Rigged is something I can get on board with.
Anyone that claims that all the players are in on it are just insane. It's like, that's my opinion. Not that they're actually insane, but that's an insane claim. Like Jake the Asshole says that stuff. Jake the Asshole will make a video where it's like shows someone missing a field goal and says, "See, I told you. You people kept denying it, and look, I told you. This is proof that the NFL is scripted." It's like, because someone missed a field goal. Are you insane?
Yeah, it's like one guy that it could have been the holder.
Have you guys thought about that though? That that if you got the kicker in on it, that you could change an entire game. Like if the kicker, just the kicker alone, most games are won and lost by kickers.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, by field goals for sure. Yeah, but even the
field goals, and
punting,
even like if you throw a random missed extra point in there, it really changes everything as well, right? So.
but even besides the extra points and the field goals, even a shitty, like a really bad, saw it in the Super Bowl, really bad punt, or a bad kickoff, kicking it out of bounds, putting them at the 40. That's all it would take to get them points. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go as far as saying in the last Super Bowl, like somebody had said, rigged just because of the flag. I would say that it was real suspect. The whole thing was suspect. So like they had the whole setup of Mahomes had his ankle was hurt. Right, so it just so happened that the Kansas City Chiefs ran a whole playbook that worked to the advantage of having a field that you fall on every time you try to move. Right, so they had all their plays scripted to work perfectly on that field, while the other team was trying to throw the ball downfield. They had a whole script of throwing the ball deep on a field where you're slipping and falling like you're playing in the snow. So I would go as far as saying that's definitely suspect that the Kansas City Chiefs came out playing the short, like 2-yard pass game in the Super Bowl on this field where everybody's falling. Yeah.
Dude, I thought for sure that the Chiefs would win because it was State Farm Stadium, and Mahomes is like the lead spokesperson for State Farm. So.
I didn't think of that. Yeah. He didn't even do his laundry, and people were keeping his shirts and everything. Yeah.
But stuff can be rigged in a lot of ways. But remember why I mentioned wrestling, because they changed the definition of the sport. You know, so going back to space and, you know, like what people think, what the overall person on the street thinks. Of course, we went to space. Of course, we live on a globe, because like you're saying, if you looked it up, that's what you'd find. Well, if you looked up wrestling, we'd see what we find. And it's certainly a bastardization of the sport. And the sport doesn't even exist at the professional level, oddly enough. I mean, it just disappears.
Well, I think also the NFL in court and by insurance, legally by insurance, they're also entertainment, just like WWE.
Oh, shit, you're probably right.
They are. Provably, they're legally classified the same.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? So if they are rigging it, it's completely legal.
Wow, by all definition.
Yeah.
What did you say was the same as wrestling?
That legally, like for insurance purposes, their classification, and even invoked in court, the NFL is classified as entertainment the same way that WWE is.
That's like the whole Fox News, NFL, all entertainment, so they can't be get in trouble.
Yeah, but WWE had to change it, just like, and now the NFL is the same way. So technically speaking, like if there was some like major story that blows this wide open, they would not. You couldn't sue them because they are actually legally classified as entertainment, which is different. Some sports are not, dude. Right? Some sports are specific like competitive events. They're not entertainment events.
I guess you would have to see it happen. I guess you'd have to see what the gamblers who lost their bets, if they go to court and say, look, this guy came out and said he rigged it. Do I get my money back or what?
But they wouldn't, though. They wouldn't. I'm just saying, like, they wouldn't because the NFL is actually legally protected. That doesn't prove that it's rigged. I'm just saying it's pretty interesting. So you can actually Google that. Like that went viral on Twitter. I think it was like fact checked and everything. Like, well, this doesn't mean that it's rigged. That's what the fact check said. So. Dude, I played football in high school. I got a football scholarship. Like I was obsessed with football, bro, right? Like, but since I stopped watching it, like my life has been so much better. Like it's just the vibration that I used to be like obsessively watch football. It's like, and like how I'd be like emotionally attached to the outcome of the game was just I was so lost in the sauce, Like I didn't even know the Super Bowl was happening until someone reminded me. I have no idea what's going on. People will text me and be like, oh, the Colts suck. I'm like, oh, I wouldn't know. That used to be my favorite team. It's like really funny. It's like I don't know anything now, and it's just way better.
Sports generally represents the hunt to the human psyche, to the men. The fans and the cheerleaders are the women and children that don't get to go on the hunt. And that's why you get so much of that rah, 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 rah. Because it goes back to food. It reminds men of food. And if your team wins, you get to eat.
And I don't think sports are bad. Like I think sports like did a lot for my character development. I think that I learned that I had to like persevere. I had to like physically persevere, mentally persevere. I had to find out how to work with other people and like be selfless and all this stuff, like communicate with people. And I played like quarterback, and so like be a leader. I think that sports was a net positive for my character development. So I'm not even like anti-football. I'm just like be obsessed with professional sports.
You know what I noticed about you? You were clicking around the other day, and the speed at which you clicked around showed your reflexes. And your mental reflexes are much faster than most people. Like Bruce Lee's quick, in his reflex. Your mental reflexes are faster than most people, for sure.
Oh, when I was going through on my screen or something?
Yeah, it was like boom, 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 boom. It was faster, almost as fast as I could watch. So I think that's what makes you sharp is that your mental reflexes.
I'll lay that white boy out.
Dude, I would juke you so fast, bro.
You better get around me because I'm gonna slam you hard. You look fast. I was usually the fastest guy on my team, but I just couldn't get to that next level. I wasn't that big. I was always strong and fast, but loved it. Well, I went and watched the college football practice, and the biggest hit on a drill was like our biggest hit in any game in high school. I was like, yeah, not for me.
Yo, careful though. It's it. Rocky will be working out every day. Pulls up to the drive-through, orders a set of nuggets, does some dips with that.
Some dipping.
You gotta assume that's what Mahomes does, though. Mahomes has just got quick reflexes. Mental, he's fast in the brain.
Dude, some of those guys, TV doesn't do it justice. Go out to practice, go out to the field, like close up. It's freaking amazing.
It's insane for sure.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, like I like actually lost my academic portion of my scholarship, so I didn't actually get to keep going. Also, got kicked out of high school and lost all my D1s. So I think probably maybe for the better. I don't know what would have happened, but I think that if you have some athletic ability and you are just decently smart, you have a huge advantage. Huge advantage, bro. Because like I said, I played college football, and let's just say, like, you know, I wasn't playing with a bunch of like you know, experts in chess or anything. You know, it's just like athletic freaks, like, you know. I don't know. I think it's good for character development, but I think it also, like, I didn't care about anything other than like football and girls, you know. So I think it can also be pretty detrimental. So I feel kind of lame, but I'm just being real. I also almost got like irreparably damaged in football, dude. Like I was running a kick return back, dude, and I got hit so hard, bro, that like I couldn't see. It was just pure black, but my eyes were open. I couldn't feel the entire right side of my body. I couldn't read the scoreboard. They put me back in at quarterback. I'm like going underneath the guard to go through my cadence. I can't remember the play call from like the sideline there, like back to the huddle. Like it was crazy, bro. Like I was just like, you remember that play where I fake it to you and then you run over here, and like I don't know. It's just pretty dangerous, honestly. like a dude sprinted 70 yards untouched and hit me head to head. You know, like what a barbaric sport if you really think about it.
Yeah, but people like being barbaric. It's fun.
Well,
Listen, I used to, my best friends, when I would see my best friends, the first things we would do was like spear each other. Like, I don't know. Like when you're young, you just want to do that. You know?
No, yeah, I loved it. Like I played safety too. I was like kamikaze people. I'm just saying, like, that's probably goes to like a 16-year-old shouldn't be making decisions like that.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like not even in the sport. You just see your best friend, they walk into the house, you just spear them under the couch. Like it's just people. This is when you're young, you just want to do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I definitely don't want to do it anymore. I don't see my friends and want to spear them anymore. But
yeah. We used to wrestle a lot too, and then we would we would box. We would like put gloves on if we had any beef.
Yeah, that's what body shots only without gloves, whatever. Like that's just like what you do when it is fun, right? But now it's like I'm a soft fucking pussy teddy bear or something.
Okay, so yeah, I think that should still always happen. Like I think that men should always do something like that. Like I think you should have to be in a fight. You should have to be in a fight before you leave the house.
Oh, every day?
No, like just before you leave like your parents' house, like you should have to have been in a fight. Like I'm just saying, I don't think we'd have a lot of anti-flat earthers if they got in lots of fights growing up. I'm just saying.
I could, yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, no, I mean that's what we're all soft now. That's why we have time to consider that the Earth might be a globe, right? Because we're all like just sitting around fat and soft and comfortable. Yeah, but nobody's taking that shit into consideration when you're out there fucking starving in the woods. You're like, fuck it, that sun is moving east. How do I get out of the woods? I'm fucking starving. Yeah.
Well, people don't get in fights anymore, man, and now. Like bullying is not good or something I condone, but I think it is also good for character development. And I think that fighting is as well. I think like as a dude, if you run your mouth to someone, you should get hit in the mouth so that you know not to run your mouth to people, you know? And I think, dude, now I'm just saying that if this still existed in society, we wouldn't have to like have people pretending it's normal that some girl is identifying as a cat and she calls herself a furry, you know, like it's just we have like a really soft society now. It's like don't hurt anyone's feelings.
Well, see, that's what happens when you get older. Now you start saying, look at these younger generation. You know, back in my day, you know all that.
Touche.
You know, they're like, I went to war when I was your age, kid. You know? So,
that's actually pretty funny, man. I'm getting old.
Yeah, this is what happens, you know. But I don't know anybody who gets in fights anymore. So it might be real. I don't know, but do they tell me about the fights? I don't know. But I know if I go to, I mean, I know if I go in certain places, I'll be getting in a fight. I mean, it's just where I live. They don't fight where I live.
The whole
Yeah,
school system is designed like a joke now. In sports, there's no longer a winning or losing team. Everybody wins. Everybody gets the ribbon. Everybody gets the medal. It's a complete and utter joke. Then they go into society and they become drama queens. Yeah, it's sad, sad.
I would say there's nothing wrong with that, but you know, then it's like you don't have that. You
There's
don't want.
everything wrong with that, bro.
Yeah.
There's always a winner and there's always a loser and everything.
Dude, that was a rap bar I heard one time. It's something like, give you the participation award, you get the medal for nothing.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm talking about. It's like teaching children that you don't have to try. You don't have, no matter what happens, you're gonna win, and that's not the case in the real world. You got to fight for survival. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, wouldn't it? I mean, isn't it better? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't have to fight for survival and you'd be okay without trying?
No,
It would be better, but it's not reality. So
no, it wouldn't be
Gotta-
better though. It wouldn't be better because I think that tough situations are unavoidable, and if you're not equipped to handle that, then you're going to be, in a pretty bad situation. That's my. I mean, I think
Well,
it's
that's not. Well, yes, but that's what I'm saying. If there were no tough situations, wouldn't that be better?
If there was no cancer, the world would be great.
It's not realistic, bro. Like if you're gonna train to fight in a desert environment, you're not gonna go in a beach and train, right? Where there's
No,
water.
I probably would.
You probably would, yeah.
Yeah, I would. I mean, that's what I would do. That's exactly what I think. I think that's exactly what I would do. Yeah.
The issue is that the major issue is that men is not designed to live in a society that's been constructed to put us in a prison. Currently, Western society that's why it's designed. That's why you have a lot of soft individuals and soft people that can only able to talk and say whatever they want because they have to have a censor structure to censor opposition. But now that the paradigm is shifting, when I'm on Twitter and I tell these trans individuals they're wrong, or if I tell these LGBTQ people they're wrong with sources, facts, and information, they completely go, "Oh, I'm having an anxiety attack. Stop! You're gonna make me commit suicide," and more and more and more.
Well,
So
you might do that. These people are being poisoned.
yeah, well, here's my thing though, right? If you literally in the reality world cannot handle criticism with your ideals that you're spreading, then don't get on the internet. Stay at home, take the mental help that you need, and fuck off the internet until you're ready. And I say this to everybody, men, women, it don't matter to me. But if you come into a situation where you're trying to spread your ideas and it can't be challenged, and by challenging your idea leads to suicide or your downfall, that's on you, not on me.
Well, yeah, it is on. I mean, it is on them. But you with whatever research you have done, you may have found that they're literally being chemically altered. I mean, they're not. It's almost not their choice, but it is. But it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, understand this, right? If they've gone through this process and they regret it, they would be preaching something that I would be preaching. But if they're out there,
I'm saying before they're going through the process, they're probably being poisoned.
Yeah,
that
they're
makes
being
me feel like
mentally
they should be going.
manipulated.
Not even that. I'm saying watch what you eat, watch what you drink. Why are you growing tits at the age of fucking 8? And I'm eating the same. I'm a guy. I'm eating the same thing that little 8-year-old girl is eating. She's got fucking tits now at 8 years old. They're probably being poisoned, and then they grow up feeling a certain way, and then they want to poison themselves more because they're literally being poisoned.
Well, in that case, I'm doing what I can to save more lives by making sure that when they preach, they get shut the fuck down because the stuff they're spreading is nonsense and it's a virus. Because some young person is gonna catch on because they think this. Since I'm an outcast, I'm lonely. I don't have friends. But if I join the LGBTQ, I'll get tons of friends, it's not a good idea.
But it's true. They will get tons of friends. They're crazy. The gays are crazy with their like banding
They'll
together.
get tons of groomers and manipulators. Yes.
Yeah, they're crazy with that shit. Like if you were like if you go do business for like the gays, you don't have to advertise. They'll just fucking keep telling their gay friends and their gay friends, and you got the best shirt business in town. They'll just
Dude,
order it.
that's why when you go downtown to any city, like there are rainbow flags outside of every business. But of course, ironically, there's probably some people that are like, "Can you just leave your political and sexual preferences to yourself? I refuse to go into your store because you're trying to like propagandize me." But
Yeah.
dude, every time I go to downtown any city, there are rainbow flags on all the freaking stores.
Yeah, but the store owner is probably like, "Hey, dude, you're like a straight white Republican. You don't buy anything. You're not my target. You buy nothing. You buy. You don't spend your money. You know, I'm gonna so.
Maybe the more frivolous spending comes.
Well, I'll give you one thing though. In a lot of the video games I play, they have a lot of LGBT flags. Like I just recently went play Call of Duty, and there's like 4 emblems you can put for your character profile. And when you look at the other emblems, there's about almost 10 for each individual LGBTQ pride flag. You got the trans, you got the binary, you got all asexuals, and it blows my mind how like 1% of the population is getting the entire majority to bend the knee to society.
Yeah, it's because of in-group preference too. It's actually kind of smart on their end. Like they're smart with it. They, prop up each other.
That's
and
why I've
use
taken.
each other for different things. It's not a bad idea, but it is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, when I was going to school, that's why I took the initiative of recording almost the most 5 top years of like the gay pride parade. The really bad ones with the kids in it. And every time someone tries to tell me like, what do you feel about the pride flag? Like I don't deal with groomers and pedophiles. And they go like, no, that's not like this. I show them the New York parade. Tell me, what the hell am I seeing right here? Why am I seeing kids fondle grown adults' genitals? Please explain that to me. How that's 2 steps away. There's an officer. Yeah, I thought so. And that usually ends discussions that way because you need to have video evidence to shut these people down.
That happens at those parades.
Yeah, they're disgusting. But I will say this too. It's like
dude.
the real crazy part of everything is that it's going to be progressive. So the only way to stop like progressive degeneracy is for hard lines to be adhered to. And we no longer even have like the idea of hard cutoffs is a thing of the past, right? Like everything is now progressive. Like everything we currently think is a law, everyone's like, well, it can change. And what's going to happen is and I don't want to go into specifics about this, but I told everyone, I'm sure maybe you guys knew as well, like literally 5 years ago that pedophilia would become normalized.
Yep.
So you have,
and they all
like
keep
I literally have a
about
video
it,
live stream of me saying that 5 years ago on Facebook. And you now see that it's clearly happening, right? You have MAP, like there's a new term to normalize it. And you have like people that are identifying as animals, like not atheists, but like they call themselves furries.
Yeah, furry spirits.
I'm telling you.
So what's the now what's the progression? The sexual degeneracy that will progress is disgusting and it's bestiality. So, and if you guys think that that's crazy, when I told people that pedophilia will become normalized, they said I was crazy. And I'm just letting you know that the next step will be that. So, and it'll
I thought there was a hard line. I thought there was a hard line. Like I thought there'd be like a bowling pin boy one day who identifies as a bowling pin. So he goes to doctors and gets all his limbs removed, gets all his holes sewed shut, his eyes shut, everything, right? And then I thought, boom, that would wake up everybody, like they would not be able to stand by and watch this happen, But there's crazy stuff out there, almost the same, that people are just turning blind eyes to, and none of them speak up, man.
Well,
like
right
the
now,
original gays and lesbians, I'm sure a lot of them are not comfortable with this stuff, but they don't open their mouths, man.
That's
crazy.
also the sad part is like it's the same thing with the idea of feminism. Same thing applies to someone that's just like gay. It's like they end up getting like misrepresented. So you have like back in the day, feminism was just this idea of like female empowerment or whatever, right? And I mean, I think it was a deception the whole time. I think it was guided by the Rockefellers, but it was much different than it is now. But now what's happening is that movement's being hijacked and then, morphed into the LGBTQ 17 syllable thing. And now that's actually undermining like what it means to be a woman, right? because it's like, you got transports and stuff like that. So that's really what's crazy about it, is like all in every scenario, they use the good intentions of people against them. And that's what I genuinely believe. I think that everyone is like 99% of people don't want to be evil. They just end up losing the plot, and then they end up, and they're super selfish, but they don't they're not innately just pure evil. I just think they use good intentions. So like when people argue about abortion, you have one side saying, I feel like you're murdering the baby. I'm standing up for the baby. Like that's pure noble intention. You have the other people saying like, look, I don't personally like it, but that's their body. I don't think the government should be passing laws controlling what people do. So like both people have good intentions. Like, sure, some people pretend to have good intentions, but they don't. But my point is like, in order for any of the deceptions to work, they have to take the innate goodness in people and then like manipulate it.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
feel
really,
like
they're not really
with
our enemies. It's really the
abortion,
people that are propagandizing them,
with abortion in particular, I feel like it's a lot of people feeling bad for like their sister who had to get one or something, so they stick up for them and stand up and start talking. But I think they need to realize that the sin is what's driving their justification of all of it, and not just abortion, everything. It's people's sin, and they don't want to just talk to the creator and be like, look, like I messed up here and I need forgiveness. They just keep trying to cover it all up and say everything's okay.
Yeah, and the major issue, it's not just the sin, it's just that they're because a lot of people in the education system are so designed and propagandized, right? When you start to articulate why are these systems there, like for instance the abortion, like I think all of us here knows exactly who funded it, who's the originated there, and her intent was of eugenics, right? And I've talked to every black woman in college. I mean, not all of them, but during my classrooms, and they were like, "Oh, why are you going like this?" And then I bring up the file right in front of a professor who's a feminist who said that's not how that went. And I literally tell the girl, if you don't believe me, just read it. So I give her my phone and she reads it. Literally eugenics of black people at the womb. And I go like, tell me it's not that racist. And she goes, and that the professor's trying to correct me, right? Like, no, that was in the past, which at first she denied me that wasn't real. Now she's saying it's in the past. And then she tells you like, oh, well, they don't do that anymore. And they're like, they recently in their Planned Parenthood opened 18 Planned Parenthoods in the ghettos. They're still doing it, bro.
Planned Parenthood recently released a story, like a PR program, that says, basically says to white people, because of your white privilege, donate to Planned Parenthood to help the black community get abortions. That was an actual so it is still happening, right? It's just under a new guise.
I just don't see, I can understand the indoctrination and how the schools are treating it, but when it comes to abortion, I can't understand how you don't see that it's murdering a baby, period. I don't care how you feel about it. You can't tell me that you're not stopping a human life from happening. So it's hard for me to be like, well, how does indoctrination literally make people blind to that fact unless it's something deeper with sin,
Well, because
they think it frees them in a way. They think that this frees them, and what they don't understand is that it's a trap, right? So by giving away, that's a person, that's a body, right? So by saying that now I have rights over that body, right, and making certain parameters of why I have rights over that person's body, the next step in this is you're going to lose the rights to your body. You think you're maintaining the rights to your body by giving away this baby's rights and killing it, but in the end, it's going to give leeway to you no longer have. And you saw it happen with the recent sickness going around. You now see the same reasoning for abortions came into the reasoning for that, and you're going to lose the rights to your own body by doing what you know is wrong.
Yep, and it's gonna get worse too, because what's going on right now is because they took out of the other two genders, right? They took the one that was most easily manipulated, which were women, and they used society, they used feminism, which has a very interesting origin, and pretty much when you remove accountability and responsibility out of the entire aspect of growing women, They just groom them in this promiscuous way, and you're just seeing the backlash where lots of women are arguing, well, abortions are for like rape and incest. All right, well, if you look at the statistics, it's just about almost 1%, and in some cases, even touching 1%. It's like 0.5. But the major issue is like, okay, if that's the case, they still shouldn't have all these Planned Parenthoods. So what's the argument? And the argument for them is, well, maybe if I got pregnant, the guy is a douchebag. Well, don't open your legs every time. Don't be promiscuous. Don't be sleeping around. These are bad habits not to have. And these girls just don't want to be called out. And that's the issue. You want to solve the abortion problem? Like, oh, what happened if there's more abortions next year? Well, guess what? They're like, oh, what about pregnancy? How about don't sleep around? Find the right guy, get married, and then do it.
I want to point out that like everything you're saying, not as an insult, is just archaic, right? Like this is the same abortion argument from 1304. It's 2023. Like,
But
get a
it's
fucking
still the
contraceptive.
same.
I'm saying get a contraceptive. That's it, right?
Well, what
Done.
about this?
It
Have you
costs
guys heard
it
the
costs like
Bill
a nickel. It's a piece of plastic.
Sorry, have you heard the Bill Burr joke about this? Bill
No.
Burr, where he's like, yeah, this whole like it's not a life thing, He's like, okay, so it's like if I was like making a cake, and I mixed all the batter together, and I'm making the cake. I put it in the pan, I throw it in the oven, and then you run in and you grab it out of the oven, you just sling it across the floor. I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? You ruined my cake.
That
And
perfectly
then
good
they
cake.
were, when they were like, that wasn't a cake. He's like, well, it would have been if you didn't do what you just did. It's the same thing. It's like a very basic logic.
Yeah, no, I mean they know what they're doing. They might have convinced themselves, but I've had this discussion with like women and men who both think it's always like the other guy said, it's always something that's personal to them. Like my one friend who has a brother who's retarded, right? He's dead for it because it ruined their entire life. Like he doesn't want to say his brother ruined his life, but their whole lives got that was the focal point. And then like another woman who she who's had abortions, right? It's always something but if you keep talking to them about it, they'll eventually say, no, I know it's a baby, I fucking know, I do know that, but the hell that baby would have been put through, it's just this, they know it's alive. There's almost nobody who denies it, that it would be a baby. Like how could you? It's ridiculous.
Well, the easiest way to test this out too is like to prove it. This is what I think. It's like if you were in a room full of leftists, and I've been saying this a lot lately, but if you were in a room full of leftists and they're talking and they didn't know that they were being recorded, and you have a girl in there that they're all talking about abortion, and this girl's talking about she got an abortion, and then they ask, how many abortions have you had? And the girl says, 17 times. Then everyone in that room, the most like progressive leftist in there, is gonna like drop what they're doing and look at her, right? They're gonna be like, whoa, like 17 times? That's a bit excessive, like maybe you should try something else, like I don't get your tubes tied, whatever, right? And that's because they know that there's something wrong about it, or there would be no limits to how many times you could do it, right? Like the fact that even the most leftist people know that like after a certain amount of times it's excessive, it's too much, is proof that they know that it's wrong. That's what I think you can use to prove that everyone knows.
Yeah, well, what about like I got a friend, her sister has had like 26. Right, but I mean, I would say she also tried to kill herself like 2 months ago. So I mean, I'm pretty sure she has an idea.
Sounds like that's a lot of craziness.
Yeah, she's like a fucking half a prostitute. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she's a full-on prostitute, but only when she needs drugs and her parents can't fucking find her. That kind of thing. But she's like a 30-year-old, 35-year-old girl. I don't know how old she is, but
damn, kind of waste of a life. Sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, she's a piece of shit. She's all fucking wetted out, retarded. But but yeah, she's had too many. Yeah, but she literally tried to kill herself like 2 months ago. So
she needs to get out.
Yeah, I don't know if she's ever going to get better. How do you get better from being fucking making yourself full blown retard from drugs and being raped and selling your body? It's like
Become a
it's gonna be
fucking
quite a
nun.
journey. Yeah, it's gonna be quite a
Oh,
journey
good for
coming
you
back.
too, right?
Huh?
Aren't too many abortions bad for you as well?
Yeah.
Like, I know it can cause you to not be able to have any more babies, but I think it's kind of harmful for your health too, right?
Yeah, I mean these fucking women are retarded. They're like, they're not correlating that like, cervical cancer and abortions are linked. Like I don't think you can tell these women can just be, oh yeah, I just had somebody just doctor said I had cervical cancer. I'm like, oh okay, so you've had abortions. They're like no, like no, how do you know? Like because that's you're fucking like that's they're linked. Yeah, it's not like a coincidence. It's not like yeah, so you don't even have to tell me if you had an abortion if that shit happened to
And,
you.
and the funny thing is, there are plenty of good girls out there that made good decisions, are really smart, educated. They knew not to fucking do any of this shit.
It's not
And
on
when you,
them.
yeah,
Not
and
less
you,
of them though now.
yeah,
It's
and
not
then when
on.
you think
I
about
want
it,
to I want to add in real quick before you say it's not on the women. It's on the men. It's
I
us who
agree.
fucking allowed
I
it to
agree.
happen. Yeah, but go ahead.
I
yeah,
agree, but the
we
truth
already
is
got
there
look.
are a lot less good women now.
Majority of men are being destroyed by society, media, the government, and everything. We are literally fighting all fronts. The fact that the half of the or good portion of the women population got suckered in this shit. It's like at some point has to be a bit of accountability. Like I understand you want to feel pity for them, but right now, Philly, you can feel bad for them, but I'm not gonna fucking simp for that shit.
Well, I do feel pity. It's not exactly pity. It's what men and women are like. If it's not the women who had the abortions because the women are they did right. They of course they pulled the last trigger, but before they did that, they went to the guy and said, "Hey, I'm pregnant with your kid," and the guy said, "Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna
Not
do?
necessarily though.
What are you
Especially
gonna?"
nowadays.
Yeah,
But
maybe
you know
not
what?
so often. But that guy, the moment he said, "What are you gonna do?" It's on him now. What do you mean? What the
Well,
fuck
I
am I
think
gonna
it
do?
starts even
But
before that though.
here's the thing, though, right? How many guys? And again, I've seen so many fucking stuff, read so many stuff, where a chick would rather date one of these bad boys, these hyper attractive guys. There's an entire new psychological book about the ways of the chat. The same way these hyper hot girls aren't going to settle with like some sort of beta or whatever. And you have these girls clearly everyone is telling her this guy will use you and then throw you away like a dirty condom. Like, are you sure you want to really put yourself at risk? But no, I could change him. I love him. Lily cheated on her like 7 times. Cheated on her with her best friend. Decides to get pregnant, decides to keep the baby. Well, look you do. He literally ditches her. Now she has a grown ass child with her, and now like no one wants to deal with that relationship.
Yeah, right. I hear what you're saying, but what was supposed to happen in an ideal world is
Yeah.
that she trapped his ass, got him to get her pregnant, and now he has to be a man and stand by her. That's what's supposed to happen. I mean, she fucking trapped you, dude. Pull your dick out. What the fuck?
It doesn't matter. It's like this: when you got a bad person doing bad things, you can't expect them to do the right thing. Like you can't expect a criminal who like raped someone to go like, "Dude, you raped someone. Oh yeah, my bad. I swear I won't do it again." Or someone who robs and murders someone. When a person knows they're doing bad and continues to commit bad, they're not going to have a change of path. That's why it's insane when I had to deal with a lot of friends who literally got their asses beat like they were in a boxing ring at the UFC from their exes, asking me to help them out. We go and help them out, get them out of the place. And within about a month or two, goes right back. And I was pretty clear, and everyone else is, and everyone has a story of it. You just tell me, if you go back to him, I'm done. Don't even call. Bridges are burned. And that's exactly what happens.
Porn has messed up a lot of girls and men, like a lot of degenerate stuff. I don't know if you guys know. I had on YouTube this dude Puffy Vegas came across my feed, and the title of the video was something really gross. I don't know why I even clicked on it, but he goes around Vegas asking girls, spit or swallow, and then front door, back door, or both. Dude, every single one of these girls, and they would be honest, like some of them would say spit, and then when it came to front door, back door, they would say backdoor or both. Like being super honest. And that is so degenerate now, man. And I can only think that it's like the porn being pushed on everyone in the last however many decades, you know?
Yeah, that's
Creating
why.
so much degenerative behavior.
Yeah, there are
Crazy.
plenty. Yeah, there's plenty of good girls out there that don't follow in all that bullshit, right?
There's more.
And
There's probably more. I mean, honestly,
yeah,
there's a lot of like couples with kids, and I mean, everybody who owns a home is typically one of those good girls, right? And like everybody who's in an apartment by themselves is not one of the good girls. Like,
no,
It's such
no,
a hard
it
battle
all
to fight.
depends.
I'm
Like we were
saying,
saying, it's men's fault, which I agree. It's so hard to fight that though. Like, yeah, you can go out and find your woman and lead her on a righteous path and have your family and everything's great, but it doesn't help with the rest of the world, you know, with these degenerative actions and all the
no, it
problems that
does.
we're facing as men and women.
I believe it does. I mean, I believe it does when they see that everybody who's doing the opposite of that
Yeah,
is
yeah,
happy with their
no,
lives.
for
Yeah.
sure. But
You know.
I guess I'm saying there's no way to like fight it on a wide scale other than to do that, other than to show and lead by example. And it's hard to get a lot of eyes on that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't need eyes on it. People, you make personal relationships with people, and they they see what's going on. They see what happiness is. They feel the happiness when they're with you, and they know that that's what they want to feel themselves. I mean, and it goes forward that way. I mean, these like to his point of front door back or the point of all these girls, saying what all do this dirty shit to me, like. Listen, dude, I get it. Like, I want that shit done to me too sometimes, right? I'm not saying, but it just puts you in a hole where you feel like a piece of shit, and you just keep digging deeper. Like, all right, let's do they feel it. They what is it called? They do disgusting things to themselves because that's what gets them off now because they feel guilty. I mean, they know it. They know it in their heart of heart. They don't do it thinking this is good. They know it's bad. They say, I want bad. Because I'm a worthless piece of shit. Treat me like a worthless piece of shit. Because I can't get right with myself because I know what I did. And they know what they did. It's just they don't know how to get themselves out of it. And men need to lead them out of it for sure as the number one.
No, the fuck they don't. They've
Oh
dug
yeah.
themselves in that fucking hole. Let them figure that themselves out. Like there are plenty of guys. Like there are no male shelters. There's no male outreach. There's not a lot of things for men to find a way to get them out of depression, suicide, homelessness, all that stuff. And the fact that that men themselves do not have any sort of fucking program to help them out. There are
Yeah, we do.
thousands of fucking things for women, right?
Yeah,
Thousands.
You don't think it's
Okay.
because of men
our
that
program
doing these
is
things?
Yeah,
our pro. Yeah.
there's plenty of shit from women. There's not even there used to be one male shelter that was privately funded by an old guy that was living in Arizona, I think, and he's dead. And that shelter is gone. All right. There is none. All right. If a woman makes a bad decision, she has to pay with that accountability and responsibility. The same way if a man breaks the law, becomes a criminal, the actions of him finding a good job is harder. People accepting it because of his criminal history, and it continues on. You have to survive and build it. If these chicks can't figure things out on their own, because with all the programs out there, they have free therapy, free health clinics, there
Yeah,
all
but
these
those
other shits.
programs are mostly bullshit too. And wasn't it you earlier who was saying that they're the more influential sex? Like they're I don't know, man. I just can't help but think if men weren't so degraded by porn that half these women wouldn't be in the situation they're in.
Yeah,
I do feel like it's men who have the responsibility of not being degenerate. I don't know.
Well, it's a false binary, I think, right? Okay, the false binary that's why you guys are kind of talking past each other. It's like, so overall, it's the men's fault, and I agree because men lead society. Okay, and basically, men want the women to just be like, freaky and one night, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that men should cuck and simp for the modern woman. So it's like a false binary to put those on opposite sides, right? Where it's like either it's not the man's fault or they have to, cuck to the women now. It's like
Yep. Captain Save a Ho.
Society's always men's fault because society is always run by men.
Yeah, and there's a reason there's no programs for men, right? The program for men is a good woman. That's the program.
No, man, no.
Yeah, cause there's a reason that successful men have a good woman by their side. Yeah, so they have a stable relationship, they have a good relationship, they have positive things, good things going on. They find goodness in relationship with a woman. There's a reason that the men don't need or want something to fall back on, because what we fall back on is women. We say, or fall towards or pull them in to cook us dinner while we go to work, and hey, you hold the fort down, you do all this, that, and the third, while I go and do what I want to do. Yeah, that's our program. We just go get a woman, and that's our program. Yeah.
I disagree, because the thing, and this is why I think the era of villains and Andrew Tate thing is going to keep exploding more and more, because the reason why a lot of these young guys before Andrew Tate and why Jordan Peterson explode was they based their entire dependency on this ideal of healing and getting this strong support, because a lot of people were giving them this beta outlook of, you need women to make you complete. You need women to give you purpose. And so when they didn't have women, they became these outcast losers of depression, because I don't have a girl. I'm a fucking loser. I'm a piece of shit. Then Andrew Tate comes around, right? And then he completely tells you, you are the person in the mirror that you got to be the one to acknowledge. You're the one that has to love you for you. Build yourself up. Become something greater than what you are. And be comfortable being by yourself. Be comfortable being you. And you'll learn that you don't ever need to depend on anyone. Because if someone breaks that dependency, breaks that bridge of friendship, which will happen in the future, you have the guarded emotional walls to protect yourself psychologically and emotionally. And that's the shit. Men have became this beta cuck simp for women, that when eventually that's how feminism was created, because we were overly pitting women and allowed them to have the feminist and allowed them to slowly degrade society with these women rights and all this stuff. And now we're back to where it's after 70 years of bullshit, where women are now overachievers, rich and all that stuff. Now they're telling, men, you need to really start simping and helping these women out, because if you don't financially pursue higher levels of financial goals, these women won't come with you financially or settle with you. No, fuck that, man. If you can't find a good girl, go out in a foreign country, find a good feminine girl, and she's gonna be super traditional. You're gonna have a good time, and you don't have to deal with these modern day broads who literally are working on trying to get as many bodies as public transportation in New York. As simple as.
Just to let you know, but that's a script that's being intentionally run as well, and a lot of people are falling for it. It's just go ahead and pull the rubber band back so far that it snaps, and then push back in a specific way. And if you think that that's just organic and it's some sort of grassroots movement that this guy Andrew Tate just comes out of nowhere and is popularized and gets all the attention that he does just because it's what should be done, and you're not being played the same way the feminists were being played, you got a lack of discernment, homie.
No, it's a first of all, look at MGTOW. MGTOW has been a reactionary group, and everyone from every conspiracy nut thought that it was it's the deep state, it's the one. When MGTOW was constantly going after by all these other large groups and corporations, right? Then MGTOW evolved into the red pill. And it started getting more traction as people started getting outcast into incel groups and all that stuff. Andrew Tate is just an evolution of that group.
You're making my point, man. All of this stuff is just scripts that are being run. None of it is what needs to be. None of it's what needs to be followed, man. None of that is what needs to be followed.
Yeah, I agree. I would also you said a lot of things, and then in the end you said a lot of things like this, that, the third. You don't need this, that. You don't need eight. But all you need to do is all these other things, and then go get yourself a woman here. You fell right back to needing a woman.
No, that's not what I said. I think you just missed the entire point. You just literally missed the entire point.
You were willing to travel to another country to get a good one. You said.
Yeah, if you desire to get a woman, right? If you desire to get a woman, you can do that.
When
I want many women. You
desire
can
to get a woman, Mr. Straight.
He said you missed his point, and then when he tries to explain himself, y'all laugh and chat and flip him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks.
He
Thanks,
said
buddy.
you missed his point, so maybe
Yeah.
you
No.
could explain
Yeah.
further
Yeah. Thanks.
without
Thanks,
you
buddy.
talking through him.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks.
No problem.
Yeah. So
Hey, Lord.
you made a bunch
So
of
why
points
are you
in
talking
there.
again? Can you explain his
Why,
point? I'd like to
brother?
hear it.
Why are you chiming in? Nobody's talking to you.
Dude,
Right?
I'm listening. Who the frick
Well,
are
then
you?
listen. Show me how you listen. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm listening, but I
Go
can't
ahead.
listen because
Go
your
ahead.
big mouth is interrupting when you ask
There's two
him.
hands. Put them on your
Yeah,
mouth and listen.
yeah.
There you
Can
go.
you explain your point again,
Ears
sir?
open, mouth
Please.
shut.
Yeah,
That's how
for
you
sure.
listen.
I'm just gonna
Because
wait till
he
you.
said he didn't understand. I am relaxed. That guy's coming after me.
Settle down, bud. Listen.
Don't tell me to settle down, dude. Just
Settle
mind
down.
your own business.
Mind my own business.
relax, man. No tanks, chill.
No problem. You got
Yeah.
it.
So yeah, back and forth is fine, right? I understand. A little over talking happens. Grim, if you could just be a little more short and concise with it, I don't think over talking would take place by no tanks. But Grim, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Yeah. So look, my point is this, right? Based on what he was saying before, because I don't have the Discord to see who's talking and what, but like I've said before, his point of view is that men depend on women to have purpose. What I was stating is that based on all the stuff, the red pill knowledge and everything, you don't need women to have a purpose. You need you to have a purpose. You need you to define who you are and become yourself, become the best you can be. You know, and the only one that can acknowledge you is the man in the mirror. Now, after you've achieved all the things that you need, that you've gained purpose, you gain independency, you're strong mentally, physically, and psychologically and emotionally, then if you desire to get women, right? You know, and again, I would recommend getting a foreign chick because they're more feminine, more traditional. But if you want to run your luck with the modern day American women, which even in statistical, they're the bottom most leaked, most wanted women in the world, then yeah, by all means. But don't, because if you do go for women, you're not depending on them for a purpose. It's just an extra bonus. It's like an extra person of enjoyment to have around.
Right, that's right. Okay, so you skipped. I mean, not skipped, but you breezed over real quick. Like find
Go
the
ahead.
purpose. So can we? I guess could we imagine? Like so we're saying we're a solitary man, just one man standing there with no other people and a purpose. What's that purpose ever going to be?
So if you have a solitary man, right? So for instance, if you have desires and aspirations, like say if you want to be a truck driver, you want to go around the world, you want to be a businessman, you want to get a Bugatti, or you want whatever it is you want, go look up what you need to do to start the process. You know,
Why
tomorrow's
would
a
I
new day.
want? Why would I want to travel the
Go ahead.
world, or why would I want the? Well, I'm saying you're saying like, oh well, I would want these things. Why would you want those things? How's that purpose?
There's a lot of people with different aspirations of what they want to do. There's some people that want to be car mechanics. There are plenty of people that want to be electro engineers or become doctors, right? Whatever purpose,
I know,
whatever
but
purpose
is
or
that the
dreams you
purpose?
want, do it for yourself. Yeah, it is a purpose. It's a desire that you want to do that will make you fulfill in life, right?
But there has
All
to
right,
be a
let me
purpose
bridge the gap.
behind.
Let me bridge the gap.
There has to be like a purpose behind that. You know behind what you're saying. You're saying they want to be a doctor. There has to be a purpose behind that. They want the Bugatti. There has to be a purpose behind that as well. I mean, that can't be the purpose.
Okay, well
itself.
then someone could say the same thing about like, oh, they want a woman. There has to be a purpose behind that. But
Yeah.
this is let me just bridge the gap. Okay, so the way that I see it, he's not wrong when he says that the man is supposed to take care of himself first, right? So one of the main things that we have going on that's a problem is that men think that they deserve women that they don't deserve. Okay, so the man wants a woman that's a certain way, but that woman really he doesn't deserve her. Okay, so he needs to start getting in shape and start mentally focusing on bettering himself and setting out goals and working towards them and putting himself and like spiritually growing, mentally growing, emotionally growing, physically getting in shape. And then when you are at that state of maturity, that's when you're going to actually be able to get the woman that you want. But I also say that no tanks is correct because in reality, we know as men that our purpose actually is to have a wife and or make children. Like, that's what I think, because when you find that, what you find out is that women bring something to you that only a woman can bring. So that's where I disagree with you,
Yeah,
Governor, right?
where I agree with no tanks. Yeah,
That's
the
what I was get.
Bugatti or the job or whatever doesn't bring the fulfillment that a woman will. I think a woman completes the man, and he can only be the best he can be if he has a good woman. A lonely man is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, because like this is the thing. What you find out is there's feminine energy and there's masculine energy, similar to the sun and the moon, if you will. And combined, the sun and the moon make this amazing system, right? But like, what would the system be if it didn't have both sides to attain equilibrium? Like, you wouldn't even have, like, what is the system without the equilibrium? It's like the man and the woman combined create a force that can only exist when the masculine and feminine combine. You can be the most successful man. You know, let's just use Andrew Tate as an example, right? So, like, he's in great physical shape. He's very successful, very wealthy, gets to travel everywhere. He can pretend on camera, but he's not 100% fulfilled. I guarantee it. Okay, because he doesn't have like a true, and I don't know if he has like secret wives or whatever, right? But all I'm saying is that what you find is that when you have that like life partner, if you will, that's like you in your corner, 100% has your back, is gonna like help you be the best version you are. You're gonna be like, damn, I thought I had it all together, right? But really, I need the woman. Like, even Andrew Tate has women doing all kinds of things for him on a daily basis. So like, women are like a crucial component where they can balance you out, and I don't think you can really hone your true ability without that. I think that that's just kind of why when those two come together, you make an additional life.
Yeah, I agree, because
No, I
I've
do
seen
agree.
like one video with that dude and he looks miserable. That dude is miserable, and he tries to cover it up with like the video I saw, he's talking about like cars and like all this shit and money and blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, if you're single and that's all you're talking about, like literally that's covering up for your hatred for yourself inside. Like,
I
honestly.
would give up every asset I have to have the woman I have. 30 something years, I would give it all up. Knowing what I know now, I would give it all up.
Well, currently, right now, as it is, right, and even also, and agree with me, right now, marriage is an insanely high gamble, right? It's a business contract. We found out that the divorce courts are using the marital family courts are using this as a pension fund for judges? So they have an actual commission-like design to kind of fuck over relationships, families, and especially the men. So when you have this entire social construct that is specifically intended to destroy families as well as the man itself. And since society hasn't been able to change where relationships could work, like if you wanted to get married, say if you did find a good woman or didn't find, or you're not sure she's going to be a good woman in the future, what people could change, and she always going to have that golden ticket to take half your shit, if not more. And then you're also liable for child support, even if the child is not yours, right? She can literally have cheated on you, and you will have to, because you were married when she had the kid, you're responsible for the child's child support. And you have all these things, all these apparatuses that are chains and locks for men. Well, then you have another guy, right? Even though he might look miserable, he might look shit, but he's free. He's free to do whatever the fuck he wants. And everyone has an experience with an uncle, a father, a grandfather who's been divorce raped. And it's not a fucking nice experience. Yeah, sure, he has kids. Sure, that wife was lovable, but he is completely financially ruined. He might not even financially recover. So you're literally going to the casino with the house stating you will be fucked the moment you put a ring on that. Just let you know.
Well, there's a lot of truth to this, but this is contrary to popular belief. You don't actually need the government's permission to get married, right? So the overarching component of this whole thing that hasn't been addressed yet is the creator. You actually have to submit to a creator. Like, that's just reality. It's been known throughout all of mankind's history, no matter how they express the creator or whatever. Okay, it is that there is a supernatural force that you have to submit to overall, right? Like whatever you interpret submit to mean, but just the simple acknowledgement of it. And that's what all this is about.
So when you get married in the eyes of a creator, right? You like Kai and I didn't need the government to give me a license because me marrying my wife isn't illegal until the government says I can do it, which is what a license means. Okay, so in the scenario that something happened, Kai couldn't take half of what I have. And that is a component of what you're saying that's true, is the system is 100% set up right now to attack men, but it's because men run society, and that's why they're attacking the men, right? That's why they're also attacking the white man in America, because it's majority white people. So that's all it is to, like, it is set up to screw over the man, there's no doubt. But like, that doesn't mean that because they suck, therefore marriage sucks. Like, no, actually, like having the person that has your back doesn't suck. Just the current way that it's done sucks.
If I left my wife, left each other, I'd be happy to give her anything that I had that could help her. I mean, if you're gonna make a choice to get married, you make sure you choose a woman you respect. So if y'all don't get along in the future, and something they have to go their opposite ways, it might be her that has the money. And if my wife and me couldn't work it out, I'd be more than happy. I wouldn't need the courts to tell me to give her fucking half of what we made. I mean, I believe what Rakia said, or whoever said it earlier, behind every good man's a good woman. To a certain extent, that's true, man. But if you're trying to get money, it's all about money, then yeah, sure, be single, because you probably have a better opportunity to do whatever you want and make money. But if it's, it's more than money. In my opinion.
To Rakia's point, saying that he would give up everything to his point, saying he would give up everything he earned and keep his wife, probably because he feels confident that he could lose everything he has earned. As long as he has his wife, he could probably make that money again.
That's the best thing I heard out of everything everybody said. I think that was.
Can I add something here? Can I just from my perspective? I had a pretty bad upbringing, and I was trying to get my life together. But I had a job, I had my own place, I had my own car, but I was pretty hopeless with money. When I met my wife, we ended up starting our own business. I was very good at working out on the ground and doing all the labouring work. She was very good in the office. So together, me, my wife, and my kids have built the businesses that we've had. We've worked together. She's my best friend. We get up in the morning, we go to the gym together, then we go to work together. We spend a lot of time together, and without my wife and my family together the way we have been, I wouldn't have anything that I have today. It's been something that we've built together.
I'm gonna go see my wife.
I've had to trust her with, like, I've trusted her with all our financials and monies and the bookkeeping stuff while I've been out working out on the ground that she couldn't do. And, I hear so many times of people being ripped off by these other people they're bringing into their businesses and things like that. I can 100% trust her, and I just wouldn't have the life I have with my family without the support of my wife.
Yeah, so like I said, the thing is, right? I've heard every great relationship story, and then I've also heard the nightmares that come after it, right? Like, we were great, she was my best friend, and then I found out she was cheating. I also found out my kids aren't my kids. There are plenty of horror stories to that situation where everyone starts off the intro of their relationship story exactly like yours, right? Everything
I've
was
been married
great.
20 years.
Yeah, I
20 years I've
understand
been
that.
married, yeah.
But my thing is this, though. Your story has been heard multiple times, and I've heard the divorce rape that came right after, right? Like, you might just won the lottery. Maybe she hasn't cheated anyone. I'm not accusing or trying to downplay your relationship. But how many times have I heard from guys who, put up their video vlogs, like, yeah, she's my best friend. We had a business. Everything was great. I had 2 kids. And then something was off. So I caught on. She cheated. And now we're just going through the process. We're just going through. It's like, and the thing is, you look at the divorce rate, it's 86%, bro. If I was to tell you to go skydive and there's an 86% chance that you will fucking die from falling, is that a risk you want to take?
But again, bro, I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to tell you that the real reason is because of the current paradigm that we live in. So for one, those people don't pray together, okay? So 100, like, I can guarantee you that the vast majority of marriages that dissolve, they don't pray together. They don't go to sleep and pray together. And there's something like super powerful about that. This isn't about religion at all. This is about 2 people, and you pray with your wife, especially out loud. You have to humble yourself to pray to a creator in front of your wife. You and your wife have to humble yourselves and talk openly and transparently and honestly to a creator. Whenever people humble themselves, then they don't have built up resentment. They don't have like these subversive tactics that they're planning out, right? Just that one thing, and there's 50 I can name. One thing would prevent people from getting divorced, right? Like, now, does that mean a woman will never cheat? No, but I guarantee you, if you go look at it and you looked at the data, how many of them pray together every night? I guarantee you, it's like less than 1% of people that got divorced, bro. I'm not saying there aren't some, but it's just for sure, and that's just one thing. That's just one thing. And then the second thing is, how many of them didn't get a marriage license? Right?
See
So
that?
there's a
I
lot
agree.
of major decisions that people are overlooking.
I agree with the praying together at night. That's 100%. You're right about that, Witsit. That's very important. But the other thing too is, I mean, I'm in Australia. I didn't marry an Aussie girl. I married a Greek girl whose parents came directly from Greece, because if I had married an Aussie girl, there's a good chance I would have ended up in that situation. I didn't just go for the hot chick that tried to pick me up at the nightclub or vice versa. You know what I mean? I wanted a family. I wanted a wife, and I found somebody I believe that had values and the same sort of values and wants that I did. And that's to say, not to say there hasn't been problems, because we both grew up in completely different ways. And of course, there's always problems. But the other thing it takes is, you know, a bit of back and forth. You've got to concede sometimes. You've got to work together. And I find that a lot of my mates that have been divorced weren't like that. Oh, they'd say, oh, that bitch wants me to do this, fuck her, or whatever the case may be. And then there's arguments from both sides, and both people are stubborn, and neither people want to change their ways. And that causes big problems. I've changed a lot throughout my marriage, and so's my wife. But that was so we could come together and do what we've done.
Yeah, yo, that's another good point. Real fast, and I'll let you go. Let me say this to you, bro. Like, if you look at all those men that had the women leave them, okay, like how many of those men did what I did with Kai, where the first time that we talked on FaceTime, I told her, this is what I will accept in a relationship, and there's no negotiations. Okay? Like, this is what my wife will be. This is how my relationship will be. I have the authority, but not in some like abusive, control you way. I'll always hear you out. If you're wrong, I'll be honest and go with your decision. But there's a natural order to things, and it goes creator, man, woman, child. And I want to have a family and children, and I have to be the authority of the household. And I will not put up with this or this or this or this. And that's my first interaction with her face to face, not even in person, just FaceTime. I guarantee you that conversation is not had with 99.9% of these relationships that end up in divorce, much less like first interaction. If the woman has to go through the relationship and then get to the point of marriage where from the very beginning she was agreeing to those terms, the odds that she's going to make it to marriage but then flip is way lower, right? And that's just another one of the many things that people don't do.
Yeah, no, and I can understand. Yeah, I can understand
100%.
it. But
100%. And then,
go ahead.
Sorry, you go ahead. I was like, but on top of that as well, there still has to be give and take, even if that understanding is, because things change daily. And the other thing that I've realised is that my wife does need a lot of support. And, you know, if I've got the choice of running down the pub with my mates and having a few beers and sitting at home with my wife, I'd sit at home with my wife. She's my family. She's the one that helps me out. She's the one I can trust. And if you don't give that support, then yes, they'll find it somewhere else. Same as your daughters. You know, if your dad's not loving their daughters and treating their daughters well, the daughters are going to run out and find it somewhere else, and they're going to find a boyfriend or someone who's going to give them the attention that they want and require.
Yeah, so one of the major situations, right? You set up the boundaries, right? See, you were able to set up boundaries and pretty much even say, like, right, if you were in your relationship with your girl and your girl broke one of these boundaries, you'd have came up to her, you would have had a communications, and that communications would have been ironclad, no negotiable. Listen, what's going on? You would have tried to compromise and fixed it. And then after a few more times, that if she would have broken your boundaries, you would have broken up the relationship, right? You would have not been staying there taking all this attrition because you would have had those boundaries. What a lot of these red pill thing does is tell these men to start developing boundaries, start developing red flags, start noticing when a girl is going astray. And then if the girl is going astray, prepare yourself for the situation that's going to happen, the consequences of this chick betraying you or whatever. Don't get all emotional, have control, go with logic, and then separate, right? Because there's too many guys that get stuck in these emotional manipulated relationships, and these chicks just fucking mentally destroy them. This is why male suicide is high. This is why the military, where the military divorce and adultery thing is so high, where people come back and like, hey, I've been in deployment for like 11, 12 months, and my chick is pregnant somehow. It must be a miracle. Must be the reincarnation of the third Christ. A lot of this nonsense shit, right? And, a lot of guys have to now learn to pick what good women are and what are wasteful women. So they could find themselves a good girl and is in modern paradigm. And when you're talking about the paradigm, right? If it was a normal paradigm since the 1900s, then yeah, your logic works perfectly well that everyone could just pick up a chick and all of them most of them are decent chicks. But think of it like, kind of like fucking Walking Dead. Food is scarce, resources is scarce, and finding good chicks are scarce. So you have to have logic.
I don't think that, right, to clarify.
Bro,
Like, I don't think
that's
that,
completely off base.
I don't think you
I'd
can
almost
just go
change.
pick
I'd
up
almost change the
women.
subject, but that's just me.
I don't think you can just go randomly pick up women. But let me rebut. But I just going to point out that the same goes for men. Okay, so like in the modern era, just generally the public is sunken in depravity. Okay, it's not just women. Like men are just like squirt boys, right? They're just watching porn nonstop. Like they're irresponsible. They have the emotional maturity of a 12-year-old and they're 25 or whatever. So like it goes both ways, which is actually an advantage. Meaning if the man has nobility or is going to stand up for, his future wife or whatever, like he's going to stand out. And if a woman has like moral integrity and they say she's a truther, for example, she's going to stand out. So both of those people have an advantage. So we live in a society now where if you are a truther and you have integrity and you're organic, you're a pureblood, you have a huge advantage where it can be viewed from a pessimistic way, like, oh, there's no one here, or it can be viewed like, well, actually, it's much easier for me to find someone that's going to be a safer bet because they have to pass through all these other parameters of modern society for me to even consider them. So you find that's why flat earth is so beautiful, right? Like flat earth is how I met Kai. Flat earth is how Glatflow met his girl. Like, because flat earth sets that bar so much higher. Like if a girl's a flat earther or if a dude's a flat earther, you've cut through so much of the stuff that the average normie has to go through when they're dating. So we live in a society now that's crazy, but at the same time, it can be yielded as a weapon, right? Like where it can be advantageous. So that's just how I view it. I don't think that writing off relationships is the move.
One thing I would agree with, if I was to get divorced after all this that I've been through, regardless of anything, just looking at the other women that are out here today, especially some of the younger ones, not that I'd be trying to get a younger girl, I'd stay divorced. I'd stay single. I wouldn't go through the crap with these women today. They're not most of them that I can see. Again, it's because of society. I'm not saying all women, but they're not trustworthy. I'm lucky
but
to have
neither
what I
are
have.
the men, man. We got to be honest. Why are we?
100%. I'm just talking from my perspective. Like if I had problems with my wife and we separated, I wouldn't go through all that. I would just probably stay single and hang out with my son and my kids and do what I could, but I wouldn't go through that with someone new again. And yes, you're right. The men are just as bad. They're worse.
Yeah,
100%.
the modern
I mean,
man
they're all on. I worked in nightclubs for a long time, and the saying was the guys would come in and say, "I've come for a fuck or a fight. I didn't get a fuck, so let's fight." And I just never understood that line of thinking is ridiculous. And you know, you got Tinder. They're all. I got another mate who's single, and he pulls his phone out for his Tinder and says, "Oh, I've got to check my slut radar." And I say, "Why are you saying that, man? That's fucking ridiculous, disgusting. I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean?" But they think it's great. I got my slut radar. I'm going to go root some girl tonight, and then that destroys her, and she becomes twisted, and it's just a big mess that's put in from society.
Yeah, because
I just got to reemphasize that it says dude, the responsibility is on the men. Men have to build society, and women keep it running. So like it's impossible without the other. And if the man now has nobility, integrity, and actually like fortitude and perseverance, any of these noble characteristics, they stand out. Where now all the women pick from, say there's a really good girl, right? All she has to pick from, she could say the same thing that you guys are saying, or that you're saying, right? She can say it the other way. Where this girl's super based and she's smart and she's pretty and she's a truther and she's like a good girl. Like, who does she have to pick from? She has like the guy that's attractive, so just this caters to him, and he will just sit around and get whatever woman he wants and just doesn't take him seriously and kind of emotionally misleads them and abuses them. Or the nuts guy. So it's like, who does she have to pick from? So if you have nobility and you're strong, you automatically stand out, right? And those two will eventually link up. So that's all there is to it. I mean, you have to be a strong man with integrity that respects women and respecting them, meaning like loving them, you know, like actually respecting them. Like then you're gonna get the good girl, because who else is she gonna get with? You see what I'm saying? So it goes both ways. That's kind of how I see it. I think that it's again, it could be an advantage.
And it is men that, and it is good, and it is men that are destroying some women, and it is society that are doing that as well. But at the end of the day, today, do you see society raising any good, strong men? Because I really don't. That's part of the problem. It's disgusting, and then these women are being taught all their feminism and all their stuff, and they're stepping up and wearing the pants and taking over the household because there is no strong men.
That's correct. Yeah. So of course that's going to end up in like a bad situation. Of course, the relationship's not going to have a high success rate in that scenario, right? So yeah, I mean, we're seeing a byproduct of propaganda, social conditioning, and the weakening of men. And there's no doubt that men were the ones that were really attacked, but for obvious reasons, because that then drips down, right? It's a domino effect, and now we have the modern woman. Whereas you could go to a university, find some like leftist ideology woman, and if you're just like a nice guy, but you're also like strong and you have your boundaries, she will leave it all behind for you, bro. She will immediately and instinctively leave it all behind and trust you to lead. That's reality. Women intuitively want a man that they can follow, but they want a man they feel is worthy of being followed. And if you're not, then of course it's just gonna not work, right? So that's my opinion.
Because no, I get what you're saying. It's like what I'm trying to say is this: like these fuck boys, and these and the thing is, like I said, it's a dark duality, right? You have all these women who want to be popular, who wants to be promiscuous, who wants to go into peer pressure, wants to have fun and indulge in all that stuff, and then you also have the fuck boys. No, I'm not advocating for the fuck boys. I don't give two shits about the red pill picker upsers or whatever, the Tinder guys. I'm talking about your average day Joe kind of guy, the guy that doesn't know what he should do. And I'm trying to advocate them for not being beta simps or cucks, trying to tell them find your purpose. Like, you even back me up on this one, and to be a strong man, and allow yourself to find a good chick. But if your good chick goes astray, like if you have to go somewhere far away and she gets easily manipulated or something happens, you got to have the physical and mental fortitude and emotions to not fucking break and commit suicide. That's all most of the hardcore MGTOW red pill guy is. If you really want to do it the right way. Do it in a way that doesn't put you in such a liability, because none of this shit is taught in schools. None of this shit is taught by normal, everyday fathers. Because most of your average day fathers from normies is to just a happy wife is a happy life. And that literally fucks so many of these guys' paradigms, because the chick is emotionally fucking killing him. There's so many good guys that have gotten to the point of looking at that marriage certificate and go like, shit, I can't wait to fucking die. And they never had this thought in their head, you know, and they don't know how to pick women. They don't know how to have red flags. They don't know what the boundaries are. So I think the best thing for society right now is to have these things instructed, as many things as possible. And if you have to have Andrew Tate saying some of the dumbest shit ever, or, you know, being a weird guy, let him. At least it's been waking up more men, you know, through that situation. The same way I make the, you know, to even go into that subject, QAnon. Yeah, QAnon might be a psyops, but it woke up a lot of fucking normies. You know, it did the job. And the same way with Flat Earth. Flat Earth woke up a lot of people to other truths. So, and with those truths, people can build themselves up with a strong foundation.
Andrew, to me, Andrew Tate might be giving good advice, but I believe he's probably one of the fuckboys. If you want to go out and drive your Lamborghini and think you're hot shit and whatever else, and you can't tell me that he's not banging chicks every night that are lining up on his doorstep.
Yeah, he is. But guess what he's also saying? Like, and that's the thing for a lot of the people that hate him. Sit down and watch any of these interviews with Pearl or whatever. He'll tell you these two different paradigms of duality of him. He is a fuckboy. He literally says he's a Bugatti chaser. He's all this. He literally says, I live my life through a materialistical means. But if you want to live your male masculine purpose of settling down, being a man, being a patriarch, and having a family, you need to find a supportive wife that can fill her feminine role. And he's telling all these other chicks that first hate him on these shows, slowly go like, yeah, he's making sense. Yeah, I don't hate him as much, because that's exactly what it is. The same thing with Dick Masterson in his podcast. He will tell chicks to go fucking, you know, fuck off and all that stuff. But his entire message is find a girl that is feminine. Stop going for these toxic ass, boss bitch, independent females. You're not going to change them. You're not going to go Captain Saving-Ho. Let them die alone with a dog. Let them hit the wall 90 miles an hour. But find that chick that's literally been following the rules, following good path, been a good girl, and go ahead and pamper the shit out of her. Lily, this is one of their major messages.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? But do you believe that saying one thing and doing another is causing confusion? Are a lot of these young guys going to sit there and listen to the message, or are they going to go, "Oh, look at this sick dude and his Bugatti banging women," and then on top, a lot of them would sort of see it as more not a, how would you say it, like a misogynistic sort of view. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, you got to
Well, let
practice
me
what you preach. You can't just
rewrap
speak
what
it.
he said, just so you can like what he seems to clearly be saying is like, if there's no Andrew Tate in the picture, is society better off? Are the men better off with no Andrew Tate? Because Andrew Tate, I think we can all agree, isn't like some perfect role model or something. Like he's lame, okay? But like, is it better off without him? Is he a net positive or a net negative? Because like, if we pull him out of the scenario and look at men, men are in a dangerous situation, and with him, they're still in a dangerous situation. But at least the message that they like, some of the message that they need to hear is being relayed to him. It seems like that's his argument. And it's really tough to argue against that, because if you take Andrew Tate out of the picture, well, all that you're doing is removing that message that they need to hear, because without him, they're not hearing it anywhere. So it's not an overall perfect role model by any stretch, but the idea is that they need to hear some of this stuff for themselves, that they need to man up and like take care of themselves and be the better version of themselves, the best version of themselves they can be, and then worry about getting a woman, because then you don't have to worry about getting a woman. It's just going to happen. And I think that that's an overall net positive message. I don't think that you can really debate against that, because there's a huge lack of strong male leadership in society. And in closing, because I'm talking a lot, the real solution is that truthers just speak the truth, and that they end up, getting families, making children, and then raising them with the shift in paradigm. Right? That's the only way that it gets fixed, is that my children grow up with me teaching them what it really means to be a man. Right? That's it. And like what my daughter should accept in a man, and like what morality and integrity really means, and explaining that you have to be able to acknowledge that there's a creator, and here's how you grow a garden. And the next generation will be better off. The only solution is that the children are raised better. So that's kind of like where we fall in.
I suppose what I could say that I got a mate who was in the military and he counsels soldiers now and spends a lot of time doing that, but he also counsels young men. And he's done a few videos on, you know, red flags in men for women, red flags in women for men, you know, talking about, you know, these relationships and these fuckboys and all this stuff that goes on. But he's driving a $300 car. He's, you know, he doesn't have that presence that Andrew Tate does, but he's someone who practices what he preaches. He has a beautiful wife, a beautiful family. He doesn't treat people like and speak that way, but because he doesn't, and he doesn't have the Bugatti and he doesn't have that attitude that Andrew Tate has, no one wants to listen. No one wants to hear it because he's not the cool dude who's pulling the chicks in his Bugatti as much as he's saying some of the right things. My mate says all the right things and practices it, but society don't want to see that because he's not cool. And that's, I don't like
But
that.
his analogy was perfect. Trying to use QAnon as an analogy, it's a perfect analogy. If QAnon wakes someone up, if Andrew Tate wakes someone up, that's a net positive because then they end up realizing, oh, a lot of the stuff Andrew Tate does is stupid and it's gay, right? But, you know, 6 months ago, I needed to hear what Andrew Tate said. It's the same thing with QAnon. QAnon is clearly like a psychological operation. But if it wakes a normie up to question their reality, right, then that's a net positive to me. That's the same thing when people argue against Mark Sargent. I'm like, Mark Sargent wakes people up to hearing about flat Earth. Do they need to stop at Mark Sargent? No. And he'll be the first one to
No,
tell
that's
you
a
that,
fair
but
point.
it's still a net positive, right? Yeah. So I mean, I guess that's kind of the idea is that if you ripped all those pieces, all those people out of the picture or QAnon out of the picture, like, is the world better off? And I don't really know that it is. I like, personally, I don't think so. Like my wife woke up because of the pandemic, and then she came across Eddie Bravo, and now look where she's at, right? So it's like it's just like the process of being woken up is the important part, I think. So
I think my thing now with the flat Earth and all of this stuff, and look, I'm nowhere near adverse as you guys are on it, but it just opens everything up, and I think that I've just pretty much rejected anyone that makes it into that mainstream. If you're going to be that big mainstream player and everyone's going to follow you and all that, I just don't trust because I see them. Maybe they're not opposition, controlled opposition, as you'd want to put it, but I just don't trust this mainstream narrative from anyone who makes it, and because I feel like if you make it and you're up there and you've got that many followers and you're influencing that many people, then somehow you're part of the problem. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're
dude,
saying.
We're all trying to get our message out there, bro, and we're trickling up and getting a little more people following, a little more people. It's
But
for anybody who earns it, man. Anybody who earns it, that's respectable to me. It's the people who just pop up out of nowhere with 500,000 subs, all that bullshit. You know, them are the people I suspect. But the people who earn it, I double respect them.
Yeah, like
But
for instance,
the truthers seem to get blocked. You know, all the truthers seem to get blocked, and these other guys that blow up, I just don't see them as truthers anymore.
But your message is the same. See, the situation is this though, right? You can be out there, you can pay for advertisement, you know, you can have your own YouTube streaming channel and all that, and you'll get cucked all the times by these platforms. You'll get, you know, banned, you'll get taken out. But these celebrities have an immense amount of weight. Look, Andrew Tate got banned unanimously from a bunch of platforms, and including Uber. Uber banned him. You know, he didn't break any TOS with Uber, but they were able to ban him from all these platforms. And then it goes down to that even though they banned him, he was the most looked up and most searched person in Google for several months, and his message still stands to this day. You know, even he's in prison, his message still goes renowned. And the thing is, the important impact is, yeah, he might be a villain, but we threw a whole bunch of heroes into the grinder already, right? When the trans thing was coming up, when the trans athletes were coming up, there were a lot of men who went out there to defend women. And that one goddamn women's supports group went and tried to save these guys' jobs. So they got completely destroyed on national TV All these coaches, all these athletes, all these people that were saying, like, I don't want these men in these locker rooms, and they got fired and canceled, right? Those were heroes. Those were gentlemen. Now we got villains like Andrew Tate, who doesn't give two shit. He's untouchable. He's rich, besides the Romanian prison thing. And the fact is, he can go on TV, say exactly all the shit that we would have said, and he doesn't give a shit whether he has to apologize or not. He doesn't hold his punches, and he is the monster we need for this time and age, right? You might not agree with it, but that's okay. The factor is more and more people are waking up to this bullshit, and that's what we want. We want everyone to wake up and start changing society and not be drones.
And Andrew Tate also doesn't just talk about Bugattis, which again, I'm not an Andrew Tate guy. Like, I don't like him. Okay, I actually like specifically don't like him. Okay, but like he talks about how people live in the Matrix, and that. But like it's like society is a facade. You live in the Matrix. You need to worry about yourself. This is the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of mankind. We're living on the brink of the fourth industrial revolution. You need to realize that it's going to completely be the rich and then everyone else. That they're going to try to digitally track you. That they're going to try to have electric cars across the board. That they're going to try to like implement a social credit system. Like all these things. That the pandemic was clearly a deception, right? And that it was used for control, and that the government planned it, and et cetera, allegedly not medical. Just kidding. That was just a parody. Actually, it was great. Thank the government. So you guys see what I'm saying, right? So it's like I think that it's kind of misrepresented. I think that it's just like someone that says they know that flat earthers are stupid, but they don't even know what flat earth thinks. Like you couldn't pay them money to say what flat earth position is. That's how most people sound when they don't like Andrew Tate. They haven't actually heard what he says. And again, I don't like Andrew Tate, but it's because I've heard what he says. And I know that a lot of it is good and a lot of it's bad. And so I'm forced in a situation where I have to stand up and defend Andrew Tate because the attacks on him aren't correct. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that it's a trick. It's like we're kind of trapped into defending him because people attack him for the wrong reasons. That was the same thing with the Trump psyop. Trump sucks.
Trump's racist.
But not what everyone exactly. So now I have to defend Donald Trump because you're not attacking him for the right reason.
I understand what you're saying, Whitson. I do. I'll just myself choose sort of not to watch someone who's giving those mixed messages. That's all. And there's another guy in Australia doing it now. And look, he calls himself the Spanian. He spent his whole life in jail. He's covered from head to toe in tattoos. He gets on and talks real tough, shows his kickboxing. Look at me, look how much money I've got. Look, lad, you can do it. I got out of jail, and some of it is good. And he's just come out and spoken out against the LGBTQ community and the grooming and all that, and he's getting absolutely crucified. He did have a good message, but if a young boy was to follow him for that message, the other messages he's portraying are really not healthy, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. I get you. It's the same thing. If someone like loved Donald Trump, then it's a net negative probably because they're being deceived. But it's like Donald Trump was running for president and he was president. So it's like you're kind of forced to acknowledge that the dude exists. And it's the same with Andrew Tate. He was the #1 Google person on the earth, like he said. So it's like, well, now as truthers, we kind of are forced to formulate a position regarding him. And our job as truthers is to sift through the lies and the truth. So, no, there's no evidence that Donald Trump is racist. There's no evidence that he was with Epstein. That's misinformation, right? There's no evidence for that. Like, let's actually, it looks like he kicked him. He banned him from his property. He was the only one out of like 200 people that actually cooperated with the feds to go at Epstein. But he also has tons of Apollo statues, and he's on the 66th floor of his freaking hotel, and he did Operation Warp Speed. You have to sift through it. I think that's kind of our job in today's society. We have to like correct misinformation, and unfortunately, we live in a world where they determine what we have to discuss. It sucks, and you're probably better off by just ignoring it, in your situation. But I'm like, I want to help young men out. So when young men are following Andrew Tate, and all they hear is a bunch of NPCs talking about how he's a misogynist but can't define the word misogyny. Well, we have to step in and be like, look, Andrew Tate's right about a lot, but this is what he's wrong about. You feel me?
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. But sorry, I'm talking so long.
That's right. It's just the world of social media, I suppose, and everyone's now got a platform and everyone's got a voice, and that's how it is. And I tried to keep my kids off all this social media stuff and not have laptops and computers and things like that. But eventually they turn 18 and they get involved, and it's hard. It's very hard. My other mate, he was also a soldier, and his son, just recently 13, did one of the TikTok challenges and killed himself. Absolutely terrible. Worst thing you could go through. They started here, I don't know about over there, but here they started out with a pass out challenge where they would hold their breath until they passed out and film themselves doing it. And then it went to a ligature challenge where they put something around their neck, and all the kids at school were doing it. And yeah, my mate's son did it and basically hung himself in his bed.
Wow, that's super sad, bro.
It's the influences that they're getting. It's just, I don't know, man. I grew up in the 80s and it's just so different. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying there should be more choices. Like, a guy doesn't have to be, because again, like I was like, before when MGTOW was rising up, right? A lot of young men, especially when Barbosa was like the big guy that was talking, like, a lot of young men were on this whole path that they had to get married, settled with some chick, have a family, white picket fence, save up money for their college kids, keep working at a job, and then die. You know, and that was it. Be it the living ATM machine, just nonstop give, right? But over time, getting told that you could do whatever you want. You can, like, men have to be traditionalist, but feminists or females in general can be your modern day, can pick all the good stuff from traditionalism with the traditional marriage, and men have to adhere to traditional roles, but they can also be like promiscuous. So that's why I'm saying some of this stuff should not be hated so much, because if a young man really wants to be out there, be settle down with a family, then fine, let him go for that path. But if he wants to be an inventor or something, remember, there's a lot of amazing men that pioneered society that were never married. Nikola Tesla, all these other guys, the White brothers. And if and again, that's their choice. You know what I'm saying? So no one should be going out there saying like, oh, they're not living their full purpose because they didn't shack up with a woman. Everyone has a destiny. It's up to them to craft it.
I think that the elite specifically don't want marriage done the right way, though. Like, they do want you to get married in the cycle that you're talking about.
Yeah.
To an extent, they either want you to not get married or they want you to get married that way. But one thing that they don't want you to do is to like send in a marriage affidavit where you don't have a license, start a private membership association for your business where it's like literally tax exempt and they can't touch you, and then buy land and have fruit trees and animals, and then make 10 babies that all understand that they should go do that as well. Like, that's the thing that they 100% do not want. So
I agree
there's
with
some
that
truth to it.
100%.
So Napalm was kind of dropping game on you in a way where he's saying you got to understand that they're kind of also controlling the pendulum swing back, where the reaction is like men are like, I'm not getting married because look how bad it sucks. Well, they kind of want that as well, right? Like, they want you to either do it this way and be a little cuck that pays his taxes and does it the way that the system set it up, or just make sure you don't get married. And they've made marriage suck so bad for the modern man within their construct that it's logical for the man to be like, I'm not doing that. But the real thing that's going to give the man power is like to have a wife and children. And in fact, when the dynamic is correct and the husband is in the position he's supposed to be in the family, which is like, you know, subservient to the creator but the authority of the household, it's very hard to control society when that exists, because they'll die for their family. You know, it's going to be much harder to take a man over when he has a family to protect.
You know, it's funny though. Now that you say that they try to make marriage like so convoluted, like I mean not convoluted, but you know, it's kind of like part of the past or whatever. Paraphrasing. Now, I heard something the other day that makes a lot of sense, which is, you know how when you grow up, you had a boyfriend and you go from one boyfriend to another. I mean, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, and you go from one boyfriend to another or girlfriend to another. That's practically practicing divorce, because back in the days, I mean, pretty much they got, okay, this is your wife, and that's it, right? And practicing going from boyfriend to a girlfriend, it's practically practicing divorce. So when you get with somebody and then you know it doesn't work out, you run away. And I was like, man, that makes kind of sense.
Oh yeah, that's actually a trip. I never thought about it. Like where now it's just normal that you have a new Valentine every year you're growing up.
Yeah.
Like, who'd you kiss on the playground?
Yeah, and then and if something goes wrong, you know, instead of working things out, now you'd be like, no, I'm going to somebody else. Or I'm going to somebody else. And we're breaking up. That's practically practicing divorce. And when something goes wrong in the marriage, you know, oh yeah, no, I'm going somewhere else.
Yeah, and the parents are like condoning it. The parents are like, "Oh, who's your little boyfriend?" And yeah, that's a trip to think about. We are definitely programmed to do that, because think about it, they would love for you to get married 5 times. Like the system would love that. Yeah, that's crazy to think about. All I know is like I can tell you, man. Like I just had a baby, right? And bro, she is so smart, dude. Like I'm going to Florida, so Kai visited her mom, and while I'm going to Florida with Aaliyah, and so I FaceTimed them, and dude, this little girl is 2 months old, bro, and she looked at the FaceTime and started smiling and trying to talk to me. Like this girl is recognizing me through a FaceTime and like trying to talk to me, and it's because of course she's like organic, you know, she's not being attacked. And it's like, dude, it's just so obvious once you do it. That is the threat to the system, dude. That little girl is a threat to the system. Like, she's gonna grow up like knowing how to think, not being told what to think. And it's just like, dude, that's what they're afraid of. They are definitely afraid of like the next generation of truther babies. So that's why they're trying to make sure we can't have babies, and they're trying to make sure that the paradigm of marriage in our society sucks, because dude, they do not want like this new uprising of like super based, healthy, like spiritually founded children growing up. Like they do not want that. Homeschooled, like her visual acuity is like off the charts, and she literally tries to talk to you, dude. She's been doing that for like almost a month, for like 3 weeks now. So like that's insane, right? Yeah, like she obviously isn't actually talking, but she is clearly trying to talk. She when you tell her to say a phrase, she tries to say it back. Dude, it's like insane. And it's just because
how old is she, Austin?
She's just turned 2 months.
That's fucking crazy, bro. 2 months and she's trying to mock you already? Mimic, I mean?
Yes.
That's insane, bro. That's insane.
It's so great. Like we just like the guys like say mama, she'll be like, you know, like she'll literally do it. And then like when I say, I love you, she'll try to say I love you back when I tell her to say it, like with the same amount of syllables. So it's very crazy. And I think it's not really that, oh, my baby's the genius. It's just that she's just like natural, I think that she's just not being set up to fail. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I'm saying that, like, if you can't find any good women, right, just get your passports up. Like, if you live in the blue cities, move to the south. If you can't, you know, there are plenty of places where there are like high levels of femininity, and like if your entire purpose is to have a family, and you're like you're going on Tinder, you're trying to find girls, you're going out fucking Barnes and Noble, who fucking knows, right? And you can't find a chick, then just go outside, go get your passports, and go to these very heavily feminine places. and then just check to see if they really are like the type of girl that you want, and then bring them to the States and marry them, or settle over there. Doesn't matter, and have kids, if that's what you want to do. But you don't have to stay stuck there. Like a lot of people in Britain have to deal with one of the most ugliest women in the world. Like you don't have to stay stuck in Britain. You can go outside, get your passports, and find better chicks.
I thought it was Russia with the Saint Bernards.
No. There's been memes of British women who are just being passed around all over the net. I'm like, damn. Oof. But New York is no slouch either. We're catching up on that.
I heard that's what Michigan means in like Cherokee or one of the Indian languages. Or not Michigan, but Minnesota landed the ugly woman. Or Eskimo.
Dude, look, you got
maybe it's Eskimo. I forgot.
These people in the chat are like mad that I was telling that story about my daughter. They're like, oh yeah, the best. Yeah, he's the best ever again. Oh, he's so humble. Oh, I'm like, bruh, you guys are just miserable people, man. Like, I'm like just talking
What
about.
kind of piece of shit was not not respecting a man being proud of his fucking child? What?
I'm just like proud of my, I'm like proud of my little. And I was specifically saying I'm not saying like, oh, she has my genetics, she's a genius or anything like that. Like I'm just saying that she's just not being like attacked. She's just being like allowed to be natural, and well, yeah, anyway, I just think it's funny. It just seems like such a bad vibration to be in, man. Like you guys gotta chill, man.
Yeah, they're just
mad because they all got vasectomies, man.
Bunch of betas.
What's so funny is I like freestyle nursery rhymes to her. I don't like rap them aggressively, but like I freestyle the words, and it's so funny. I always make them like truth or rhymes. I'm like, there's no need to cry, but have you ever wondered why the sun and moon fly right through the sky and they're the same size? That's because they're lights. One is for the day and one is for the night. I'm like flat smacking my 2-month-old. But whatever.
Don't be raising any hippies with it.
I'm just waiting until she can talk so she can tell me what the moon is,
Nah, you know what it is. Nobody knows.
Yeah, but maybe she'll know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe children will know more than we do.
I always like the idea that like they have like although I don't fully accept this shit, I like the idea. Like the idea that their brain is like not fully closed yet at that crown point. There's like a crown point that's soft on a baby because of when they need to come out, right? And so that soft spot becomes hard over time, and it's almost like this idea that like the spirit is coming out of that little hole, and they're so in tune with nature because of it, and like how their kind of like antenna is just raw. I just love that idea. So cool.
Yeah, that's a trip.
And then over time, like that hardens and develops. You know what I mean? So it's like something that almost only little kids, have, which is so cool. It's also like why they think that those demonic people are so after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I always like that you guys were talking about women, and I used to have this theory about, you got to be dangerous, right? So, like, when you're with women, like, they're always after, like, the dangerous guy, right? So the more dangerous you are, like, you get into a fist fight, you're going to meet some girls that night, kind of thing. And being dangerous. And, like, but the thing is with being dangerous is that, within 2 years, like, you're supposed to fucking die. Women are like, well, if you go past that 2-year mark, it starts to sour because they expected their dangerous dude to die. You know what I mean? And then they inherit all his shit. You know what I mean? So it's this
Yeah,
biological
you lost
tendency.
me.
Oh, you lost? What do you mean? Where?
Like the girls expect their dangerous guy to die in 2 years.
Yeah. That's why like 2 years is like the limit for like relationships usually, because if you were so dangerous, then that's why you all got together. Like you were supposed to die. So I was like, my message to my friends is like, you got to be dangerous, but don't be too dangerous because you don't want to die. Like you got to watch out for this angle. You know what I mean? That like, you're gonna get chicks if you're dangerous, but you're only gonna get chicks because you're dangerous, because the dangerous dude is supposed to die. So don't forget it.
Okay.
That's why 2 years is up. It's like, you got like, that's where they start getting a little touchy, because like, nigga, they're like, you're still here,
Because most of these chicks haven't had long-term relationships.
Well, right, but I mean, just dealing with it as it is, I understand there's ideals, but like, shit, I have friends that are great, like, or whatever. I've known people that have just been blessed with great relationships, man. You know what I mean? It's a cool thing.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
However, I just say that in jest because, people need to hear it, because I used to have a song, you gotta be dangerous. You gotta be dangerous when you live in dangerously. Like, that was the story that went along with that song.
Yeah. No, I completely understand. Yeah. I think I'm all MGTOW out on this conversation. But people do what they gotta do, man. Just don't be a simp. Don't be a beta cuck.
Dude, I hate airports, man.
Oh yeah.
That just sucks.
Yeah, those.
Hey, what part of Florida are you going to? I'm not like saying what fucking neighborhood, but like what, central, north, south?
Orlando.
All right. Yeah, I'm about an hour and a half from you, man. Orlando is a great place to go, bro. Man,
Oh, nice.
if you have a meetup down there, man, I'll look you up. I'm done with it. I'm not stuck here anymore.
Yeah, maybe we can link up. I don't really know. I think I do have like a crazy itinerary, but we'll see.
Yeah, no worries, man. And it's just you and Leah, Kai's. What did you say?
Oh no. Kai and Aaliyah went and visited Kai's mom because I'm gonna be
Okay,
gone
so
for.
Kai and Leah. Okay, that makes more sense, bro. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought I heard you wrong.
Yeah. Dude, it was such a trip, bro. Like that, like, yeah, it was just such a trip, man. She was like trying to talk to me through the phone, and I'm like, bro, it's just a trip.
Bro, I'll be honest. There ain't much you could tell me about her. I mean, it piques my interest hearing that, bro, about her progress and everything, because I've never really paid attention to that. But bro, there's nothing you could really tell me that's going to surprise me, because she's all natural. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, so I'm so curious. So anytime don't think we don't enjoy the updates and stuff, man. Because I know there's a curiosity in everybody of how, because personally, I think she's going to be advanced. I mean, because she's got smart parents, obviously, but the El Natural thing, man, I'm curious. I mean, it's eating me up with curiosity, bro.
Yeah, you know what's so funny, man, is like, so we have like normie people in our fam, and it's like they're like so surprised she's progressing so quickly, and I'm like, have you really not put it together yet? They're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that I'm like, well, yeah, but have you not put it together yet? You don't know why? You don't know why she's so smart yet? like you can do it. My guys, it's just funny.
It's because her dad's buddy's Brian's a genius.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna head out. It was nice talking to you guys. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
All right, later, brother.
All right, safe trip, bro.
Thank you, man.
Man, so he'll be flying over my head here in a minute, man. If he's at the airport, he's figuring to take off, man. Then at least I'll know if I actually knew when he's coming, because I'm trying to figure out perspective with these planes, dude. And then if I bring some of the arguments I have right now without finishing my thoughts and finishing, then they'll say, well, no, that one was probably taking off or that one was landing or something. It's like, no, dude, it just looks like it's going fucking straight up in the distance and straight down the route. So I want to be sure of things, but it's weird, dude. It's such a crazy thing. Like, depending on the angle, they do something totally different. The jet trails, man, it's fucking crazy, dude. So if one's way in the distance but kind of coming at you, almost coming at you, like it's gonna go up at another rate as one coming directly at you. It's the ones that are heading directly at you. They're crazy. They look like little space shuttles in the distance going straight up. And then the ones like going away from you. I mean, just pay attention if you don't know what I'm talking about. It's crazy. Like after a while, you could almost predict. You could see exactly where it's going. Not exactly. You know what I'm saying though. But it's perspective's a funny thing, bro. With the different heights, the different directions, they're not all the same. That's what I'm trying to get across.
Dude, there should be flat Earth priority parking.
Hey man, I'm curious of when you is your flight like within the next hour or two?
Yeah, I'm flying out of Charlotte my flight takes off like 10:08, I think.
I'm gonna shine a laser, bro, at the plane, man. I'm gonna draw my name on the side of your plane so when you're cruising over top of Jacksonville, which it'll be a little bit to your left. Now you'll probably fly right over it.
This is satire. Please don't take this as it's gonna be literally done. So please,
what?
We're gonna get arrested and sued or FBI probably listening, bro.
It's just a pointer, dude. I'm not firing like a.
Yeah, but if you if you point a laser, they're gonna arrest you, bro.
A laser pointer, bro? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not kidding, bro.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's crazy, dude. They say the most often thing shot at in around the world, or I don't know if it was United States or around the world, are fucking airplanes, bro. Like who the fuck shoots at airplanes? Like just random shots from I forgot what the question was. It wasn't exactly that. Obviously, that ain't the most things shot at, but it was something like that. Like it was a trivia question, like the most shots in the sky fired at or some shit. But it shocked me that it was airplanes. Like who in the fucking what crazy bastards trying to shoot at an airplane? That's fucking nuts, man. But no, I'm not trying to put nobody in danger, dude. Obviously.
Dude, the last like 5 flights I've had, every single pilot says like, "Oh yeah, it's always super flat." Every single one of them. I'll try to remember to ask. I forget sometimes, but every single one. I mean, I'm just asking them. I don't ask them if they think the Earth is flat. Maybe I should ask that. Maybe I should tape it and ask if they think there's.
Yeah. So I'll be to the left of downtown Jacksonville, man. And I'm gonna get every light in the house. I'm gonna get all my spotlights and the LEDs and make a stack of them and just start strobing them, dude. No, I'm just kidding. They don't let you communicate though from from up there. Or wait, can you use a phone on a plane like once after you take off? Do they let you make phone calls and shit? I don't think so.
No.
It's stupid. I know I've heard that, some people do anyway, but it's crazy. Like they don't want people out there communicating with the ground is what it seems like. It's stupid. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
Well, why can't we have service up? Like, why don't I have service up there though? Because I thought we had satellites giving us service over.
Well, you're way too close to them satellites, man. I mean, obviously, right? That's literally the respect I feel like I give or owe for half of their answers are really literally that stupid. Not for that particular question, but other questions like their excuses are ridiculous. Yesterday we were asking them about, just tell us about, are they? Does it sound like they're kind of contradicting each other? I'm just trying to compromise and asking with Neil Armstrong saying that he couldn't see stars on the daylight side of the moon, and then Don Pettit and Mike Massimo being able to see all the polka dots. And I was like, that does it kind of? They wouldn't give an inch, but then I was at the end. I was like, does it kind of sound like a little bit like they're contradicting each other? Well, no, we got to know the context. And I'm like, fuck off, dude. Like you won't even fucking just level with me. Like give me, just want me to think I'm crazy. No matter what, they want me to think that I'm crazy to myself or something. That's about what it amounts to, which is retarded because they're the ones that are insane. It's
You see any
psychotic.
of the? You see any of the stuff going on with the whole us Preston McToon about the survey?
We just talked about it on. I heard about it, but I haven't went back and watched it. But what you call it? Shane came on Flatzoids because Flatzoid had a Discord debate, so I invited a bunch of people, and we had a debate, and we talked about that. And Shane told me to go back and watch because I've heard it, but I got to go back and watch it. In fact, I'm gonna do that now. So you talked to McToon directly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to talk. I need to see that because at the very least, he owes Ryan some type of at least acknowledgement. If you're not going to apologize, acknowledge it, because he reamed that motherfucker during that debate and was totally off. He never said anything about corrections. He said the measurements, and then he started reaming him about not paying attention to detail and shit. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, which is it? Are you lying and you knew? Because you looked at the detail, you knew that there was all these angles that were more than 180 and less than 180, or did you not pay attention to fucking detail and reamed Ryan for nothing? So are you a hypocrite or a liar or both? But I feel like Ryan deserves some acknowledgement. But now everybody needs to stop parroting him. They've been saying this shit for a year and a half, 2 years. That every fucking measurement is more than 180, and that's how it has to happen on a globe. They just.
So what happened with McToon?
I'll post a video.
What's it? I think Witz was about to say something about that, and you kind of kept going.
Yeah. So he was like, "Well, they have to take the average. They have to take the average of the 5 measurements they make, and that's where they get the ones." That's the correction.
Yeah, the correction.
Yeah, but that's wrong. That's a lie.
Yeah, it is wrong.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
using
so-
least squares method too, bro. Least squared basically means fucking average. So what they're saying in reality is every single line for the triangles, like the 5 common triangles, lined up in the
Ryan.
right spot. So what they did is I'm telling you how this works.
I understand, Brian, but he's in the middle of his
done, dude. Shut the fuck up. I'm almost done. I only got a second.
Brian, you're
Please,
interrupting.
shut up, dude.
Okay,
Why do
you know what,
me, bro?
dude? I'm just gonna fucking mute you, bro.
You're
Calm your ass down. Brian, Witz is in the middle of a story. What happened with McToons, and then you keep going and trying to explain how it works. We're not trying to hear that. I'm trying to hear what Witz was trying to explain. What happened with McToon, him and McToon, and what was in the debate. Would you calm down, dude? Jeez.
Dude,
You understand what I mean?
Listen, dude, I'm out of here, man. I can't deal with this dude.
All right, Wizard man. God, I was trying to hear this what you were saying, and then he gets overexcited. I mean, overexcited. Okay.
Yeah. No, just like so they try to say that all the measurements are over 180, and then we pressed him. I was like an hour and a half late. A bunch of them are under 180 and right at 180, which 180 is flat Earth. And he tries to then say that it's actually just the average that they're correcting for. But in reality, now we've got him to admit today that it is the that the observed angle that's documented is from 5 different measurements that's average, which means, of course, the correction is something else. And he was just like squirming around and avoiding the question. I read off the weighted mean assumption formula and asked him to respond. He just ignored it. And for 3 hours, he refused to answer that, and then just like blatantly lied like 5 times, and just talked about how I couldn't do math, and then like ran away, and then muted us for the YouTube over and over. So, yeah, long story short, he's kind of freaking out right now because he sees that I'm like honing in on this survey thing, and that's one of his go-tos. So I guess when I get back, I'm gonna fully expose it.
Yeah, I got. Is there a video or something on that where he was getting pushed? That sounds so freaking to look at.
Oh, sorry, what did you say?
Is there like because I think it was with Flatsoy, right? That thing was happening in the Flatsoy server.
Yeah. I saw Flatsoy did a debate about it.
Is there a live stream? I mean, or some VOD on that?
Oh, yeah. So if you go to it's on McToon's channel and it's on Tartaria Cosmology.
Might have to listen to that later.
Yeah. It's just funny because this is like their go-to. You're like, can I get physical measurement of Earth curvature? And they bring up this like early 1900s transcontinental triangulation survey, of spherical excess.
Yeah.
This is like their sacred cow.
Hey, did you check out the video of him getting over dramatic about you over talking him in that conversation yesterday when he turned demonic? Oh, he turned demonic, dude. It looked a little creepy again.
Nah,
Remember?
I haven't seen it.
I mean, you barely overtalked him, and then he told you to not overtalk him like 7 times in a row, and he turned demonic, dude, on video. It looked creepy.
I wanted to find it, but I didn't want to have to look through it. Yeah, I do remember he was like screaming. I'm like, whoa, this guy is crazy. It's just because, like, dude, he's bragged about how this proves the Earth's a globe for so long, and he made Excel sheets and everything. And then here I come along, just like throwing a dynamite in it directly, and it's just like it's going to be really embarrassing for him. So he's like freaking out.
Really?
Dude, the Globers are gonna like cry about this for weeks. So.
What are they gonna cry about? What are the Globers gonna cry about?
Yeah, the whole like this measurement that supposedly shows spherical excess and how it literally doesn't. It actually is evidence for flat Earth, and that you have no measurement for the Earth being a ball, and you guys all just parroted.
You've got flat Earth measurements, huh?
I don't want to talk to you, dude. Yeah, it's definitely probably because you're such an intellectual.
No, it's you, man. You're way too intellectually advanced for any kind of dialogue with me, man.
No, it's just because you're just a dick, honestly.
I think this is like the 4th one today, right?
They get like, I don't want to be mean, but it's like demonic possession.
Don't take their ball away, Austin.
You're so stupid. I want to know your opinion about everything.
No, I just want to laugh about your opinion and everything. There's a difference.
Do you know what a sadist is?
Yes,
Like
you've been over this with me before, man. I'm not a sadist. Are you a masochist?
You're a stalker. You're a weirdo.
Are you a masochist?
No.
Well, good. I'm glad we got that straight then.
What you want to
Hey,
talk
they
about
make
there,
like,
big guy?
they make like dating websites.
He already announced he's here to laugh at everyone else here. Why is he still allowed to be here?
What? I can listen in to this fascinating conversation between you intellectuals.
What
You're
you're doing is not listening, sir. I don't know if you know, but you listen with your ears. You're openly coming to a place you want to laugh at people by what they say and talking to them.
You should put in your dating website description like dedicated anti-flat earther, dude. You'll probably be drowning in women.
What? What are you talking about? What? Where's my description? What are you talking about? A Facebook or something?
Try to keep up, dude.
As usual, he's far
And
behind.
remember, guys, this
Unless
is
he's
the
trying to follow you while
representation
you're on tour.
I look like. Just remember
Yeah, Dave,
who
you
you're
got a
against.
big point there here in this echo chamber here, man. Y'all are crushing it.
Thank you,
The
man.
same script as the
Beautiful.
four
Crushing it
people
in here,
before
man.
him.
It's an
Same
echo
exact
chamber,
script.
but yet you're here. Sorry.
They
Yeah,
all
exactly.
four say
Again,
the echo chamber.
it's don't think
Script
it's
number one,
entertaining. Where
echo
else
chamber.
would you find people that are absolutely gone talking
Your
about it
house.
with other people that are absolutely gone too? They just,
Your house.
yeah, man. Yeah. Earth's flat. Everybody's lying about it. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I've never seen somebody less informed in my life in Discord than this dude.
Good.
He has no
You need to get out a
clue.
little more then.
Bro, you're probably the worst person ever to be on Discord.
I'm the worst person to ever be on Discord.
Yeah, you actually creep me out like a lot. You got dead eyes, bro.
I got dead eyes. Really? When did you look at me?
Oh, that was when you tried to fight Austin when he was on tour.
When I
And you came out
tried
like
to
a
fight
psycho
Austin?
stalker.
Why do y'all have such
Oh,
a
is this
problem
little
with me,
dude?
man?
This guy's like
Yeah,
5'4". This
Napoleon.
little man. Oh God,
Yeah,
nice to
this is
meet you there.
Napoleon.
No problem, man. Yeah.
Yeah, great things come in small packages.
I watched that back the other day for the first
Hey,
time.
Austin's like 6'3", 125 pounds, man. I mean,
I'm like 6'1", 170, but whatever.
dude,
Actually, more like
you're
160.
laundry. You're what's called laundry.
I
Closer
guess
to
he looks 6'3" to you.
There's nothing there of you. It's just laundry.
Bro, you're a weird creep, bro. I would keep my mouth shut if I were you.
Yeah, why would you want to hyper focus the conversation on
Why would
physical
I?
appearance?
Why would I want to keep? If you were me, man, you'd be laughing at this shit, not fucking like entertaining it. It's some fucking possibility.
Dude, if I were you,
You're
I would
here.
like really self-reflect, I think.
Are you gonna go on another clown tour?
No, I have a baby now.
He wouldn't tell you that anyway. Weirdo.
Oh, he wouldn't.
I
So
wouldn't if I
Geo
was him.
kicked the other three out, or the other one out after 2 hours. How long does this one take? Just I'll set a timer, or does someone else have to do it? I think it was if he's not going to add anything or be a part of the conversation of a topic, then he needs to go.
I'll put my vote up there too if we're voting.
Chucky, what are you talking about the math, bro? Like, Brian didn't do that. That's my math, and that math is correct. So, what are you talking about?
Oh, did one of your own go rogue and it doesn't understand?
Dude, this Chucky dude is acting like the math is wrong. How embarrassing.
For who?
Dude, there are people in line with their masks on, man. My God. Just let it go. Dude, this is so funny. Chucky's trying. Chucky is like trying to make fun of me, like the math is wrong, and it's literally 100% not wrong. So the irony is that he's making fun of himself because he can't do the math. Oh my God, what an idiot! If you add up the arc seconds, the arc minutes, and the degrees, that's exactly what it is.